tools. And the scary part for the Amulet deck is there's so many tutors for the tools.
Yes.
You know, one Bojuka Bog is actually how many? A lot, because of the Titans. You know, one green creature. Well, now you have all these Zeniths, and we have these packs to go find them. So that one Keen-Eye Curator has a lot of overtime to do.
It really does.
You know, got to earn that paycheck. You know, so it's going to be interesting. I think game 1 will be a little more goldfishy.
Yeah.
And then game 2 and 3, it's going to get really, really dirty. We're going to get in the
Definitely.
mud. See some really ugly games where both decks have more sideboard things to do than actual like main game plans.
Yes.
And those games get ugly.
They slow down. They slow down a lot. You know, those are the games when, from the Breach side, you can really like factor in Emery, Tameo, just card advantage to get through all the hate. And then there's a lot of consigns, you know, post board to be able to counter different things, counter Bojuka Bog, counter Titan triggers, those kind of things like that. The one thing I do like about our grinding Breach player here, Tyler, is playing the win condition that I would have played here, which is just the main deck Grape Shot. It's not really going to come up in this matchup. You know, like it wins the same as Oracle half the time. Grape Shot's not really going to kill anything from the Amulet deck, but I still like the Grape Shot because, you know, being able to Grape Shot down some like Dothy Voidwalkers, some Oscillate Pride, Guide to Souls, instead of just drawing an Oracle and be like, oh.
You don't want a 1/3 of its scries?
Yeah, I don't want to scry.
No?
Yeah, no. And we've even been seeing some lists that have been popping up from other RCs where they're playing 2 win cons main, and we're seeing like Grape Shot and Jace, not even playing Oracle.
Jace is cool. Jace is the kind of card where, like we were just saying, post-board games typically get really ugly.
Yes.
Both players are just knocking each other's legs out, and they're just like, you know, trying to function. And Jace is a card where, like, it's just a planeswalker that draws a card every turn.
Yes.
In a scrappy, ugly game, Jace is the kind of card you want. So, and it's cool, too, because we see a lot of decks playing, too, main deck win conditions. Like, some folks out there are playing main deck surgicals. You know, you have mill decks and stuff, and you have kind of, that's the real fear when you're playing the known combo deck is those degenerates out there who are just going to main deck their hate cards, you know, and having an out to that, too. Yeah,
100%. You know, it is a very important thing to have some secondary win cons here. But enough chatting from us. It sounds like these players are ready. They're reviewing deck lists. So we're going to head on in a couple minutes. Okay. I'm just giving you the pump fakes here. Okay, so
Corey, what would you have played? I don't know if I have to ask or not. But.
Yeah, I think you do have to ask. You know, I would have been a diehard Amulet player. No, I would have played Breach. You know, but I think this tournament, out of all the times Breach has been the best deck or the best choice, you know, basically since the Grief Nadu ban, I think that was really where Breach was kind of unlocked as the low-key best deck, as it was kind of the best ring deck that took advantage of that. You got to win with Oracle through your opponent's rings, and your rings were really protective against Boros Energy. Right. So I really loved it there. But and it was just terrible against Scam. The deck could not beat Scam, so that was a really difficult one. But this tournament in particular, with all the hate, with all the attention being on it, Breach has never had a target like this on its back. So out of all the tournaments, all the RCs, I think this is the least excited I'd be to be playing it. You know, I would still be playing it. I'd be a little sad, but I think this is the part in our metagame where you want to be on the right side of history.
Sure.
Where this is the deck that, you know, I don't want to be calling for bans, anything like that. And that's usually not who I am as a Magic player. Usually there's answers to find, but I have been thinking for years, like, what is the best card against me? And I just can never think of something that is like, oh, you want this. You know, because, like, if you have Relic, sure, now I can construct you.
Right.
You know, if you have Ley Lines, I have my Sagas for Haywire Might to blow it up. You know, so there's no one perfect sideboard card for it, and that's what I think just makes Breach very dangerous. So, yeah, I'd be playing Temur Breach. I'd be playing 3 Sagas. And
how does it feel to go into an event, like, knowing you're a target? Like, every round your opponent is down, and they're like, well, we got a sideboard. They like slam the full 15 down or whatever. Like, is that mentally taxing? Is that like a thing that you're, you know, does it take a toll on you?
Yeah, it would be taxing. But the fact that in these open deckless tournaments, Breach actually has an even bigger advantage.
Sure.
Because you get to see exactly what hate cards are coming in. I think when you're, you know, playing a tournament online or you're playing in your RCQ, any kind of closed deckless tournament, you got to guess a little bit, and that's when they can get you. When, like, you don't prepare for Stony Silence. You don't prepare for that card, you're done. You know, like, but if you see Stony Silence, you know, you see Relics, you get to bring in your One of Needle, which then you have your Sagas to search it up, and you have 4 of them, 5 of them. You get to bring in your Nature's Claim, all that thing. The tools for the hate cards are there for Breach, but open deck list makes it a lot easier to see what you need to play against.
And that's a big point, because a lot of these players who might be playing in their first RC may have not experienced that yet.
Yes.
You know, it's the same on the Pro Tour where it's always open deck list. It changes, you know, your dynamic as far as building your deck. But for a player who's played a lot of RCQs and hasn't actually experienced the open deck list environment, that can change. That changes how you build your deck, changes how you play your games, you know, and it's just one of the many factors that happen in a large tournament like this.
Yep, and it changes, you know, I think that's a good point as well. Like, players playing in their first RC here, they might be sitting down playing Boros Energy, you know, playing any of these decks and thinking, yeah, I have a great teamer matchup. You know, I have a great teamer Breach matchup. Well, you haven't been playing against these players that have been prepping for a long time, have been playing the deck forever. So some people get a wake-up call when it comes to that. But this time, I swear, we are ready for round number 1 here at RC Charlotte. Let's head on down. All right, so we got Tyler on the bottom, and our defending champion here, Peter. Peter's already got a World Championship slot locked up, already got Pro Tour locked up, just playing for just $20,000 again, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, money in the bank, but a love of the game also. You know, ready to battle here. And, of course, this is also one of the prizes you get, too, when you do well at an event. You know, if at a Pro Tour, you win the Pro Tour, you're always the featured draft at the next Pro Tour. Here we see the winner in round 1 no matter what. And, you know, a little bit of a celebration to Peter. Congrats on his finish.
Yeah.
You know, winning a tournament that's over 1,000 players is unbelievable.
And this is usually when you get completely wrecked in your first match, right?
I wasn't going to say it. But.
Okay, so we have the namesake artifacts here from both players. We got the turn 1 amulet from Peter. I would assume signed by himself, as is the amulet master. And we have grinding station here from Tyler representing, you know, I mean, if you have third land, 0 drop artifact plus breach, we can have a turn 3 from Tyler already, and sometimes, Jim, this is 2 ships passing in the night when it comes to game 1.
That's what this looks like here so far.
Yeah.
Both players are doing the thing. Both players are online, you know. And you're right. The 2 mana on grinding station, the initial cost up front, it can be a roadblock to comboing. So getting this in play on turn 2 means turn 3 now, a lot of mana available to kind of just do your thing. And then if Peter's going to need to find something to do here, we see winning the die roll is a pretty big game too. So Tyler's got a bit of an advantage.
Yep, absolutely. I see a Simic Growth Chamber. I see a Prime Time in hand for Peter. Looks like an Echoing Deeps as well. There's the Celestial Sanctuary, just getting some land up, and has a Dryad as a follow-up. And wow, okay, this is very telling. Dryad untapped when you had a forest to play where you didn't have to give yourself a mana disadvantage. That would be screaming to me a Boseiju.
Yeah, now this, of course, could be a Boseiju.
Yeah.
Or it could be a, hey, I'm going to lose next turn. You better think I have Boseiju.
Yes.
You know, and which is what I would expect from a high-level player like Peter.
Yeah, and Peter, even without having a forest in play, with that Celestia Sanctuary that we know about, and being able to play an extra land from Dryad, we're all ready to go for prime time. So, you know, I would think Tyler has to recognize that as well. Like, yeah, I could go for it, and maybe you have the Boseiju and I can't win this turn, but what's the alternative? You just lose, you know?
Right. And you can see the squeeze here. Look on Tyler's face. You know, like we're here we are, you know, and this is also the pairing-wise on Tyler's side. Tyler's playing round 1, which should be an easy round in theory. You know, it's your first round. Oh, I'm playing against a champ.
Yeah.
You know, and here we are in turn 3. This is a huge decision. Do I try and go for it? Peter is saying, I've got Boseiju. Do you want to go for it? But, like you're saying, Titan come down as well. So.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a Boseiju from Tyler. So they made a conscious decision to not hold that up here. And there is the WinCon, station number 2. The most beautiful bolt I've ever seen in my life. And a Breach. So Breach is found. Breach can be played, but with no mana available, you do need a little bit more help.
Yeah, a little bit of a setup turn here, and then now we'll see if Peter can untap and really do the thing. You know, and once Titan comes into play, the ability to search up Boseiju in a bounce land, put the Boseiju into your hand, and have the mana available to use it. Now we're in territory where you almost can't go off with limited resources, and there's a huge threat in play too.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so an Aether Spellbomb, the one of Urza Saga target with blue mana available. There's Tyler's form of defense here. Peter didn't want to go for a Boseiju if we even had it.
It's one of the crazy things about these decks is these one-ofs. You know, when you have decks that are just full of one-ofs, you know, it's hard to play around. Just, oh, well, there's just the one spell bomb here. Didn't consider that. Oh, there's just this here and that here. So a weird defensive measure, but will be effective.
Yep, 100%. You kind of would rather have the one of Haywire Might here to deal with that amulet.
Beggars can't be choosers.
Exactly, exactly. So, goes for the bounce on the Dryad. You know, this is pretty nice. This does also prevent the kind of face-up Titan of just 2 lands, untap, do it. So now Peter will need a little more help, maybe some grazers. And this is where, you know, playing that extra sanctuary where you don't have a forest in play here could be costly.
For sure, yeah. Down 1 mana, and now it's interesting. Both players looked primed to go off, but have been reduced to setup turns. You saw Rumble on Tyler's side, and now we're going to see a replay of a Dryad or some other setup mechanism on Peter's side, barring some sort of like ridiculous sequence to cast a Titan.
Yeah. So we might see the exact play. Aether Spellbomb might have just been Time Walk. Now the one difference is you do have that 1 extra land in play. So now even if Dryad were to go away, we do still have a Primeval Titan all ready to go.
So Besaju's still up. Both players set up a little more, but similar scenario to last turn.
Yeah. So now we know we have Breach in hand from Tyler. So they, as long as they have a 0-drop, can just go for it. Now the one thing that's a little awkward is they do have 2 essentially forests. So if you do not have the perfect mana here, it might be a little more difficult.
It's kind of funny how this is just almost the exact same turn.
Yeah.
You know, like, we'll just do this turn again. And it's funny because it was a real crux turn of like, ooh, boy, you can see Tyler's kind of hemming and hawing, you know.
Yeah.
And then we're just doing that same crux turn again, which is pretty fun.
Yeah, it's the tension of Modern, you know. I mean, there's been certain times that, you know, through our Modern careers where Modern has been this very aggressive turn 3 format. Infect, you know, Storm, all this kind of really fast decks. There's been times when it's been dominated by control decks, and now we're kind of back in this combo paradise where Amulet and Breach kind of reign supreme. But
I like how you say paradise.
Yeah. So it's a nightmare for some.
Paradise for some, but
Can you tell I'm a combo lover?
Yes, I had gotten that inkling from the last hour or so, but yeah, for sure.
So it looks like we have a Preordain.
A little more setup, a little more deliberation.
All right, so Preordain finds some goods. There is a Misty. And now we do know that there is still Breach. And if we do have just like Bobble and Mox Opal, something like that, it's all ready to go. But you got to think. Tyler's got to be like, okay, you've held up this 2 mana the whole time. You're not bluffing round 1 of a regional championship, are you?
Would the champ do that?
Yes.
You're right. The champ would do that.
Yes, he would.
The problem is, though, can Tyler afford to wait?
Yeah.
You know, now with 2 bounce lands in play and a ton of mana available next turn, Titan is almost a foregone conclusion, whether it be a natural Titan, a pacted Titan, or a Zenith Titan. So there are a lot of Titans in Peter's deck. So can you afford to wait? It's tough.
I don't think so, especially with Dryad in play. Like, maybe just 1 Titan's not going to finish you off if there's no Dryad in play. But the fact that you can go Titan, give it haste, and do the Valakut Vesuva trick, you know, like, there's a ton of damage here. So I love this. Get it going. Get busy.
It's Breach time.
It's Breach time.
Our first of many.
Yeah, 100%.
Ooh, I like this.
Okay, so that screams to me that we are not all ready to go. Now, we will need to hit, if there's no 0-drop from Tyler, you know, we will need a 0-drop here to be able to do this. And it looks like Tyler has recognized that they have the pressure on. If they can't win this turn, they're probably not going to do it.
Yeah, interesting spot here. So land drop for the turn is used. We need some sort of fast mana to kind of keep going. And then a lot of the potential for this turn is very variable. Like one of the top 4 cards of a deck, top 3 cards of a deck. And again, do you go for it? You know, this is the combo players. You know, the really, really good combo players excel in these spots. They just know when to go for it, know when to wait, know when to set up. And it's very, very difficult facing down, obviously, round 1, and, of course, the pressure of what's happening with your opponent.
100%. And it does look like, you know, if we can sack this Bobble and hit any 0-drop, we should be good to go. Because you can get a Bobble, because you can get a Mox, anything, eventually you will hit 2 0-drops. Eventually you will hit 2 0-drops, and you will be able to get it going, but no 0-drop on the top 3, so Breach did not connect. And now Peter gets to just have a good time. And there was no Beseju on the breach, so Peter was bluffing. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, is there a chance that Peter just didn't think that it was going to keep going there? You know, like was it worth not using yet? But either way, prime time.
Yeah. All right, what are we going to get? What do we start with here, Jim?
Oh, boy, put me on the spot here. So prime time's going to go. Beseju is a big one here. The battlements first. Battlements give it haste. I guess like we were discussing the kind of defensive Titan turn.
Yeah.
But we can see a more offensive turn here with the battlements. Giving haste, getting 2 more lands, and then the Dryad used to be like a major part of this deck. Used to be a lot of Dryads in the deck. Now there's only 1, but we can still see that Dryad kill with Valakut and allows all the lands to come to play as mountains. Each one is worth a bolt, and at 14 life, that's not going to be even close to enough, including the attack as well. So
yeah. Absolutely. So the Valakuts, the haste, we were going to have 2 more lands come into play, like good old Vesuva there. My brain can't count that high. Especially this early in the morning.
For sure, yeah. And then it's cool to see because the Valakut Dryad part of the deck has become more of a side note. It used to be kind of the main course. It used to be 4 Dryads of a deck, and that was kind of your primary win condition. But now there's a whole bunch of other stuff going on with Aftermath Analyst and Lotus Field. We'll probably see that in a little bit.
Back in my day, we had to give it +2/+0 and then give it double strike and hope your opponent fetched.
Yeah, hope they were at 18.
And we liked it. If they gained 3 life, the game was over, okay? All right, so starting with Tyler Barnett's list, what are we sideboarding in for them?
There's a lot to worry about here because this is more so Tyler sideboarding against Peter's sideboard rather than the main deck. You know, so again, we're open deckless. So Tyler sees Force of Vigor, Bajuka Bog, the Endurance, the Oofs. The Oofs a big one, right? Because normally spot removal spells like Lightning Bolt and Friends wouldn't be great against this deck, but you got to have outs. Big one here too is on Tyler's side is Dress Down.
Oh yeah,
this is a deck where all the creatures are really, really important. Dress Down can turn off 2 triggers on Titan. Can turn off the Oof for a turn if you need to. You can end step it and then go off and untap. So we got that going on. The second win condition is in the main deck, or
I was actually just looking at that. I don't think we have a second win con.
Wow.
All
right.
No second win con. I mean, look what just happened in that game from Tyler. Tyler just naturally milled over that Grape Shot. If Peter just had a bog at any point, no combo.
Yeah.
This is risky. Oh, the Oracle is in the main. Okay, never mind. Okay. Just had 2 in the main. I missed the Oracle. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I agree. I think going into this tournament with only 1 win condition would be a extremely bold move.
Yeah, it really would be.
Unmitigated gall. But yeah, so we're going to see a really messy game 2 here. Really messy game 2 of, sideboard cards fighting against sideboard cards. And I think this is going to be an uphill battle for Tyler. Peter has already a pretty good main plan of both Titan to either win the games we just saw or to set up for some Besejus. But now with all these sideboard cards too, it's a lot to fight through.
Yep, totally is. One thing I want to talk about though, Jim, I don't know. I mean, of course, we got a lot of constructed fans here, but I know there are a lot of limited fans out here in the wild. We got to talk about our next event that's coming up. This is the Spotlight Series. We are heading to Denver, Colorado, April 11th through the 13th. This is Magic Spotlight Dragons, and this is going to be release weekend for our new set that is going to be awesome. We are heading back to Tarkir for Dragonstorm Limited. Did you play a lot of Limited during the first Tarkir, or?
A good amount, yeah.
Okay.
It's me. I'm limited player.
Yes.
I love playing limited. I started playing Magic way back in the day, mostly playing limited. And there's nothing like a week 1 limited format. Where
it's amazing.
It's, we don't have all of our 17 lands data yet. It's just sort of like go there, open some cards, evaluate them, and build your deck.
Yes.
And, if you feel like you're a good limited player, you feel like you have a huge edge of the event, it's super fun. It's awesome.
It's going to be great. So this is, one of the biggest limited tournaments we've seen, post-COVID, for sure. I mean, we have not seen big limited to this scale in a very long time. Spotlight Series, for a reminder for everyone, we've played one in Atlanta. These Spotlight Series events, top 8, straight to the Pro Tour. There's no coming to the RC, anything like that. And for, a lot of people that, let's say, have some real jobs, some big boy jobs that they have to get to, don't have time to grind the RCQs into the RCs. Come to the Spotlight, top 8, straight to the Pro Tour, and you could, get lucky like my co-commentator and just string those Pro Tour invites together, and you could be on the train.
I'm so happy there's an event again where you can just walk in the door, pay an entry fee, and by the end of the day, walk out with an invite.
Yeah.
Having that is so important to Magic being an aspirational game. Just great. Super excited.
Yeah, it is absolutely awesome. I'm going to try to attend this one.
Me too.
Really do anything I can to be able to attend that one. As I love Sealed. Sealed is my literal favorite format.
I want a draft. For me, the
Yeah.
Sealed is the gateway to a draft on day 2. There's nothing like a called draft.
Yeah.
At a Pro Tour or high-level event, where it's for folks that haven't done a called draft before, it's so much more organized, regimented, and it just feels really important and cool.
There's no cooler moment. I haven't been a part of them personally for the last couple of years since I've been commentating the Pro Tours, but that 9 a.m. hush that comes over the Pro Tour, it is just like, whoa, what happened?
Players, pick up your pack.
Yeah.
You have 45 seconds.
Oh, man.
It's great.
You see people's eyebrows perk up. That just opened a bomb. You see the sweat coming down the temple for players. There's nothing
like
better. So, yeah, make sure to come out to Denver to join us for our second Spotlight here of the Spotlight Series. It's going to be really, really exciting. So, all right. Game number 2 of a very, very long tournament for these players. What does Peter have to do, or excuse me, what does Tyler have to do to kind of break serve here and get back into this?
Tyler's got to do their own thing. They need to be able to kind of execute. We saw in that last game a lot of setup. There were multiple turns where it looked like Tyler had a chance to kind of start going off, even in the face of possible Boseiju, but it was just setup and then more setup and then more setup, and you can't really afford to do that in the face of a fast clock, and now, of course, all of his interaction, too. So be able to do your own thing and then have the proper countermeasures for the cards coming in on Peter's side.
Yeah, I also feel like Tyler got a little unlucky there. Having, 11 zero drops, just having one of those in hand would have been able to combo off, would have milled with the spell bomb into one of them, would have had enough, because we had the 4 cards in the yard. One of them was a grape shot, so that's going to have to be separated. I guess we do have the Oracle, so we could have won in a different way. But if you hit any zero drop from milling that spell bomb, you have those 4 cards, then plus the spell bomb, 3 other cards. We're going to have 8 cards in yard. So if you hit 1 zero drop, you bring that back. Now you have 4 cards in yard, and you keep milling until you hit 2 zero drops.
Right.
And then one's the Mox Opal, you were able to generate mana. So Tyler had a good amount of opportunities to hit it, and just couldn't get there.
For sure.
Yeah. All right. Game number 2 between these players. And, of course, we're going to be showing you some backup matches as well. We got 3 matches in our feature match area. You get 2 of those real ones. You get the 3rd one where you sit in the back table. You're very close. You know that you're doing well enough to knock on the door of one of these feature matches.
It's a feature match in spirit.
Yes.
You are present. You are in the feature match area. No one can see you or knows what you're doing, but you are there,
Yeah, absolutely.
This is exciting, too. This is like a, round 1, the early rounds we usually see, maybe see some brews, stuff like that, too. But getting into, the real thick of it here, this is going to be a large part of the event. Amulet Titan, Breach. These are the decks that players need to beat going through it. It's a long tournament. You can't really – you can go into, a 6-round local tournament and be like, I'm just going to dodge Breach.
Yeah.
Or I'm just going to dodge whatever. 15 rounds, you ain't dodging nothing. All right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I would be very curious if, the way that we have our ban announcements set up, that they are kind of scheduled now, a little different than what we've had in the past. I'd be curious how much that has affected the numbers for the deck, if it is just we have our ban list at a random time, kind of like what we've seen in the past.
Sure.
You think that would increase the numbers or?
Maybe decrease because there's an inherent amount of fear where I know that if I bought Amulet, if I bought Breach for this tournament, it's illegal for this tournament and up until a certain point. Whereas if Monday morning the walls might just fall down, oops, sorry, your deck is banned. That's a little more scary. But it's tough either way. It's tough to invest. It's not a cheap deck,
Yeah.
And investing in a deck is going to get banned. Are you willing to spend that extra dollar to give yourself the best chance to win the tournament?
Yeah.
And there's also the opportunity cost of learning the deck.
Yeah.
Playing against the hate. This is not a deck you can just pick up and play. It requires some work.
It's truly the most complicated deck that I've ever played.
Yeah.
And I've been playing it for 2-3 years or whatever. And I mean, it was like this last RCQ season. I learned something new about the deck. I thought I had fully learned. Yeah. I'm still making mistakes in games because Magic is hard. It's tough to always be thinking about everything. But I thought I at least knew every interaction. And then I, heard a podcast where you can consign your Breach trigger, and then you can consign during your opponent's turn. My brain exploded. I was hyped to hear that. Shout out to Edgar Magaish, And Deceive, who I heard that from, which was really awesome.
Edgar's quite good. Yeah, and the thing is, there's also learning the deck, but it's not just learning how to play the deck.
Yeah.
You need to learn how to play against the sideboard hate.
Yes.
And that's the challenging part for a lot of folks, is it feels unfair.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you mean my artifacts don't have any abilities? What do you mean I have no graveyard?
Yeah.
What do you know, it's like, wait, what? Like, so, like, having to fight through that is both challenging and a skill in and of itself.
Yeah, quit taking away my toys.
Yeah, exactly, you know?
All right, so it looks like we see a mulligan here at least to 6. This might have been to 5 here from Tyler. Looks like 5. And the one thing that's kind of nice about Breach is, well, when you mulligan to 6 or 5, you almost always have a card you want to put back. Either the Grinding Station, an Oracle, Grape Shot, maybe some of your Saga targets. And it looks like we did see a Grinding Station and a blue Spellbomb, couple 0-drops in hand. But mulligan to 5, up against the champ, down a game, opponent's wearing a USA sweater. You got to feel intimidated.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's funny here, Corey in the booth just looking for any silver lining he can find with the Breach deck. Well, you mulligan to 5, you get to put things back that you don't want. It's great. I love mulligan to 5. Breach is the best.
No. You're looking at it way wrong, Jim. The silver lining here is, wow, this Breach deck does not look very good. I think it's totally safe and totally fair and totally reasonable.
Very fair. Someone rooting for Breach to have a very poor weekend for sure.
I've been rooting for a poor weekend for months, and it just hasn't happened. All right, kicking it off here, we got a Hedge Maze to start off with a Surveil. See if we want to keep it on top. You know, and there's these couple different draws that you get from Breach. The number one best draw you're hoping for is that critical mass of artifacts, the 3 artifacts mixed with a Mox Opal, Tameo, Emery, you know, those kind of absurd draws.
Yeah.
That's the ideal draw, but when you mull to 5, that critical mass of things is not as possible.
Yeah, I played a local event on Monday. My opponent went, land, Mox, Bobble, other Mox, Emery, Tameo, like other Bobble. Like the whole 7 cards on the table, old school Affinity style.
Yes.
And it's like, oh yeah, not only is it like a combo deck, you can just do that too.
Yes. Combo deck, card advantage deck. You can go the long game with Construct. It's tough to attack when it does so many different things. So we see the Grazer throwing down an extra.
Important thing to note here is that the Boseiju was played as the land and the bounce to hand. So now Boseiju is face up for Tyler.
Okay, known information, and here is kind of this artifact draw. No land 2, it looks like, and Tyler did bin a Misty Rainforest, looking for something more important. And I love what Peter did there. I think, he still has a Boseiju upside down in his hand. You know, you see this like, wow, why is he doing that? It is so, your opponent knows this information, and so Peter keeps track of it, knowing that your opponent knows it.
I do the exact same thing.
Yeah. I don't, because I hate having my hand out of order.
This is the fear for Tyler, though, where we see the Zenith come down. There are only 2 quote-unquote collector oofs in the board, but there are a lot more than that available.
Yeah. And, man, I know you were I'm not sure if you were gaming or if you were in Portland at all. Maybe you didn't make that one to play in the RC?
No Portland for me, no.
Okay, yeah. But, I mean, we saw some games from Peter where it was just, turn 2 oof like this, either naturally drawn or Green Sun, and then your opponent did not play Magic anymore.
Yep.
And it was like Peter had one of the worst draws I'd ever seen. I think it was in the top 4. Mulligan to 5, had a turn 2 oof. His opponent just did not play Magic, and oof went the distance, basically. Eventually, we found a Titan. And, I mean, that can happen. That's the tricky part of these amulet decks, because you really don't want to leave in Lightning Bolt.
Exactly, yeah.
You know? Flame of Anor is not that great either. Of course, it can pick off an amulet, but you have to leave in some removal. So Amulet's kind of doing the same thing Breaches. It's pulling you a little thin with certain hate cards it has.
For sure. And then the variety of hate cards alongside the fact that a really good amulet draw can just get you on turn 2 or 3.
Yeah.
So, like, there's just a lot of factors here. And this is a really tough spot for Tyler, obviously, on the 5-card hand. And it's hard enough to put together the combo plus the proper interactive elements on 7. When you're at a low resource number on 5, it gets really, really difficult.
Yeah, there's some games when you are just like, I'm done. And here we go. We're playing a pointless Grinding Station, that doesn't even have the ability to do anything. And looking on the other side, I think I saw Force of Vigor plus another Green Sun Zenith.
Oh, my God.
From Peter. Plus we know about the Boseiju. The champ came to play against Breach, it looks like.
Wisely.
Yeah. And, I do think this matchup's very close. Like, I don't think anyone is severely favored. I think it's kind of 55% in one of the directions. And it kind of varies by the list.
Yeah.
You know.
Now the point at the station there, like, it's not blank. You know.
Yeah.
The one of the opportunity costs of, we were saying in game one was like the 2 mana to actually put the station in play.
Yeah.
Being able to down payment that, and it looks very innocent. It's just kind of sitting there. You know, so that down payment is made. So upon a possible future turn, we can see a bolt on the oof, and then the ability to go off as well. But Peter's all rolled up here.
Peter does look good to go. We got a nice little hand. I believe I see escape shift there in the middle. No amulet, though. I think that's the main thing we're missing. Might have a spelunking. There's the shifting woodlands.
Yeah, Eagle Eye Corey over here.
Peter, you know, luckily Peter does play with a lot of alt arts, but, well, I spent a lot of time looking at his hand in the last RC. So
there you go.
Thankfully, Peter has not changed arts on his amulet list so far.
That would have been hilarious.
It would have been.
Just an absolutely, completely different list,
Yes.
all different arts. I would have a serious amount of respect for that.
I would too. I would too. Go, Peter.
Oh, we see the grape shot in hand, too, for Tyler. Another
Okay.
kind of like card that isn't really useful to your winning.
Yeah.
So this is tough.
I mean, not bad at all. If he can combine another spell to just grape shot down the oof, that'd be excellent.
That's true, actually. The
Yeah.
grape shot having utility, which is, like you were saying earlier, is kind of cool. It is
Yeah.
a card that can do things in that regard.
No, I absolutely love grape shot as the win con. I think the main reason a lot of people go with Oracle, they're afraid of keeping track of storm count. It is just another annoying tax you have to keep track of when you're playing those decks, so I totally get it. But, like, if you're playing online where it keeps track of storm for you, just play the grape shot.
Yeah, very fair.
You heard it here first. From a washed-up breach player that's now coming.
All right, well, we were saying the one thing missing was an amulet, and there's an amulet, so...
Okay. So now we have the ability to untap. I want to say that's a crumbling vestige. Could be a bog as well. Okay. No graveyard. I'm gonna figure it out that it's a bog.
Yeah, as a Lord of the Rings bog, I believe.
Yes.
Dead marshes or something like that.
Sure. Did have the ability to go for escape shift there and kind of start doing some silly things, but decided to not do that. And looks like Peter's holding up Force of Vigor to just hard cast the old-fashioned way, and then maybe just combine for a Titan draw next turn or escape shift. You know, I mean, the escape shift lines are pretty wild.
Yeah, there really isn't any pressure on Peter to do anything here either. You know, we
Yeah.
saw in game one both players were really posturing and threatening their own combos, and there was a lot of posturing back and forth. Like, do I have an answer? I'm ready to go off. Tyler's nowhere really near going off. You know, with the oof in play, the vigor in hand, there's a lot going on. Tyler has pieces to find also, so Peter's going to play it safe here. I think it's totally respectable.
I like it, because if Peter were to go for escape shift and you get it countered, Swan Song or something like that, and then Tyler untaps lightning bolt combos, you're like, wow, I really chucked that one, you know?
Right. One of the things you're doing when you're winning is making sure you don't lose, which sounds silly, but you don't want to turn that 95%er into the 5%er. You know, you want to make sure you just lock it up, play super safe.
That's a very valuable lesson. You know, half the time people are like so far ahead, they're like, all right, I can see the finish line. I'm going to just play, you know, fast, get it done. And, I think the best players in the world slow down. And your opponent's like, come on, like, I'm dead, just do the thing. And you're like, hey, chill.
Right.
I want to make sure I don't screw this up. And that separates the good players from the great.
Right. The Redukes of this world never lose those games, and they win the games they aren't supposed to in those spots.
Exactly. All right, so Rumbles gets the breach into hand, so we have the combo, and if it wasn't for that little oof, we'd be good to go here. So
it's also a Seijo in hand, too.
And a Force of Vigor.
Seijo and the Force and the oof.
Yeah, so if it wasn't for 9 different cards from Peter, who sits in, then, we'd be good to go.
But this is the tournament, right? I mean, like, Breach can definitely win through this. You know, obviously Tyler's also on 5 cards. That's a bit of a disadvantage as well. But, you know, there's all these hate cards. There are all of them for a reason. You need to actually have all of them.
Yes.
You know, 4 hate cards is enough. You need 8. So this is going to be the tournament, this kind of battle between how powerful is this Breach deck, how much can it overcome.
Yeah, absolutely. So Tyler did make a conscious decision there to not grape shot the oof. We played the Rumble, could have got rid of oof, and then just been done from there. But so Tyler, to me, is clearly indicating I have some interaction. But what's better than one amulet?
Definitely 2. This is where things get really, really silly.
Yeah. You go from your deck, like, with 1 amulet to, like, all right, this is doing some unfair stuff, to 2 amulet, you're like, okay, this is borderline not Magic.
Yeah. One amulet makes the things go, but with 2 in play, we're going to see. I mean, with Escape Shift available also, we see the mana counters are coming out. Oh, yeah. It's time.
Okay. All right, Jim, we're going to put you to the test. What are we doing here? What's our first line of attack?
So with Escape Shift available, the goal is to go fish up your Shifting Woodland. You want to get your Mirror Pool. You want to get your Lotus Fields. Start generating mana, and then using Aftermath Analyst to bring all the lands back and keep doing it over and over again. So each time the lands come in, they untap multiple times because of the amulets, makes a bunch of mana. Mirror Pool will copy, let's see, let me read Mirror Pool here. Mirror Pool is going to copy the Titan?
There you go.
Right,
there you go.
right.
Yeah.
So and then we also have the Teleria West, which get bounced with when you escape shift, so you can put the Teleria West into your hand. That can get Summoner's Pact. That can get Titan. Setting up the Analyst. There's a million ways this can go. Obviously.
Definitely.
With 2 amulets in play and all this mana, all roads lead to Rome.
Exactly. So we're probably going to see something from Peter here, where ideally he's going to try to play that Green Sun Zenith for 6, do a Titan, and then if you have 4 mana left over, the Green Sun were to get countered, then you can just escape shift and kind of do the absurd things. So we'll see what we're going to do here. A lot of untapping.
Yeah, the onus and ability to play safe here is on Peter, where Peter does not want to get blown up by a single counter spell or something like that. So plenty of resources able to kind of just go through it. You see Peter working through it. If Tyler wasn't there, this game would be over.
Yeah.
You know, so Peter would just go, oh, I'll just do this, and that, we're done. You know, but finding the right line through interaction, same idea, where it's a combo deck, you need to find a way to play through your opponent's hate or whatever it might be. This might be theoretical hate. We know Peter's pretty far ahead here, but.
Yep, absolutely. So drains the mana for a Green Sun for 6 and goes to just try to get a Titan here. There is a dress down. Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it.
How about a 6/6?
Yep, you got a 6/6. Let's see if there is anything else that Peter can get. Dress Down is a card that we have not seen a lot of, especially in the Breach decks. It was kind of low-key one of the best cards against Breach, as kills constructs right away. And if your only win con was Oracle, you couldn't win through it, and you couldn't Haywire Might it. You know, so like it was a low-key one of the better cards against Breach, but it's also a universal effect, so it kills your own constructs, but in a matchup like Amulet, it's just not a you don't want to make constructs against them anyways.
Yeah, it's interesting because like the Force of Vigor's in hand, the Besage's in hand, could have maybe like waited to have more mana up to play around that, but this is still a pretty good spot. Now, if Tyler didn't need to play the Dress Down defensively, it could have come in end step.
Yeah.
Stayed in, made the oof into a 2/2, and then possibly gone off as well.
So, Jim, one thing I'm seeing is I see that Force, I see that Besage's. No other green card.
Right.
And Besage's can't be channeled right now.
Yeah, this is definitely an odd shields down moment for Peter.
Yeah. Because it is, no legend or anything. So if Tyler can go, I saw Tameo. You go Tameo, Grapeshot the oof, have one more artifact. We could be, I guess you would need one more Opal and an artifact. So there's still some stuff that needs to be done, but
this is a benefit of Tyler not Grapeshotting last turn.
Yes.
Because obviously it would have saved mana, but it gives Peter the information knowing that oof is not going to be there.
Yeah.
So Peter was able to take his shot, go for the Titan. It didn't work out, but I have his backup plan. Hey, oof is still in play.
Yeah.
I still have this thing ready to go. But now with the information that, Peter didn't know there's a Grapeshot to kill it, so this might actually open up a window for Tyler to really push this through. Yeah,
and Tyler actually had a sweet play. I don't know if anyone remembers the old Dress Down Luris days, which I was very fond of. But you can also just go end step Dress Down. It stays in during your turn. The oof doesn't work.
Yep.
Go to win there through a Grapeshot. But no, there extends the hand. Peter Husisian takes down round number 1, and wow, it just feels like an absolute flashback. Peter Husisian winning more matches of Magic here at the RC, ending the way that he ended in Portland. Picks up a win there, Jim.
That's got to feel good. I think there is, an inherent amount of pressure going into a tournament as the number 1.
Yeah.
You see it in sports a lot, where the number 1 team has all the pressure in the world to perform, whereas when you go in as, a lesser seed or you're just kind of going in, you're just playing.
You get to play free.
Right. When you're expected to win, there's an extra layer of pressure on top of just the pressure of playing in a huge tournament for a lot of money. So big win there for Peter. and Champ takes it down.
Yeah, absolutely. Any kind of surprises there? I mean, it was a little unfortunate to see that mulligan to 5 there from Tyler, but kind of play out as you would have expected.
Yeah, I mean, we saw there. I mean, oof, Beseju, Force of Vigor, just so many possible elements.
Yeah.
And then, like, you know, there's amulets there too.
Yeah.
The amulet thing's happening as well. So it's a lot to fight through. Definitely a big disadvantage to be down 2 cards for Tyler, but Tyler had some pretty cool stuff going on.
Yep, absolutely.
Still a lot of tournament left.
A little bit of a disadvantage, you know, or not a disadvantage, a little unlucky there for Tyler to not hit a 0-drop game 1, and then the mulligan, never really ideal. But I'm sure we got more magic here. We'll queue up a backup match here. We're starting with game number 2 here from these players. Let's jump on in. All right, we got Robert Taylor up top. I know that, man. That's Fire Shoes.
Fire Shoes.
And if Robert Taylor wins this, I want you all to be sharing Robert's results, you know?
Yep.
Fire Shoes shares all of our results.
Exactly.
Does an amazing amount of stuff for the community, and truly one of the nicest guys you will ever meet. And then we got the opponent down below playing Jeskai Control.
Yeah, a little energy flavor here. Of course, 4 Wrath of the Skies, very potent against Breach, and just a really powerful card in general.
All right, Nathaniel playing Jeskai Control, something we definitely do not see a lot of. And then Robert Taylor up top on Orzhov Blink, down a game from Blink. Jeskai Control, though, how do you think this matchup plays out?
This is going to be interesting. You know, this control deck, it did well. I believe it was at the last RCO. There's a copy in top 8. It was just blue-white control.
Yeah. But
the idea of just a kind of a classic blue-white control deck has been an archetype in basically every format ever for the last 30 years.
Yeah.
Not a major player recently, though. You know, so seeing this deck kind of come in, a lot of interaction, a lot of tools against Breach.
Yeah.
Also, a lot of tools against these creature decks. You know, in reality, the Blink deck is a creature deck. There are a lot of elements of card advantage and so on and so forth, but like it's still just creatures, and creatures that get counterspelled or discharged or solitude or whatever else it might be.
And I do love that, like, we see a lot of these main decks, and, you know, you see 4 Relic in the main, but Bogot Trawler in the main from Fire Shoes up top, and then on the other side you see 4 Orum's Chant, 4 Wrath of the Skies. These are anti-Breach decks, like we're going to be seeing all weekend, and it's always fun to see them go up against non-Breach decks and just see how these cards work out.
Absolutely, yeah. It's really fun. Well, it's like, well, you know, I brought all these tools, you brought all these tools. They are not the right tools, but it's what I got in my hand right now, so we got to fight it out. So the only thing I'm sad about here is not seeing an Ice-Crown Scepter or 2. If you're already playing 4 Orm's Chants, you know, I mean, let's lock it up.
I mean, we did see that in Portland. I believe Patrick Wu, who is just a blue-white control master, ended up playing Scepter, Orm's Chant, and I learned something that day. I didn't know you could kick it when you have it under a Scepter.
That's the lock.
Exactly.
No spells and no combat step.
Real fair, clean magic, you know? All right, so catching up to the game, we got a Relic here to get some exiling going. Of course, you want to pair this with the all-powerful new Ether Drift card, Ketramos, to be able to draw a card every time you exile something, but still does a great job at just controlling Flage.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you would think Relic gets blue control. Well, this is kind of irrelevant, right? Major cycle this, but there are 3 Flage of a deck list, and also a Memory Deluge too. So there's some utility there, and then, you know, if it's not necessary, ship it away. Yeah. Draw a Ketramos, looks great too.
Love it, love it. Good old Memory Deluge.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Yeah, that's a something, that's for sure. Haven't seen that one in Modern in quite a while. All right, so we have the Interrupter coming in, deals some damage, and here is one of the namesake cards of the new Orzhov Blink deck. This is Overlord of the Belmerk. Really trying to combo with filling up your graveyard, not the most important, but trying to get something back and then blink it out at some point with a Flicker Wisp, maybe an attack from Philia, the best dog, and get it going the old-fashioned way.
Well, the cool thing here is that in most matchups, you're right. The impending won't really come into play because the games don't go that long.
Yeah.
We're in a control matchup here, though.
Yeah.
You know, this is an element where Nathaniel needs to really kind of just, hey, eventually this is going to be an actual threat. It's difficult to Wrath of the Sky. It's not easy to discharge. So it is a threat. It's going to matter.
Yep, absolutely. And here is a Wrath of the Skies for 1, but we have that 4 energy laying over. So this is attempting to take out everything. Does, of course, hit the impended Overlord as well.
So it's difficult to kill it over Wrath of the Skies. It is obviously possible.
Yeah,
to, you know, tune the narrative here, change of a narrative on me.
Yeah, really had to eat your words immediately there.
I know, right?
There we go.
So much tuning going on.
All right, so Wrath is on the stack here. Not a lot that Robert can really do about this besides the namesake card that's in play, the Aven Interrupter, to be able to kind of counter it. But, you know, Robert wanted to get down some pressure, so ended up casting the Aven Interrupter, and that is a nice one to interrupt if there's not a lot of energy on the stack.
For sure.
As you don't get to recast it for X. You know, it is just casting it the normal amount.
Not the worst exchange, though.
Yeah.
The Relic cantripped. The Overload also cantripped.
Yeah.
You know, so effectively it was a 1-for-1 with the Interrupter. But obviously tempo-wise, the control deck wants a nice clean board like this. So.
Yeah.
Speaking of tools that aren't necessarily for the matchup, Bogger Trawler comes down here and eats the graveyard again. Again, eating the graveyard in this matchup is not particularly relevant, but the 3-1 body needs to be dealt with. One of the things about a control deck is that, like, basically anything in play matters.
Yes.
Just having some scrappy little creature in play getting in changes the dynamic where the control player can't indefinitely just sit there and do nothing.
Yes, yes. It kind of comes to that dynamic of like, okay, do you want to overextend into a Wrath? Do you want to not, you know, pressure enough and then you get run over by a Flage or something like that? It's the classic control squeeze that they put on you, and I feel like you never guess right.
Yeah.
And speaking of classic control, everybody's favorite Planeswalker, I feel like we all still have, like, you know, some PTSD from this Teferi.
No way.
When it was just a control deck with no win cons.
That was your thing? I was playing Teferi, yeah. Let's slow this down.
I was too, absolutely. How many times have you heard "Let's slow this down" on Arena?
Too many times.
All right, so Teferi untaps to be able to have a couple mana available, and this is the spot. You know, when you're a control player and you get to have your Planeswalker live, you feel just absolutely great. Now, that, of course, didn't happen. Had that taken out.
Yeah, Vindicate kills Planeswalkers, you know.
Yeah.
There were Planeswalkers back then, but any permanent covers all the bases. That's huge for Robert. Like,
Yeah.
Teferi is the kind of card where if the control player gets to untap with it safely,
Yeah.
things start to rapidly spiral out of control.
100%. And even that exchange, you know, like, is pretty good for Nathaniel. Just being able to have drawn a card and then lose to Teferi, it's still a 2-for-1.
Exactly,
Yeah,
yeah. And
yeah.
if you just keep making those exchanges over and over again,
Yeah.
you hit turn, 8 or 9, and your opponent just has no cards left.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's like, all right, I guess I'll just do whatever I want now.
Yep. And I got to say, this seems like a bit of a rough matchup here for Fire Shoes so far. I mean, these control decks, you know, this Orzhov Blink deck is kind of a control deck. And, you know, it's really good at dealing with other creatures. It's pretty tough at dealing with control aspects, you know, Planeswalkers, those kind of things.
And you know what else is good against Blinky effects and ETB effects?
Mom?
Mama.
Mom's home.
Mama is home. Elish Nor, Mother of Machines. How many ways are there for Robert to remove that?
One other Vindicate.
Yeah, down a Vindicate. That might be it.
Can we get to full domain for a prismatic ending?
I think that would be challenging.
I think that would be challenging. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm seeing exactly one out to Mom. Now, Ketramos does still kind of work. You know, it's not a come into playability. But, I mean, this is just looking really, really brutal. I know we have the Flage as well in hand for Nathaniel, and that Relic's gone. So, with that, the Arena of Glory, we're pretty close. If we have a fetch land, we're good to go. Flage, 3 to you. Bring back Flage, 3 to you. Attack for 6.
Try 6.
Oh, yeah, excuse me.
6 to the face, please.
12,
Thank you.
and I believe that's a fetch land.
Yeah.
Everyone shield your eyes for what we're about to see.
Yeah, if you're a Fire Shoes fan, which I am.
Me too. Who is it?
We got to just stop watching this right now.
Who is it? Yeah, can we cut the feed? I mean, this is about to be quite mean here.
Yeah,
Elish Nor
showing up at a lot of places. It really is quite the countermeasure to this Blink deck. You know, as we were saying, there just aren't that many ways to kill it because the deck is so focused on ETBs. You know, Solitude being your main removal spell. Mama says no.
Yeah.
You know, and then Fatal Push, too. You know, it's funny how costing 5 mana you'd think would be a downside. I'd rather it cost 3 or 4. Actually, no. 5 is perfect. You know, can't get Fatal Pushed. Pretty safe overall.
Yeah, Mom says no, and then Mom with Flage says, Mama's going to knock you out here. So here we go. Flage coming down. 6 damage up top with the double. And then it's coming back with Arena of Glory exerted. So it's going to be 12 more damage, plus the 4 from Elish Norn. Yeah. We have a lethal attack on our hands.
Yeah, the Ketramos is a creature.
Yeah.
But, not really standing up to the might of things going on here.
It will be online as well, though. Because of all this escaping, Ketramos will be online so you can block. So we got 6 upstairs.
Yeah, so we have a block and 4 life coming too. So
yeah, so this attack is kind of neutralized, right?
Yeah, I mean, in the sense that, yes, this is not going to be a lethal attack, but still a phenomenal board state for our control player.
So we got the dice on the Arena of Glory, exerted. Now we take the damage, but gain the life.
So I assume Elish Nord attacked also, but 6 life and a Ketramos, and then a whole world of hurt on the other side of the table.
Yeah. Yeah, going to be tough to come back for this one.
And it really, like, any attempt to get back in this game probably has to start with Vindicate.
Yeah. Oh, and I guess with Elish Norn, its attack trigger would only deal 3, right? Because it is the come into play.
Correct. It copies
okay.
ETB abilities.
So it does only deal 9, but only 9.
Right. But yeah, so for Robert, it's got to start with finding that other Vindicate.
Yeah.
And with the Ketramos, we could see a draw or 2, but even with the 4/4 lifelink blocker in play, the damage from Flage and Elish Norn still are going to add up.
Yeah. Yep, 100%. See what we have. I just saw a peek at Nathaniel's hand, and I just saw Narset and Days Undoing.
Oh, we're doing that too. Oh, okay, sure.
Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's cool seeing these control decks kind of have this like slight combo element too.
Yeah.
Mod is a very, very powerful format. So just trying to sit around forever and play Drago can be kind of risky.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. So you want to have that kind of over-the-top style thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're building towards something, not just a whole lot of classic Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, nothing.
Yes. Yeah, you got to be doing something else. If you just wait around, decks can just pick you apart pretty easily. So it looks like players are maybe going over life discrepancy there. Maybe thought the same thing that we thought initially, that Flage was dealing 12.
Yeah, we got some X triggers here, some lifelink, but...
Ooh, there's Consign as well. So Nathaniel's deck is sweet. You also have that ability to go like Flage, Consign your own sack trigger.
Yep. Scamming out the Titan.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right, I love this style of deck. I hope we see some good stuff from Jeskai Control.
Yeah, we saw Azorius Control in a recent top 8.
Yeah.
But, adding in the Flage, adding in Galvanic Discharge, also pretty reasonable. Days Undoing.
Oh, baby.
How would you like to bolt draw 7? Wait, how about just me?
Yeah.
You draw nothing.
Wub, 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 wub from the Narset. Everyone's favorite static ability.
Yep.
Let me tell you, I just love getting Narseted.
Yep.
It's one of my favorite pastimes. So, the way it is going to work here, Robert will get 1 card. Nathaniel will be able to get a full 7. And pretty trivial to win the game from that point.
Yeah, if that 1 card is Vindicate, and Nathaniel's 7 cards are all lands.
I think we're still favoring Nathaniel.
I agree, but if there's going to be some forward motion, that's got to be it, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 card. All right. Let's see what we got here. Saw a Teferi Time Raveler, so that's already quite good.
Yeah, lot to work with.
Yeah. Yeah, there's Lorien revealed, Teferi, Narset. Overall, maybe not the strongest hits, but it's kind of good enough.
Yeah, plenty of lands to play for Lorien revealed to just, pick up 3 more cards and keep on rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll see what Robert Fire Shoes Taylor can do here.
How about reading Flage?
Yeah, there we go. That's a good one to start with.
Yeah. It's a good card.
Yeah, and I suppose it's the classic, if I attack with Fila, blink Flage out, what happens. And it will go to the graveyard. It'll get a couple of triggers, though, because it was not escaped. Not that, when you're at 6, that's maybe not the best plan, but.
Yeah, 6 on the way out.
Yeah.
All right, well, this is a Hail Mary, though, because we can see a draw off the Ketramose.
Yep.
From the doggo triggers, so.
Oh, can you get a draw off Ketramose?
You're exiling a creature, right?
Are you getting to draw a card off Ketramose? with Narset in play?
Oh, no. Narset
Narset got you!
passive punked.
Oh.
No. I'm fired for sure. Don't act like you haven't been passive punked before, all right?
Yeah. I mean, the fact that it got you within one turn of us talking about
I
it
know.
shows how busted Narset is. But Narset was taken down. So you were right the whole time.
Exactly.
Except I guess it was exiled at the time, so you don't get to draw a card.
Yeah.
So you were right and wrong. That's pretty good.
And we do see the 4 lifelink here from Ketramos. So
yeah.
Not dead to the Flage coming back into play.
Not dead quite yet has been declared for sure.
Oh, Narset.
I mean, that hand is relatively bad, you know. I mean, Teferi looks to be pretty unbeatable, so I would agree there. But even just Narset to bring something back, Flage comes back, 6 upstairs, and then Elish Norn should be able to attack for the final points. I guess that was another good dog in hand from Robert. So it's a flash blocker to old Elish Norn.
Also, you know, if we could just put a few cards in the graveyard here, you know.
Yeah.
It's like a Lori, maybe draw a fetch land. There's still an Arena Gory in play too, so.
Yeah, all things are coming up. Nathaniel Metalberg.
So no fetch. You know what card I really like?
Huh.
It's Narset.
Narset, you're a fan?
My favorite, yeah.
Yeah.
I just love getting passive punked,
You know, everyone loves it. Everyone absolutely loves it.
That sinking feeling, you know, when you get passive punked.
Yeah.
You know, you go, all right, I'll cast this Ponder or whatever, and they point to an Narset. Like, that's got to be one of the worst feelings in Magic.
I mean, getting brainstormed has to be worse, right?
Okay,
yeah.
Sure. I guess it's the relative scale of the Narset.
Yes,
but
yes.
just that sinking feeling of like, oh my God, right? You know,
yes.
like it's just such an easy one to miss, you know.
Oh, especially, I mean, the shame concede follows so soon after that.
Yeah.
If I'm like streaming online or something, I'm like, I'll miss it. I've been playing around it for the entire game, and then your brain just turns off, and you're like, oh, cantrip, let's see what's up.
Yep.
And then you miss it, and like you just have to slink in your chair.
Yeah.
You know?
It's the passives they're just so easy to miss. You know, it's just like there's so much going on in a game of Magic, and I just want to draw a card.
Yep.
It's the coolest thing you can do.
Yep. Magic is absolutely difficult.
It's also one of the most common things you're thinking about is what can I draw?
Yeah.
You know, what's going to happen in a scenario? You know, for Robert, what do I need to draw? What needs to happen in this game to win? That's like your most common line of thinking you're trained to do.
Yeah.
So you kind of just go into that little tank. You figure out, okay, well, I have to draw this, and that. You go to draw your card, and then you, that wasn't actually an option. Sure.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Absolutely. So it always gets you. So it looks like players are chatting something over with the judge, trying to confirm something. Remember, at any point, judges are your friends. You know, call them if you got anything going on. You know, I the amount of times I call in a judge to be like some weird interaction that I think I know.
Yep.
But like just to be sure, at one of these moments, you know, it's so much worse to not call a judge, get something wrong, lose a game because of it, just because you didn't wanna call a judge. You know, that is no good.
Yeah, you want to keep the game PC. You know, keep
exactly.
things going. It's not about calling a judge doesn't mean you're accusing someone of cheating or like foul play. Just like, hey, Magic's a really complicated game. You know, how does this work?
One of the most complicated games. That's for sure. So, looks like we had Elish Norn attack. The good dog jump in front. And now we have Ketramos versus the world. Looks like Nathaniel didn't even downtick the Narset, has enough cards. Just wants to keep the static around to control Ketramos a little bit. And now an untap. We'll see if we can get this closed out. As now we have a fetch land, and all we need is one other spell, and then it's time for Flage to really get going.
Yeah. We saw Nathaniel not minusing Narset last turn. Wanted to make sure it stayed around, kind of keeping Robert in the fix. You know, so you need to draw cards to get out of this. I'm not going to let you do that. Even means that I won't draw a card.
Yep, and there it is. Round number 1 here goes to Nathaniel Metalberg. And they're going to be 1-0 with Jeskai Control. Not a deck that we are very much expecting, something that we are maybe expecting to be in that other category. But big congrats to them, and that deck looks sweet.
Yeah, honestly, it looks pretty nice. You know, there's a lot of tools against Breach.
Yeah.
It seems really good against the creature decks like Orzhov and to a lesser extent Energy too.
Yes.
And just there's just a lot of good things. It's just like amazing how many powerful things are available in Modern.
Yes.
You look at the deck list, like, these cards are all awesome. This is a really powerful looking deck. And it's not one of the main decks. You know, so very exciting to see. We did see Blue-White do well recently. So for all you control players out there, there's a shred of hope. Don't go nowhere.
Exactly. So, gotta love it. There is always these players in Modern that are specialists of their deck. We saw Peter with the Amulet. There are some people that they are going to play. Right. They're going to play control no matter what. So, gotta love it. So, it sounds like we have our metagame for this tournament ready before we take our very first break. So, let's take a look at it. Now, this tournament is 1,308 players vying for that top prize. Jim, walk us through the metagame here for the regional championship here in Charlotte.
So it's Price is Right rules. I failed. I said 24% for Breach.
Yes.
But very, very close here.
I said 40. I was way off.
I may have shot back at you like, are you serious there, 40? But that's the thing is, like, I think maybe if players had infinite time and resources, maybe it would be closer to 40.
Yeah.
But the reality is that, like, learning the deck, acquiring a deck, knowing it's going to be banned, the fear of playing it. So 23% still a lot, and a lot of the number that's going to matter at the end of a tournament is the win rate.
100%. Conversion rate into day 2 as well.
But our other big three here, we got the Blink variants, mostly Orzhov, some splashes, for Esper, maybe a consigned member or two in the sideboard. Eldrazi Ramp's an interesting one. It's a deck that is very good against the fair decks. Decks like Blink or Boros, but a little rough against Breach. The classic Tron problem of being bad against combo.
Yep. But yeah, of course, just one of the most powerful decks. Eldrazi Ramp is phenomenal. Then Energy, Amulet, kind of our big decks, and then everything drops off a bit. But, man, look at that other category. There's still 17.5% of just random decks you're going to see. And, of course, maybe some of these are maybe not the greatest decks, but there are definitely going to be some diamonds in the rough in there that can do well in a tournament like this.
Yeah, in a tournament like this where the rules of engagement are so clearly set.
Yeah.
We know Breach is the best deck. We know everyone's trying to beat it. We know everyone's skewing their decks to beat it. There's an opportunity there. There's an ability to kind of like exploit that. If you can find a deck that will be able to dodge all of the main deck hate cards that might be good against you anyway, and then find a good matchup among the top decks, you can really do well and kind of brew. So there is hope for the brewers out there when you have metagame that's this exploitable.
Absolutely. And I want to bring attention to one other deck here, this Orzhov Necro deck. I actually think is pretty nice. You kind of get to combine the mono black Necro Dominance deck that we saw, what your team do quite well with at Pro Tour in Amsterdam, with the Ketramos combo. So you get those kind of like good elements from Ketramos, but you have that overwhelming power of Necro Dominance to be able to kind of go over the top. I like that deck quite a bit, so I hope some nice things happen there. And big shout out to the person who makes these graphics happen. Nick Miller, always crunching the numbers over there.
Let's go,
bringing
Nick.
you all the data, conversion rates, so big props there to Nick Miller. So
yeah, the Necro deck is really cool.
Yeah.
Because it has a lot of the elements of the Blink deck with Ketramos kind of doing that, but it's so much more raw powerful.
Yes.
Whereas the Blink deck is inherently it's mostly a creature deck. You are playing 2/2s and 3/3s or whatever. The Necro deck is I'm going to draw 17 cards and Soul Spike you 3 times. So that's a really, really cool, exciting deck.
And they still have some very nice, hateful cards for Breach. Dothy Voidwalker. Yep. You can still play Fila. You can play all of these creatures that you see in Ketramos. You do got to limit some of them, of course, because you got to fit in Necro Dominance, Soul Spikes, those kind of things. But all right, so that is going to do it here for our first round here at the RC. We're going to take ourselves a short little break, and we'll be right back on the other side with round number 2. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship here in beautiful, sunny Charlotte, North Carolina. It's nice out there.
Yeah,
it's
it
a beautiful
is
day.
nice. I'm feeling the spring vibes.
Yeah, you know, going from the last event in Chicago where it was negative 20 or whatever to a sunny 50-degree day. It's like summer here in North Carolina. So welcome to the round number 2 here in Charlotte. My name's Corey Baumeister. That's Jim Davis. We'll be bringing you coverage here for one more round, and then we have Mason and Carmen going to be tagging in for us, swapping out throughout the day. But Jim, we got ourselves a spicy feature match here on the table. Tell us about the 2 decks we're going to be seeing.
This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
right?
this is modern, baby.
The ghost of modern's past. Simic Infect. It's been a while. My knees hurt, but this is awesome.
Is it Tom Ross playing?
Is Tom here? Yeah, Blighted Agent, Glistener Elf, the classic duo, Noble Hierarch. You got a new one here, Venerated Rot Priest.
Okay.
Kind of an interesting card because it does not have Infect. So, of course, the point of the deck being to pump up these Infect creatures with the pump spells. They deal effectively double damage. The Rot Priest doesn't have that ability. It has Toxic. So it will deal damage for poison counters, but you can't pump it. But for every target that you have, it adds a poison counter. So kind of a non-combat way to finish off, which is cool.
Yes.
And then all the things you'd expect, you know, just to scale up, become immense, you know, protection spells. This is, if you're a long-time Modern player, this is an absolute classic. This is kind of like the combo killer. You know, where it just has a really, really fast kill of protection. This deck was historically very good against combo decks, but not so great against the more mid-range decks, the kind of the removal-heavy decks, which is what the matchup is, unfortunate for Carlos here.
Yeah, so Carlos Escovaria here on Infect. Got the opponent coming. Jim wanted just a Team or Breach Mirror, but you know what? I was looking out for all of the chats out there and decided to bring something spicy. So
yeah, I guess I'll have to live through this very interesting, exciting matchup.
All right, who is Carlos's opponent here?
So we got Hart Horton playing a really interesting version of Dimir. So usually we see a Dimir deck with Psychic Frog in it. It's more of a counterspell-based deck.
Yeah.
Or maybe Murktides are in there, maybe an Oculus or two. But this is just like almost a Jund deck. You know, it's a bunch of creatures, Sylvan of Sea and Sky. Kind of a Merfolk card, but just like really good by itself.
Yes, this Dimir cards I own in my binder, or
yeah, it feels like that. But the card quality here is super high.
Yes.
You know, we have interaction like Tidebinder, a Harbinger of the Seas for a Blood Moon effect, a little splash for Pest Control, which is a pretty potent card in a number of matchups. Prismatic Ending. But cool, this is definitely a deck that is not looking to sit back on counter spells and stuff like that. There are Force Negations, obviously you can tap out for those. This is a tap out, just on the board Dimir deck. Good amount of interaction, but not a ton. So I think that the tap out nature of this deck will hurt a little bit against the Infect deck. Whereas if a deck was just all counter spells and fatal pushes, that would be a lot better. But this is going to be a really cool matchup. A lot of jockeying for position with the Infect player. You got to manage your spots, manage your protection spells, and kind of find that way to sneak through.
Yeah, I absolutely love this. This is exciting. You know, Tidebinder is a card that kind of sticks out to me as something that maybe feels a little weird in the metagame. But, man, you put that up against like an Amulet deck or something, you shut down Titans for good. That looks really, really spicy. So we're coming back to the booth for just a second as we are ready for our round 2 feature match between 2 very much decks in the other category. So let's jump on in and check this out. All right, we got Carlos on the bottom and Hart up top. Dimir midrange against Simic Infect. Both these players starting off their day 1-0. And yeah, we got some spice on our hands here. Misty Rainforest cracked for Hart, being able to get a land down, presumably getting a threat going.
This is awesome. You know, this is the dream, right? If you're a Magic player, you're on a feature match on camera with your Sweet Brew at the regional championship, looking to make a run. This is Magic. Nothing's better than this.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%.
Fortunately for Carlos here, obviously Infect's a deck that definitely wants to win the die roll.
Yeah.
I think we're flipped here, actually. Never mind.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Fortunately for Hart, we won the die roll. And,
I was very much looking, and I am like, okay, there is no breeding pool in this Dimir list. So yeah. We of course have Carlos up top and Hart on the bottom here. Simic Infect up top versus Dimir mid range below. So we do see Hart. That is gonna throw me off. We see a fatal push killing a Noble Hierarch. How about that?
Yeah, bolt the bird, as it were. Now, normally a good heuristic, but against the Infect deck, basically you have to kill every creature.
Yes.
You cannot let a creature live, and there's also the pressure of there are protection spells too.
Yes.
So you need to have extra kill spells to kill the creature and then get through the protection spells. So while killing a, bolting the bird as you will, killing a noble hierarch with a push is a good place to be.
Yeah.
That's one kill spell down as far as Carlos is concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is really tricky to play against Infect. You feel like you're constantly walking on eggshells. Similar to playing against Titan, playing against Breach. Like, you can just die out of nowhere when there's a creature in play. But when you have this aspect, you see 2 Simic lands across from you, no creatures in play. This is where you're like, ribbit, it's frog time.
Yeah. Ideal turn to play, obviously, Psychic Frog. One of the most powerful cards in the format, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, one of the most powerful creatures of all time. It really is just like an unbelievably powerful card. But
I mean, banned in Legacy, so I mean, that tells you a lot about the power level of the card for sure.
Absolutely.
See a Spellskite come down here for Carlos to do some protecting of any future Infect creatures, and we do see the Nexus that always adds that element of scariness.
Yeah, that's the important one here. So you're saying how important it is to have a creature in play. The Nexus is a creature that comes down kind of sneakily, right?
Yeah.
It's a land drop. Here it is. But one of the most potent threats has flying, and it also is only a creature when you want it to be.
Yes.
So it's naturally protected until you're ready to fire up.
So it looks like we had the Fatal Push to try to take it down, and it was protected with a Snakeskin Veil to get a counter on it. Now, 16-turn clock.
Yes.
Get that Spellskite in there.
Spellskite, primary mode of offense.
Yes. All right, there is one of the most terrifying creatures ever to play again. The Agent, to be able to be an unblockable threat with Spellskite to do some protecting. And now, this is where things get very, very scary for Heart, as you can just die at any point.
Yeah, the walking on eggshells analogy is perfect.
Yes.
Just constant fear.
That is actually a really good one here. Harbinger, to be able to just turn all these lands into islands, seems great. I'm doing a check for how many blue cards actually matter, and the list is not very high from Carlos. So, Carlos will very much need to be dealing with that or aggressively fetching out one of the 2 forests, which we just don't have.
Yeah, only 2 forests available, and this is the perfect card for Heart to have here because it not only turns off the mana and makes things difficult, but it kills the Nexus too.
Yeah.
So that's a huge interactive point.
And it looks like we have an attack and a block with the Spellskite, and here they go.
Love it.
It is the get this frog going and discard a bunch. You got to discard 4 cards here to deal with 1 Spellskite. But when you don't have the ability to exile infinite cards to jump the frog, got to do what you got to do sometimes.
Yeah, the important note here is that Carlos doesn't really have removal spells.
Yeah.
The Infect deck is very tight. It's tricks and creatures, and getting that frog up huge, it's a huge resource dump.
Yeah.
But it's also a huge threat that's going to end this game quickly.
Yeah, we're going to see some dismembers in the board that are almost assuredly coming in, and you honestly got to go back to Carlos's first turn. And that was fetching a breeding pool instead of a forest. Modern is just one of these tricky formats where you have one little decision like that. You get Blood Moon, you get Harbinger out of the game, and you don't make those mistakes too often because they hurt so badly. But might have been a misstep there from Carlos.
Yeah,
looking back.
It's tough to balance because if there wasn't any blue mana yet, might have needed it anyway. And there also only are 2 Harbinger Overseas.
Yeah.
So it's the kind of thing where can I afford to play around it? Can I afford not to? But here in this case, things are starting to snowball Heart's way.
And whatever decision you make, it's the other one. That's
of course, exactly.
That's just Modern here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fetch a forest, never draw blue, and so on and so forth.
Exactly. So that's game number 1 from Heart Horton. Just taken down quite easily with the old frog into Harbinger. Now looking at Carlos's side, what does Carlos have to do from the Infect side to beat this really sweet kind of Esper mid-range deck?
Yeah, I think you were saying Dismember is going to be great here. Having an answer bolt to Harbinger for Seeds that can be cast off any color. Mana is good, as well as the other creatures. This is a really creature-heavy deck. Psychic Frog, Sylvan of Sea and Sky, the Harbinger of Seas, Dothy Voidwalker. So Dismember is going to look great here. And then it's going to become a balance for Carlos to kind of balance these interacting spells. Some amount of protection spells are going to need to go out. Some amount of tricks are going to need to go out. And kind of find that right balance of still being able to do the thing, the Infect thing, but also be able to interact as well.
Yep, absolutely. And then from the other side, what are we thinking?
Harbinger Overseas looks phenomenal.
Yeah, just bring in more.
Yeah, even if Carlos is able to play around it and get the forest early, being able to stop Inkmoth Nexus, which is one of the most potent cards in the entire deck, is absolutely huge.
Now, Jim, I got a question for you. Pretty important here. Do you own all of these Infect cards to go play at your next event.
I do not know.
You do not,
No.
but you own other Magic cards, right?
I probably have the Glistener Elves.
Okay, so Jim, will you tell me where you could maybe get rid of some of your old cards to be able to maybe buy this Simic Infect deck?
StarCityGames.com. You got to sell
There
your
we go.
cards. The best thing you can do here, I think, is the store credit option.
Yeah.
30% markup on your cards. You're going to buy more Magic cards. And nothing feels better than either going online or going to the booth at an event and being like, well, I need these 10 cards. Take it off my credit.
Yeah, take it off my tab.
Yeah, put it on the tab, please, all right? So you can do that online at sellyourcards.starcitygames.com or at any event. Come up to the booth. They'd love to help you out.
Yeah, absolutely. They give you great rates. I am lucky enough to live at the Star City Games headquarters in Roanoke, so I go in, sell my cards right before I go film Commander Versus, stock it up, order new cards, pick those up the next time I go into film. It is a beautiful, beautiful system. Check them out for sure if you want to buy some of these sweet decks. Modern is definitely changing kind of every week, but you still, every week, every weekend, but you still kind of see some of these really awesome favorites like Simic Infect, and you can kind of play whatever you want here.
Yeah, and being able to have that variability, too, where you feel like, oh, well, I'm going to buy into this deck. If things kind of go wrong, I can change decks. You can sell in and sell out, which is great. And, Modern is definitely a format that is evolving heavily over the last year or so.
100%.
Bans and unbans are just super exciting, but requires you to change things up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So as these players get shuffled up for game number 2, I want to ask you one question because it's kind of wild that it's been maybe 3 weeks, 4 weeks or whatever since our most recent shakeup in Modern. Where we had some bans. The One Ring got out of there, thankfully. I think we were all sick of that card.
Yes.
But then the unbannings. What do you think of the unbannings of Splinter Twin, Faithless Looting, Mox Opal, and I think that was it, right? Was there another card?
Green Sun Zenith.
Oh, yeah, Green Sun Zenith. Yeah, what do you think of the impact of these cards?
I think very exciting. I think that, I think one of the things that Modern lately is that there are so many new products coming out. It can feel like Modern is so much new. And I think being able to unban a card like Splinter Twin, Mox Opal, Looting, these kind of like classic cards that just feel like Modern. Yeah. And letting them back to come play. Mox Opal's a little scary, as it often is. But, I think that, maybe Breach or some other combo. Ironworks was the problem before. Maybe it's Breach now. But these are absolute classics, and they really help Modern kind of maintain that Modern feel.
Agreed. Totally agree with you. Yep. I think all of them made a lot of sense. Splinter Twin, I was kind of shocked that basically made no impact. It was everybody's hot list deck to play right when it got unbound, and then everyone's like, Modern has surpassed the power level of a 4-mana sorcery on a vulnerable creature when you have things like Solitude, Unholy Heat. It really pressured a lot of decks when you had like Deceiver Exarch and, Bolt was the removal spell of choice. Yeah. But this is not your grandfather's Modern anymore.
For sure.
All right, so firing it off here, Carlos, turn number 1 at Noble Hierarch and a Forest this time
forest,
around.
Yep.
Let's go. Can't fool me twice, says Carlos. Gets the Forest ready to go. And Heart on the other side, no removal spell like we saw before. So has that mana advantage here from Carlos, and now gets down the first poisonous little elf.
Yeah, this is so important. Noble Hierarch is unbelievable with these Infect decks.
Yeah.
The ability, obviously the Exalted ability gives you more damage, sure. But having extra mana is so important in winning like this Trump race of I have a Trump card, you have a Trump card, I have a Trump card, you have a Trump card. So the more mana you have, the more cards you can play, and then it only takes one turn to die. So having 4 mana available when your opponent has 2, you can play through their kill spells and then also deal a killing blow.
That's my favorite Jim quote of the weekend already. It only takes one turn to die.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah, and Noble Hierarch, the stock on the card really went down with a couple of cards that became popular in Modern, the Red and 6, the Bowmasters of the world. But yeah, not what we're seeing here to deal with it. Pest Control to try to clean up these 2 pesky 1-drops.
This is super ideal because a lot of the defensive measures in the Infect deck are based around targeting. Yeah. Vines of the Vast Wood, ways to say, hey, nope, I got protection, I have Hexproof, whatever it might be. A sweeper avoids that. And a sweeper that's so cheap like Pest Control is literally perfect.
Pest Control looking awesome here. Another card where I feel like all of us collectively will be looking at deck lists in the scope of what it does against Breach. You know, that is really how warping the deck is right now. And Pest Control, a great card against Breach, but has this kind of collateral damage when you play against Infect round 2 at your RC. That's the thing is, the best decks are going to be the best decks. You're going to play against them a lot, especially on day 2 at the top tables. But it is modern. It is a local RC where it's 1,308 players. You're going to play against everything, and you got to be ready to go at a format this deep.
It's important for deck selection, too, understanding that, like, the rules of engagement, you know.
Yeah.
Everyone's trying to be breached, so they have X, Y, and Z card. How are X, Y, and Z card good against my brute?
Yes.
Are they good? Are they not good? Because it can change a lot of factors.
Yeah. I think that's one of the most valuable lesson I learned from my brother, you know, really a Hall of Fame career, Brad Nelson. He always attacked metagames by looking at the removal of what people are playing. And whatever you could kind of get around as far as the removal, that would be the deck that he would kind of lean towards. So I think that's very important to see what people are playing to kill creatures, kill things. So.
All right, well, we see the modern-day element of modern, these pitch spells. So Force Negation, huge deal. The mana advantage I was talking about with Noble Hierarch, when you have spells that are free, doesn't actually matter.
Yeah, absolutely. Did we jump this frog? We must have. So I was going to say, how did we get to block that one? Maybe I'm missing something.
I'm not sure.
There is the merfolk there exiled, you know, to presumably give it flying there.
Psychic Frog's so powerful.
So good. So good. One counter there. Now, the kind of weird interaction here with the infect damage on the frog. What are we looking at there?
So we see the -1/-1 counters obliterate +1/+1 counters as they get together.
Yep.
So frog there was actually an 0-1, but then a card was discarded to make it back to a natural 1-2. So the infect damage from the Nexus will shrink the frog back down, but frog more than capable of getting bigger as time goes on.
Yeah, frog, all it needs is 1 power, and you get to draw that card. And now with Carlos not having any infect creature, missed out on some pump spells, got to be feeling a little brutal about the situation here from Carlos's really sweet flashback of Simic Infect.
Yeah, it's tough. The frog is just so powerful. It just single-handedly, you know, it's a threat. It draws cards, ends the games quickly. It blocks really well. You know, of course, the homage here to Psychotog, the classic card back in the day.
Yes.
Similar effect where it was super powerful, a great blocker, but Psychic Frog is just that times a million.
That was the first deck. I started playing an Onslaught. That was the first deck I played against. That was kind of like a tier 1 Psychotog upheaval shenanigans.
Yep.
I was playing an 80-card deck before Yorion, or that was a cool thing to be doing.
So ahead of the curve.
Just cards I owned, and they're like, what do you mean I have to pick them all up? Like my lands too?
Yep.
I was like, this is not fair.
Yep. Yeah, the Psychic Frog getting the permanent buff, because Psychotog was only a temporary buff. So you could one-shot your opponent or make for big blocks, but at a pretty huge cost to resources. The fact that you discard these cards and you lose them, but the sizing on the frog is just so important, and the frog just gets the cards right back anyway.
Yeah, frog is just an incredibly powerful card, that is for sure.
This is a classic infect problem, you know, of the creatures get dealt with, and now I have a handful of protection spells, interaction spells, but there's no friend to take care of.
Yep, exactly. And Infect doesn't really do that well at playing from behind, you know, trying to block really out of the question, and then trying to get any kind of card advantage going, also very, very difficult.
Yeah, it's definitely an all-in combo deck. You know, it's not like a lot of the modern-day combo decks that have these, you know, Urza Saga, Plan Bs and stuff. You know, it is very, very good at doing the thing that it does, which makes it very linear as far as just really being fast. So it is good in the combo matchups because it can kill them so quickly. But in a very interactive matchup like this, that could be a huge liability.
Yep, definitely. It looks like Carlos put the block and then went for the spell. You know, I would have liked to see that spell first and then get to block, you know, if it resolves, because otherwise you just lose your infect creature here. But it is kind of a rock and a hard place here anyways. It's
tough because that plays around a counter spell, but playing around a removal spell, at least we'd have the block in, so the frog won't draw a card.
Yeah.
So it's a tough spot to be in there for sure.
For sure. And here is Endurance to at least get some of these cards put on the bottom. And now you can do some discarding to get it grown. And I do see only those 2 cards exiled, so we might have had a little bit of an oopsie-doopsies early on as that frog did block a flyer.
What can't frog do, right?
I guess. I guess. All right, here comes this. And Dismember on a 5 toughness frog.
Yeah.
Got some cards to discard. It's just all brutal here. Carlos didn't seem to draw these cards when it was needed, and now there is that final 2 damage to come down, and Horton's Dimir midrange, kind of Esper midrange with the pest control, takes it down, and looks pretty sweet.
Yeah, that's a tough matchup there for Infect. I would imagine that
I would agree.
Our Infect player came to this tournament wanting to play against the decks you saw in the last round.
Yeah.
Amulet, Breach. You know, these very, very combo-heavy decks, you know, when you're Infect, you're the fastest card in the room.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's kind of a fragile card. It's a glass card, you know. You got to be careful
really
with
is.
it, you know. So with a deck like this Dimir deck, which has a ton of interaction, not your typical Dimir deck, but the same idea, right? We've got Thoughtseize, Fatal Pushes, Removal Spells, Force Negation. Like, this is the kind of interactive suite you see in a lot of the interactive decks.
Yeah.
That's a lot to fight through.
It really is, yeah, and it is just brutal to you know, go away from Murktide, maybe go away from the traditional counter spells, but counter spells just aren't that good. Cavern of Souls are around, you know, you're countering stuff from Breach, and then they have Shifting Woodlands, so I like adapting here, and I hope Hart has some success. So that's not it for Magic, thank God. We get to watch more Magic.
We got more to play?
Yeah, we got more.
This is great.
Let's take a look at our deck list here from our next 2 players and see what we got here. First, Jake Beardsley. Anyone heard that name? Is actually a Roanoke local.
Oh, really?
And yep,
cool. I didn't know that.
lives in this area. I see him all the time at my local RCQs. He actually beat me in the RCQ at the 01 bracket to then go on to make it to the RC, to then go on and qualify for Pro Tour of the Lord of the Rings.
How'd that go?
And I think he had an okay result there.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember him holding the trophy. Yeah, he won. That's right. So
that's right, yeah.
Jake Beardsley, a Pro Tour champion here in Barcelona. Walk us through Dimir Mill.
Mill is another classic modern deck, honestly. You know, it's another very linear deck. A deck that lines up particularly well against Breach. You see here 4 main deck Surgical Extraction. Which is sounds a little outlandish, but of course the fear of playing a mill deck is you mill them 15 cards and they have some really cool graveyard thing.
Yes.
And they get you, so you're just helping them go along here. So the 4 main deck Surgicals are already kind of a main part of the mill plan anyway, and then are excellent in some of these combo matchups. So this is another linear deck trying to kind of do its thing, kill you quickly with these mill spells, kind of sidestep a lot of the axis of the format where kill spells can kill the crabs, I guess, but like they aren't that potent against this deck. And between that and the Surgicals, a couple counter spells, pretty well positioned.
Pretty well positioned indeed, and Tasha's Hideous Laughter up against Breach as well. Let me tell you, being from the Breach side, this is always a very tricky matchup, especially when they bring in extirpates and stuff like that. But Tasha's Hideous Laughter usually hits, I don't know, 1 million cards. You know, because Breach costs 1 and 2 and 0 so much, usually hits around like 26. So a nice metagame call, it seems, from our PT, the Lord of the Rings champion. Let's take a look at Jake Beardsley's opponent, and it is the big bad. It is going to be Grinding Breach here for Maria Zax. Tell me about this list. Anything kind of stand out to you?
Looks mostly reasonable, but this is the kind of like nightmare scenario for your Breach player. You know, but you got to be aware this is a possibility going into a tournament.
Yeah.
You know, but like the reality is, you know, open deck list, there's no secrets. It's not like we're going to see Tournament Hedgehog Crab and go, oh, you know, so you see that list, you see 4 Surgicals, a couple extra baits on the board for a little extra oomph too. So a lot to fight through here. And we do see the main deck Jace, which is pretty cool. That's a big one. But Jace has the ability to mitigate the mill. It's a kind of an anti-mill card, right? You just want to empty your library anyway. And it sits in play, which is important. So it's kind of hard to remove. It's not like Thassa's Oracle where it needs to come online at a certain point. It's just there. So that's a very important card. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle, but don't doubt the Breach deck.
Yeah, Jim and I were out to dinner last night with Ross Merriam, who LCQ'd in with Breach, and was just saying that Jace up against these mill decks, it's a tricky matchup, of course, because if you just ever flip over a Breach and they can Surgical that, you know, that is brutal. Let's head into the match as we get this going. But just saying, if you ever land Jace, you can't lose, was his quote. I mean, I think that's a little extreme, but the fact that if you get milled out, you know, you naturally drawing is still a win with Jace. So that's going to be a very important thing to be looking out for. And, you know, I think the other big thing from the grinding station side is you want to do anything you can to not put a Breach into the yard, especially when you have 2 win cons. Because that's really the only time that Surgical really does anything. So when you rumble and you see a Breach but you don't want it, too bad. You're taking it.
Yeah, the hand is mostly the safest place to be.
Yeah, exactly. So kicking it off, here we go. It is a breeding pool. Mox Opal, preordained to check out some options.
The scry here, of course, very amusing against the mill deck. If you leave a card on top, it might not stay there for long.
Would not recommend,
Yep.
I would believe, would be the main thing to do. And also, it's tough from Zax to be able to fetch in general. You know, whenever you fetch, you got to be willing to accept 26 cards of your libraries might be gone. Maybe
Yep.
more.
Yeah, archive trap.
Yep.
That's like the classic mill player's dream. Just have all the archive traps. You fetch. Ha ha ha. I got you.
Yes. Got me diagonally, sis. Absolutely. See the surveil from our PT champion. Fable the Mirror Breaker master, I will say. Jake Beardsley.
Yep. Scam champ. Took down Christian Calcano.
Yep.
New York, a good friend of mine in the finals.
With one of the most iconic moments I think I have ever seen of the Calcano just throwing
Yep.
the Ulamog
Yep.
over with a Dothian play. That was a fun one.
Yep.
Everybody loves the calculator. So here is the mill 3 from the Delta coming into play. And now this is the tricky spot. Like, when do you see a breach? Does Jake have the surgical? Is there any counterplay to it? Now, the one thing that Zach should definitely be trying to do is try to find that Jace, put it into hand, put it on the battlefield, and if you can resolve that, you got to feel like you can win this pretty easily.
Yeah, there's a lot of search in this deck. You know,
Yeah.
between Malevolent Rumble, Preordain, you know, all these looks. But it's a lot comes down to what we're seeing right now. These cards
Yeah.
get flipped, and like if the Jace is in that pile, or we see a breach in that pile, like things get really, really awkward really, really fast. So a lot of this match will come down to just like what cards are milled, what cards are in what position in the deck.
Yeah. No, honestly, it leads to some nice complaint equity from both sides throughout the tournament. Be like, yeah, I just milled my breach. My mill opponent got lucky and surgical. Or Jay's just like, yeah, I never milled a breach. You know, complaint equity is important at dinner.
But it is certainly, you know, the pressure is on Jake to actually draw the surgical.
Yep.
Because
Yep.
every mill that happens if a surgical is not present is a benefit for the breach player.
Yep.
You know, we're just doing what the breach player wants to do. There's a grinding station literally in the deck to do that purpose, you know. So it's a really weird tension that mill often has against graveyard decks.
Absolutely. So here is going to be one of the big tension points here of the match. Jake's going to wait until draw step no matter what, if the surgical's there. But a breach is in the yard. We see a bobble, and now it's the spot of draw a bubble, go to draw step, and if Jake says, I have responses,
There
bingo.
it is. Yep.
There is the extraction, and now basically with Underworld Breach being gone and no Jace in hand, Jake just has to be thinking, if I can get that Jace into the graveyard, game over.
Yeah, and interesting here that Jake gets to take a look and see is the Jace already in hand or not.
Yeah.
And that's this game is now this is a Jace game. This game's about Jace. It's mostly what's going to be relevant, you know.
Yeah.
I guess, you know, you could see a construct here or there from the Urza Saga, but for the most part, this is a Jace game. So
Yep, that's where my head would be going. I'm going to be casting this Rumble immediately, and if I see Jace, I'm going to thank my stars, and my consolation prize will be seeing a Saga, get the construct plan going, and hope you have enough time, but that is much less possible. Now, some other weird corner cases you can do, you can flip Tameo, you can bring back Grape Shot to try to get enough Storm going off. You know, there's ways you can do it, but they're all tricky.
I would love to see that.
Yeah.
A natural grape shot kill. I'm just going to cast this a few times. No, we're not storming. We're not deterministically making loops. I'm just going to cast some spells and storm a grape shot.
Yeah, it ain't much, but it's honest work. Checking out the hand here. Surgical has that awesome mode of, yeah, you can surgical cards from your opponent's hand, kind of get lucky, cranial extraction, or cabal therapy type effects. Or, you know, you can just see their hand, get information. You got to love that too.
For sure.
All right, so.
Yeah, and the kind of like Urza Saga, like the plan B stuff of like Urza Sagaing or like natural grape shotting, it takes a while.
Yes.
That would take some cooperation on Jake's side to not have a kill, basically,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
tough.
And this is pretty much 2025 burn to Mere Mill. You
Yep,
know, like
yep.
instead of counting, you know, from 20 down to 0, you just count from 60 down to 0 while your opponent is hurting themselves essentially by drawing cards over and over.
Yep.
All right, big rumble here. This honestly could be the game. We see Jace, we got a chance. If not, we cry.
Ooh.
Crying is on the stack.
All right.
I would have liked to not play a land there as well from Zax, just in case you do find the Saga. Yeah, I know the Tarn you'd have to crack, but I think you just have to be like, okay, I got to allow that to happen.
For sure, yeah. One lonely spawn.
Yeah, 2 creatures, 0 power, just as Richard Garfield intended.
Yep. Not a lot of attacking happening here.
No. Unless you got a cheeky Demir Mill player that gets in with their frog. I hate it, by the way. I don't like that.
The crab can't attack. It is not a wall.
Yeah, I can get in there. Why not?
For sure.
So can the Scion.
Yep. Never tell a Scion or a crab what it can't do.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah. A crab beats to its own drum, huh?
My favorite is on Arena, the sound it makes when a 0 power creature attacks. It's like a dull thud.
Yes,
Like bam, bam,
it's just
bam,
hollow.
dunk.
Yeah.
Love it.
All right, so we have the Surveil. So sacrifice this. Keeping the card on top, is, like you said, kind of brutal. Seeing Scalding Tarn there, I mean, I guess it's end step, so you don't want to draw that. You need to try to draw towards your Jace. And now we have a Surgical on the Saga. Jake knows what's important here. Let's see. Do we have a Jace yet? No, we do not.
All right, yeah, the options are limiting here for our Breach player. Are getting more and more limited.
Yeah, one of my favorite things to do. It's another corner case, but these kind of situations, you got to do what you got to do. Is being able to shifting woodlands your Saga.
Ooh.
Yep. You know that weird interaction?
I do not.
It's strange.
Because I would assume it has no counters on it.
It has no counter, so you have to first do it during your upkeep, and then when you draw, it'll get 1 counter on it. Then it will no longer be a Saga. Then you have to do it again. Turn it into a Saga, and then it'll get a 2nd counter. And now forever, that Woodlands can make constructs.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Okay. Now, that takes 1 million turns.
Yeah.
And until you get to do anything. And Jake is representing lethal in about, 3 turns. So.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're most, I guess, like.
It's still the Jace.
Yeah.
The Jace is the big deal. If Jake can line up a Drown in the Loch for the Jace, then we are about done, because looking at the list from Zach's, we don't have any main deck counter spells. There is 1 Sink into Stupor that you can do some interacting with, maybe sink your own Jace. If you have 7 mana, which you almost can't get 7 mana in Temur Breach if you don't have your Sagas. So that's going to be a tricky one. None of those are Jace.
All right.
Now we draw cards. You get to draw 2. You get to draw 1 off this bauble.
These games are really interesting because, like, when both players know there's 1 single thing that matters,
yes,
and both players can play for that eventuality,
it
becomes it's almost like a different game.
Yeah,
you know, we're playing Magic, but we're kind of like not. But it's also really interesting too because like each player has this unique goal they're trying to complete.
Yep, absolutely. And that all I was talking about. Yeah, you can't even sink your own cards. So just kidding. You can sink a Drown in the Loch, I guess, and hope your opponent doesn't have extra mana up. But yeah, that's not the best line either.
Yeah, problem with Jake tapping out means it's probably going to be a big mill spell, though.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So draw step here. Let's see if we find the very powerful Planeswalker. That is a Tammy.
That is also a very powerful Planeswalker.
That's true.
Just kidding.
And gone. Tamio heads to the bin. There's a Field of Ruin. Comes into play, mills some more cards. Now you can Field of Ruin to force the sacrifice. Get rid of the green source here. And then as far as basics, only 1 island in most of these lists, so that is not necessarily a Field of Ruin. That's a strip mine. There is a mountain in the sideboard in this list, and that is really a concession to the White Orchid Plume. I believe that's the card from the Orzhov Blink decks.
Ghost Quarter, dude.
Yeah. So yeah, that is one thing I want to do when I'm playing against Demir Mill or I'm playing against Orzhov Blink. Don't ever touch your basic. Leave it in there. Hope to never draw it, as that's always the most tilting draw when you're only playing 1.
Yeah, more complaint equity there for sure.
Exactly.
Have a decent hand with the basic in the opener. You got to keep it. Is what it is.
100%. Okay, there's another Tamio and a Grinding Station. I've had a spot where I just had a gigantic graveyard here, and I didn't have my win con anymore. It got surgicaled out, and I just went Breach, 0 drop, mill you. 0 drop, mill you. And I milled out mill, okay? I mean, it was sweet.
That would be awesome.
It was so sweet. That's not going to happen here. We don't have breach. But
and our Jace has also hit the bin here.
Oh.
A little self-mill.
Okay.
You know what? You're not going to mill me, all right?
Yeah.
I came to this tournament to mill myself.
Exactly.
And I will go out doing that as well.
Go out swinging. So that is Jake Beardsley, our Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings modern champion here, starting off 1-0. And now from Arya Zach, what are we bringing in up against Mill? Where's the Eldrazi? We got any armor cools? Oh.
Yeah, I mean, the Swan Song here, a little bit of interaction as well. That could help out a bit. It's interesting as the crabs, like, we want to have their rule spells against the crabs? Kind of interesting. But it's tough. You know, we've got both Wincons already in the main, the Jace being the really important card. Swan Song can play some defense. Yeah,
Swan Song's pretty good. Maybe you want some stock up, something like that.
Yeah, stock up's pretty cool. The ability to kind of, again, it's all about finding Jace.
Yeah.
That card does that, of course. And it is like, again, there is an element of if there isn't actually a surgical on Jake's side, combo can just happen.
Yeah, absolutely. So I always like trying to kill the frogs as well. Or, excuse me, kill the crabs as well. That can be the spot where they run away. So maybe Flame of Anor is okay. Can also hit that spell bomb in the side. But what about Jake? What are we bringing in there?
For Jake, we have. How about some more surgical extractions, huh?
Yes.
That sounds fun. It's funny. I've seen lists playing, 3 or 4 copies of Extirpate. Only 2 here for Jake, but also some Nile spell bombs as well. Jake's mostly just going to be doing his thing. We're already pretty well lined up, almost pre-sideboarded. So wants the game to go, just like that last game went. A couple key surgicals, take out the key cards, and then dodge that Jace. Yeah,
Jake definitely does seem already pretty prepared for this matchup. And if you want to be prepared for our next set coming out, we got a spicy one on the horizons here. Tarkir Dragonstorm pre-orders are already ready to go. I think this set's going to be awesome. If it was anything like the first trip to Tarkir, it is going to be really exciting. So starcitygames.com/MTG-TDM to get those pre-orders in. I got to ask you a very important question with one of the cards we've already seen. Siege Rhino or Baby Siege Rhino?
I mean, you can't, count against the cheaper cost, right?
Yeah.
Baby Siege Rhino, pretty impressive. We'll maybe see that a little bit later as a preview. But that's exciting. It's fun to see, the new look at, have a classic card. There are a lot of classic cards in the old Tarkir sets. Mantis Riders, Siege Rhino, the charms, Abzan charm, really cool. So a lot of cool stuff, a lot to look forward to.
I mean, it's worked so well in Modern already. Seeing cards that are kind of similar to other cards, like there was this cool card called Yawgmoth's Will way back in the day, and now this card called Underworld
Is it
Breed.
really a cool card?
It's super cool.
Is it cool?
Now, hear me out. Let's make it cheaper.
Yeah.
Let's have it stick around.
And have it not exile the cards you've already played.
Yeah, this guy gets it. This guy gets it. So,
I mean, here's a draw right now.
Yes. This is awesome. So here is the draw, the 3 artifact draw, having the Bauble, having the Mox, having the Opal. This is kind of what you dream about from the Breach side. And we did fetch, and now we have the turn 1 Rumble. Oh, man, is it getting hot in here? Fan me down, baby. This is nice.
A lot of resources. The bad news here is the Rumble cannot hit the Swan Song, which is a very good defensive measure.
Or the other Rumbles. So you pretty much have one pick. Like you pick the land unless you want to combo pretty quickly. Then you can get the station as well. But Arya Zach must already have enough lands ready to go. And so far, no traps. No traps so far here. No 13 mils. But now look at this. Zach is untapping with 3 mana, maybe 4 on turn number 2.
Yeah, I think here from Jake also we see, no traps happening, no turn 1 crab, Mills of Glimpse the Unthinkable. I would assume Jake probably has a surgical somewhat rolled up here. So, of course, that's a trap needs to be played around. But there are a lot of things already in play for Zax.
Yep, absolutely. Pretty safe fetch here. I like to get my fetching out of the way if I have to fetch anyways, just to make sure, give your opponent the least amount of chances to draw more traps. And let's see. All right.
Oh, boy.
This is a turn 2. This is a turn 2. If Jake doesn't have anything, bingo. Now let's see. Fanning it out.
I don't
see anything.
Wow.
And, There is the power of the best deck in the field, and it is Teamer Breach. You can win on turn 2. You actually can win on turn 1. It's
turn 2 is good enough.
It's
all right?
quite rough.
Let's take it easy. Turn 2 is good enough.
Oh, baby, let's go. I'm sure all our chats are loving that. So look at the sideboard once again here, Jim. Are you changing anything play draw, or?
I don't really think so. You know, one important card here, too, is Baleful Mastery, which is kind of an oddball card that can exile a Planeswalker.
There you go.
So it's funny, like we were talking about how the game's all about Jace, and we just see obviously a turn 2 kill, no problem, just doing the breach thing, you know. But in the theoretical game where Jace is going to be important in a more scrappy game, having just anything that can answer a Planeswalker is a big deal.
Oh, yeah. Bringing in a 4-mana spell against this turn 2 kill. I'm in, Jim. Sign me up.
Exactly.
That's why you're sitting next to me instead of out there, huh, buddy?
Yep.
No, I'm just kidding. All right, so let's check out our hot sale that we have going on. Every single tournament here, we got a nice sale. SCG is always trying to give you a nice little deal. What do we got going on for this one, Jim?
A fear of missing out, as you see on the screen, all right? This is a sale. It ends on Monday, but it's a free shipping sale. Shipping costs are expensive these days, all right? So if you buy singles and a purchase that's over $50 or more at StarCityGames.com, you get free shipping, which is great, obviously. Save money, buy some cards, do it now, and there's plenty of great things to be inspired by. You're watching our coverage right now, so hop on over to StarCityGames.com. Note it's only in the Contentious USA, and pre-order items are not included.
I feel like you could basically, get this entire mill deck into a cart for barely over $50. This is one of the cheaper decks here in Modern, so being able to get one of these decks that's a very good contender, always sweet. The one problem with Mill, it's been a historic problem. It's kind of like Dredge. Whenever Mill gets too powerful, you just have a cheeky Emrakul that'll always pop up in sideboards, and it's just like, come on, leave Mill alone.
Yeah, I mean, the surgicals do help in that regard.
Yeah.
So you can pop it up there. But yeah, if you really want to beat Mill, if you were going to a tournament where half the field is Mill, one Gaia's Blessing, one Kozilek, one Emrakul, I don't think you could possibly lose.
Yeah, or if you have that one person at F&M that's always terrorizing with the crabs, you know, you just bring those Emrakuls in and have yourself a good old time. So getting into game number 3 here of round number 2. Of course, players. It's early in the tournament. Even if you start 0-2, you can still win the event. But, of course, you do not want to start that way.
Yeah, the early rounds are very, very important. Both from obviously just winning is good standpoint, from a mental standpoint too.
Oh yeah.
You want to feel good. You want to feel like you're rolling along. You want to kind of get into a groove. It's a long event. And if you feel like you're stumbling early, you can not get that momentum. You need to kind of really roll along.
Yeah. And Zach's really playing next level play here. The more mulligans you take, the harder it is for Jake to mill you out.
More cards in deck.
Bingo.
Just math, folks.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm playing against Mill, just get my old sideboard in there.
Yep.
Leave it.
Auto mull to 0.
Yeah.
75 card deck. Beat that.
Good luck.
Yeah.
What is that, an extra 1 to maybe 2 Tasha's Hideous Laughter?
Yeah.
All right, that's the beauty of mulliganing with Breach. 2 grinding stations. Don't even have to look at the rest of the hand. Put one of them on the bottom.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah. All right, Niall's Spellbomb. Here we go. Being able to interact with the graveyard, no fast combos. It gets tricky. There's sagas and needles and stuff, but, you can't be prepared for everything.
Yeah, the breach combos you saw in the last game, it's not too difficult to pull off, but when you start adding these roadblocks in, things get a little more scrappy.
Yep.
You get a longer game.
The crabs have begun the milling. You also have that really sweet land here. I forget what it's called, but be able to bounce it over and over again.
Boro Palace in the Clouds.
There we go.
It's classic.
That's why we pay you the big bucks.
Also important to know the island got milled. So any Field of Ruins now are already online. That was the window card of the mill. So
yeah, Field of Ruins just rubbing its hands together like, all right, we're cooking. Yeah, bad start there. I think it's the only thing worse is to start milling your breaches, but milling that basic is pretty brutal as well.
I love a sub game here. So we have a fetch first Scryland with a fetch line in play with a crab. So Zax is going to put a card on top, even if it's bad. So let's see what it is here. It was a mock. All right, it was a mock, so that's fine. I guess you want that in the graveyard anyway. That's fair.
Yeah.
But the sub game of you're probably going to mill me anyway, so I just leave any card on top is always a fun one.
That is always fun. Now the one dangerous thing, the one thing where I think this matchup, I know this is going to sound crazy, that isn't so bad for Breach, is these games when your opponent's actively milling you, like really filling up your graveyard and you just have a breach in hand, half the time it's a 1-card combo because you mill so many artifacts that, like, if you can just resolve a breach, you know, you can get it going pretty easily. Now, the spell bomb does, you know, lead to some extra problems, though.
Yeah, still decent amount to work through here. Like we were saying earlier, of a down payment on this grinding station. Just get it out there.
Yep.
Not relevant at the moment, but that's 2 mana less you need in a combo turn.
Yep. Absolutely. So more milling. Get some more cards going.
There's that mountain.
Oh, no. No basics. So sided in the mountain.
Yep.
I like that. I like that against the Field of Ruin deck. Why not? Even play 61 at a mountain, if anything, you know?
So funny how life totals here are, you know, both players just fetch shock, no problem. Life totals here, not particularly relevant.
Yeah, we can just take those off the screen, to be honest. Not needed. All right, here is the mode of mill a lot of cards. And I bet Jake's like breach, breach, breach. No breach.
The Jace is in there, though. It is now vulnerable to the spell bomb, so the Jace might be out of the picture.
So Jace might be out of the picture, but is the Grape Shot in there? If the Grape Shot is there, you can just spell bomb, and you know, we're kind of all good here.
Ooh, boy.
So here is Surgical. Let's see what it's on. There's nothing for sure obvious. So there is Breach. The Sagas are gone. But now with Station in hand, there could be some way that you can breach, or with the Station in play, excuse me, there could be some way where you can breach, force the spell bomb, and let's say, you know, we have a 0-drop artifact. Maybe you can do something. Not looking great.
Yeah, the mana a little constricting here. But down payment on the station, great, but we're short like a mana or 2.
Yeah, I think the best thing that Zax could draw here is a fetch land, but no, recognizing just unable to win, and that's just Jake Beardsley picking up the second game, and Demir Mill doing some beautiful work up against the big bad of the format. So easy. Modern is totally fine. Just get your crabs. And, you know,
and 4 main deck surgicals, yep.
Boom. Yeah, that's all it takes. That's pretty easy. So
yeah, I mean, I think it's a really, really clever metagame choice. You know, you go into the room. Now, to be fair, the deck has to be good enough to win in other spots, too.
Yeah.
This is not a room where 60% of the field's playing Breach.
Yeah.
You know, but having that, number 1 matchup on lockdown is a great place to be, as long as your plans are good in other spots, too. You know, you can find good spots to do your thing. So Jake's got a pedigree and a pretty sweet deck.
Yep. Jake's, of course, a phenomenal player as well. So big hopes to Demir Mill doing some solid work. So we got a little time here. Let's pull up this metagame one more time and take a peek at kind of what we're going to be seeing. We see Demir Mill there at 19 copies. So 19 players here at 1.4%. Maybe that's the deck to be taking it down. Anything else that you really excites you about, the hopes against this metagame?
The control decks are pretty interesting to me, like I was saying, where like the control decks have a good matchup against the creature decks, which is really cool. Energy and Blink, kind of a cool spot to be in, you know, and they dodge a lot of like the Haiti cards that are floating around, right? Main deck Relic, not so good against a control deck, you know. These main deck Surgicals, I guess somewhat relevant, but not that important. There's other ways to win too, so that's pretty cool. You got Belcher here. Little mono blue Belcher at 17 copies, a little all-in combo.
Yes.
And again, kind of dodging the graveyard in that respect. I guess the Tashimi's there, but the actual Belcher combo. It's kind of cool, too, seeing the Azorius control and the Jessica control are split, but still a very similar idea. So control being a little more of a percent of the field than it looks like looking at that. And then you got at the bottom there, we got some Ruby Storm, a little another more cheeky combo decks kind of sneaking in. And then I think a dark horse contender here is Burnt.
Okay.
You know, Eidolon of the Great Revel, historically a card that's been very, very good in combo metagames, where you have a deck that supplies a lot of pressure, has a main deck hate card in it. There's the Magebane Lizard coming out of a sideboard.
Yeah.
You know, and if you're a Breach player, are you happy to see an opponent with 4 Eidolons and 4 Lizards?
I've honestly always hated that matchup.
Yeah.
Like, I think Burn is a really, really tricky matchup. Pre-Opal, like, since Opal, Burn just hasn't been a thing. You know, so I haven't really played against it a lot in my testing and preparation for this event, but that's a matchup that's always been scary. They can kill quickly. You have to deal yourself a lot of damage. You know, it maybe isn't as good against the unbeatable Ketramos or Zoth Blink deck, or maybe Ramp goes over. And I mean, to be fair, Burn fell off because of Boros Energy too. Like,
for sure.
You know, that is a very, very tough matchup. So if Burn gets the right kind of pairings, I could totally see that being a really excellent choice as well. And you said it right. Like, we're not 60% Breach. If this was Pro Tour Charlotte, I bet the numbers would be a lot higher. You know, because the Pro Tour, everyone, it doesn't matter if it's going to get banned the Monday after.
Right.
Pro players are going to get it. They're going to, shoot their shot at the Pro Tour. But yeah, this kind of RC is a little different. So, all right, let's take a look here at our next Spotlight event. We're going to be talking about this a lot because it is really, really exciting. Spotlight Series is heading to Denver, Colorado, and it's limited, Jim. Tell us about this one.
I absolutely adore large limited events. We got Sealed Deck on day 1, Draft on day 2, and most importantly, Pro Tour slots. Top 8 goes to the Pro Tour. That's it. No extra steps. You walk in the door, you pay your entry fee, you open your sealed deck, and you are on your way. So April 11th to 13th in Denver, of course, SG Denver. More information on starcitygames.com/SCGCON. And a bunch of other great things, too. Command Zone, constructed events. Just a bunch of great things to do. The Mystery Booster events are really fun.
Yeah, you were playing that yesterday, weren't you?
I played a Mystery Booster Shield yesterday. I had Rashad Port. It was a great time. Really, really cool. So tons of awesome things to do. Check it out.
Yeah, I got in a draft as well of some Ether Drift yesterday. Limited. Purest form of Magic. Yeah, gotta love it.
How'd that go for you?
We're running out of time, to really talk about my results here. This show isn't about me.
That's true. You're right.
This show is about new Magic cards, and we're going to show you some, maybe not necessarily new. These cards have been spoiled, but we have some. I haven't actually seen any of them, so except Baby Siege Rhino. But we're going to take a look.
Hey!
There we go. The Skirmish Rhino. We're going to take a look at some of these cards that we're going to be seeing from our next set. Which is, of course, Tarkir Dragonstorm. What do you think of Baby Siege Rhino coming back and an uncommon?
Pretty nice.
What have they done to our Rhino buddy?
So they shaved the mana off, and a power, and a toughness, and a point of life on both sides of the ball. That being said, shaving a mana off is one of the best things you can do to any Magic card.
Yes.
Lightning Strike, Lightning Bolt, pretty big difference.
Yawgmoth's Will, Underworld Breach.
Exactly. So the stat line here is quite good. 4 toughness is kind of a flashpoint in standard anyway, with nowhere to run and other removal spells around. It blocks really well too. So this is a nice card. There has to be a deck that wants to play this card, obviously. The 3-color cards are inherently very powerful because they're difficult to play. But as we saw in the past, Siege Rhino and Mantis Rider, they are well worth the effort if you are playing those colors. So
definitely.
Bump down to an uncommon here makes you think that Wizards of the Coast is a little more, a little softer on this card as far as a constructed card. But very exciting. The trample's there too. The body is great. The life gain's great. I just love me a Siege Rhino.
Yeah, it's going to be sweet. And, this set's going to be coming out, of course, our first glimpse at the set is going to be that limited Spotlight on release weekend. It might be pre-release. I think it is release weekend.
I believe it's release, yes.
Yeah. So you get, I don't know, like 4 days to play some drafts, and then you get to go.
Which is perfect.
Yeah.
I think it's just so awesome for any experienced limited player. You have that edge of all right, well, this is still very new.
Yes.
No 17 lands data yet. Let's just play some Magic and let our chips fall where they may.
I love that. Yeah, and then after that, some of our next SCG events, maybe the next competitive events in general, are standard. So, this will probably make a pretty big impact on standard for the next RCs in Hartford, Minneapolis, as well as Pro Tour Final Fantasy, which is going to be sweet as well. So let's take a look at another couple cards here. Mox Jasper. You know what? I think Moxes, any kind of Moxes thrown into a metagame, always fair, always reasonable. Nothing bad can happen, right? How about this one?
Nothing at all. This one's inherently somewhat fair, being tied to only controlling a dragon. So this Mox is well designed. There's no turn 0, turn 1 shenanigans happening here.
Yeah.
But Moxes are very powerful, and obviously we can look at all the dragons currently in Standard, but I'm sure there will be some pretty good dragons in the set called Dragon Storm. That's only a guess. Maybe I'm shooting in the dark here. But
really thinks you're pulling at things here. Who knows?
For sure. And then it's also important to note that there's a lot of really cool artifact stuff from past sets as well.
Yeah.
Standard's very, very large right now.
Yeah.
There was a pretty large pool.
I think it was like 3,400 cards or something at this last Pro Tour.
Right.
And we're going to get more.
And there's so many cool tools of decks that maybe haven't quite gotten there, or synergies that haven't really gone on. So if there's some cool dragon that pertains to artifacts, all of a sudden you have the artifact cards jumping in, all old dragon cards coming in, and this card too. Could be exciting.
Nope, really sweet. It should really just be called Mox Kibler though, right?
that would have been pretty sweet.
Yeah. I think so. So we got one more card to check out before we take a break here, before we do a little caster sweep. And here's the Sarkhan. Sarkhan was a big part of the first Tarkir, so seeing the evolution of this, I believe it was just a Planeswalker last time. I don't even remember exactly what it did, but
it turned into a dragon, made dragons. If there was something you could do with dragons, Sarkin was all about
Dragon
it.
adjacent.
Making mana for dragons, but yeah.
So what does this one do?
Gentlemen, behold the new behold ability here.
I love it.
Similar to, was it Big Furry Monster and Unglued? Or no, it's this Spawn of Evil or something like that. Where the mechanic of the card is that you have to reveal it to do something. Well,
sure.
Beholding a dragon here, you choose a dragon you control or a dragon card from your hand and show it. So when you play this, you can do that and make a treasure. So we all know that a creature that makes treasure is very, very good.
Yes.
The prosperous innkeeper, so 2/2 for 2, making a treasure, allowing you to ramp. And then where a dragon enters, put a counter on this, and it becomes a dragon and gains flying. So this is a card that sets you up to cast your dragons, has an effect if you have dragons in your hand.
Yeah.
And then it's also a pretty good aggro card, too.
Yeah, and cards like this that I look for as far as, like, dominance in Standard. Because, I mean, this definitely looks like more of a Standard card than Modern. Maybe Pioneer if it really gets that kind of help. But if you have a very good 1-2 punch with a card like this, where you can go Sarkin, reveal a 4-drop dragon, and then next turn curve that dragon in, those kind of draws where I wouldn't say they're spoon-feeding it to you, but they're like saying, hey, this is a good thing you can do.
Right.
Maybe try to build the rest of your deck around it. That's what I'm going to be looking for if a card like this is going to be like really Standard playable / dominant.
For sure.
Yeah.
The card calls out to that really, really strongly. It's just like,
Yeah.
show your 4-drop, say, got you next turn,
Yes.
and then play your Sarkin and play your turn 3. So absolutely, card looks very exciting.
Because if you have those kind of kindred style of decks, where you play all dragons, those kind of things, most of the time, there's usually not enough support, right? Because it's usually one set that gives you the thing. So the cards have to be good. The cards just have to be individually strong and not just have these dragon synergies. So.
There are some plants, though, in the past sets. There's the battle from March the Machine that counts dragons in your hand. It's kind of similar idea. So there's a lot of really cool plants in sets that are already legal.
Yeah.
There's the Ravaz card. It's like a Rakdos Legend that taps your mana it lets you to cast dragons. It does something with dragons. I don't remember exactly. But there are cards there, so there are some plants coming as well. So you get to kind of go back and look at those alongside the new cards.
Yeah, you get to hear us kind of ramble about some of these cards. You're going to be getting our next booth casters in, that do some work at R&D that are going to be able to say a lot more about these card interactions and stuff when we get Carmen and Mason in the booth. So, Jim, any last thoughts here from our first 2 rounds here at this RC? Anything too crazy or unexpected so far?
I'm just pumped to watch some Magic. Modern is a super wide open format. Love seeing the old and the new. Of course, we got Breach, we got Amulet, but we got Mill, we got Infect, and a whole lot more to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Modern's really, really awesome. So we are going to be taking ourselves a short break, but on the other side of this break, we're going to be doing a caster swap and get Mason and Carmen in here. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a little bit.
viewers, and welcome to the Regional Championships at my favorite tournament destination this side of the Mississippi in Charlotte, brought to you by Star City Games. I am Carmen Clemperens, joined by Mason Clark. The format's modern, and the games are good.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun playing these games. I mean, and the diversity in different decks we're seeing compared to
Yes.
Portland has been really interesting to see as well, like how players have adapted to this information, sort of everything going on. And it's been fun, and, like, got to play some yesterday, had some good pickup games, and excited to see what happens this round.
Yeah, it's really interesting where last time we were doing a regional championship in Portland, we were kind of talking a lot about how the metagame might change. I think a lot of players expected Grinding Breach to be really big this weekend, but it didn't really grow that much in metagame share.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I mean, so it's still our most played deck, but percentage-wise, it is technically down from before.
Right, it's what, like 23% of the field or
yeah,
something like that?
Yeah, 23, and I want to say it was like 26-ish for Portland. So it's like not crazy, but it's interesting because it seems like players have maybe diversified. As we pull up our metagame breakdown here, you're seeing Breach at a clean 23%, and then we have Blink, Orzhov, Esperish. Those sort of decks, we combined them for a metagame here. So, kind of think Ketramos plus Friends. That's at 15%. And then Eldrazi Ramp still holding in that third place there at 12. And then Energy, which was tied for our most played deck
right,
in Portland.
Before it was like, okay, Breach and Energy, that literally the same number of players registered both of those decks in Portland. And now, okay.
Yeah, and it's really dropped. And, I wonder, like, how many of them went to decks like Blink, right, and like Titan, and maybe even, like, went to Breach as well. It's very interesting just to see, like, how players want to adapt and where they want to be positioned. As we saw Jim and Corey talk about earlier in the day, some players really do want to avoid that, like, 12-card sideboard that some people are bringing for Breach, which is, understandable. If you don't want to play through all that, also maybe you haven't had the time to practice as much as you'd like, it makes sense to maybe pivot a little, and it's just interesting to see what players come. But then also, we saw Amulet Titan win our Portland event, and now, it still has, like, a very high representation, but also players have brought some newer decks to try and combat all these things.
Right. You look a little bit further down our metagame breakdown, you see Azorius Control, Dimir Mill, Orzhov Necro, propped up by Ketramos out of Aether Drift. These are all decks that I think you have to expect the metagame to consolidate a bit to be able to justify those decks in a format that's as wide as Modern.
Definitely, yeah. It's one of those things that just changes up a lot when you're playing a tournament when you have such a clear best deck, right? I think everyone goes into this weekend like, okay, I have to be able to beat Breach, and if I can't beat Breach, then what am I even doing? You know what I mean? In, like, some regard. At 15 rounds, you're just not going to be able to dodge it the whole weekend.
Right, and something that you touched on earlier that I think is a great point is just that we see energy decks looking at, 10 cards being sideboarded. I know we saw in the LCQs just walking around the hall yesterday, we saw players going, okay, I'm going to have Wear Tear, I'm going to have Stony Silence, Drannith Magistrate, Rest in Peace. We see all these tools, and then they still kind of lose. Even if you win, there's sort of a point where you think, if I have a sideboard that's that transformational for what I think is going to be the best or most played deck in the room, maybe I should just be changing the cards in my main deck to a different deck.
Yeah, definitely. And, we're seeing some players even take that to, like, maybe the logical extremes in, like, Domain Zoo, right? Good pressure, much like Energy, but with a bit more disruption for those decks that aren't quite using as many creatures, but still some solid creature removal for those sort of matchups. So it's a pretty interesting metagame breakdown. I'm excited to see how it all plays out today.
All right, well, how do you feel about looking at the players that have won their first couple of matches? We've got standings coming in soon.
So, yeah, I would love to see that when we ever get a chance for that. That's definitely
totally. As we get a little bit later into the event.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I do always love the round one standing.
Yeah.
It's like, here are your A to Z top 16
players.
Hey,
you get to bring up the word momentum.
Yeah, I love momentum, and as someone who wants it more, I feel it.
Okay, Bo, something that we saw on the breakdown before was Ketramos showing up in 2 different decks, right? Orzhov Blink was, number 4, number 5? When last we talked in Portland. Now it's all the way up to number 2, and we're seeing the Necro Dominance decks, which previously were mono black because they are trying to cast the namesake enchantment that costs BBB. Even they are splashing another 3-drop card advantage engine. I know you were bullish on Ketramos going into Portland when we were talking, what's Aether Drift? Maybe it'll hit. Now, looking pretty smart, man.
Yeah, I'm going to say, maybe you didn't believe it. I had some friends who didn't. It looks like I'm trying to just talk about the newest Mythic from a set, and then I'm like, no, I think Ketramos is pretty good.
No, right, yeah, there's definitely the point where he's like, no, I get it, they got to do the ads, but no, seriously.
But seriously, I think this Ketramos, I keep saying it for a reason. I'm trying to help you. Listen. No, but I think Ketramos is just really strong, and I think we talked about this last time in Portland a little bit. Black-white kind of played like a mid-range, more of a controlling deck than like a mid-ranging deck, right?
Yes.
With the Aether Vials and the Recruiters. And I think what Ketchmos does is it makes it very clear what your role is. And I think for a lot of players, it actually makes it easier while also getting the stronger raw rate card.
Yes.
Right? Like if you put Relic plus Ketchmos in your deck, that's a really powerful draw engine. I love to call it like what the One Ring should have been, or like the One Ring at home. It's like I get a couple cards every turn, I lose my life up
The
front.
One Ring at home at the end of the day is still a little bit the One Ring,
There's
right?
a lot of space below one of the best card engines of all time and still be good.
Right, yeah, exactly.
It's like, yeah, I'm not Kobe Bryant, but I'm still pretty good, you know?
Right, yeah, there's so much where you're just like, okay, I don't need Ancestral Recall. I just need a kind of strong card draw spell. It'll be fine.
Yeah, and I think that gives players a lot of clear like routes. Or we talked about this before. One of the hard parts of the deck was like, okay, I recruit, or what do I grab? I guess I grabbed Flicker Wisp to keep going a lot of the time, but like you're supposed to grab these other things. Ketchmos doesn't give you that like oopsie. It just gives you cards, and it's just like, okay, don't die, silly, and you'll do okay. And so it's a very clear game plan. And I think that's also something that a lot of players really like. And I think that's why we're seeing this. You know, players love to play these controlling, interacting decks. And when you see Energy sort of not do so great in Portland, have some rougher performances. I mean, still put up some top 8s or whatever. Don't get us wrong, but it didn't have that performance that people thought it was going to have.
Yes.
And I think that pushed a lot of people to more explore the Ketchmos stuff. And then also this idea of going way over the top with the Necro things you mentioned. Ketchmos is sort of like backup Necro for those decks. And we've seen in Magic, when you get 8 of something, that's when it all changes.
And something that I also just want to draw attention to, we've seen Ketchmos in action on camera this weekend. We saw Robert Taylor playing the, Fire Shoes, for anyone who's as terminally online as we are. He was playing the Orzhov Blink deck and was facing down on Elishnorn, which historically kind of felt like lights out for the Blink deck, but instead the game went on for a long time because it does just have that, it clears a bar of a very high raw power level.
Yeah, and that is something that's super important. I think, if you talk to anyone who's ever won a tournament, they always win a bad matchup and get a little lucky, and there's always like, I have something that can like carry me through a game, right? And I think every modern deck that's like really, really good has that. And even though some of the ones that are like, some people call Yawgmoth like a tier 2 deck, but it's like, okay, how bad can your deck be if it just randomly kills someone, right?
Yes.
You have some power that carries you. And I think Ketchmos is that for these decks, even though I think the Flicker Wisp, Recruit of the Guard stuff was actually in that vein. It was just so much harder to play.
It's like you're nickeling and diming people over small things instead of just having a real haymaker where that card, it blocked a Flage.
Yeah.
It gained a ton of life. It applied pressure. It killed a Planeswalker. It just did so much. And it also makes some of your more niche cards, like Relic of Progenitus, supercharged, where you can all of a sudden justify main decking something that was a bit anemic in some of your matchups before.
Definitely, yeah. And, it's also not even like the end of the world to have this when it's so good with that. And randomly sometimes it isn't like very good against Breach. Like players weren't playing Relic before, right, to stop Breach. But sometimes in game 1, your opponent mills their one Oracle and you're like, gotcha.
Yeah.
And like, once again, that gotcha factor when it's part of your card draw engine, something you already want to do, is super huge.
Right. I know it's kind of funny where people say no bad cards Teamer or no bad cards Blink or something. I think that was kind of the strange spot that Orzhov found itself in sometimes, where you had to play cards like Aether Vial, where it's strong if you draw one.
Yeah.
If you draw one of them, it is strong. But so many times it's turn 4, you're going, okay, I just need to find my Solitude or some action. And it is Aether Vial. And instead, now there's a bit more velocity, something of a card advantage engine. It feels like the deck is getting further away from even having bad draws.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. And I think it really is taking that home of like, 4 colors not really in the format. There isn't a controlling pile. Black-white is that. So if you were someone like me that loved the Omnath stuff and you're looking for a deck in Modern, I think the Ketchmos one is one you should explore. It doesn't have all the colors. You're doing a different style of thing when it comes to the cards you're playing, but at its core, it's very similar.
Right, it's really interesting where it feels like it has this sort of long game that it's able to play, but it also just has some gotcha draws with Ephemerate and Solitude, right? Where we saw people bring Domain Zoo to try and combat the Breach decks this weekend. If they develop 2 or 3 creatures at the same time, they might just lose the whole house of cards out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's such a powerful thing. I mean, we've seen Solitude, Ephemerate destroy creature decks for a while now in Modern whenever it kind of pops up, and this is maybe the best version at like specifically that thing. Like I think Yori on 4 color is probably a better deck, but this deck uses it so much better because now also Ketchmos is a card draw thing.
Yes.
Right? And like before it's like, okay, I'm going down these cards, I'm committing to the Solitude, and now I'm like main phasing and I'm like, all right, well, kill your 2 things, draw 2 cards. Oh, nice, drew a Fatal Push. push that. You know, like, oh, my Ketramos's online, attack you now, game 4.
Oh, what a coincidence.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, this deck's usually get a lot better than the other decks were. And, you know, it's also telling, too, because, like, those decks were playing, like, 1 Ephemerate, despite it being so strong, or maybe 2 if you're pushing it, and now we have 4. And I think that's a huge statement about what's going on.
Yeah, and something that I love, I think it's really an expression of what's so cool about Modern, because you look at it through the lens of Standard, where it might look really niche, where it's like, how much can exiling cards really come up? But as you get more cards from a wider card pool, what we're looking at 22 years of cards or something at this point, not to, you know, pop my teeth out after we get off the round, but as you get more access to a wider variety of tools, you just kind of get to find these interlocking synergy pieces where you reach for cards and think, I haven't thought about Relic in a while, but
Yeah, that's a lot of cards. So yeah, no, definitely. And I think, you know, we're seeing that too with like things like Mill, right? Like the circle back there, it's like Mill is a deck that randomly sort of does well and gets to like get these new pieces every now and again when it comes to Mill spells, but also just interaction. You know, it's like, oh, it turns out my Drown the Locks are really good right now, or it turns out, you know, like, yeah, these crabs, no one can really kill them or whatever. You know, that's just a really cool part of Modern.
Yeah, and I think Mill is actually a really great example, but just largely because it relies so hard on having a density of that sort of effect that you don't usually get in something like Standard or even Pioneer. So once you hit that density, you get to kind of feel like you're playing almost a weird version of an aggro deck.
Yeah, and also like the way you can tailor too, because I always kind of think of Mill as an aggro deck too, right? Like I joke that like I have 8 Goblin Guides in that deck.
You don't have that much card advantage.
Yeah, but then I also know some players, like, you know, some of the trophy leaders online when it comes to this deck, they view it as a control deck. You know, and there's like a delineation, and like some of them see it like we do, who are like leaders playing it, and some see it like, no, I'm blue-black control.
Help me understand this,
I'm
because
like
I need you to explain it to me, because I look at Hedron Crab and I think, the blue Goblin Guide.
Yeah, I do too, but I think they see it as like they go down on like these raw Mill spells, like the Mill 8s. Like they play less of those, and they just play more Tashas and more like Fractured Sanities, and then just interaction.
Okay, sure.
And so they're just kind of like, I'm going to mill you once or twice, and my crabs are facilitating like my glimpses, and they're just blocking. Like one of the things that's big about this format is one of the best pressure decks plays a bunch of 1 mana value, 1 power creatures.
Yes.
Right? Guide of Souls, Ocelot Pride, they grow, but it blocks early, and it's like, okay, this is actually good enough. And in the decks where they don't interact, it actually gives you the ability to have those cheesy wins. So it's sort of like, you know, maybe a better way to look at this is DRC Ragavan.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
And I'm going to interact with you a little bit. And then in some matchups they're defensive and some they're offensive. And I think that's very interesting to see, you know, 2 schools of thought from this deck that like has been around for a while, and I think for a long time was thought the way that we were speaking of it. But I think the newer cards allow us to change up that way we play, and that's really awesome to see that skill expression.
And something that really just being able to, that skill expression lends itself to decks that are able to play multiple roles, right? I ran into Jake Beardsley. I think we might have seen him back up on last round.
I think he was one of the backup features. I wasn't 100% sure.
So it gets foggy for me right before we come on, right? But I did run into him, and I was saying, hey, how's your event going? And he goes, oh, I'm playing Mill. And I go, oh, okay, that's legal. And he goes, no, seriously, I kind of played almost like a prison deck against the Breach deck, where he went, yeah, it was turn 3. My opponent had no more ways to win a game of Magic in their deck, and I just got to take the game at my own pace. So being able to find the different ways to actually play with cards is just so important. I mean, it can be Ketramos doing the hate piece, just writing hate pieces. It can be Solitude Ephemerate giving you an almost aggro draw, or it could be arguing about what kind of deck Mill is.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Speaking of what kind of deck, I think we maybe have our decks over here for the side for our feature match.
Okay.
Let's get a little thing going here. So it looks like we have 2. Oh my goodness.
All right, Domain Zoo.
All right.
Domain Zoo. Okay, talk to me with Kroxa.
Yeah, Kroxa, and this is like one of the other big things we didn't talk too much about. A lot of these Zoo decks are playing Doorkeeper Thrall.
Whoa.
You know, this is a newer standard card that basically says...
In the main.
Yeah,
in the main.
Yeah. Basically, creatures and artifacts entering the battlefield doesn't cause things to trigger, which means things like our 4 Flaches and our Kroxas, we just play them as like really strong rake creatures. You don't get the ETB, but they don't die.
Yeah, no, it's only a 3-mana 6/6 that attacks to Lightning Helix something.
Exactly.
I don't, like, you know what? You had the idea for Flage. Does that sound good to you?
It sounds pretty strong to me, skipping the whole Escape Clause thing. But then also against the Breach deck, it just turns off so many cards.
Yes.
Grinding Station doesn't work. Emery doesn't work. At least for the enter the battlefield effect. So we have that going on. And then on the other side, we have sort of the other deck in this vein with Energy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, so this is just the other side of aggro. This is something that we've seen a lot of strong players basically just plant themselves and say, no, this is playing a normal game of Magic, and I think I can navigate the hard matchups well enough as long as I have pressure.
Definitely, yeah. And, we see here from Joe this weekend things like,
Joe Demestrio. That's a
a
throwback for the old ads.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes, Joe Demestrio back in the area. We'd love to see it. But, yeah, we're also seeing, interesting removal splits here, too.
Yes.
Some people this weekend are on March for the Red Light. Joe has Static Prison. We have a couple Thraben Charms. We've Lightning Bolts sort of seeing a comeback here. A couple Ranger Captains, some Season Pyromancers. It's very interesting to see sort of the difference. And, yesterday I saw a lot of energy players being like, okay, do I play Fable? Do I play Season Pyro? Do I play Ranger Captain? Do I play all of them? What's my number mix? And that conversation and the way that your sideboard also informs it, right? You're splashing a color where you're maybe playing a more reactive card. Maybe you want more Fables. If you're playing more tappy out cards, maybe you want Season Pyro. And just seeing that sort of stuff is very interesting.
And 4 Season Pyromancers from Demestrio is pretty loud to me.
Definitely, yeah. I think Joe's trying to be proactive, get on the board, and you can see it from the sideboard too. Things like 4 Molten Rain, 4 Stony Silence. We're not trying to hold up a ton of mana. We do have some weird.
He knows what he's about, son.
Exactly.
That's
hand's gonna be empty. We're gonna be drawn 2. We're not making 1/1s. We're drawn 2.
Yeah, no, I think it's really cool just finding all these ways to actually just cast spells proactively and kind of looping that in with that draw spell is going to be so important. But this sideboard looks really targeted towards 2 decks. I might be, getting out a little ahead of ourselves. I don't even know what I'm going to be looking at going into the post-board games.
Wear Terror kills, both the Leyline and the Draco, not at the same time.
Sometimes. It kills either the Leyline or the Draco.
Well, that's true, but sometimes, you get them both just at different points in the game. My first one gets one, and my second one gets one.
Yeah.
They play Leyline Binding, and, we have March for the Worldly Light. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, like you said, but I think we have a couple cards. I think that is one of the benefits of Domain Zoo, is you do have some of these things like artifact enchantments, and people have a bunch of nature claims and stuff like that this weekend, but they aren't game-breaking for you a lot of the time, especially with your best draws. Like we were just saying, if I go Leyline into Draco and you nature's claim to the Leyline, if you don't have an answer for the Draco immediately, cool.
Right,
The card did the thing, make sure my guy doesn't die.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's going to be fine.
It was 0 mana Spellskite. Yippee!
Yep, yeah. So it's going to be pretty interesting.
All right, what do you say? We throw some lists up on the screen.
Totally, yeah. Let's take a look at them with pictures. I'm much of a visual learner, and this was Joe Demestrio's deck we were just talking about here on screen. And yeah, if you look at the sideboard, it's very compact.
Right. You can see that there are a lot of 4s, which is funny. It sounds like, oh, yeah, that's the most you can play of all of your best cards. But it speaks to just having very specific plans for a targeted shape of the metagame on the weekend, which we're seeing really throughout the room.
Definitely, yeah. And I think this is also interesting thing about this is a lot of people, and we were talking about this in Portland a little bit, the prevailing theory was you want to have lots of different things that overlap to make it awkward for your breach opponent, right? There is another theory, which Joe's sort of showing here, which is 4 of the best card, and then a couple other things, And it's loud. It's going to be a little bit easier to play. Your enchantment hate's a lot stronger because there's so much of this, but it's still very strong.
All right, well, taking a look at Domain Zoo in the hands of Gavin Meager, there are those main board Doorkeeper Thralls, tongue twister on that, and a lot of 1s in the mana base.
Yeah, this is one of the awkward parts of the Domain Zoo deck when it comes to fetching. You have to think a lot about it to make your spells work, but it's doable. It's just a little bit of a learning curve. Okay,
well, let's learn a little bit about the curves in the feature match area. You ready, partner?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right, let's kick it off. We are in Charlotte. It is the regional championships. I'm Carmen Clemperens, joined by Mason Clark, and it looks like our players are ready to kick things off. Who you got, bud?
For who's going to win? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I'm going to pick the Leyline player.
Oh, yeah. Anytime someone says pregame effects, you do, in fact, have to hand it to them. So we see Leyline on the side of Meager, and then Demestrio kicks it off with a Ragavan.
Yeah, and I think one of the interesting things, too, is we've seen Ragavan fluctuate a lot. Gavin here only has 3 Ragavans in the Zoo deck while we're playing the full 4 here in Energy, which was not always the case recently. We've seen as low as 1 or 2.
And Joe with a little bit of a slower start, or excuse me, Gavin with a bit of a slower start, just a tap land on 1 screams Scion to me.
Yeah, this is one of the interesting parts of this deck when it comes to Domain Zoo is you sometimes have to have these awkward starts when it comes to your mana base on the tap lands. And so you kind of build your deck to have some good ones and the ability to kind of do that, but you also are resigning yourself to well, if I don't have the Leyline, I want to make sure my mana works. So I just kind of skip turn 1.
Sure.
Which is not something you really expect from Modern, but is it's not the end of the world as long as you have something really good to do on turn 2. And luckily, Gavin's deck has a bunch of those. As we do see Ragavan connect, hit another Ragavan. It's probably not going to legend rule that one and get a treasure.
Right. Sometimes maybe you want a little bit of vigilance, but especially whenever you know your opponent has cards that have escape, you probably don't want to expose another possible card to go to the graveyard.
Yep. Yeah, I guess by that argument, maybe Joe wants to legend rule his Ragavan.
Well, if Ragavan is never going to the graveyard, none of this matters.
That's
Joe's
fair.
just going to have a runaway. As we see Windswept Heath maybe get sacrificed.
Yeah, this is interesting to me. Joe tanking on here makes you think that we might have something like a Seasoned Pyro in hand. And it's like, do I want to play this to 3, get some creatures, and lose that raw card, right, and turn some of my spells into tokens? Or do I want to do something like a Johnny Goblin Bombardment, and plus like maybe a 1-drop with this turn? Because you do have this big lead, but you know something big typically comes down turn 2. And with the Leyline, if it's Scion, it's going to be very large and very hard to kill.
Right, something that's quietly very hard about these Boros decks. Obviously, it's strong that they have a bunch of 1-mana cards in them, but you do have to play them in the right order, which I know sounds a little goofy, but there is a lot of technical play to be had in this deck.
Definitely, yeah, and especially in matchups like this where you have to think about, like, okay, can I beat either of these?
Right.
If so, like, if you can't, whatever, just do the best you can.
Yeah, sure.
But if I could beat Kavu and I could beat Draco down A or B, which one can I actually beat more effectively? And, like, what does the rest of my hand say? And those little decisions matter a ton. I know that, like, that sounds pedantic. It's not. These are things that separate the greats. And we're seeing 3 mana. Yeah, Seasoned Pyro.
Ooh.
Still got it.
From the rafters, man.
Couldn't see that.
That's,
they're lucky I'm over here. I'm in this part of the room.
Yeah, literally, normally I just say this is why I'm in the booth, but, honestly, I do have, I got to give you that one.
This is why they put me in the booth, so the others get the invite. Otherwise, I'm out there, I'm fiending. Losing's like dying. I am competing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
All right. I'm chill. I'm chill now. I got my one.
Okay.
And I'll never predict again.
We beat our chest out in the streets. It's fine. We did it.
This is
Pyromancer Resolve. This felt like what Joe was tanking about before, but now really figuring out 1/1s versus spells.
Yeah, I almost wonder if Joe was incentivized by the judge, like, you need to make a play. And so Joe's like, okay, I'm going to play the Pyro, and now the trigger's in the stack, and we're figuring it out. As it looks like Galvanic Discharge and a land was discarded.
Yep. Okay, just really trying to get out ahead. This is kind of bread and butter Ragavan on the play draw. All right, back over to Gavin with, a basic actually feels pretty nice.
Yeah.
You have the ley line.
Definitely. And this is, okay, Gavin's passing immediately. We started to tap 1 mana.
It's got to be the Doorkeeper Thrall, right?
Yeah, it's going to be Doorkeeper Thrower or possibly like a Leyline Binding because we started to tap a mana immediately.
Okay.
But there's no Draco. I mean, I think if you had Draco here, you'd probably slam. And we're taking the damage.
Okay. Monkey hits an Arid Mesa. That one's going to chill in exile.
And I think what you were saying there about Doorkeeper Thrall, remember this is open deck list. It makes a lot of sense. If you had like Doorkeeper Thrall, some interaction, and a Flage, that's pretty interesting. And then, like, okay, maybe I'm supposed to play this. Well, maybe I wait. You maybe play another Pyro, I get you. Or you play something better. Maybe I'm binding it into this Flage, kill your Ragavan, something like that would be pretty interesting, as Guide of Souls is the play here.
Right, and Doorkeeper Thrall is just both a really strong card in the matchup and not something that Gavin has. We see Ocelot Pride hit the table from Joe, and he successfully gains a life.
And an energy.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so instep. Okay, no, there's the Doorkeeper Thrall on instep.
I think this might be a moment where Gavin's going to play on the Static Prison in particular.
Yeah, definitely. We know how good Flage is in the energy mirrors. This just speaks to Gavin having a hand that really leans on Flage.
There is one Croxa too. It wouldn't actually be the end of the world if you go like Croxa plus Binding this turn, like get a 6/6 on the board.
No, this is like a big show of discipline from Gavin, where it basically is him saying, "I'm not that worried about a 1/1. I really need to just get on the table."
Yep, and we are going to see a discharge. Look at Joe had one left over, maybe picked off with the Pyro, but.
All right, so there's a bit of life. I assume we have a cat on the way.
Yeah, cat plus City's Blessing from the cat, so we get the extra treasure as well. We're figuring out our cat token situation right now. But yeah, now we have the 4 energy, which means the guide's triggered. It's getting tough. Yeah, and...
All right, Arena of Glory, Flage. This is something.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of nice, but it is sort of like, if there's a Goblin Bombardment, that's going to be all she wrote. It really matters here, does Joe have another thing? If Joe just kind of attacks, passes, winnable game. If not, we got anything, it's going to be a lot tougher.
Right, this is a spot where Joe is representing 10 points of damage on the table at the moment, so with that Goblin Bombardment would be exact lethal.
I love exact lethal. Why waste?
Right, literally. Go next.
Yeah.
GG's.
And we're seeing Joe count it up here real quick. Might also have something like a Flage in hand, thinking, okay, do I need to do anything, So we're going to attack.
All right, 10 of them. Well, 10 of them assuming someone's soul gets guided into the skies.
Yeah, and it does look like Joe's going to do that.
Okay, and it's the Guide of Souls itself that gets bigger. I like this in the face of something like Flage.
Yep.
Down to 6. Monkey hits another fetch land.
And yeah, Joe has Seasoned Pyro.
Oh, is this the draw 2 Pyromancer? This is exactly what we were talking about going into the match. It is.
Yeah, and what I like about Seasoned Pyromancer in this deck, too, is when you're playing low-resource games or you're kind of out of things, it, catches you back up. Where a card like Failed Mirror Breaker might be stronger in some other contexts or, at parity, but it does require you to have something kind of going on. And with Seasoned Pyromancer, even if you're ahead, it's like, well, it's like a draw 2 or whatever. That's fine. It's pretty good. It doesn't have the copying effect, but in the spots like this, it's just so incredible.
Right. Whenever you see Joe eschew cards like Wrath of the Skies, it really just says that he's trying to play to the table. As we see Flage hit the table and the graveyard very quickly, knocking Gavin down to 3.
Yeah, and now end of turn, we're going to get, cats, treasures. It's going to be the whole.
Well, the cat's gone.
Oh, the cat. Excuse me.
The
Sorry,
cat's gone.
Sorry. Yeah.
No. Flage stemmed the bleeding a bit on
That's
that
right.
front.
Yes,
but
my mistake.
Gavin's got a tall hill to climb. Oh, exerting Arena of Glory.
Okay.
Scion of Draco. That's not bad.
That's not bad.
That's some life.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, if you had another land, another Scion here, it would have been a pretty huge swing. This is not bad at all, though.
Yeah, this is pretty close. So we're going to see an attack for 4, all the keywords. Joe falls a bit, and this is just a great blocker.
Yeah, I mean, 4/4, first strike, lifelink, hexproof, pretty hard to beat.
Right. All right, back to Joe. Picks up another fresh card.
I think it's worth noting Joe seems to be about 1 card short of escaping Flage and currently a red mana. So we don't, if we have something like Arena of Glory or a fetch land, we can maybe get there, but we're a little light at the moment.
Fetch land would roll it all up. Okay, and look, you can see Joe sliding the guide up saying, okay, if you block my biggest guy, how bad does this go?
Yeah, I'm interested to see, does Gavin want to block here? The Ragavan means there would be mana, right, for the Flage. So it's tough.
I think if Joe jumps something other than Guide of Souls, one of the 1/1s specifically, I think this would be exact lethal. I think it would come across for 11, but it's so hard to tell.
It definitely is. And, Joe's going to be wanting to play around those, Leyline Bindings, Lightning Bolts, those kind of cards. There is a lot of interaction here now.
Right, exactly.
Yep.
The 1 mana is not a... Oh, and you can see Gavin says, beginning of combat, whoa. Binding time.
Yep, and Binding take care of that. I'm sorry, that Guide of Souls. Excuse me, I've got cats in the brain today, apparently. And, we're going to get rid of that, and that's huge. I mean, that was the biggest creature on board and represented that extra 2 points diversified. And, Gavin might be able to sort of stall things out here for a turn if Joe doesn't have a way to break through.
Really interesting on if Joe is still attacking here. It looks like he's thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Joe currently, if attacks with everything, would get across 3 damage if we block a 2-power thing with our Draco. And that's obviously not quite Lightning Bolt range, but if a creature dies, which is most likely to happen in a world with block 2, then we get Flage maybe with a land.
You're priced into putting it in front of the Ragavan. Okay, that's what we see Gavin do. Does take that 3 damage down to 4.
Yep.
Lifelink basically neutralizes the damage from the Seasoned Pyromancers. Then the 1/1s get their turn.
Yeah. I do love the technical play there from Joe. I don't know if y'all caught it. We were at 7. First strike damage would go to 11, and then real damage down to 4.
Yeah. Okay, here's another Ragavan.
Okay. The Arena Glory is exerted, so we can't, unless we have another one, we can't do that sort of Scion play again, which was so pivotal there. I mean, getting that 4 life was huge.
Okay, well, how about another 4 life? Gavin up to 8, Joe down to 17. And another Scion. Okay, Joe's got to be pretty thankful this isn't the era of Magic where lifelink stacks.
Yeah, which apparently was an era I just learned.
It used to not be keyworded and be a triggered ability.
I could Tashani's Tidebinder it.
That's true, actually. You could stifle
Holy.
Armadillo Cloak's life gain trigger.
Back in the day.
Yeah. I remember when they invented lifelink.
That's crazy. As we are going to see Joe trying to figure this out. I mean, this is like one of the strengths of the. Yeah, we see a pass back.
Whoa.
And I sort of thought Joe got out underneath it, or it just wouldn't be enough. But we've had enough pieces to sort of bring it together. We have these huge life linkers that are just cannot really lose in combat to anything normal. And we're a mana short of getting Flash on the board, which would be our best way to break this parity.
And look at this. We're seeing the life totals. The pendulum swings back the other way. Joe goes down to 9. Gavin up to 16 off these Scions. This just shows, it really shows off how Domain Zoo is not looking for the cheapest spells. It's looking for the most bang for your buck as Gavin casts a Flage of his own.
Yeah, and taking down the Ragavan up to 19.
And now both players on 3 lands with a Flage. Gavin's missing 1 card in Yard as he puts a Flooded Strand on the table that represents the 4th card, so a 5th would be great for him here. Joe does have the escape food for his Flage, missing the 4th land, finds a Goblin Bombardment.
That would have been amazing a couple turns ago. It's still good here.
Like clockwork, but the clock might be broken.
Yeah. We are going to prevent the lifelink here, which is massive, but we've gained so much already for Gavin.
Yeah, you can tell on Joe's side the way that things are changing. He's just saying, I need to get in damage while I can, sends everything, sacks the things that the Scions block. 3 tokens, all that Joe has left with this bombardment.
Yep. Gavin only has 1 Surveil land in the deck. Couldn't just, grab a Surveil land, bin anything to get this Flage. So only 1. We had it early, and we're going to get this Triome now. But, we mentioned this wasn't bad draw for Joe, but Joe's still in a really bad spot overall.
Oh, if Gavin finds a fetch land, it's literally over.
True.
Okay, did not find the fetch. Did find those 2 Scions chipping in for more damage. Joe down to 1, Gavin up to 1,000,000.
Yeah, and Tribal Flames knocking out Joe, and a game that Joe has to be thinking, where did it all go wrong?
Right, that's one of those whenever, as a, we'll say a Sacred Foundry aficionado, one of the ones where you're going, where did I miss a point? Was I supposed to discard another spell to that Seasoned Pyromancer on turn 2? It's so hard as we take a look at the sideboards. I don't think there's that much for Joe to bring in here, but what, do you go to Molten Rain?
Yeah, so Wear Tear, I mentioned it before, it is a way to kill something like a Binding and a Draco if there isn't the Leyline of the Guild Pack, right? And even just getting the Leyline, and that game would have been huge, right?
Sure.
No lifelink, no first strike, just no hexproof. We don't, maybe Joe had a kill spell in hand, so that can be pretty huge. We also have the Thraben Charms. In the main deck, it's something that can work with this. So, we have some other things that can kill enchantments. So, I think we still kind of want this. And we have March of Otherworldly Light as another sort of enchantment removal thing. And I think that's kind of where we're going. We're
I
doing
actually
stuff
think
like that.
Celestial Purge might be really nice, right? Leyline makes all of your cards have a bunch of different colors. And at the end of the day, it goes after Kavu and Flage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it hits those things. And, even if there's the Leyline Draco again, once again, just removing the Leyline part of that can be enough in a lot of game states. I mean, even in the first turn, right, if, we say we got into 1 turn with the Dracos, right, and then we removed on the next turn, it might have been a winnable game there with the bombardment. So I think that's what we're going to see. Obviously, it depends on how Joe wants to play the games. Maybe he doesn't want all those effects. I imagine he does, but it really depends on his sideboarding plans there.
All right, well, Gavin has more 21-12s than an old Rush track. All these 2s and 1s in the sideboard. It was a reach, not my best work. Please get me out of this by talking through the sideboard.
Yeah, so I mean, we have a couple, we can have Rough Tumble to pick up a couple things, We might even have, our own sort of March of Otherworldly Lights come in as a way to pick off some of these 1-mana cards, just having more removal. Tribal Flames, great way to, push a lot of damage and answer some of the big stuff, but March does that a little bit too, and does it at instant speed, kind of depends on how you want to play it. Surge of Salvation is something you could bring in to sort of give yourself hexproof, stop a discharge. a little ambitious, but I don't know exactly how much Gavin wants to have some of these cards in the main deck. You know, like, for example, we have a main deck Consign. You know, that's something that's like...
That's when it's hitting the showers immediately.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, it's good enough in play it, but you just want to turn it into something. But I think one of the benefits of playing Zoo is, like, you theoretically have a really good energy matchup, given what we just saw. I mean, I don't want to, you know, mix words. Gavin looked to be dead there for the first 3 turns.
Yeah.
It looked really bad,
yeah.
but he pulled it out, and he knew his deck could do this, kept a hand that facilitated a winning image, executed on that image really well, and knew, like, hey, I can win this matchup if I have these pieces. And I think, you know, we don't need a ton to make this work out for us.
Right. This is also a matchup where I think play-draw dynamics can end up coming into play a lot. Ragavan, for example, is something that we saw do great work on the play. But on the draw, and especially against Boros Energy, I assume Gavin's not really trying to keep Ragavans in and is probably going to be looking to just kind of configure his reactive package.
Definitely.
All right. Well, if you want to learn even more about upcoming events, you should subscribe to the SCG newsletter.
Yeah, you can go to StarCityGames.com and sign up for this newsletter. That way you know about all the new releases, deals going on, etc., and all the other events. It's a great way to keep informed. You go to StarCityGames.com/newsletter. Sign up for that now.
Oh, yeah. You can pre-order your Tarkir Dragonstorm. Got upcoming events. We've got sales all the time. It's nice. And, I've already got some rants bottled up for Tarkir Dragonstorm. We'll come back to it. But
yeah, I saw Jim and Corey talking about the mocks between rounds. You know, we saw that a little bit. Yeah, the Dragon mocks. That's an all-time banger, and it was pretty exciting. You know, and it looks like, you know, Joe maybe wants to hear about it as he's getting up for a second.
Yeah, right. All right. So they also were talking about the 3-mana Siege Rhino.
Yes.
So these are the Abzan colors. Little smaller Siege Rhino, 3/4 trample. When it enters, drain your opponent for 2.
Yeah.
I need your take. Is this stronger or weaker than Siege Rhino? This is one of the biggest debates internally we had.
Yeah, so I was meaning to ask. I feel like I remember, you know, Jerry Thompson worked on this set, and then I think talked about it in the future. I feel like this was the original Siege Rhino, or something close to that, and it's interesting to me because typically.
So the original concept Tarkir.
The original concept, excuse me, yeah, the original idea for Siege Rhino was very close to this shape. I remember it gained a mana. I can't remember if it was always 3. I feel like it was 2, and so that's, you know, interesting to me because they thought back then that maybe we need to change it. Obviously, that card ended up being very strong in its standard format.
Yeah.
And historically, I would err towards a mana less for, you know, 1 less of these things is a deal I kind of normally want to take.
Yes.
It depends a lot on, like, the removal and, like, specifically standard, right? It relies a lot on, like, removal, the sizing, and the mana. Because if I can consistently go Llanowar or Elf into Skirmishing Rhino, I like to be on that side of things. But if my mana can't, you know, consistently facilitate that, maybe I want to be, you know, more on the side of Siege Rhino being stronger. So I think the context matters a lot. I personally think that I would take Siege Rhino in the average standard environment.
Damn,
like,
I thought you were going to say Skirmish Rhino, and I was so ready to fight you and say Siege Rhino.
Yeah, I think just, you know, like, it's the idea is, like, you plot me into a random format, a random standard format. I feel like Siege Rhino is a little bit better. Just the sizing matters a lot. Games go a little longer, and getting that little extra oomph is nice. But I will say for formats like, you know, Pioneer or whatever, where, you know, there's some, like, blinking type stuff going on. This one has, I think, a much better home if the mana can facilitate it. We've seen, you know, the Yorion Esper Pixie stuff. Maybe there's like an Abzani world of that, right? Where being a little mana cheaper matters a lot more in those kind of worlds. So I'm definitely excited by this card. It's one of the ones I think is super interesting, and I'm excited to see what players do with it.
And, you know, honestly, Skirmish Rhino versus Siege Rhino, I think, is kind of emblematic of the dichotomy in the matchup we're currently watching, right? Would you rather have efficiency or just material impact? Because Siege Rhino, back in its heyday, was the kind of card where you saw it prop up control decks and aggro decks, where it was just your best card at kind of closing out the game, because normally a green-white-ish aggro deck isn't really going to have burn spells in it. But on the other side of things, a control deck doesn't normally get a 4-mana 5 toughness, enters the battlefield, gains some life blocker. So it's just, so much of it is whether you're trying to link into some of those synergies that you were talking about with Pixie, with Yorion, and so on, or if you just kind of want to have this one card that you're happy to draw all 4 copies of every game and ride them to victory.
Definitely, yeah. And also, it's sort of like, it depends too on what's going on. I maybe want that with Skirmishing Rhino. I don't know all the dragons from Tarkir. And so it might be a world where it's like, yeah, you know, this is like worse Siege Rhino or whatever, but like I still want it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like if I could play Siege Rhino, I might play that. But unless it's going to be in the set, which you don't know yet, the previews aren't done, I'm going to guess it's not. You know, I can't play Siege Rhino, so it doesn't matter that it's worse Siege Rhino, right? Like,
right? Yeah.
Like, okay, it's worse Siege Rhino. If I could play Siege Rhino, then I would. I can't. I'm going to look at Skirmishing Rhino. It's the tool I have.
Yeah, that was a lesson I learned way back when, let's see, Theros first came out. When Storm Breath Dragon was previewed, I went, oh, this is so much worse than Thundermaw Hellkite. Why would I ever play with this card? And my best friend at the time, Jake, he just told me, well, you can't play with Thundermaw Hellkite. That card's rotating. So,
yeah,
I don't know. You're going to play with Storm Breath Dragon if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, like you might not like that card compared to that card, and in Cube Draft, sure, do your thing or whatever, right?
Yeah,
but like in Standard, you have the cards you have.
Yeah.
Right, and so like once I don't want to harp on it too much, but it's just like we have this Rhino. You know? So
well, let's see if efficiency or impact is going to end up winning out in the day. We're going to head back down to the feature match as our players are resolving mulligans for Game 2. We have Gavin. There on the bottom, Domain Zoo picked up the first game, just riding Scion of Draco, basically Baneslayer Angel style, all the way to the finish line against Joe Demestrio's Boros Energy deck, which came out of the gates pretty fast, but couldn't quite find the last couple of cards he needed. I think he got Gavin all the way down to, what was it, 2, 3?
Yeah, it was like in bolt range. We were very low.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, Joe did not have a perfect draw by any means, but had a really one of those draws where it's like you're on the play. Would you take this in the dark? You'd be like, yeah, any matchup.
Yeah.
Let alone the one where they skip turn 1 most of the time.
And it's so interesting because you look at Joe's list: 4 Galvanic Discharge, 1 Lightning Bolt. We saw that Joe had multiple discharges that game. That's the kind of thing where you think, Galvanic Discharge is just better. Lightning Bolt is better at killing creatures. We just saw the job that it is not better at.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say Galvanic Discharge gives it a run for its money. Or
Definitely. No.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
very strong players are playing 4 Galvanic Discharge, 1 Bolt, but there are very real trade-offs.
Yeah, I know. I agree with what you're saying. I just wanted to back you up there that, like, it doesn't go face, Bolt does.
Yes.
Right? And, like, that is a big difference. Like, you cannot win the game, like, via, like, a top deck with nothing else going on, Discharge. Sometimes you can grow your Guide of Souls. It does like an impression, right? This little shock. But for the most part, yeah, it's, just not a thing that kills somebody, and that matters.
Okay. Players drawing their first 7s. I'm going to be expecting Joe to really need to come out of the gates fast here because Gavin just goes so far over the top of him.
Yeah. Looks like Joe does have a Ragavan in hand, which is sort of one of the best ways to do that.
I mean, it sure looked good at the beginning of last game, but Gavin has the turn 0 ley line again.
It's a great start. Also, one of the things we didn't get to see a bunch of is just how much it helps protect your life total.
Yes.
Too, right? Like not having to fetch shock.
That mattered a lot.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about, we were at bolt range on our life total. You fetch shock, that's a bolt.
All right, well, fetch shock, that's a Ragavan from Joe, and just one of those fetch lands from Gavin. This is basically what we've come to expect from Zoo. Probably not having a turn 1 play, but wow, all the turns after that.
See what will Joe be able to do, and also, if Gavin has a leyline mining, will he want to use it?
Oop.
And it looks like we have lightning bolt. Speak of the devil.
Bolt him. One drops are dying to lightning bolt. Modern's healing.
That's right. Lightning bolt's not weak.
Oof. That's one of the ones where every time I'm thinking about trading out some of my spare copies of cards, I think I have 16 or 17 lightning bolts. I can't part with any of them. It's just
trades?
one of my favorite. Not those.
All right.
Not those.
What's your favorite bolt?
What's my favorite bolt? I have some of the Japanese 4th edition ones.
Those are nice.
That are I got them from a friend who passed away about a decade ago, and they're some of my most prized possessions. They're like if my house was in flames, I would run and get these lightning bolts type of deal.
Fair. And it looks like Joe's going to run again and answer this Leyline of the Guild pack after fetching here.
Love doing it at sorcery speed like this because it cuts off the Scion of Draco turn on too.
Yep.
All right, Ocelot Pride, the follow-up from Joe.
Also, huge note here, the fetch land's tapped because we used the bolt. And so it'd be pretty easy for Gavin here to maybe, if this was untapped, fetch like the Triome or something, get the right land, play my Scion. It's only a 4/4 go. But now it's just going to be very hard. You just can't get a Scion into play this turn.
Right, we can see that Gavin's mana base is set up in such a way that the dream fetch configuration is get into the Triome and to get Steam Vents, boom, you have Domain. Or get Thundering Falls on 2 if you have a slower draw and get that little bit of surveil value. But that's not what's going on here.
Yeah, and Gavin's really tanking. I wonder if that was maybe the plan, and now, you know, bolting the Ragavan, a solid play, don't get me wrong. But, you know, actions have consequences.
All right, and Wooded Foothills has a pass from Gavin. Back to Joe.
And looks like Gavin's going to get in with the Ocelot Pride.
All right, we're fetching, we're fetching.
All right.
Gavin down to, at most, 18. I have a feeling it'll be a bit lower unless we see a basic mountain or plains fetched up here.
Yeah, I'm curious. Gavin wanted to do both of them right away. Maybe it's like a Doorkeeper Thrall situation.
All right, it looks like it's a Temple Garden Blood Crypt situation. No blue source, notably.
Yeah. That is missing from Domain.
Some of the blue cards, probably the ones that Gavin's sideboarding out. Doorkeeper Thrall.
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right, and I mean, it's time to see, does Joe have an answer to this, or is it going to block the Pride? Looks like we do have a Galvanic Discharge.
Okay. And I think if you're in Gavin's seat, this is a deviation from what we saw at Game 1. I would guess it is on the back of Gavin suspecting that some of Joe's removal was sideboarded out after how Game 1 went.
Definitely.
All right, Guide of Souls, the follow-up from Joe. Cat on the instep, back over to Gavin.
Looks like Gavin's trying to figure out, what can I do to stabilize this game? It hasn't quite gone the way I'd love to.
Right, and so many modern decks just have their own sort of fundamental turn. We used to always talk about, oh, turn 4 is the fundamental turn of modern. I think each deck sort of plays at its own pace, where they have their own turns that are the hard ones. So Arena of Glory comes down for Gavin. 3-mana Flage, just sort of a development turn, going after Ocelot Pride.
Yeah, it looks like that's what Gavin was tanking on. Do I kill the Pride, or do I kill the Guide of Souls?
And take a look at that graveyard. 5 cards and Arena of Glory in play for Gavin. I feel like if you play the Arena of Glory this turn, maybe Gavin's missing the 4th land.
Yeah, I definitely typically want to hide that sort of thing, right? Like, you don't want your opponent to know that a Flage is hasting coming back. And so I have to agree. I think that makes a ton of sense. We'll have to see as Ragavan gets dashed.
Dashing young pirate. And that's going to be the 3rd energy for Guide of Souls.
And it looks like we're just double checking where we want to put it. Putting on Guide makes it so, you know, Flage has to shoot both there if you want to kill it.
Survives Rough Tumble as well.
That's a rough one.
I tried to figure out how to get a tumble joke in there. I didn't quite get it. But Joe did get 6 points of damage and exile a Leyline of the Guild Pact and just passed back.
I mean, if you're Gavin, you're actually really happy to see that Leyline get exiled.
Yeah.
I was processing in real time, like, that's good, right?
Yeah. Right, you just go, oh, okay, thanks. That was basically me getting a free loot.
Yeah.
From the creators of Scry and Surveil comes this same thing, but it exiles, I guess?
Oh, I thought you meant loot the Magic character. My favorite.
Of course.
Any loots this weekend, do you think?
I mean, there are people playing Vintage, and I've seen loot showing up in Oathless, which is pretty cool.
Draw 3.
Why would I settle for 1 Ancestral Recall?
Yeah, Ancestral's restricted. I can get more.
Hey, all right. 2-mana Tribal Flames, probably going after Guide of Souls.
Yeah, I mean, it only does 4 right now, but that's all it needs to do.
Good number. Yep, all right, there goes Guide of Souls. And in a lot of ways, this is a spot where Domain Zoo is the control.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, who's the beatdown? Not me right now.
Right.
I'll turn into it pretty quick if I find a Plains, though.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
And we're seeing Joe here down to about 2 to 3 cards in hand, low resources, and very easily could have, you know, maybe 1 3-drop in hand, maybe 2, and has this treasure that can allow us to play it, but we want to make sure we're using it at the right time.
All right. 1 mana for a Guide of Souls. crack the treasure, tap the Sacred Foundry, dash the Ragavan again, get an energy, get a life, go to combat, attack for 3.
Yep, hit Gavin.
All right. The treasure's back. The top card from Gavin. Just a flooded strand. Oh. And Gavin's down to 7. It started... Flage is great, but this is getting dicey, I think.
I mean, if Flage comes down hasted right now and doesn't get, like, immediately answered,
yes,
it will stabilize us. We will win the game. But that Flood Strain was one of our best ways to get there.
Right.
We do have planes in our deck, and losing it there is sort of huge, as here's a Territorial Kavu.
Not bad. Okay, Joe has some work to do to be able to check this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 4/4. It also will get to, like, loot in a second, or excuse me, rummage. So, you know, that can help us maybe find the lane, even if it isn't a hasted Flage. Get a little stabilization. But now Joe also has the moment of, well, if I can double creature, I can jump one of these things.
And we
get
know
across.
Ragavan's in the hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great way to sort of make energy, even if you don't do much. Just be like, play this dash, pick it up for next turn, assuming it's your one thing. Looks like Joe does have a bombardment in hand too, though.
All right. In the words of Jonathan Bon Jovi, we're halfway there.
Okay, I get that one.
Oh, you see, you had to be there, I guess.
Is that a Bon Jovi song?
It is a Bon Jovi song, Living on a Prayer.
Oh, halfway there. Okay.
Yeah, living in a pair or something like that.
I'm more of a classical music kind of guy.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like Joe is going, well, if I'm not casting Ragavan, what am I doing?
Yeah, and another thing to note, one of Joe's cards in hand is the Wear Tear. You know, it looks like they all came in. And so now we don't have anything here from Gavin. Obviously, as the game goes on, it's very likely that could come up being good. But it's one of those awkward things that we've seen with Breach a lot this weekend. Sometimes you bring in these cards hoping they line up, and they just don't line up, and they get stuck in your hand and eating a turn.
Sure, sure. It's like maybe the other thing he's thinking about is cast Bombardment, go, or cast Ragavan, go?
Yeah, I think the idea is, I think that's what Joe's thinking about is, like, do I cast Ragavan? Do I cast Ragavan Bombardment? Do I just cast Ragavan Bombardment? Or do I dash it and not even attack? Because I think that's what we're doing here is we're making sure, like, this looks kind of crazy, but it's right?
Is that I think there might be a Galvanic Discharge in Joe's hand, which would be huge here.
That would be massive, yeah. I mean, if you can get the trigger from the guide up to 2, you'll have a little extra, and then your discharge clears up the Kavu.
All right. Up to 21 life. And now Joe's figuring out.
Yeah.
Do I attack and check this Kavu, or do I keep trying to fade lands? In a lot of ways, Gavin's in one of the best positions in Magic when you're a tournament player, when spells are good and lands are good.
Yeah, great spot to be in. I think the only bad draw is like Indatha Triumph. I mean, of the white lands, is Indatha Triumph.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, that's like the one way it can go sort of awry.
Draw Leyline Binding.
Yeah. I kind of like Joe pushing here, by the way, just because it makes fetch shock not a line. If we so it forces it to be like a white fetch for the plains.
Okay.
It can't be an off-color fetch, which most of the fetches are white.
But there are wooded foothills. You're totally right.
Yeah, it's small, but it's like
that matters. Those are literally the margins that these games are made or broken in.
Yep.
All right, so here's the discharge. You called it.
Yeah, I wonder too if Joe's maybe thinking about not using all the energy. Because, look, he's thinking about this right now. You could leave some in the tank. Oh, you could
jump something instead of actually killing the Kavu.
Yeah, like if you put 2 on the Kavu and then you jump. That makes it so Ragavan trades if you do that. Okay, so we don't want to do that. But that was an option. If you put 2 on it and then you jump your guy to soul.
God, okay.
That would have been pretty impressive and also put you to 2 in that world if you block that one way. Search of Salvation, a card we didn't really want if we didn't have it now.
All right. And it's basically the most literal sense, do or die for Gavin. This is the card. This is the draw. And he didn't slam a fetch land.
Yeah. And it's like now Gavin maybe can do something like play another Kavu. Because remember, Gavin doesn't know we know that there's a bombardment in hand.
Right.
So Gavin doesn't understand. I should say understand, pardon me. Doesn't know that it's wrapped up.
Oh,
right?
that's
might
a
have
pass.
a bolt. So we'll have to see. I mean, Joe is in the unenviable position of having lethal a couple different ways.
Okay, well, Marsh Flats from Joe, Bombardment from Joe.
Okay. And remember, Leyline Binding isn't on fully, so it's going to take 2 mana for that.
All right. Marsh Flats gets cracked. Probably just a Sacred Foundry. I don't think Joe's life total's that pressed here. And Gavin's saying, you know what, I only get 1 life, and I'm not going to spend any more time on this game.
Yep, and we're going to move on to game number 3. Wild game there. Gavin sort of just on the edge of stabilizing, but Joe able to close it out, played very tight, and, rewarded there.
Right, it really speaks to the tension in a lot of these games where there's a very clear narrative of Joe trying to kill Gavin before Gavin is able to stabilize, get some sort of unbeatable threat on the table. But it also says that at the end of the day, this Zoo deck does kind of need a specific combination of cards for it to break a certain way.
Definitely. And I think that, we're seeing, game 1, the raw power that Zoo can bring. And it's like, okay, I do this plus this. I don't even have it on curve. We're talking turn 4. It's enough. But, like you're saying, sometimes doesn't come together, and we see just how one little sort of, domino falling over has massive implications. I think Gavin made the right play bolting the Ragavan, but having that wear tear to get there threw the entire game off, forced a fetch shock, made everything awkward, and it all mattered a lot.
All right, well, you know who's helping keep Tabletop Magic alive this weekend? That is Beckett and Dragon Shield. Huge shout out to them, some of the best sleeves in the business. They're sponsoring the whole weekend. They're the reason this is possible. Yeah,
a huge thank you to them. I mean, if you've been around playing Turn Magic for a long time, you know Dragon Shield, one of the marquee sleeves. And what I love about them, too, is they have all these different types of sleeves now, right? From plain colors to art to, these different things. They just have a wide range of things that you can get. And I think it's super cool that you get to express yourself. Like, I had these, Batman sleeves that they did a special thing of for a while from the release of the newest Batman movie. And they were just so cool. It was just like, this is a really dope thing, and it's awesome that they get to do that kind of stuff and also help us bring you Paper Magic.
Yeah, right. Huge shout out to them. I know I personally have a ton of the same art sleeves. I have the Poppy Fields that's kind of a play on the Manet thing, the Manet painting, rather. My cube is sleeved in them this weekend. Mason's been ribbing me about it literally every night in the hotel lobby.
Well, I just love to see that you support the people that support Paper Magic, because that's what it's all about.
Quite literally. Quite literally. I know, we're laughing about it, but this is huge. This is awesome. Shout out to them.
Yep. And it looks like the players did sideboard change a little bit. I don't know. It might be a situation where, put a couple in, take those out exactly, make sure. But it does look like Gavin, at least Gavin, was double-checking how we went to sideboard and moving some cards around.
Right, and I think some of this speaks to that play-draw dynamic that we were touching on going into Game 2. Do you think much is really going to change here? That he's just making sure his I's are dotted, T's are crossed, etc.?
Yeah, to me, that I would guess that's much more just like a habit thing, or there's some small play-draw thing that we like to do, like maybe we want to have an extra Doorkeeper Thrall where like the Crocs is not good enough on the draw, but I kind of like it on the play. Something small like that, I could see double checking it too. Like, okay, did I see anything that surprised me? There was a bunch of discharges. Like you said, maybe I thought those were going to go, so I sideboarded out this card. I'll sideboard it back in.
Well, that last game, it was actually pretty interesting. I don't know if Surge of Salvation looked very good. There was a point where obviously Gavin was in dire straits at that point, but there didn't really look like there would have been a point it would have been that strong here. Maybe kind of reconsidering if this is the matchup for it.
Yeah, totally. That could definitely be something. I mean, the one spot it would have been part of the problem was like the mana there too. Like we were stuck on like specific lands. And so like had we been able to use it to protect our Kavu, would have been a great spot. But that also, this deck has that issue, right, of needing specific colors and specific lands at specific times. And that awkwardness makes sometimes cards that are situational, like these marginal upgrades, a little worse. So I could definitely see us doing that. I would also see on the play versus the draw, maybe you want to have this Surge as a way to, like, on turn 1, protect your ley line from, like, a wear tear.
That would have been huge last game.
Yeah, exactly. And then maybe on the play, we don't actually want that. We want to be using our mana a bit more. So I could see something like that where maybe being like, okay, I'm going to get the Draco down. It doesn't really matter if this dies on your turn 2. Yeah, buddy, trade that. I'll hit you for 4. Go.
Oh, is that Stubborn Denial in Gavin's hand? Okay.
It might be.
I mean, Goblin Bombardment is one of the best ways to check lifelink. So having a strong proactive check for, or not proactive, but reliable check for that makes some sense to me.
Yeah. And it looks like Gavin is keeping now. I'm curious, was that my turn 1 land, or was that and we had the ley line
It was
again?
a turn 0, not land, but you know.
Pre-game action.
Yeah, I have pre-game effects. Thank you. All right, Wooded Foothills.
And it looks like Joe's hand's a little land heavy, but does have Flage and Wear Tear. And we mentioned this before, you know, I'm curious, you know, if Gavin gets down a Draco, does he even mind if the ley line goes?
Okay, so I think this is an upkeep copy of Wear. You could kind of see the motions of the hand saying, go, but wait. Fetch Shock, Sacred Foundry, Stubborn Denial.
Yeah, and this is good. You know, like we said, this card protects some stuff, but also Force Spike mode's pretty reasonable
It's
here.
nicer on the play. It would totally make sense to me if this was the swerve that we're seeing here.
Oh, sure, like Surge of Salvation on the draw, this on the play.
Or, yeah, exactly. It's just any sort of Force Spike effect is so much better when you're up a land instead of down. That's a spot where Gavin can actually afford to hold up the mana instead of having to play that super reactive game we saw in games 1 and 2.
Yep.
Ocelot Pride, the play from Joe. I think that was the last hidden card in the opening hand.
Yeah, I think so as well.
All right, so look at this in-step fetch from Gavin, realizing, okay, what are the ways I lose this game is my ley line gets blown up, and I don't really have protection anymore, so let's go ahead and get Thundering Falls instead of maybe having to pay life later.
Yep.
Or is this a sign of weakness?
I think it's kind of a sign of, like, strength. You
Oh,
know,
interesting.
It's just sort of like, I could use this Surveil later in the game, because I don't really need it right now. My mana's working, right? And I'm tapping out is actually my best chance for my opponent to kill the ley line.
Sure.
So I really don't kind of care. I kind of just want to make sure that this, you know, the train keeps going. That's how I'm interpreting this. I think you can interpret
that's
it
a
this way.
good call out. That's a good call out. All right. Liked what he saw on top, though. That's a sign of strength.
Bad news for Joe, unless Gavin isn't thinking very hard. That's your best hope.
Hey, listen, I've watched these players play 2 games with Gavin changing his play throughout the match.
Yeah.
If there's anything I've seen him do, it's have a think.
Yeah, Gavin's been playing very well, and you know that was sort of Joe's out, is that hopes that Gavin made a little oopsie, and looks like Draco's going in for the kill. Yeah, as we hit in for 4 with lifelink.
Arena of Glory coming down to haste it up too, just in case Sign of Draco needed more keywords.
Well, you know, it was lacking a little. And yeah,
All
we
right.
saw this in game 1 be such a huge beating for Joe. And here it is in game 2 in sort of a worse position than we were in game 1.
This is tough to beat from this point. This is, that's an untargetable Scion. So even if you go after the ley line, it's a 4/4 flyer.
Big. I mean, your best hope is to like somehow answer the ley line, get the Draco to like trade, like hit the Pride, whatever they both have first strike, and then you like play a Flage or like a Galvanic Discharge, kill the Draco. But I mean, listen, what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 3 for 2ing ourselves, right? To get this off the board. Joe only has like a couple of cards in hand, and we know from the mulligan that there was 4 lands in hand at the start of turn 1. So even if we drew 1, we just can't have so many spells and keep it going.
Okay, well, Joe's trying to find some action. Fetches up an Elegant Parlor on instep. Does not like what he sees. We're seeing a red card hit the graveyard.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see it's one of the Galvanic Discharges there.
Totally.
And it looks like Joe's going to fetch pretty quickly.
Oh, is this going to be a put Flage in my graveyard, drain you for 3?
I think it might have to be. That's one of the few ways to
Sometimes
get
you'll
in.
say something's a sight for sore eyes. Sometimes it's a sight that causes sore eyes. That's
deep.
ish.
I
It's
cha-
early. It's early.
I changed the bar for the person that I'm talking to about that, so.
I think that was mean.
No, it was a
but like in a
compliment.
good
It was
way.
a
In a
compliment.
good way.
Chill. Everyone's having fun here. As we do see the Flage come down, deal the 3. And, you know, this is one of the few ways you could maybe actually stabilize the game, is if you're able to, like, barely live long enough, the Flage will gain you 3, you'll lose 4. So you're losing 1 in the exchange, right? And if you can somehow keep your life total up enough, that would be good. As it looks like we're actually going to ley line binding the Flage as to prevent an escape.
Okay, sure, that makes sense. I mean, Flage is ostensibly one of the ways that Joe can go over the top of what Gavin is doing here. We see a bunch of cards in Joe's graveyard. An Arena of Glory could do a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think this also probably speaks to Gavin maybe wants to use all the mana next turn. right? Gavin's like, I know next turn I'm down 1 land from the exerted one.
Sure.
I want to play something, right?
Sure.
And I don't want to hold up this leyline binding. So even though this is a little awkward, it isn't the end of the world.
Yeah, or especially if he's say flush on reactive stuff like we saw in game 2, just kind of trying to pare down both players' resources makes a lot of sense.
Yep. It looks like players are just making sure they have the right life totals with one another.
Lot of draining and gaining.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of deal something, gain something going on.
Right. This definitely does not look like a game where one player's at 20 and one is at 14.
100%. As we do see Ocelot Pride, you did gain life from the Flaze Trigger, so we get a cat.
All right. All right.
Arena was exerted last turn, so it's going to stay tapped.
I'm such a sucker for the half D sleeve to mark cards. Do it with exerting, did it with embalming, just I don't know. I love just the stylish stuff like that. The flair you'll see of players playing tabletop Magic.
Yeah. And maybe a depressing sign for Joe. Gavin was tanking on the upkeep because it's so many good cards and forgot to draw for turn. A tough place to be.
All right, remember to hit for 4.
Yeah.
Believe we're sitting at Gavin at 24, Joe at 10.
I think that sounds right to me.
Right. The Flage makes it hard to tell, but
yep. Yeah,
players' updated life totals, we're caught up.
And this is interesting to me. We talked last turn, maybe the idea behind Gavin was just trying to pare things down, use resources efficiently, but didn't have a ton to do on this turn.
Okay, so fetching with Wooded Foothills, I'm going to guess this isn't Dath of Triumph. Just trying to say, hey, if my Leyline Binding gets got, it needs to not be the end of the world.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, one of the way you probably lose this game is the binding going away, right? And you also just don't even really, you're kind of okay having a little bit of extra mana right now, so it's fine.
Lord knows he's got the life to spare.
True.
All right, untap. Little Drosky Poo.
It looks like maybe Gavin just has a hand, like you were saying, that is just all, things that say nope.
I as a Slippery Bogle Glistener Elf aficionado, I love a Protect the Queen strategy.
Nice. As we're going to see Flage come down.
For Gavin this time.
That's true.
Arena of Glory on the table. That's a scary one if you're in Joe's seat.
Yeah, and I like this play from Gavin here too. Could have gone face with Joe, but is like, hey, I'm in such a good spot. Let me just kill this pride, because once again, if things are going to go sideways, this is how I'm going to lose.
Yes.
Let me put you in the worst position possible. And that worst position is just so good still for Gavin.
All right. Big draw step from Joe. There's a land. There's Goblin Bombardment and pass. Not a lot going on. Gavin takes a draw. Just attacks.
Yeah.
Okay. Still a couple cards short of escaping that Flage with the Arena.
Yeah, one of the awkward parts of this deck is sometimes your removal spells don't go to the graveyard, as we do see a Bolt, and that's going to do it.
Gavin Meager up to 3-0 with Domain Zoo. We talked a bit going into the round about how this deck looks against all of the Breach variants. We did not touch on how easy it made the energy matchup look. Easy is not perfect, but it looked good.
I mean, one of the things we saw before from some Mox competitions and stuff like that was some players brought things like Rhinos with featuring the ley line because of how good it was versus energy. And, we've decided to forego the Rhino stuff right now in order to have things like Summer Now, which make a ton of sense to the Breach metagame. One of the cool things about Modern, but yeah, this was like a thing you would play the Scion leyline stuff for, was in this matchup, if I do this, it is so hard for them to win. And I can be so far behind and win, as we saw in game 1, where I was like looking at the sideboard like, okay, we're about to talk about this, let me get ready, And then it's like, oh, the Draco,
oh wait.
The Vantage Bar,
yeah,
the direction.
Yeah, something I really, really like about the Domain Zoo deck, and I thought Gavin played excellently in those games. We saw a lot of big deviations and choices on how to play differently with the same cards, game over game. It really communicates a sort of macro understanding of how Gavin wanted to approach the tournament at all, right? Because we've seen a lot of players make a bunch of micro adjustments in their lists. We've talked about that a lot. Instead, this is just sort of a broader approach. This is something where I think this deck on a macro level lines up well with what my opponent is doing, and I'll play that and be favored by just playing a pretty good deck that's a good call on the weekend instead of trying to flip matches with a bunch of individual cards.
I agree. And also really shows some mastery, too, of what's going on Domain Zoo. So there, and also great play there from Joe. I think had a lot of tough spots, and a lot of spots where I think Joe kind of knew. If we could maybe get like the Joe cam, Joe would tell us like, yeah, in this spot I knew I was like hoping, and I was trying to figure out how can I get out of these spots. I think put himself in a good spot to win, but wasn't able to close the door. And that's what you have to do. You play those spots 100 times and hope that it works out. You play your best, so when it does work out, you do win.
And something we've talked about a couple of times already on the broadcast, there's a new set on the horizon, friend.
There is, and I want to talk to you about a specific card because, I've worked in the building a little bit. I worked in MH3. We've heard the Morrow Storm Scale.
Yeah,
and the idea is, Storm, Scale, things we won't do in Standard. That's kind of the whole idea. And the idea is like, 1 is like we're going to do this a lot. Maybe flying is a good example. 10 is Storm. Don't expect it to happen.
Storms, Dredges of the World, etc.
Exactly, yeah, those sort of things. Yet Carmen, I see almost a mockery to God here with the name Storm Scale Scion.
Storm Scale Scion definitely has a sort of air to it, right?
So what's going on here? Like, is the philosophy changing? What's happening? Tell me about Storm Scale Scion.
So something that a lot of designers, myself included, believe is one of the best parts about Magic is the breadth of the experience. There are so many different ways you can play. One of the cool things about Magic, specifically as a game, is that you can have any number of creatures on the battlefield. You can you have any number of cards in your hand. If you play a Reliquary Tower, you'll have to discard 7 at instep. But what is cool is all the different ways and different decks that can exist. So a lot of things at the upper end of the Storm scale are things that are weird, say Dredge, Storm, where they're not what we'll say is a classical game of Magic, but there are people who love those things, right? So something that we sort of tried to pivot towards, instead of saying we'll never do these, is kind of framing it as it is hard to do it, but it is worth doing. We want to be able to do it responsibly. So this is an example of something where Storm has been really hard to balance in the past because it's generally pretty uninteractive. So something like Brain Freeze, like Tendrils of Agony, etc. These are things that are attacking some axis that your opponent can die on, cards in library, life total, etc. But your opponent never can ever get a chance to do anything about it. You just cast all the spells in your hand and they probably die. Storm Scale Scion, on the other hand, it costs a lot more mana, and it frequently is going to have some other deck building component going on. You either need a way to give a bunch of creatures haste in your deck that's a spell combo deck thing, or you have to just put a bunch of dragons into play and say, all right, who's dead? And that's just something that ends up changing the way that the actual Storm mechanic plays, and it's cool. Right, it gives you a really cool aspirational thing to dream about whenever you're actually playing the games. It's like, oh, what if I just had a horde of dragons and I played all my cards and they led to a bunch of big flying dragons and I was the commander of a dragon army. It's just, it gives you a really cool dream, and in a lot of ways, it is ideally, fingers crossed, this card has not actually made it into the real world yet, so all this with a grain of salt, is an attempt at actually doing something that's been historically fraught, but identifying the reasons it was fraught and trying to make them, we'll say, execute on it in a more responsible way, just to really reinforce that one of the best parts of Magic is the breadth of experience that's possible.
That makes a ton of sense to me. I think, I'm really excited to see how this this card goes into decks and stuff like that. It's definitely one that I keep my eye on. I think another cool thing is, like, for the next couple of years, what do we do with Storm Scale Scion is super interesting. And
there's a Mox in the same set.
There's a Dragon Mox. We'll talk about that one later. But we have Joe Lissette in our deck tech area with Nick Miller. Let's see what Joe's playing this weekend.
Hello, welcome back to the Sideboard here at the Regional Championship, part of SCGCON Charlotte. I'm Nick Miller alongside a 2016 Players Champion, Joe Lissette, and you are playing Orzhov Necro, which is a offshoot of the original Mono Black Necro Dominance deck we saw break out at the Modern Pro Tour. But we've got the card, the talk of the town now, Ketramos. What does this card do for this archetype that this deck couldn't do beforehand?
Well, so if we're maximizing Necro, we want to have free cards, right? And in order we need a lot of extra card advantage in order to support those, which the Necro provides. We're not going to draw the Necro every game, and in Modern we don't have, tutors, really effective ones at least, to get it. So Ketramos is another 3-mana card that can generate significant card advantage. So it can kind of stand in for the Necro. So you really have two you'll consistently have a 3-mana play that will support the free cards over the course of the game. That's really, I think, the big part of it in against spell decks. And against creature decks, eventually it turns into, and really not that deep into the game, it turns into a very strong creature, that gains life, which is good for Necro. So it works well together.
Yeah, that's the one thing I see is, how often are players going to be able to turn on Ketramos and be able to attack in a variety of different decks? So for this deck, it's a real threat.
Yeah. No, so we have Relic Progenitus, which the black-white blend decks play also. So it combos well. I mean, if you play Relic on turn 1 or 2, Ketramos on 3, as long as there's any card in the graveyard, you can draw a card immediately. And then it's sometimes Ketramos is active as an attacker or blocker on turn 4. That's not frequent, but it does happen. The pitch spells help. Like Soul Spike, you get to pitch 2 cards directly into exile. So that helps build it up. Also, Necro, the combination, again, the two working together. If you Necro up a bunch of cards and then discard the hand size, they all go into exile. So that also turns on Ketramos. And then there's kind of combinations of stuff that work very cool, like Ketramos on the board, opponent checks, okay, there's 5 cards in exile, attack with 2 guys, Soul Spike one of them, now Ketramos is online, block the other guy, and the game's just over. So it's not reliably active on turn 4, but it gets going sooner than I expected looking at the deck list before I started.
And I assume if you have both your namesake card and Ketramos on the board at the same time, you're probably living a pretty good life.
You are, yeah. It's very strong. You're flush with cards. Your life total holds up pretty well from Ketramos and from the Soul Spike scanning life. They can't really attack through you. So you're in good shape.
For those unfamiliar with the archetype, take us through what exactly is going on with the deck. We almost look like a mid-range deck, but we have this combo flourish too.
Yeah, and we have a card. We don't have a game-winning combo really. We have a combo that just provides more resources on a rapid basis. So really, we're looking for turn 1 either a discard spell or a fatal push if they have a creature. I mean, either one. I mean, relic, but whatever. We have a bunch of turn 1 plays. Turn 2, we have 2 sets of 2-drops. Both impact graveyard cards going to exile, so that contributes to the Ketramos later on. And then on turn 3, ideally, we want to have 1 of the 2 cards. And then maybe we play a pitch spell, maybe we're drawing some more cards, and then we just win by an overwhelming amount of resources, really. There's no trick. Yeah. I mean, like Necro and Shieldred's nice for gaining life, but that doesn't kill the opponent either. So we're just establishing a strong position and then just kind of bowling them over with power over the course of the next few turns.
And I would have to imagine having this much incidental or not, it looks pretty directed. Graveyard Hate is nice for a meta that has Breach and some other decks.
Yeah, no, it is. We have an unbelievable amount of Graveyard Hate main deck with the relics, with the double-sided the Boggart, with the Dalthi Voidwalker. I mean, it's very hard, and still, despite all that, Breach can still get you starting from scratch. But the Voidwalker, unlike some of the other cards, like Boggart Trawler clears the graveyard, but they can win from a fresh start. Right. With the Voidwalker in play, they can't. And it's not, I mean, it's 2 toughness, they can kill it, but it's another thing they have to deal with before they can start. And with discard and whatever, you can kind of support that and put a lot of pressure on them.
Anything else going on in the main deck here that we should be aware of or that you might overlook if you're unfamiliar?
Well, so a big thing with Necro itself is that, okay, your hand size is 5, but that happens in cleanup, and you can draw up to, often you draw up to 8 cards, and then Soul Spike back down to 5. So basically, it's almost free. Also, some of the kind of the cute interactions, like again, Necro and Ketramos do so many things together. If you have those in play, and you play a fetch land, and you activate a fetch land, it goes to the graveyard, and the Necro's like, well, that's going to go to exile, and the Ketramos is like, wait, something went to exile from the graveyard? Well, you better draw another card. So there are things that, and then the Relic Progenitus and Ketramos, I actually got tripped up by this. Watching it happen on Magic Online, I was like, is there a bug here? Because, okay, you play the second activation on the Relic, it exiles itself, you draw a card. The graveyard's assuming Ketramos is in play. The exiles the graveyard, you draw another card, And then you draw a third card. I was like, what is this third card from? And I got confused and forgot the relic is a cantrip itself. So it's actually Ancestral Recall with Ketramos in play, which is insane. It's just randomly in the deck.
Yeah. You
So-
heard it here, Ancestral Recall. you know?
Exactly. And even if it's in play, it costs 1 mana. It's the same card. It's colorless. It's better. It's better than Ancestral. I'm just
Ban incoming.
probably not on the relic.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Take us through the sideboard here. You have an innovation here, splashing with blue for the consigned in memory, and this is just for what exactly?
Well, it's for Eldrazi. I mean,
Okay.
sure, there's other random things where it matters. Against Belcher, it counters, the Belcher, and you would bring it in there. But really, it's for the Eldrazi deck. The list I started, I didn't innovate this whole deck. Like the black-white Necro deck was a thing already. I played a couple leagues with it online, and I started making changes, like let's say how you do. And Break the Ice, I mean, it's a single, it's 2 mana land destruction, right? That's good. That doesn't exist really in Modern, and it's still not that great. They can go a green land plus Utopia Sprawl, and then you're sitting there with Break the Ice, so that doesn't do anything, and then you can't cast it, and then they start playing bigger stuff, and then you're behind. It's like, it's not very exciting. Consigned Memory is the best card against Eldrazi. Everybody knows that. And even though we're already, an Orzhov deck, our white commitment isn't really that significant. So it didn't cost that much. To add a color, it cost me a basic, which, I mean, that's relevant,
Yeah.
but, and it cost me a Surveil land. And that felt like an okay cost to pay in order to have Consign over Break the Ice. Maybe Eldrazi is not that metagame powerhouse that it seemed like a month ago, but it still matters.
Yeah.
And I still feel like it's probably worth doing.
Yeah, and it's still one of the 5 most played decks in the room.
Yeah.
So you're gonna
Yeah.
see it. Anything else you want to call out here in the sideboard?
So you maybe remember how much I love Gemstone Caverns. I'm always looking for an excuse to play Gemstone Caverns. And I did have a game yesterday in the ReCQ playing for next season, which is exactly how you would draw it up. Going second, Gemstone Cavern, turn 1, 2-drop, turn 2, Necro, draw a bunch of cards, Soul Spiker guy. I'm ult to 5, and on turn 2, I'm massively ahead. Gemstone Caverns is sick. I love this card. And
A fan favorite for Joe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the rest is just kind of extra removal, cheap removal, hate cards for some of the ramp decks, and that's basically what it is, yeah.
Awesome. Anything to say about the deck in closing?
I mean, I don't think this deck is setting the world on fire, but I think it's certainly a playable deck. Not everyone has experience against it. If you're going to play it yourself, go through some of the Ketramos. Some of the Ketramos triggers are surprising. Like if you're playing online, sometimes it's going to trigger and you're like, wait, why is this even? There's some shocking things in there. Dothi Voidwalker is a sick card. I haven't really played with a lot before, but that's a really fun card to use. No, it's an enjoyable deck. I like it. I think it's competitive, and it's a good time.
Awesome. Well, Joe, thanks for taking us through the Orzhov Necro deck. Stay tuned to Star City Games all weekend long for the action here in Charlotte.
Howdy, gamers, and welcome back to the Regional Championships in Charlotte at SCGCON. I'm Carmen Klemperens, that's Mason Clark, and we just covered an amazing match between Boros Energy and Domain Zoo.
It was a super fun match to watch, and also it was so nice just to see, what the different decks are capable of and like how they function when all cylinders are going. We're kind of stumbling a little bit. They were fun games to watch for sure.
Right. It really just kind of showed that different players have a bunch of different approaches to the format right now, where some are really trying to attack on like a micro level, some on a macro level. Let's have a look at what's going on in the room this weekend. So we're going to bring up our metagame for day one. Breach up top, 23%. Kind of what everyone expected, but I might even say this is less than it feels like some people thought it would be.
Yeah, I mean, everything we know is that Breach is the best deck.
Sure.
Like Frank Carson's done some articles. It has a winning matchup versus basically everything on this list we hit until Demir Mill. And it is just the deck to beat, and it seems like players didn't want to engage or thought that maybe this would be the tipping point. Like, finally, there's going to be too many cards. And, it's really a big question to me is like, okay, if 8 or 9 cards wasn't good enough, will 10 or 11 really be the difference? Maybe a lot of players seem to think that and have avoided the deck this weekend.
Right, and just kind of looking at the way that the metagame is shaped up over the last couple of months, it's really interesting to me how hard some players are trying to target it. We see Demir Mill, that's something that you talked about. That's a lot more copies of Demir Mill than we saw in Portland just, a month ago?
Yeah, I mean, it was exactly, I think, 4 weeks ago from today. And, yeah, Demir Mill was, I believe, in, our other category,
What's changed to make Azorius Control come back? I'm a sicko who loves a Teferi hero of Dominaria with the best of them, but what?
Well, what's changed is we figured out a different way to cope. And so you see,
wow.
we have found a new narrative. No, jokes aside, the idea is if you can break apart the Breach deck enough, you have force negations and counter spells, plus your rafts are getting in some of the other stuff going on. You maybe go over the top of the Blink deck. You can handle the Catcher Most. They can't really handle the counter spells.
Was it Patrick Wu that we saw make a deep run with it in Portland?
I believe that sounds right. I know that we've seen some Magic Online grinders who play this deck a lot, playing it some recently.
I mean, you get to main deck Scepter Chant. In 2025, that's not that bad. Again, when a sort of, not exactly Storm, but basically a Storm play a bunch of spells combo deck is top dog.
Yeah, and we see Orm Chant as a card that's in lots of sideboards. You sort of your opponent plays Breach. On the stack, you play Chant. Nice Breach, we move on.
Against a deck full of sorceries, it's not that far off Time Walk.
Definitely, yeah, and it is playable enough against Eldrazi Ramp, Blink, things like this. It can buy you a turn. Maybe you start to take over the game. And like you're saying, if you do set the Scepter Lock, that's pretty good. I'm curious to see what its conversion rate is going to be like, to be honest. I mean, it isn't a ton of players, so it isn't like this is a thing a lot of people are believing in. So it could be a situation of a lot of blue-white diehards working hard on the deck and, sort of pulling the trigger on it. I'll say this, Roger Suleiman, someone we see play a lot of blue-white Splash X, if we're being fair, playing black-white this weekend.
I was actually birding him during round one, and round one, I believe, the wonderful people at home got to see Peter Husisian make the Breach matchup continue to look great for Amulet Titan. Not a bad call on the weekend, I don't think.
Yeah, definitely. So it would be interesting to see how this all plays out over the next couple of rounds and what our day two is going to look like as we're hitting about the halfway point right now.
Right, we're at the point where a bunch of undefeated players they can't get too comfortable, but you are starting to think, I'm not that far from a winning in, right? I mean, 3-0 is a really good start.
Yeah, it's the best start you can have in the first 3 rounds.
Truer words were never spoken.
That's so true. You know what else was true? We just got our deck list for our feature matches this round, and we can take a look and see where we're going to be battling.
All right.
So, speaking of Amulet Titan, we didn't know that. Amulet's on. And then Carmen, take a look at this other deck list. Do you want to be the one to say it on camera?
Okay, so we have Jacob Lamoth on Burn, which I was hoping to see Burn this weekend. I love a Sacred Foundry. I am a Sacred Foundry girly through and through. Amulet Titan is maybe the worst matchup possible.
Historically,
it's tough.
This is the buy for Amulet. Let's just call it like it is.
Right. I don't actually know if that it's an uphill battle for sure.
Now I'll say this: and this is a small, tip in the hat in the feather, as it were. No Radiant Fountain. There's a lot of lands here, so I'm triple checking myself. But no Radiant Fountain to 75. it isn't the reason the matchup was bad, but it definitely hurt. Sometimes like turn 1 Radiant Fountain, gain my life, play my Amulet. All right, next turn, bounce land, play a thing, replay it, undo one of your draws basically, and while I'm progressing my game state. Losing that matters some, but Titan is just really good at killing really quickly.
Okay, well, let's take a look now at what the players have brought, specifically what they've done to kind of season to taste. So it's Burn, the year's 2025 Bolt Wave from Magic Foundations, giving a little bit more redundancy for the Lava Spike fans out there.
It definitely is. I was watching some Burn players play a little 4-way game, and that's strong in the pod. Hits everybody, and here gets around some of the protection spells as well, and just really gives you even more of what you're trying to do. I'm trying to do for low mana, deal 3 as quickly as I can. And the reason you're seeing Burn this weekend and why players are playing it is Eidolon the Great River in particular. This is a really strong card against Breach, and it kills really, really fast.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think Eidolon of the Great Revel is one of the cards that you'll see frequently make or break Burn on if it can actually hang in the metagame. And let's just call it what it is. Jacob here is 3-0.
Yeah, and I'm not exactly sure what Jacob played against. Maybe I can find that out and let y'all know. But, I mean, look at this deck. Think about it playing versus Breach. And then look, that's game 1, which is typically Breach's like best time. Post-board, we have Magebane Lizard, sort of Eidolon at home. And then we also have Rolling Vortex. These are 6 more things that stop the Breach combo sort of in its track. If you're a Breach player, you do not want to be seeing Jacob this weekend.
All right, well, you know who does want to be seeing Jacob this weekend? That is Ricky Crawford on Amulet Titan. Smattering of 1-drops. It's just, this deck is so good at coming out the gates and racing Burn, which is crazy when you're built your deck around a 6-mana creature.
Yeah, it turns out it's pretty easy to get to, and with the new versions of this deck as well, we can be killing even sooner. So it's going to be uphill, but Burn can do it if things work out the right way, and you got to get lucky to win a big tournament. You got to win a bad matchup every now and again. And for Jacob, this could be the one we're talking back.
Okay, well, let's see if let's say the plot armor continues to armor him here. We're going to head down to the feature match area. Amulet Titan, Burn. It sounds like we have a mulligan to 5 on Ricky's side with Amulet Titan. How good is Amulet Titan at mulliganing, Mason? I know you've been in the streets with an amulet or 2 in your life.
Yeah, I mean, it can be pretty good. Like, this is the thing I always tell people. How bad can any matchup or draw be when I can turn to you? Ironically, Jacob here seems to be part of Team Titan with a Titan on the chest, which is pretty funny. It's sort of, keeping our enemies close, as it were. But, no, you can sort of make it through here. And while you do need a lot of pieces, if you have the right things, it just doesn't matter.
Okay, so we see a suspended Riftbolt from Jacob to kick things off, and Ricky doesn't have the turn 1 amulet, which is pretty good for Jacob, and just has a Malevolent Rumble on 2, flipping over some lands.
Yeah, we did find a Simic Growth Chamber we're going to pick up in our hand, and
that's got to feel like step 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of, going off with these untap effect lands is having the first bounce land. And we do see the Riftbolt go upstairs. And
this is funny, where I almost wonder if the Eldrazi spawn is a liability game 1 when Jacob still has a bunch of Searing Blazes in deck.
Yeah, it is sort of something that can kind of line up a little poorly and maybe give Jacob an out. Obviously Jacob will probably try and keep a hand that doesn't have that, but you're drawing 2 cards.
Sometimes if you have 7 and the others are good, who knows?
Yeah, if it's the last points of damage, they do play Arboreal Grazer and stuff like that. And here comes down the Eidolon.
All right. Untap, pass back. Eidolon of the Great Revel not at its best against oops all 6s.
It's a tough look. It's a tough look. It looks like, though, Ricky might have a card that is going to trigger it. We'll have to see.
All right. Sack Scion, Roll Up Saga, Spelunking. Fastest trigger this side of the Mississippi from Jacob. Points at that Eidolon. I love it. I love it.
We are going to see Urza's Cave get put in off the Spelunking.
It's a cave.
Yeah.
So it gains life off the Spelunking.
This game could have gone either way.
Oh my gosh. I adore this. I'm glad the text matters. You know what I mean? Sometimes with Spelunking, you just go, it does that?
Is that an RB moment? We just didn't think it.
Oh,
we put a game on this card?
I think I might be responsible for both of those cards.
Yeah, well.
All right.
I need to apologize to Jacob later, as Eidolon is getting in for 2.
All right, Mirror Pool enters untapped. Eidolon serves. 3rd land for Burn. Jacob really hoping that is the last land he finds this game. Bolt Wave faces the place. Skewer. Lot of damage here, and these are some of the best draws from Burn, where you just have a bunch of ways to convert 1 mana and a card into 3 damage.
And it looks like a passing. So if the last couple of cards maybe are a lot of the 2 mana burn spells or something, we might have some just bolts or whatever, and playing our sorcery speed once at sorcery speed. But we know Ricky here has a bounce land in hand, which means we have Titan mana if we have Titan.
Oh, okay. Well, float a mana with Urza Saga.
I think a big thing to note here is Summoner's Pact will put us to 9. And if we can't end the game, bolt, bolt, bolt.
That's not bad.
It's a small thing, but it's like that's the kind of stuff that is going to matter here, If Ricky drew a Titan naturally or something, that's just going to be a totally different spot, as it looks like Amulet is going to be the search here.
Both of us looking down at the deck list, just double checking. Could have been an Expedition map.
Yep, maps are only other target in game number 1, but it is a target.
All right. Spending the floating mana and Beseiju. Whenever you're sitting in Jacob's seat, you've just got to almost feel a sigh of relief as it isn't slam the untapped Growth Chamber Titan.
See, I wish it was that when it's me. I'm like, I get it. It looks like Ricky here.
Oh, okay. Well, there's the Growth Chamber.
Yeah, maybe has a different. Maybe it was going down a different route. Excuse me. And now it's gonna go down this one.
Sure.
Gonna make 2 and then pick up the chamber to itself. A very common play you'll see from this deck. Sort of uses these chambers as like a way to get bursts of mana, and with multiple amulets you get a lot more mana very quickly.
This deck's so mechanically intensive.
And it looks like.
Okay, our Boreal Grazer. Oh, tell me this is gonna ramp out a Cultivator Colossus.
I think that's it. Yeah, so we're playing our Boreal Grazer so we can replay this Growth Chamber, which puts us up basically a blue mana from where we started.
Sure.
So that means we now have 7. But I think we're missing a green is the problem.
Okay.
Okay, so we do have enough for Titan. Oh, I see.
Oh, we want the untapped mirror pool, right?
Gotcha,
okay, sure.
This makes a total sense. And this is a spot here where Ricky often can win from this position. Sometimes you have a land in your hand that really messes you up. I know I've had a lot of what felt like a wrapped up win, and I draw for turn, and it's the land I needed to
Not the Lotus Field.
And I'm like, oh, no. But I think one of the benefits of mulliganing, harder to have those cards in your hand.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I've certainly played decks before you go, oh, I'm glad I could put a Narcomoeba on the bottom.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to search up Lotus Field and Crumbling Vestige. That's going to give us a trigger. That's going to make some mana from the Vestige, and then also we're going to have a sacrifice 2 land trigger, and it looks like we're going to activate Mirror Pool as well to make another Titan.
All right, so 2 lands hit the bin. Couple mana in the pool. Lotus Field adds some more. That mana evaporates, or sinks into the Mirror Pool, rather. What time is it?
Amulet time. I thought it was a Hammer thing at first, and I realized this isn't.
It's prime time, baby.
It's prime time. I get it.
We're going to get through this together.
I didn't get it in the moment, if we're being honest.
All right. It's fine. It's fine. Ricky's going to get us out of this as he goes ahead and searches the deck for the 2nd time, 3rd time this turn.
Yeah.
Can't forget about that Saga.
That's true. A lot of searching, a lot of options available, as we do see Hanwar Battlement searched up. That's a way to give haste.
Okay.
It looks
including another Lotus Field.
Yeah, the way Ricky is thinking, it's either a spot where we're triple checking that we have lethal, right? Or
we barely don't.
Yeah, where we're just a little short of what we're needing here. And now, we're activating the Lotus Field in response. I'm sorry, activating the Hammer Battlements in response to the Lotus Field, and we're going to sack our Lotus Field and our cave.
Okay, mana goes away, and it looks like we're in combat with the token copy of Primeval Titan, sending into the red zone.
And I mean, we talked about it before, this is where a spot like Radiant Fountain back in the day would have been huge. Right?
Yes.
Going up to 11 here, a multiple of 3 is avoided. And that would be a big deal. Not a thing that can happen right now. Also worth noting, we didn't mention this too much, this is red burn.
Basically mono red, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's
a sideboard, Reign of Gore, which is black, and technically you could fetch a tap Blood Crypt to cast a Surgical Extraction the way that Garfield intended.
Yep. But no Boros Charms, in this deck list, so it is 3s.
Yep.
We're dealing 3s. Being at 10 is a lot different than 9.
Yep. And this is the spot where if you're sitting across from Amulet, you can feel them just kind of going, I've almost got you, but I barely don't.
Yeah. And you're seeing Ricky get Boseiju bounce land, and then bounces the Boseiju.
Sure, this can be a check to Eidolon if that ends up being relevant.
Yeah. All right, end of turn Bolt. This is where it matters here for Jacob. Down to 6 for Ricky. Takes 2 from the Eidolon. I think has 2 cards in hand, gets a 3rd. Rift Bolt's huge in spots like this. Another Lava Spike. All right, and you're seeing Jacob. Jacob knows. Okay, Jacob's a redraw with that cannon.
Sunbait Canyon, yeah.
Oh, we're thinking.
He didn't slam it.
Yeah,
All right, Monastery Swift Spear. And this is the reason Boseiju could matter, right? If Jacob just had extra haste creatures, all of a sudden, it's not going to work out.
All right, pop Sunbaked, draw a card. Little damage moment. Swift Spear hits the graveyard. And then, we're going to pick up our cards. And Ricky definitely, on a mold 5, was able to do the thing on turn 4, which is kind of what you expect from the Titan deck there. But Jacob was feels like, that was the one I needed.
Right, and that was the texture of the game, that if you're in the burn seat, that you actually feel like the win can be attainable. It was just really rough that it looks like Jacob was a couple of points short of finding it there.
Yeah, but we'll have to see how these players want to sideboard. And, Carmen, you're the burn player here of the two. I'm going to change the dynamic a little bit. What are you thinking from this burn sideboard?
I am pretty unhappy to be playing against Amulet Titan if I have this sideboard. A lot of the things that you might be reaching for in the vein of Blood Moon, in the vein of Molten Rain, things like that are not going to be that great. There are some cards that Jacob is going to be trying to get out of his deck. We talked about Searing Blaze a bit at the top of the game, or at the top of the match, rather. So bringing in something like Smash to Smithereens makes some amount of sense. You also could look at something like Roiling Vortex if you want to maybe check something like Summoner's Pact. But for the most part, Jacob is trying to get some of the bad cards out of his deck more than any of these tools are that great for him.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it before. Searing Blaze, maybe a liability there in game number 1.
Yep.
And hopefully we can just get anything that is, better than that. I guess on the play, maybe you can have one in your deck and it's not the end of the world.
Sure.
Yeah, I play a Goblin Guide, you play a Grazer.
Hitting Grazer is not terrible.
It's huge when you have a creature draw, especially the one creature draw.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Meanwhile, over here from Ricky with the Titan deck, I'll switch back into my normal role here, especially as a Titan player. And this is one of those spots where there's not a ton that you really have that you care about. Maybe you want this Odawara as a way to remove something, but it doesn't really matter that much. This Member is definitely not a card you want. Force of Vigor is a thing that I've seen people bring in as a way to kill, Eidolons and stuff like that. It could kill, the Rolling Vortex, like you mentioned. It would be a painful way to kill it, or an expensive way, depending on how you want to do it. But I think this is a spot where Ricky can get pretty close to maybe just, resubmitting. It would be a totally fine spot. Maybe 6, it's a 2/4.
It's fine. It can block a little bit.
Yeah.
There's maybe a world where you could see something like Vexing Bauble come in against Rift Bolt. Just literally, if there are cards that Ricky does not want in the deck, like Cultivator Colossus, I think this might be the same spot where Ricky is saying, oh, okay, well, this is a good matchup for me. Why would I sideboard a bunch of cards? I don't think my opponents, even if they are on burn, they're probably not going to be targeting me this weekend.
Yeah.
So what's the problem?
Yeah, and then that same vein, maybe you Keen-Eyed Curator, if this does go to a game 3 on the play as a way to block a Goblin Guide.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that as we go there, but looks like the players are finishing up.
And you know what? They're finishing up, but we've got a new set on the horizon. That is Tarkir Dragonstorm. We've talked about a couple of previews from it this weekend. I'm sure that we're going to do that a little bit more, but you can head over to starcitygames.com/MTG-TDM to pre-order your Tarkir Dragonstorm boosters today.
Yep, it's very soon coming out. I'm very excited to play with this set, and I can't wait to see everything is in store for us.
Oh, yeah. I'm biased, but it rules. It's so sick.
All right, I will have to see how it goes.
All right, players, look at their opening hands. Looks like 2 lands and a bunch of spells from Jacob. Exactly what you want out of Burn. And Ricky going down to at least 6. And last game, I think, showed the impact that a mulligan can have on Amulet Titan, where the deck's so redundant that eventually the Titan deck will probably find the way to do its thing. But those extra turns are crucial for Jacob.
Yeah, Jacob needs the time to play all the stuff.
Right, exactly. There isn't... It's funny in some ways where it's good old honest Burn. A lot of emphasis on honest there.
Yeah. And this is the thing, too, where it's like Jacob really wants like 2 or 3 lands so at the time to deploy those cards and then never see another one, like you said, right?
Right.
We sort of also like really hope to have a creature here on the play, but then maybe never draw another one.
Right,
You know,
exactly.
It's a lot of like, you can make these things happen and it will work out, but it's tough, you know, and Jacob, I think, definitely was hoping players wouldn't switch in droves to Amulet coming to this weekend, and, you know, to his credit, they didn't really, right?
It
Amulet
is
stayed about the
just
same.
such a hard deck to play. That's when
Yeah.
I'm okay at Magic, and we were talking at dinner last night that I basically really struggle with the Amulet Titan deck because of how precise all the mechanics of it are, as 2 are shipped to the bottom for Ricky to kick things off with 5 that he likes enough.
Yeah, it looks like Amulet, Summoner's Pact, 3 lands, all untapped.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, no bounce land, but you have a lot of those in your deck, and you don't even want them like that early, so.
One of the funny ways that the Burn matchup has improved for Amulet Titan over the years is Amulet Titan moving away from the fetch shock mana base, the old green fetches plus breeding pool, for example, where mana is basically always going to be free.
All right, looks like Valakut was the draw there for Ricky. Gets Rift Bolted from Jacob. And now I think Jacob does have a second land. That's big. Just thinking about how we want to deploy everything.
All right, so here's a Bloodstained Mire. Little fetch. A lot of respect on the basic choices. Love a Tempest Mountain.
It's a nice one. A lot of cool looking arts there from Jacob. Rift Bolt.
Well, Bolt Wave.
That one too.
All right, Skewer the Critics.
Ricky's down to 11. We need 4 more burn spells or 3 in a Goblin Guide. We're getting close. This is sort of the mixture we need. We know Jacob only has 1 more land in hand, so really the question is how many of those are 2 mana burn spells. That is going to be the big thing here.
Okay, so Ricky's going to go ahead, tap 2, Green Sun for 1. Likely a Grazer, which makes a lot of Jacob's draws worse.
Yeah. And this will put us ahead a turn, so maybe we can, get to what we need. Draw a spell and get something. Yeah, you see Jacob, flash the Titan on the jersey there. These players having fun in the feature match area, 3-0.
I really appreciate that's one of the things, just the human element of it, where, obviously, whenever you're playing against somebody, I want to beat you up, I want the match points, but there is that sort of camaraderie where it's just like, this is kind of ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Echoing Deep. I'm going to guess that just enters as a copy of itself here instead of copying a Bloodstained Mire. We've seen some players actually pivot away from the green versions of fetch lands when it's free, just so Amulet Titan couldn't, say, copy a Wooded Foothills from Jacob here.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if we have the District in our deck, which is a red-green land.
Ooh.
I don't
Nope.
catch it. No commercial District this weekend. All right.
Okay, so another Bolt Wave from Jacob, Ricky to 8, and then a Sunbaked Canyon and Pass, 2 cards in hand. So no matter what those 2 cards are, because Boros Charm isn't on the menu for Jacob, he's going to need to find something else.
Yeah. I think Skullcrack was one of them.
Not bad.
All right, so that, that will be at a pseudo 5.
That
if was
plays.
the case.
It's not a land.
Yeah, and, you can draw 1 mana 1, and then you're kind of there. So a lot of pressure on Ricky to have something good this turn. Only has 4 mana on turn 4. For Ricky, not a great place to be, not exactly what you're about.
Summoner's Pact, though. Real safe to do in open deck list world. I know previously there are eras where it's closed deck list, and against Burn, this would be really risky.
It's happened a lot of, hoping. As it looks like 6 did make the deck.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, and I think what the hope here is I can't quite get here in the next, like, 2 turns. I'm missing on the lands. So 6 will find me the lands, ideally. And maybe even my Titan.
Sure. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. And this is one that I know is near and dear to your heart.
Yeah, 6 is a card I spent a lot of time working on MH3. It was a card that went through a lot of iterations that are all very similar to what you see today, but very different.
And something I really like from Ricky, we see an Amulet of Vigor hanging out in his hand. A lot of discipline, not just throwing that on the table when you know your opponent could be bringing in something like Smash to Smithereens. All right, here's that Skull Crack. Ricky to 5. Big draw. Big draw. Oh, the 4th land. Every burn player's worst nightmare.
We have the canyon, though. We can fetch another
That's
sweet
true.
mountain. Yeah,
That's true.
Now, this is what I'm always like, okay, do I crack it now? We definitely want to get this fetch in, you know.
I mean, this is the spot where people, you know, I think at this point, the deck thinning with fetch lands thing, people have mostly caught on that isn't a huge deal. But in these sorts of scenarios, this is where it matters because the cards you're drawing are so binary in how strong they are.
Yeah, it is huge. As Jacob is thinking, and the fact that we're thinking, yeah, it makes me think that we don't quite have it. As here's Swift Spirit. Of note, Barbarian Ring. It's a land we can draw to be pretty happy about.
Okay.
So, and it does 2, so that plus any burn spell goes the distance.
Anything that's still damage at this point is going to be a sight for sore eyes.
And I'm curious here.
And Jacob knows that Ricky can't play anything next turn because of the Summoner's Pact. Okay, here's Bolt Wave.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what Jacob was trying to figure out. I was like, am I supposed to let Ricky know that you're at 2, you know? Or do I hold this as hidden information and rather just deploy it?
I love just casting it. It makes Rift Bolt and Barbarian Ring better draws.
Yep.
It's just so nice.
As 6 attacks and it finds the bounce land and the Titan like I talked about. That's really big.
Okay, okay.
Now Ricky can bounce land, put one of these lands back in hand.
It's always so funny how hard you have to think, okay, maybe it's better to just have a bounce land in my hand, especially when we're holding this amulet.
Yeah, and Ricky decides to go with that line. As there are 2 Swift Spears down to 1.
Okay.
All right. Maybe Ricky has like a double amulet too?
Sure.
That would make some amount of sense.
Okay. Echoing Deeps gets tapped. Amulet time.
All right. Well, we currently have 5 mana if we play the bounce land. So that's not 6 for the Titan.
So interestingly, you can also retrace our Boreal Grazer to go up mana.
True. Yeah, if we have extra lands in hand, we can do that as a ritual. You're right. That also gives us another blocker for this Swift Spear, which is pretty important. Malevolent Rumble is going to be the play here from Ricky.
There's a Grazer.
Yeah, another Grazer, a Dryad of the Elysian Grove, Titan. Looks like we're maybe wanting Dryad, maybe hoping to set up some blockers into like a Titan, trigger these Valakut lines for lethal.
Sure. I feel like Ricky was really looking for a land there.
Yeah, and a land or maybe an amulet. I think
sure.
Something like that. Ricky is going to land for turn, play the bounce land, and then pick it up to itself like we talked about, and play the Dryad here. So Ricky has 1 additional land drop now for turn. Like you mentioned, if we have more lands in hand, we could retrace to get this Arboreal Grazer, but I don't think we do. I think our hand is a Titan, a bounce land, and another spell.
All right. This also does fix some of the color problems that we saw floating around in Game 1 that were a bit strange. Okay, combat, 6 attacks.
All right.
3 choices.
Yeah, three hits here. Saga, Mirrorpool, and the Boseiju.
Probably not Boseiju.
Yeah, I don't think that's right now. Looks like Urza Saga is the one we want.
And because of Dryad of the Elysian Grove, Ricky does still have a land drop. Need to mark 2 damage from this 6 attacking. Yep, there we go. Great.
That's right.
Down to 12. Listen, That's divisible by 6.
It matters. Yeah, I know it does. I think an Eidolon was the draw for Jacob. I'm not exactly sure. And okay, it was the 3rd Swift Spear. Yeah, and we just get in the block. So losing the Scion, it's not, it kind of matters.
Oh my God, Ricky's holding on at 1.
Yeah, can Ricky win via normal combat in Valakuts? Like an attack for 4, all of our lands trigger. If we have like a Vesuva to copy the Valakut.
It's pretty close.
Yeah, I mean.
Selesnya Sanctuary in hand represents, what, 6 with the Valakut? Yeah, here we go. 3.
All right, we're going to play it, untap 6. Oh, yeah, and then we can retrace with this land to get the Titan 2. Now, we know we have a Titan in hand as well. You can also retrace the Arboreal Grazer as the thing. Here's Cultivator Colossus.
Sure.
That's a great way to get lots of land triggers. Looks like we're going to start with that bounce land. Put a delay trigger. Another,
2,
3.
3.
Oh, wait.
4. 5.
Oh, no. Only 15 damage. Yeah. And
a gentleman's 5 as Ricky Crawford moves to 4-0. Amulet Titan making it look easy this weekend.
Amulet's really good. I mean, this is one of the decks that has just been a top-tier deck in Modern for a very long time.
Right. We saw Peter Husissian win the last Modern Regional Championship, beating up on Breach, which is widely believed to be the best deck, and just making that matchup look good for Titan. Maybe it's time for people to really go ahead and learn this one.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things where if you want to be someone who can, like, pour infinite time into a deck and get a lot out, Titan is the deck for you. And I actually remember feeling that way originally. During, like, the KCI ban time, I wasn't sure where I wanted to go in Modern. I remember hearing someone basically say, like, Titan is a deck that you can put a ton in, get a ton out, and it'll reward you for your time and dedication. And, I ended up having my first big result with Titan at an SCG back in the day. And it's been a deck that, I've, like, gone in and out of with. I haven't followed it as much as some people like Dominic Harvey or somebody like that.
Right.
But it is a deck that, like, if you put a lot in, you get a lot out. And so if you're someone in Modern who loves combo, this is a great deck to sort of put some time and energy into.
Right. I remember, I think its breakout event was Pro Tour Born of the Gods, I want to say. And it was just a lot of Midwestern American Magic players, Matthias Hunt, Sam Black, Justin Cohen, bringing it to this event. And one of the reasons that Justin Cohen, who I believe top 8 or top 16 that Pro Tour, loved the deck is he was not very familiar with Modern, and he just said, hey, what is a deck where I can just do a lot of homework on how to play my deck, and it will probably go okay, because Modern breadth is just the biggest thing going on here, right? Our metagame slide has 20 different decks or something like that. But being able to just learn all of the different lines with Amulet Titan is the type of thing that's going to reward players just so reliably over time. There's even a meme about how long it stood the test of time, right?
Yeah, no, it's been a big part of Modern for a long time, and hopefully for a long time to come. And it's something that players love to see, and they'd love to see the dedication. But we've got a backup future match this round.
Okay, so one side, I hate saying boogeyman, but the boogeyman in the hands of Jerry Gao, Grinding Breach, against Mario Kribari on Dimir Aggro, but Dimir Aggro is not really telling the whole story. This is a deck. The first card on the deck list sheet is Asmarina Mardika Diced and Akuldakar.
And the second is Cauldron Familiar.
I have. All right, Mario, talk to me, Satoru the Infiltrator.
Yeah, Satoru, Emperor Bones, Blood Gas. We got some vials. Underworld Cookbook as a 2 of. Urza Saga, some interaction for Flare of Malice and Spell Pierce and Surgical.
Flare of Malice showing up is so sick. We have played so much of Flare of Malice going, I'm not sure, but it doesn't feel weak.
Yeah, it's not a weak card. Is it going to be good enough? It's always sort of the question. But it's great in this kind of deck when you have these recursive bodies.
Okay, well, I really want to see this deck, so let's go ahead and get down to the feature match. Oh, my God. All right, back up. Round 2, Mario Kribari on Dimir Aggro. I'm talking Asmarina Mardika Diced and Akuldakar, Cauldron Familiar, Psychic Frog, Bowmasters, the Daredevil, Satoru, Bloodghast, Emperor of Bones. Just some of the coolest cards in Modern. And then Jerry Gao, Grinding Breach, maybe the best deck in Modern.
Yeah, I mean, all signs point to it being the best, and Jerry Gao has decided to bring it this weekend in hopes that it will work out that way.
Okay, well, we have Fetch, I'm assuming a Shock, a Mox Opal, and a Tamio. This is kind of the power of the Grinding Breach deck, is it feels like it plays more cards than it should be allowed to play each turn.
Yeah, it does all that while also having a great like sort of backup grinding plan too. Very explosive, but also very resilient. And Tamiyo plays a big role in that, enabling some of the early mock straws, whether that's Amber, we're providing an artifact for Opal, and also having that card advantage that her flip side and the clues provide.
Okay, so other side, Mario kicked us off with just attack Anuma and then has a fetch land and a pass back. Kind of a slow start despite being on the play. Maybe Spell Pierce, the thing being held. Well, Spell Pierce would have maybe gone over after the Mox Opal. Interesting. Or no, because Takanuma can't cast it. All right. Tamiyo attacking with and making a clue.
Yeah. And you have to think, if Mario brought this deck, it's one of two things. One, it's our deck in Modern, right? And it's the thing that we're very excited to play, and we just sort of always play. We're starting off great. Where the other idea is it is good against Breach.
Yep.
Those are sort of the two things that are going on. So.
All right. So, Fetch Shock, Scalding Tarn, into Steam Vents, into Malevolent Rumble. A lot of cards just moving zones. Both of the namesakes in the deck. There's a third grinding station in Jerry's list now.
Yeah, we're seeing some players do that. There was a long while where people played 2, but then with the prevalence of the mirror, gotta go fast.
Oh yeah, definitely. And it's just such a threatening card to have on the table. Where I think we saw this round 1 where Tyler Barnett cast it turn 2 against Husician, and Husician just had to slow his game plan down by 2 turns to just respect that the card was on the table and he might die out of nowhere.
It seems like we're doing a little fetch shocking.
I suspect there are some orcish companions waiting out in the wings.
Yeah, they might be going after something, hunting.
Oop. All right, so Bowmaster goes after the spawn. Jerry sacks it in response, which means nothing is amassed.
Yeah, basically foregoing the 1/1 in order to have one of the mana sources gone from Jerry.
That makes sense. Mario's deck doesn't have a ton of disruption in it, so really just saying I gotta get in and mess up your game plan where I can makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
As Satoru comes down, I was stoked about this card when it came out in Outlaws of Thunder Junction.
Yeah, it's a super exciting card. I mean, Satoru is just a card that I think does a great thing in Magic, which is inspired to think about, well, how do I make this work? What do I do? And I think those are some of the coolest cards. And this card, asks sort of a weird-ish thing of you, but pays you off pretty well for doing it. And we've seen players really like it. And, we even saw some players experimenting early on into the days of the One Ring, when it was still going around as sort of the premier card advantage. People were like, well, this is really strong and maybe good enough. And, so far for Mario, 3-0.
Okay, Tamiyo gets in again. This second clue representing Mox Opal coming online. Underworld Breach. Uh-oh. Is that it?
I mean, I believe that's game. Obviously, maybe it's like a force negation situation going on here. No, we have Flare of Malice, but...
There's one surgical.
Oh!
Okay.
All right, well, that's going to get all the stations. We do get to see the hand as well. Now, we get to see it as well, too. So, Tamiyo, Bolt, Emery.
All right, and you know what? I think we may just have a game on our hands.
Yeah, I think
this Breach does not look good.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is one of the weird things where Jerry can still win via just, like, Urza Sagging, playing a normal-ish game. It's going to be hard. Typically, a lot of the reason that is so good is you're able to, like, combine that with your opponent having to play around your combo. Combo's gone. But we can still deck ourselves with multiple Emerys, Malevolent Rumbles. So we're not at this point yet where that's going to be a realistic thing to happen, like in this turn or even the next 2 or 3 turns. But if we can go 5 or 6 turns, Jerry could find another Breach and win this game. And that one Surgical Extraction coming in clutch here for Mario.
Right, and we're seeing this from a lot of players on the weekend where they have 1 or 2 cards in their main deck that are just absolute hammers against this deck. And even if Grinding Station is just sort of the quote-unquote deterministic easy way of doing it, it's not like Jerry's out of this. Here's Emery hitting the table.
Starting us off here. Milling 4. Found another Emery, a Bobble, and some
Bobble
Rumbles.
it could draw a bunch of cards. With Mario having a Bowmaster in play, that's
not exactly where you'd like to be. You could bolt it.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true, actually. Okay.
But also, you got to play like the fair game from here out. Maybe you just want to get like this Haywire Might into play to fight over potential cookbooky stuff. There's a lot going on, and you don't have a huge graveyard. I think we can play about 2 things right now.
All right, well, the first one's going to be that Mishra's Bauble. We're going to see Jerry Sackett get a look at his top card, try and figure out if it's Bauble time still. Looks like it is. The rest of the cards hit exile, goes ahead, Baubles Mario.
All right.
Shows off a card. I think that was a land. And Bolt goes after the Bowmaster, just like you called it.
And
Oh! Spell Pierce.
Flare of Malice.
Oh, Flare of Malice. You're totally right. Sorry about that.
Yeah, and that's going to sort of counter, quote-unquote, the Lightning Bolt.
Okay. I mean, taking Emery with it is huge. That was the one of the card advantage engines that Jerry had left over. Oh, Satoru gets busy immediately. That's the aggro into Demir aggro.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, and an immediate pass, so maybe it makes a lot of sense what's happening in the early turns there. Mario had maybe some free interaction, a Bowmaster, and a Surgical. And here's another Emery.
All right. 4 of them to the yard. None of them artifacts, but there's still that bauble from earlier.
Yeah. And Tamio's going to keep making clues. We can keep drawing some cards. And this is what Jerry needs to do if we're going to win this game. We just need to have a bunch of things we can slowly move through our deck and actually win with Oracle. Or, here's Urza Saga, actually win the game with this, which is a great way to win.
Big game. At this point, with all of those clues in Mox Opal, that's representing making 5/5s? Not too shabby from the land zone.
Not at all.
All right, Satoru Mizawa going to go ahead, serve in. Jerry's down to 9.
Yeah.
A pass back. Interesting. And this shifting woodland that Jerry has actually represents another way to actually create an underworld breach.
And that, a good way to maybe bobble a bunch of times. You'll lose your woodland, but
Sure.
You can also start using woodland on Saga as a way to get it. You can get it up to chapter 2.
Oh, sure.
Then turn it on, and then make, and then it turns off. So it's a lot of mana. I don't want to make it seem like it's an easy task, but it is something that comes up in a non-zero number of games.
Okay, well, here's Thundering Falls, flipping Mox Amber into the graveyard. Not a bad get.
No.
Having a bunch of Moxen is one of the ways that it feels like Jerry could still deck himself the hard way with Underworld Breach, where each Emery ends up putting you down 2 cards in graveyard for a mana source in the Emery itself, but you don't need to go infinite. You just need to mill, 35 or something?
Yeah, exactly. You just have to get through your deck, and, we've probably moved through about 20-ish cards already, right? So it's getting closer and closer.
Okay, Mario has an in-step Surveil land of their own. Jerry says, let me have a look at that first. Okay, Saga of Mario's own. Not bad. Not quite as good.
Yeah, Jerry Sagas or contracts, I should say, are very big.
Yeah,
So-
these are some big ones.
Yeah. Mario does have the Underworld Cookbook, which can help grow those constructs, but it's definitely not free.
Oh, wow. And you can see Jerry figuring out if he wants to respect Orcish Bowmasters here. Just says, I'll crack my clue. If you get my Tamio, you get my Tamio.
Yeah. And now we're going to get that Bobble Trigger.
Oh, are we? Okay, yeah, there it was. All right, so the Bobble Trigger and then the regular draw. Time to figure out what to do with Saga.
I was going to say, yeah, respond to my trigger. You see it happen all the time.
That looked like a construct to me. Which
Yeah.
makes sense. Fair plan and all that.
Definitely. And, Soul Guide Lantern here pretty good against the Blood Gassy type stuff that could become an issue.
Sure.
Obviously, it hasn't shown up yet in this game, but it's a part of the deck.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I think it's really interesting just how it feels like there are all these pieces that you've seen in other decks. I know I've seen Satoru the Fugitive show up in, I think it was an Affinity variant back in the day, Bloodghast and Dredge, and then Asmo's stuff had its own sort of food combo deck. It's a bunch of stuff that kind of feels disparate, but does make a cohesive package. The issue is them pointing in so many different ways means that Soul Guide Lantern's going to be really good at shutting off one of those axes.
And another Urza Saga is massive here for Jerry. Going to start counting it up. Looks like we have 6, 7. Once we attack with the Tameo, 8.
Lordy.
Yeah, these will be an 8/8 once Tameo gets the trigger resolved. That is a lot of life very quickly.
Does not feel good when your opponent's getting in with a construct and has to start pointing with their second hand to count everything.
Yeah,
right?
it's a team effort.
Bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, as we are going to see something post-comp. It looks like we're going to actually maybe draw a card with the clue that should flip the Tameo.
Yeah, this is. I like this, especially since you sort of checked Mario on it last turn. This means that the one that we know is in hand could have just flipped from hand as well.
And it looks like Jerry's now going to activate Emery. Wanted to maybe keep the options open if something happened to the construct, maybe pop the Soul God Lantern, replay it, you know,
yeah,
that sort
totally.
of thing.
Okay, so here's Mox Amber from the graveyard. Mox Opal from the hand, resetting the one that was there before.
And another Tameo.
All right, Bobble, looking at Mario's top card. I didn't get a good look at it. I think I saw a watermark.
Yeah, I think, you know, Mario, I think, big fan of this deck. It looks like the deck is mostly foiled out. A little bit of glare there, a little hard to see.
I'm gonna guess it was Dork Slick Shores.
Okay.
That's my from the stands. That has, I think, has a Mirren symbol on it as a watermark, if it's the original. That Pithing Needle?
Yep, Pithy Needle coming down.
Nice. Love the inventions. Looks like that was naming Tomio, Seasoned Scholar.
Yeah, either Tomio or Emery are the two that make the most sense here.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, we're going to draw for some baubles, draw for some turns. We got a lot of pieces here, and these contracts are huge. Jerry can buy back a bauble to grow these constructs even more. Can buy back a spell with Tameo.
All right. And this is just the strength of this deck, right? Is we saw Grinding Breach threaten to say, hey, I'll kill you on turn 3. It's now, what, turn 7, turn 5, 6, something like that, and just has all of this stuff in play.
Yeah, we've been playing a grindy game, and that's one of the benefits of this. As it looks like we have a sink into Super to bounce the Satoru, and yeah, that's lethal.
That's going to be lethal, right?
Wow.
Holy.
It just shows how good this Breach deck is at playing through hate and interaction. And even when you have, you know, the one of Surgical, the least amount you can have hitting, the piece, you know, obviously Underworld Breach is the best, right? That's your fair card. But it didn't even do that much that game. It drew a couple cards, which were, you know, nice, but not the end of the world. And wow, what a showing.
So looking to the sideboard, I'm seeing a lot of one-ofs and then 4 consigned to memories on Mario's side.
Yeah, I mean, Mario just has a bunch of different things to solve different problems, which I kind of like, you know, like, for example, the Shadow Spear, playing against an aggressive deck and bring that sort of thing in here. Got this Emrakul, I play against the mill player. No, I got him. Kaido, Bane of Nightmares, I play against the grindy deck. So a lot of options here, you know, things like the extra Surgical, Denial Spellbomb, I imagine those kind of cards are going to come in. I could even see Mystical Dispute happen as a way to fight over the Tameo, Emery stuff. You know, Stern Scolding is a card we probably don't want to see, but it does counter a lot of the creatures if you would think that the games would be about the fair stuff. So with a deck like this, too, I could see where Mario maybe has some very specific game plans that he wants to enact.
Well, if you're liking watching this event, maybe want to get into the fray yourself, you're going to want to join us for the Spotlight Series Secret Lair at SCGCON Indianapolis.
Yeah, it's going to be May 30th through June 1st. It's going to be a very fun time, modern. We can't wait to see you all out there. It's going to be a blast.
Right, it's an open event, right?
Yep,
What we're
anyone can
watching
play.
now, these people had to qualify for this event, but this is a way to say, you know what, maybe I can't quite play all of the qualifiers, don't quite have the time for that. This is your chance to basically plant your flag and say, no, I can hang with the big dogs.
Yep, and hey, it's going to be a lot of fun. I always have a blast in there. Indy's a great city, so can't wait to get to it.
Yep. All right. So going into game 2, I expect that we're going to ideally see a better draw from Mario. It felt like he kept one of those hands that you're prized into keeping but not stoked about.
Yeah, definitely not great. Also, this is one of our backup matches. We're unsure. It might have also been the 6. Hard to see,
Sure,
You
sure.
got a 6. It's got my sideboard cards. Happy enough.
Yeah, right. Especially when it's game 1 and you have Surgical Bowmaster, how bad can your draw be, really?
Yeah, it's like, I kind of came here hoping these cards would be good in this matchup.
Yep,
Let's see if
right.
it's good enough.
All right, speaking of let's see if it's good enough, kind of the girl that carried Jerry in the first game, Tomio.
Yeah, Tomio does a lot for this deck on sort of playing the split roles, right? Enabler and sort of backup win condition. The deck used to play Ragavan back in the MH2 days, and have DRC sometimes and Ledger Shredder as a way to sort of be this backup tempo game plan. But Tamio really cements you as this controlling game plan as your backup.
Okay, and something we're used to seeing in a more controlling role, Psychic Frog hits the table for Mario. Here, this card's, it's just attacking.
Yeah, it's just getting in there, and it's going to be pretty good typically when it does. As Preordains the cast. Thassa's Oracle.
Do you keep, that has to go to the bottom, right? That's where you want it.
Yeah, well, now you know. You can play your whole game, never
Right.
fetch.
I would never.
Yeah, I'm going to play everything towards this moment.
Look at this, see, Hedge Maze, Surveilling 1.
Looked to be a red card to me, probably something like an Underworld Breach. And looks like we're thinking about getting in here as Tamio. Could technically block the frog, force a discard if you want to clear the way, but
No one will even arrest you.
yeah.
I like this attack. It's a cool crime. All right, and I think something that's really cool that we've seen in this matchup is the way that these clues, even if they don't get cracked, having artifacts as material is something that this deck is able to make use of from Tomio. I think previously you could read the card and go, oh, well, you got to pay mana for this to be worth anything. Absolutely not. Those constructs were huge because there were just a bunch of clues on the table.
Yeah, and we're seeing Mario here play an Urza Saga. Some good fair game plan, find some backup cards as well.
Okay. Not bad.
Into the Cauldron Familiar.
Yep.
Secret
That
Lair.
Secret Lair Cauldron Familiar.
Yep.
Nice.
Duskmourn House of Shadows.
God, I love Cauldron Familiar.
What a magic
Oh
card.
my god, I love that card. One of my most toxic traits.
It's a really good card.
That's true.
Standard banned.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right. 2 mana, Malevolent Rumble.
Spell Pierce.
Nice. And you really just got to get in while the getting's good on Spell Pierce, especially against a deck with a bunch of Moxen.
Yeah. I'll say this. We have our judges in the future match here to help out with this sort of stuff. This judge has been on top of the tokens, and unfortunately, the token has been canceled out every time. Had the Bowmaster ready to go, I sacked it. I got counted. It's like, all right, judge is like, all right, I'm ready though. If the time comes, here it goes. But that Spell Pierce, speaking of ready, Mario had ready, and great to break that card up. That's a card that people don't fight over enough. Rumble really is this great enabler for finding what you want, but also getting you extra cards in your yard to value Breach. And you see here, turns out Jerry needed that Rumble maybe to hit a land. And
All right, and Urza Saga goes up to 2. That turn sequence almost felt like what we know Psychic Frog for doing. Where it's just, okay, I'm going to poke you for 1 or 2 points, and you're going to be afraid of me discarding cards so you don't block it, and then Spell Pierce you. Nice turn.
yeah, just interact. As it looks like Tamio's going to get in front of the Cauldron Familiar, not willing to lose the Tamio yet. Rather, stem a life.
Right. This is a spot where Jerry is really valuing his life total at this point. Ooh, and we see a discard from Mario, and it's not even a graveyard card, it's just Satoru. This is pretty loud that he's saying, okay, I need to close this door.
Yeah, and I like this a lot. I like to joke that the first time Psychic Frog connects, you have to discard. Because 1 damage, unless your opponent is already super close to dead, it's just not a super good clock. And you want to do what you were saying. Interact, trade, interact, trade, interact, trade.
Oh,
Having a faster clock is better.
Look at this. Here's why.
Asmodee Marshal Basic Golden card coming down, enabled off the Psychic Frog discard, makes it a lot easier too to throw away maybe a card you like having in order to get this other card that you're a pretty big fan of. As Underworld Cookbook does get searched off the deck here, which will help grow our Urza Saga, but also maybe get back the Satoru if the game goes long.
Really nice. Really nice.
Jerry Gao has got to figure out how am I going to stabilize this board state and get towards winning.
Oh, Mox Amber, the get for Jerry. Missing red, notably.
Yeah, and red is a huge one. As it looks like with it maybe on the stack, we're flaring.
Oh, I love this. Sack the cat with the way to make food in hand.
Just good deck building.
Whew.
And yeah, you're seeing it.
All right, here's Emery.
All right, hidden Underworld Breach, stock up, dismember in a land. Stock up a card we're seeing make waves in Vintage and Legacy. Be, part of a very good standard deck. And now, coming to Modern.
Oop, okay. Here's the grinding station.
Trigger.
Oh, you got me. All right. Here's a Cornstruck on instep.
Love it. Judge was like, I've got it. Anyone got a kill spell?
Okay, are we good? Are we good?
Board.
Be cool. Is it Witch's Oven time on this saga?
Maybe. I imagine Pithing Needle would be the one that tempts me the most.
Ooh.
But
That sounds like the smart thing to do.
yeah, you just want to get them cats coming
Yes. Yes, I do. Is that so wrong? I mean, it is incorrect, but is
Yeah,
it so wrong?
Yeah, I would say so wrong versus wrong is a different question,
All right, and it sounds like this is going to be on grinding station.
Yep. Makes sense. You could go after Emery to maybe stop something like a Bauble if that was there or you're worried about something like that. But with not anything like that in the yard and Station thrown in the combo, this is better. Now, obviously, we saw in Game 1, we didn't go after Station, which is a combo piece because it was answered. But sometimes you would just forego this card if, you had, like, another thing that could definitely stop Breach in your hand. So maybe also signaling to Jerry that, hey, if I can remove this, Mario might be light on ways to stop me.
Yep, and some of this is basically just trying to keep Jerry at arm's length. While every single turn, Jerry is to actually answer what's on the battlefield, maybe try and develop a little bit, while losing life.
Kaito in hand here for Mario. It is
All right.
another standard all-star. Stun counter down that Emery. You will not get value. I will be beating down.
Oh, I love just the, psych, where you start to put the 2 counters on the Kaito and go, just kidding, on Emery.
Yeah. And attack here for 7 before
This is a
second.
thunk.
Yeah, I mean, this puts dead in 2 for Jerry, and you get the card.
Okay.
right. That's nice. Now if the frog gets removed or blocked or something like that, you still have an answer. And you have that Kaito, which can attack next turn and won't have Summoning Sickness. Draw a card here for Mario.
All right. 5 life for Jerry. Yeah, there we go. All right. Stun counter removed from Emery.
Trying to figure out how do I solve this Kaito problem.
Yeah, this is several lethal threats.
Yeah.
Well, they got to team up a little bit. Psychic Frog doesn't, but any 2 of the others are also lethal.
Yeah, and we know Jerry has lots of things to be thinking about because we haven't hit lands.
Right.
So our hands all spell. So if you have, I don't think this list is playing into the Flood Mob, but we're seeing that's a card that's really picked up this weekend. Something like that plus, a bolt. But yeah, it looks like Jerry's going to pack it up.
Okay, so Jerry packs it up. That is game 2 going to Mario Krabari, and our tournament's chugging along at a rate where we actually don't have time to show game 3, unfortunately.
Yeah, but Jerry does end up winning that 2-1. So moving on to 4-0, congratulations there. A great game to see. It was really cool to get to see this, Demir aggro-y deck go off. And also, I think one of the cool things about it was go off in a way where it never really did its, thing, if that makes sense. It
But
still
all
was
the
able
cards
to play.
kind of work together.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. It's not like we had like some high rolly draw when we won. We had sort of like a failure rate draw that still did a lot of things, and to me that's really cool. It's like, okay, yeah, obviously when I have all my cards that work together, I win games. Cool. But it's like, no, I can still win when things don't go perfectly, and that's really cool. It makes me want to sort of look into this deck more and play it some.
It's the kind of thing, and I've said this, I know you've heard me say it a million times about the black-white blink deck. In a lot of ways, it really makes you think about what it is that's possible in Modern that people haven't tried yet. Because so many of these things almost work together, and I'm not quite sure this is the final perfect list of how to play this Dimir aggro deck, but it really does look like there is something here.
Yeah, and there's clearly a lot of work. I mean, you don't end up on like 2 Emperor Bones, 2 Bloodghast, 3 Satoru, 3 Oval Chase, 3 Bowmaster.
Right.
Like 2 of this, 1 of this over here in the deck I didn't even mention. That's a lot of clear like love and mastery going in. So I'm cool to see how that deck evolves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something where even just seeing like maybe the Urza Saga package getting refined a little bit, I think would really go a long way to just making sure that this deck could be a player in the metagame going forward.
Yeah, and one of the cool things about this deck, it has a lot of options. You know, so because like with something like this too, as Modern changes, you know, like whether that's set release, BNR, stuff like that, new decks emerging, right? This deck can change with them a little bit,
Yes.
you know, and if like that is a cool thing about playing a deck like this or committing to a deck like this, right? Like if this becomes your Modern deck, you're like, oh, okay, I have a lot of tools. I can like, you know, all right, maybe Relic is better this weekend or Soul Guide's better or Needle's better. That kind of thing I think is really awesome.
Yeah, all of that makes sense to me. Looking over on the other side, this is Teamer Breach. This is something that we've saw basically a lot over the weekend, and I think we're probably going to see a good bit of it. I was so impressed in that first game.
It really shows just how good it is. You know, it fought through losing its combo and sort of playing this, you know, fair game. Even also, you know, we didn't talk too much about it, like, but with Flare, we lost the Emery. So really strong stuff. We'll have to see more of that as it goes on. But it looks like we have another deck tech, and so let's see what our players are doing.
Nope,
So-
unfortunately,
no,
but
excuse me.
we do have a new set coming out soon,
Oh, we
which
do have a
is
new
pretty
set?
cool. Yeah.
That's going to give me new cards for my deck tech with Nick Miller at the next event. So, you know what? I cannot wait to see what's in Dragonstorm. We already got to talk a little few about it, but it's come up in just a couple weeks.
Yeah, I know that Narset is actually something that's been previewed already, and I know it's something that you had kind of talked a bit about having some ideas for.
Yeah, it's a really interesting card, right? So if you haven't seen this one, it's just got colors. So, you know, blue, red, white. It's on your screen here. And at the beginning of your end step, you may discard your hand and draw cards equal number of spells you've cast this turn. So we talked about a Storm-like card with the Storm Scale Dragon earlier, right? This one's sort of asking you a similar thing, but it's kind of rewarding you for playing things in your main phase, tapping out, progressing forward. And it's one of those things where it's like, I have ideas, but I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to do, if that makes sense, right? It's something where it's like, okay, this card's really good. You know, if I play a bunch of things, I'm going to get rewarded. What are those things, though, specifically in Standard, right? In Modern, I can easily think of a lot of things. You know, we have a lot of free spells. So, I know it's a cool card, but I don't know what to do with it, so.
All right. Well, we've got even more things to learn about, all kinds of brews throughout the room, so don't go anywhere. I think we're going to have Corey and Jim back in the booth any minute now, so we'll see you soon.
All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship here in beautiful Charlotte, North Carolina. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's Jim Davis. We're getting ready to bring you our second batch, from us at least, of matches here. Going to be heading into round number 5. And, Jim, round number 5, things are starting to really heat up. You know, these players are starting to be able to see day 2 in sight, and we'll have a couple undefeated players here. You excited?
Yeah, we're on the other half of the event at this point for day 1, and then players who are 5-0 are looking good, haven't done anything yet.
Nothing.
5-0 does not even make day 2. You could still lose 4 in a row and crash and burn, which is a thing that does happen sometimes. So still a lot to do, still a lot of work to do. And I think it's important for players also to understand that. You feel 4-0, 5-0 in a big tournament, you're feeling pretty good. You're at table 3. But there's a lot of work to do. Yeah,
you got to make sure you don't get kind of lost and buried in that moment. Great start, but like you said, haven't accomplished anything. So let's take a look at the players that have accomplished nothing so far in our standings. These are our players, our top 15. Jim, walk us through this.
That's a lot of breach, Corey.
Wow, that is a lot of breach.
A lot of breach going on here. We got some name players. Zachary Kine, grinding breach, of course. A lot of good players playing breach also. Surprise, surprise. These are players that have Pro Tour experience that are not afraid to just play the best deck and do their thing. Ruby Storm, Mikey in 3rd place here. That's pretty exciting. One of the other combo decks, similar non-deterministic combo, whatever. But we got a little Amulet Titan. We got some Eldrazi ramp. One of those decks that is really, really powerful, but runs into breach a little bit, can be a little scary. Really good against all the other decks in the field, though. Little Orzhov, Blink, Shane there in 10th place. Domain Zoo, another cool old school name there. Gavin's playing that in 12th place. And then breach.
9 off the top 15. That's quite telling. And we also give a shout out there to Jessie Robkin. She's been playing breach just about as long as, Ross and I have. So big shout out. Been, absolutely crushing with the deck for a very long time. We have all our undefeated players go all the way down to 74th place as well. So while these players are doing great, there's a lot of undefeated players, and we'll still only have maybe 1-2 undefeated players at the end of the day.
Yeah, those are the players lucky enough to have the tiebreakers up in the top 15, but there are plenty of players with the same record who are also doing great.
Exactly. Yep, absolutely. So the match we're going to be checking out now is a bit of a spicy one, I must say. I'm excited for this. We have a little hollow one up against Orzhov Blink, so spicy.
Yeah, this is exciting. A lot of new cards in this deck for the hollow one. Marauding Mako, 1-drop, plays really, really well with obviously all the discard effects. Faithless Looting, Burning Inquiry, one of the most fun cards you can watch in a game of Magic. At its ceiling is literally Black Lotus Ancestral Recall Mind Twist. That ceiling is not often achieved, obviously, but it is there. It could happen.
Okay. You want to walk us through how it is exactly that?
So it's basically just each player draws 3 and discards 3, but at random. So if you were to draw and keep the ideal cards, 3 cards you want, that's a recall. They discard 3 cards you want them to discard, or whatever. That's a Mind Twist. And what else did I say? Did I say
you
Lotus?
said Black Lotus, I think.
How did I get Lotus in there?
Yeah, I don't know. I needed to hear your explanation. I guess for Hollow One.
Correct. Yeah. If you're Lotusing out Hollow Ones or using the graveyard in some other way too, and there's a lot of ways to use the graveyard in this deck. Detective's Phoenix, a really cool card too. Able to bestow from the graveyard, which is great. Fear of Missing Out. A lot of new cards here, which is cool. Cool to see. So a little bit of Delirium angle also, and a lot of recursive stuff. Flamewake Phoenix, Ox of Agonis, another really cool graveyard card that can kind of keep this train going. And
not just for Dredge, we got the Ox and other decks as well.
And a lot of discards. This Marauding Mako, in Standard, you see this card can pick up a counter or 2 here or there. In this deck, it is just dumping cards in the graveyard, and it will get huge very, very fast.
Yeah, and this is a deck we haven't seen for a while, but, there was a Pro Tour, back in the day that it just crushed. I believe Martin Juza ended up top 8ing a Pro Tour with it, and it was one of the best Modern decks. It was kind of the breakout Modern deck of that tournament, but hasn't really seen a lot of play since Faithless Looting got banned. That was this is the one Faithless Looting deck, really, that got so hurt by it. There was the Is It Phoenix decks as well, but this is the only ones that's kind of came back.
Yeah, looting is so important. Just so efficient in this deck, too. And I think the big thing here is that, Flamblade Adept was a good 1-drop in this deck, but the games where the deck didn't start on Flamblade Adept felt like a little reliant on hitting really well with your inquiries or Goblin Lures. Having that second 1-drop, we see it in a lot of formats where there's 1 mana dork versus 2 mana dorks. Once you get up to 8 copies of a 1-drop, you can expect to have it on turn 1 in most of your games, which could be a huge deal.
Yeah, and Mako is just way better, right? Way better than Adept.
For sure.
The counters sticking around on that can be a huge problem for these decks, because I feel like a lot of the top decks have kind of cut removal.
Yep.
You know, like Breach decks aren't playing that much removal. The Eldrazi decks don't have that much. So, I mean, an unchecked Mako here can eat up the competition. Shark pun intended.
Chomp, chomp.
Yeah, yeah. And on the other side, we are going to see Jaden Ray playing the Orzhov Blink deck. Kind of looks like the bread and butter here, huh?
Yeah, nothing too crazy here. A few extra prismatic endings, it looks like. But, you know, Fatal Push, Ketchermos, Blink things happening, Emperor Bones, Flicker Wisp. Basically what you'd expect. You know, Solitude's a big deal to keep these creatures in check. You know, the Hollow One deck is a creature deck. You know, through and through. You know, it is doing a lot of kind of crazy things, but for the most part, it's just making creatures and making them big. So, Solitude Ephemerate's going to be huge here.
Yeah, Solitude Ephemerate's going to be big, and even the main deck relics are going to be a little brutal against like half of the deck from Hollow One. So I would assume this Hollow One deck didn't exactly want to play against this, but we got our deck list graphics up here. Let's take a look so you can all check it out at home. This is Benjamin's list here for this Hollow One deck. And yeah, just a work of art, really. I mean, I love for Arena of Glory. Come on. I mean, that's a spicy one.
Card's really powerful. You think of it as like, you know, a little 1 of or 2 of, maybe a 3 of in energy and stuff, but like the card's just so good. It's almost a mountain.
Yeah.
You know, and the upside is absolutely monumental.
So I think the ideal thing to be doing here, right, is to be able to cycle 2 Street Race on turn 2, okay? You with me? Okay. Cycle 2 Street Race on turn 2, go Mountain, Arena Glory, exert it, 2 Hollow Ones, bam.
I like that.
Are
Actually,
you in?
Utilizing the fact that it's not going to be free. I'll pay the 1 for it, I guess.
You need to pay the 1.
Yep.
If it's free, terrible.
Yep.
A Nombo.
Yep.
Nombo, if you will. So let's take a look at the opponent's deck list here. Orzhov Blink, one of the kind of go-to decks. And, yeah, looks really good to me. We even have a little bit of a splash there. Temple Garden, just for Prismatic Ending for 3, it looks like.
Yeah, and I think that the prevalence of removal here, a little extra few copies of Prismatic Ending is going to be very, very important in this matchup. Fatal Push, Prismatic Ending, and Solitude. I think the pressure is on the Hollow One deck to get off to an early fast start, which is more than capable of. But with all of these 1 mana and then perhaps even free interaction points, it's going to be a little tough.
Yeah, and then I'm like looking at the sideboard here from Jaden. You know, these are, of course, 2 decks that are not prepared for each other as far as like, you know, I'm going to be ready to beat Hollow One type thing. I don't see a lot of cards coming in. Maybe you got Vindicate or something, but for the most part, these decks aren't necessarily prepared for each other.
Yeah, a lot of tools from the main, honestly. You know, just cheap removal, cheap removal, cheap removal. And then having those relics is cool, too, because, like, the graveyard angle is what gives the Hollow One deck a little bit of redundancy and a little longer game, you know, where, okay, you killed my early creatures, I'll just Oxyvagonus, draw some more cards, you know, get this card back from the graveyard. But with Relic there to check that, too,
we're gonna see if everything can line up here for round number 5 at the regional championship. Let's head on down and see who can advance to 5-0. All right. So, excuse me, these players are 3-1. So, advance to 4-1. 3-1, still very respectable record going into this.
And then, of course, even if it's a bad matchup, you just cast your Burning Inquiry. They discard over lands and can't do anything.
Yeah, easy. I mean, there's nothing that feels worse when you get Burning Inquiry. Like, you're just like, all right, I kept a solid 3-land, 4-spell hand, and all of a sudden you have a 6-land, 1-spell hand. Yep. But the inverse of it, and you just keep an absolutely terrible hand, which I do often. I'm a big fan of just keep 7. You know, you have to get rid of a card if you go 6.
Why would I want 1 less card?
Yeah, I mean, it's just pretty basic math, to be honest. But then when it fixes your hand, I'm all over it. All right, so there is one of the namesake cards here with Hollow One being on the play. You got to think, Modern, of course, is all about being on the play, but Hollow One especially really, really wants to be on the play. Aggressive decks kind of need that help.
Yeah, in this matchup, too, where if this game goes long, Jaden's going to run away with it. You know, Overlords and Blinks and all this value and stuff like that, too. So Benjamin is by far the beatdown deck here.
Yep, absolutely. Just a March Flats and a pass from Jaden. No Relic or anything, but of course you always have to be worried about the Solitude Ephemerate. If Benjamin were to, you know, do the nightmare scenario of, like, play 2 creatures and you get the full value of getting to eat 3 creatures with Solitude, you might as well pack it up at that point.
Yeah, for sure. Solitude is an interesting card in this format where it is a little awkward at some of the top decks.
Yeah.
But it's still just unbelievably good. It's such a powerful card, especially alongside Ephemerate and these other blink effects too. So this is a spot where it lines up really, really well. Yeah,
it's definitely a card that we have seen a lot less of. You know, it's been pretty much out of the metagame since we lost, like, Elementals. You know, since Omnath control was kind of not necessarily that great, not that good against combo decks, so it ends up being a little brutal. But I mean, if it was all aggro decks, Hollow One, Boros Energy, those kind of decks would really come back. So Solitude Ephemerate going to be an excellent, excellent tool against this Hollow One deck.
As we see a Phoenix in the graveyard, getting set up for a possible bestow,
Okay.
which is cool. Jumping in the air is important. This is going to be kind of a creature-y, groundy matchup of, just bodies everywhere. So potentially effective.
Yeah, Detective Phoenix, really, really strong card. And we have the FOMO coming down, Fear of Missing Out, ready to hit Delirium pretty easily in this deck. You have enchantment creatures, artifacts, instant sorceries. You got a lot of different types, so that shouldn't be too difficult to hit. Fatal Push taking down the Adept. Godless Shrine coming in, and let's see which one of the plethora of 2-drops Jaden has available, and it's the Bones.
So this is where we see the kind of like incidental graveyard hate coming into play,
Yeah.
where Emperor Bones, obviously a powerful card by itself, but also a draw because it's good against graveyards, against Breach, and so on and so forth. But now it's a spot where wasn't planning on exiling a Detectives Phoenix in this tournament probably, but it's still very effective.
Yeah, looking to eat a few more, Jaces and Grape Shots and stuff like that. So. Benjamin's third turn here, got the Lightning Bolt for the Emperor. And that would be creature, land, instant, so still no Delirium.
I just want to see the first Burning Inquiry, right?
Yes.
I want to roll some dice, spin the wheel.
Absolutely. I'm here for it. Any sorcery will be able to get in for a couple extra points of damage, get the extra attack. Oh, there we go.
Here we go. Let's do this.
Every game gets a little tense, honestly, from both sides when you cast a Burning Inquiry, No one knows what's going to happen.
It really is perhaps one of the cards, at least at the 1 mana value, where it has the widest range of potential outcomes.
Yes. I mean, what about Gamble?
I mean, you either get the card or you don't.
Yeah.
This you might get 3 cards or you might not.
All right,
and your
all
opponent
right.
might get 3 cards or you might not. So
We'll give you that one, Jim. We'll give you that one. All right, so there was the Solitude in response to deal with the fear of missing out. And then Jaden looks like he's going to be down to 3 cards. Same with Benjamin.
that's one of the squeezes too, where like you kind of feel pressured to use the card because you might just lose it. So
Yeah.
it might not be a great spot to use it, but if it's gone, that's even worse.
Absolutely. And players doing it the correct way of rolling the dice here. Might see people just kind of grabbing cards at random if you're playing at, the lower level, F&M type of those, things like that. But this is definitely the correct way to do it. All right, we saw a Phoenix go to the graveyard for Benjamin. Not the Detective Phoenix, but the Flamewake Phoenix. Another card to bring back if we have any hollow ones.
Ooh.
Now Goblin Lore. Some more randomness. I love it.
This one's one-sided, so.
Yeah. And this one actually, isn't complete card disadvantage.
Correct.
It is card neutral. Burning Inquiry is card, negative. You lose a card in the exchange.
So Benjamin looking for some hollow ones here.
Oh, yeah.
And it's so funny because like looking for it and then also hoping to keep it in their hand.
Yes, yes. When are you not looking for hollow ones here, though? Let's get real. But to be fair, Benjamin clearly didn't have any hollow ones before this because you would have just played them, right?
Absolutely.
Like that's kind of the thing to do.
Yeah, with the Phoenix, their graveyard especially. Like that's the whole crux of it, being able to go from nothing to a very solid board.
Yeah, and past all that fun stuff to send it back. And now that the dust is settled, let's see what is left on the horizon. Jaden takes a couple points from the Temple Garden. And Emperor of Bones just eating phoenixes.
Yeah, I'm just chomping away.
Chomping.
I'm going to take a look here. I can only assume that the Phoenix is the choice. Let's see.
Yeah.
Most majorly relevant graveyard card.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing the two choices right there, Faithless Looting or the Phoenix. And you got to kind of think, I think the Faithless Looting is actually quite tempting as, there's no hollow ones right now. So, yeah, might as well eat the card that does something right now. And worst case, a little hasty 2-2 coming at you. Not the absolute worst, but that, of course, could be regrettable from Jaden.
For sure. So definitely saying, Benjamin, I think your hand is really bad right now. I'm going to keep it that way. So if you don't have a way to return the Phoenix, then you didn't have it last turn, won't have it this turn maybe either. So, all right. It's a bit of a reload, but not enough to get back the Phoenix.
Yeah. Yeah. Nope. Gets a couple of creatures. Nothing too special there.
And now also with the looting gone for the next turn, both these creatures are a lot less threatening.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now, what you were saying, we really want to be flipping over one of those Oxes. That would be the dream.
And a lot of fail pushes, as we were saying, that the script for Jaden is kill creatures, make the game go long. And it's
Oh,
man.
Oh, from
right.
the top ropes.
That's a big one.
Ketramos and Emperor of Bones, a combination, to say the least. Ketramos doesn't look to be online quite yet, but won't take too much time. Had to be the best draw on the deck for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. 14 life is plenty to work with. Again, very close to being creature gaining life back, but now both players have kind of floundered a bit in the mid game here. The Burning Inquiry draws and so on and so forth weren't so great.
Yeah.
And Ketramos is the best possible way to get back in.
Yep, absolutely. Nice pickup there. Let's see what Benjamin has going on. He's going to just fetch now to get that out of the way. Save some time. Not that this is going to, matter too much.
Yeah, I don't.
The clock is probably not coming into play this one.
Yeah, I don't see Mono Red Holland going to time too often.
Yeah, no kidding, no kidding. Just straight mono red. Gotta love it.
These Scrylands really change the format a lot. The ability where a lot of times, in this case, obviously no cards in hand, whatever, but where you just have a thing, don't want to do a thing, and being able to just keep going, keep finding new cards, keep doing things is so awesome.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes in the late game, drawing a spell instead of a land, it's instead of Surveil 1, it's just draw a card, basically.
Yep.
And now we just drew Prismatic Ending into a Relic, into exiling with Emperor of the Bones, draw 3 cards, draw 4 with your draw step. Is that good?
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a recall without any extra hoops. Just get the relic down, draw some cards, and also getting into range of Ketramos being an actual creature.
Yeah.
4/4 lifelink is monumentally huge here.
Yeah, absolutely. Now here comes the Emperor. Eat up any other relevant things. Ooh, eating up the Solitude to just have a piece of removal ready to go for 2 mana at any point.
Yeah, really getting set up here. Solitude's available for later. Drawing a card of Ketchermoose. Relics there too. And the problem with the Mono Red Hollow deck is I don't know if there's a way to come back from this. There just really isn't that kind of catch-up mechanism in this deck.
I mean, the fact that Ketramos has lifelink as well, it's like, what can you really do from this point? So a really, really decisive win here for Jaden Ray. Big props there on Orzhov Blink. Yeah, that was sweet.
Yeah, pushes, prismatic endings, just so much cheap interactions, so many ways to go through.
Yep, absolutely. So we'll take a look at the sideboards here. We'll start it off from Benjamin. What's Ben trying to bring in here?
There's not much, honestly. There's a couple of removal spells, which are, I don't think that's the fight Benjamin wants to fight.
Yeah.
Benjamin wants to be aggressive. Wear Tear, Charmaws, Surgical. None of these cards really do anything, So I think for the most part, it's just going to be go fast and try and have one of those really powerful Hollow One draws.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Dismember looks pretty good as well to deal with Ketramos, but outside of that, nothing too exciting. And then from the flip side, from Jaden, what are we liking here? We did kind of already look at that sideboard as well. But, not too much, huh?
Yeah, not much going on. I mean, most of the things that are wanted here are just cheap removal spells. I can see the 4th Relic coming in.
Yeah.
Just trying to save it like, hey, if you're going to win a longer game against me, it's going to be through Ox of Agonis or Phoenixes and stuff.
Yeah.
There are plenty of ways to deal with those cards anyway, but just to really shore it up, But for the most part here, Jaden's pretty well set up.
What about a 7-mana Wrath of the Skies to take down Hollow Ones? You in?
That is a thing you could do. That is true. I mean, Vindicate kills literally anything, right? So it's great in every matchup, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's some case for Vindicate and Wrath of the Skies. Wrath of the Skies just for, half of the draw that Benjamin has, like the Adapts and the Makos, that might be okay. But I'm with you. That seems pretty brutal, so.
Yeah, there's so much spot removal,
Yeah, absolutely. So we have ourselves a sale going on here at StarCityGames.com. If you want to, while you're watching some of these sweet cards, I'm looking at you, Fear of Missing Out. If you want to get some of these really nice Hollow One cards that you're seeing on the screen, we got a nice sale going on. You can go to StarCityGames.com and get yourself some free shipping on all singles only purchases over $50. So if you're just buying single cards, we're not doing any kind of product. You can't throw a box in there or a case in there and get some free shipping. It's just the single cards.
Yeah, you can't get a pallet of Dustmore boxes or whatever. You know,
Dang it.
Might be a little much.
I was looking to stock up on my pallets of cards too.
Yeah, my garage has got a nice empty space in the corner.
Yeah.
I could use a pallet of Magic cards.
Yeah, maybe next tournament we have, the flash sale will be pallets of Magic cards.
Yeah.
But for now, it's just singles. So make sure to head on over to StarCityGames.com if you want to save some cash. This deal does end Monday, so make sure to do it while you're watching this broadcast. All right, so what do we got to do from Benjamin's side? Be a little bit quicker, I imagine.
Just got to go fast.
Yeah.
Just got to deploy as much as possible and just try and overwhelm the first few early removal spells. Honestly, if Jaden has like the really good Ephemerate Solitude draw, I don't know if Benjamin can even play through that. So
I think I'm with you.
Kind of just like, if that's going to happen, let it happen, but just have a good draw, put out some hollow ones in play, put a lot of creatures out, and just kind of go for it, you know?
Yeah.
Do not let this get to a longer game. Don't let it get that scrappy. Just get in and get it done.
Yeah, no, this, you know, the top 5 decks, every matchup's kind of close, you know, within 55, 45s, maybe 60, 40s at the most. But this one, once we get a little lower, you know, I got to think this is maybe a 60-40 in favor of Blink. It just seems really rough from Benjamin so far.
48-0, though.
Yeah.
You got to play the games.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I did see a Solitude from Jaden. Not sure we saw the Ephemerate. But there's a Fila, Solitude, a Witch Enchanter, a couple of lands. It's like a solid functional hand. I was going to say, could get a lot worse if we have a Burning Inquiry.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Solitude sans Ephemerate is very beatable.
Yeah.
You know, but the combination of those two cards together will be very, very difficult.
All right, I see a Burning Inquiry up top. We're about to have a little fun this next turn, I imagine, from Benjamin. Now, we very easily might see the same play we kind of saw from Jaden. Solitude, the creature, and make sure there's no shenanigans afoot.
Yeah, I think that the goal of this Hollow One deck is just kind of like cause some chaos, make a huge creature, get in for an attack. You know, say this, I'm going to go for lore, but if Inquiry happens and the Solid gets discarded, you might not be able to recover fast enough.
Yeah. Yep. Nope, totally agree with you. So goes for the lore, not trying to adjust the hand from Jaden at all. And, you know, if we do find any Hollow Ones, they're going to be free either way. Wouldn't be able to haste them out with Arena of Glory with either of the plays, so I like just playing the more expensive spell.
This is a spot where Benjamin needs to put more threats in play.
Yeah.
You know, you're putting Jaden into a spot of like, do you want to pitch 2 cards to kill this Mako, yes or no?
Yeah.
But if you can follow up with a Hollow One here or some other amount of threats to start to, you know, kind of getting ahead of the removal spells, that would be huge.
Totally agree with you. So there's the 3 counters, gets rid of 3 spells. Got to be relatively happy about that.
And now it's time to count the Hollow Ones.
Yep. I mean, 1, you feel okay. 2, you feel amazing. Anything more, it's Magical Christmas Land.
Yep.
So Jaden does not fire up the Solitude. Either there's not another white card or just doesn't want to go for the way of 2-for-1s. Maybe has that Ephemerate all lined up. We shall see. Just another tap land.
It's been top bold times. So Jaden's saying, I like my hand.
Yep. Now, I do see, I think, even a couple of Solitudes. Didn't get an eye on an Ephemerate yet, but that's really the dream.
Yes, again, this singular threat worries me a lot from Benjamin's side.
Yep. All right, Benjamin going to fetch up another land. Let's see if Benjamin can put any use to this Arena of Glory. Get a little bit of a hasty threat going.
Yeah, and there are some pretty powerful ones, too. We currently have Delirium for some like fear of missing out. There are a number of big hitters that can come in and do a lot of damage, you know, out of nowhere, which is great.
I mean, imagine just like Arena of Glory, filter mana in, get FOMO out, discard a Detective Phoenix, equip, get 2 combats. I mean, come on. Oh, did we channel this?
Calling shots.
Okay, here is Fear of Missing Out. I mean, the fact that you could, like, discard a Phoenix, get that back for value, get another counter on the Mako, like, we are doing it. Oh, all right.
Calling shots of her, Nostradamus or whatever.
Yeah, I'm excited. I need to go play this deck. This is sweet. So all this cool stuff going on, though, at the same time, if there's Ephemerate Solitude, who cares?
That is very true, yes.
And even if there's this, Fatal Push and Solitude on the Fear of Missing Out, let's see. See if we want to collect evidence. Man, after all that cool stuff, Fun Police of Removal just comes down hard here.
Rule spells are cheating.
Yeah.
You know, just play with your cards.
Yeah.
Line them up, see what happens, you know?
Yep.
Killing things.
All right, Jaden very patient with the removal spells, and it is definitely looking to work out quite well. And I want to say Benjamin's hand was 2 lands there, so kind of needing a hollow one. There's one right in the window, so at least Benjamin has 1 play here. But it's not that exciting, you know. It is just a hollow one, nothing else spicy going on.
Now, to be fair, hollow one is basically immune to both Fatal Push and Prismatic Ending.
That's true.
So the fact, and all right, there we go. Surgical coming in.
Okay.
Goodbye Solitude.
That was a risky sequence order, I will say. If you go to Surgical, a Solitude after your hollow one's already in play, and then it gets got by a Solitude, which it almost did. If there was another white card, that could have been a little brutal there for Benjamin.
Definitely, yeah, worked out though.
Is that 3 Emperor of the Bones?
It looks like trips. Yep.
Okay.
So now there are
not the best 3 of a kind right now.
Yeah, there are not many ways to remove the hollow from the battlefield, but it's kind of just a 4/4. Now with the Phoenix in the graveyard, it could jump in the air next turn. That would be huge.
Yes.
That's a real threat.
Yeah. With 3 Emperor of the Bones, though, I think that Phoenix might get chomped up. Now I would take that over the Faithless Looting.
Solitude's gone.
Okay.
The Emperor Bones mostly just some graveyard hating to do, not too much else.
Let's see what's going on. See if there's anything picked up. Witch Enchanter, not bad. Just being able to just play a land. I mean, I think you still play it. It's kind of brutal. That is exerted there for the Arena of Glory. Detective gone. Yeah, do you play the land or not? That's the question.
I think you got to play it.
I think you do
just
too.
Just keep developing, you know. Like,
yeah, if you draw a Ketramos or something, you do not want to have to take 3 to put that into play next turn. It's kind of unfortunate because it is a good answer to your hollow one, of course. But
realistically, though, without the Phoenix to jump the hollow one, just adapting the Emperor Bones and blocking is totally reasonable.
Yep.
You know, like
all
Jaden wants to do is extend the game. So if that's what it takes, that's what it takes.
Yep. So land from Benjamin at least has the ability to do some looting. Now, this does not do anything too exciting. And, man, the brutal thing against these Emperor of Bones, like, you want to get these high-value cards into your yard, your Phoenixes into your yard and stuff, but, man, they just get chomped on real quick. Saw a Phoenix, a Bolt, and another land, so, you know, you're kind of tempted to, like, just leave the Phoenix in your hand. That feels bad.
Yeah, it's tough. It's definitely, you can try and find spots where, you know, you can make sure you use the graveyard discard and then immediately use the card so Emperor doesn't have a chance to get it. But with the exerted land, they're not able to do that.
Yep, totally agree with you. And then, yeah, if you hold your Faithless Looting to try to set up a play like that, then your Faithless Looting gets eaten alive.
Sure.
So, yeah, Emperor Bones, pretty good against this Hollow 1 deck. When you need Ketramos, Ketramos is there.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, my, what a draw.
If Ketramos is going to be this time with this weekend, might be taking down a trophy.
Yeah,
always
no
showing up on time.
Unreal. I mean, just how do you beat this? There is Dismember is kind of the new hotness. I say new, you know, Dismember's been around forever, but outside of that, like, there's 2 Dismembers in this list from Benjamin as the only way is to deal with Ketramos. That feels real bad.
It's also a bit of a Nambo here where the Surgical Extraction actually turned on Ketramos as a creature.
Did it?
Yep, you got 4 Solitudes. There's a card under Solitude as well. So
oh, God,
there are
yeah.
7, and the Phoenixes too.
Yeah, those count as well.
So we're on here. And a 4/4.
Oh, I hope Benjamin sees that we're on and doesn't attack this hollow one. It kind of feels like he's lining up to do so. Okay, all right. We're about to see a train wreck happen slowly there, if that was the case. But yeah, 1 Emperor down, 2 more to go.
Yeah, and then the lifelink here is just so huge.
Yeah, and the fact that both of these Emperor Bones get to eat up and draw a card. You are at 11, so you might not actually want to, you know, play both of them because it isn't a May. You do have to lose some life. So I like this very measured approach here.
Yeah, I mean, getting 4 life back immediately, though, you know, right back up to 14, another blocker as well.
Yeah.
Like, this is a dominating position for Jaden.
Yeah, no kidding.
Jaden here decides declines to play the 3rd Emperor Bones, wanting to leave mana up. Can adapt and block if needed.
Yeah, reasonable for sure. But okay, Benjamin did find another lightning bolt to be able to get through some damage with this hollow one, but doesn't even get in there.
Yeah. You ain't blocking.
Yeah.
So, obviously, it stinks to be attacking and trading 4 damage with a lifelinker, but
yeah.
What else is Hollow One doing here, you know?
100%. So here's the Emperor eating more Emperors.
Yo, bro, I heard you liked Emperor Bones. So I put your Emperor Bones into your Emperor Bones.
There you go. Spitting bars over here, Jim.
I know, right?
Gaining some more life. And, yeah, everything coming up Jaden so far. This has been quite the beating. Saw an Ephemerate in hand, a backup Ketramos just in case Benjamin finds the one of Dismember. I don't really see a way out.
Yeah, this is tough. You know, even if, say, top card is Dismember, right? Then,
yeah.
You know, the damage has been done. You know,
yeah.
Ketramos has drawn 3 or 4 cards already. And then once the snowball starts to roll, this deck, the value trade just goes on and on and on.
Yeah. Man, you kind of don't even realize how many times Ketramos gets triggered in this deck until you're playing against it or you're playing with it. It's just like, wow.
And you're like, cards in hand? 5?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
What?
Really?
Didn't I just look and you just had a couple Emperor Bones? Like, what's going on here? Yeah. Faithless looting off the top for Benjamin. See if we can translate this into anything special. I don't even know if you get like 2 Emperor of the Bones, if that's even going to do anything. There's a Detective Phoenix. That's a card.
It's a bit of a start. I would say that if the last card in hand was also a Dismember, this could be a path.
Which member?
Okay. Dismember.
Gotcha. Just making sure.
Mm-hmm. I almost made the joke earlier. I decided I was going to take the high road and not make the joke on coverage. So
I got you, man.
I appreciate
that.
Thank
Yep.
you.
We're dads, you know? I mean, what can we do? But
that is very fair. You just can't control it sometimes.
We can't, yeah. It's absolutely in our blood. All right, here is Goblin Lure. Spinning once again. Losing a couple of these cards.
Yeah, it's kind of tough because you can imagine
one.
You can imagine a scenario where like you discard the perfect 3 cards and have keep the one best card, but with the Emperors around to kind of chomp on things, not much else to do with the graveyard cards.
Yeah.
So we could see the hollow one jump into the air, but that's
take 6.
Yeah, and then swing back for so much more. So
yeah.
Hollow one's cheap. It's an efficient creature, but it is just that, a creature.
Yeah.
It's a 4/4, and that's what it's got going for it.
I guess, so when you collect evidence, I guess you do exile these cards, right? Which forces Ketramos?
It's only on your turn.
Oh, only on your turn.
Yeah,
yep, of course. Yeah, I think the first time I played with Ketramos, I was like, okay, this card's sweet. I was down to like, I don't know, 5, and my opponent had a Scavenging Ooze, and Upkeep just ate 5 cards in my yard and just killed me in my Upkeep, and I was like, oh.
That would be awesome.
I was like, this is not a May.
Yeah, it's funny how you know evidence and delve and stuff would interact with Ketramos if that was the case. It would be a stronger card because you would draw more cards off of it, but like that would be a fun amount of counterplay.
Yeah, this feels like a card from the design standpoint where they were very careful with the wording. You know that. So we got the hollow one coming in, jumping into the skies, cool, but. We are at 10, so Ketramos is 4. Emperor goes up to 4 power. The other Emperor comes in. I'm counting 10, Jim.
I'm counting 12 if you want it.
Yeah, sure. Wow, what a one-upper, Jim. Come on.
I know, right? I'm going to overkill.
I can't math, all right?
Over-adapt.
And that's it. Jaden Ray wins quite handily here over Benjamin Gotthard here. Advancing to 4-1. And any Hollow One fans out there, have no fear. 3-2, still respectable record. You got to do some winning. You got to really tighten up and make sure to stop losing any matches of Magic if you want to win this tournament. But still, plenty Magic left to play. So, welcome back to the booth, everyone. Jim, any kind of any surprises from that match?
Not really.
Nah.
Yeah, that's kind of what we expected. You know, it's just with this Ketramos version in particular having more prismatic endings, also and extra mana removal spells to go on top of the Solitude and the Ephemerate. It's a lot to fight through.
It really was. And I got to say, I mean, anytime Ketramos was needed, Ketramos was there right off the top. Thought Seizes were cast, but didn't matter. You can't Thought Seize the top of the deck.
That is true. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, really sweet stuff. So we're going to head into our backup feature match. Believe it or not, we're probably going to be able to watch a lot of that. That was a quick one. So
for sure.
Yeah, we will check that out. If we got some deck lists, we'll pull that up. If not, we will just head on into the match. Got a nice spicy one. What do we got on our hands?
We got Grinding Breach.
Okay.
Sure, but
Yep,
against
it's doing quite well.
Nick Cowden playing Domain Zoo.
Ooh, okay,
That's
okay.
right.
No main Zoo and May French playing Grinding Breach. Phenomenal Magic player. I've seen her play quite a lot of games, so then up against Nick.
I would say that the Domain Zoo here, a bit slight of a misnomer. We have the typical Domain Zoo cards, Scion of Draco, Territorial Kavu, Leyline Binding, Land of the Guild Pact. But we got a little scam action going on here.
Okay, what do we got?
We got
What's our spice?
Doorkeeper's Thrall.
Okay, yeah.
Which, of course, is good against the Blink decks, but gives you the ability to cast a Flage and just keep it.
Oh, yes,
So you lose your Helix on Enter, but you just have a 6/6, which is obviously very powerful too. So kind of like in Sign of Memory, where it's this hate card that can also facilitate your own draws as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thrall is a card that these Breach decks have to deal with. You know, you cannot combo with that on the battlefield, and when a hate card also helps you out. I'm here for it. And
Absolutely.
even consigns in the sideboard, right? So
It's 2 consigns main, actually.
Oh, in the main.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're doing it. So let's head on into our backup feature match here at round number 5 of SCG Charlotte. All right, coming down here, we got May French up top versus Nick at the bottom. Domain Zoo. Domain Zoo is a tricky matchup, I must say. It is a pretty tricky matchup for Grinding Breach. They have a fast clock. The Stubborn Denials, if you have any of those can be really tricky.
We got one main 2 board.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, it can always be a solid one. So we have Tamio with a bobble to take a peek. Looks like May decides to draw a card off bobble during her turn. So now the ability to flip Tamio, if needed, is kind of at the ready and pretty easy to do if you want to just sack this clue.
Turn 1 Triome from Nick getting set up. It's the typical, got to get your 1 Triome and your 1 dual land, get all 5 land types, makes it very, very easy to do to turn all of these cards, even in the absence of Leyline of the Guild Pacts.
Yeah, absolutely. Leyline is definitely the cheat code. Everything's, lands don't matter at that point. You get to tap anything for anything. But, of course, sometimes you have to work the hard way. I believe I saw an Urza Saga, and I'm not going to lie. I think it was white-bordered. Ew.
I thought I saw that too. I thought I was maybe having a fever dream.
Yeah,
but
yeah. To have such beautiful retro framed preordains and then white bordered Urza Saga, I don't like it.
Yeah,
I don't like it.
I agree. Everything is up. How about a white bordered Mox Opal?
Is that even a thing that's been made, or do you have to make those? Do you have to special white border these cards?
Some folks do that. They take nail polish remover and they just white out the borders of the cards.
Wow.
Who was that back in the day? Someone had a Storm deck like that, I think. I don't remember who, but it is very, very jarring to look at.
I mean, while your opponent's tilting off on your white-bordered cards, you just beat them mercilessly in the game of Magic. So I like it. May's getting in the head of her opponents.
And us.
Really smart. And us, yeah.
It's already working.
So we did flip Tamio here thanks to Preordain and that bobble. And now ticking up Tamio. Seeing what we can do, and there is the Territorial Kavu with the full charged domain here. So a 5/5 can go chomping on stuff in the graveyard, as well as looting if you need.
Yeah, a good start, but not a great start. 5/5 is great. A little bit of graveyard interaction, but May's kind of going off here. Already has Tamio flipped. Has a lot going on.
Yep, absolutely. There's some matchups where you very much want to flip Tamio. There's some when you don't. I think this is definitely one where you do want to flip it. It's just tough to deal with the Planeswalker side from this domain deck, but pretty easy to deal with the creature with Flage, stuff like that. The fact that, Tribal Flames just can't target Planeswalker, kind of the old templating, maybe that got errated, but creature or player.
Yeah, it's Planeswalkers too.
Okay, it is. Yeah. All right. I feel like most of that stuff has been adjusted. But
yeah. I'm almost positive it's any target.
Okay. We're going to hold you to that.
All right, well, there goes one of those white border boxes.
Okay, Grinding Station and the Breach.
All right, yep. Turn 2
Pretty
5/5, not good enough.
Not even close.
Yeah, not
even close. So May French takes down game number 1 in a relatively easy manner here. White bordered cards aside, still got it done.
Very fair. Yeah, I mean, that's the power of his Breach deck, right?
Yeah.
That wasn't a bad draw from Nick. Try out to 5/5. That's kind of what the deck wants to do, but on the draw, it just wasn't even close to good enough.
Yeah, even on the play, you would have needed something else.
Right, for sure.
Definitely would have needed something else. So, I mean, that's the thing. This kind of deck can have that early pressure. But if it doesn't have the disruption, it kind of doesn't matter. You need both. You need the early pressure, maybe something to Ragavan on one, and then be able to back it up with the Doorkeeper Thrall or a counterspell, something like that. So, looking at the sideboard, let's check it out and see what Nick needs to bring in to start it off. Whoa, that's a lot of hate.
Oh, yeah, we got enchantments for days here. So Stony Silence is absolutely phenomenal. Very, very hard card to deal with. We got Rest in Peace as well. Damping Sphere. That's a pretty nice one, too. More permanent-based hate and a variety of permanent-based hate, which is good, too. What else? Wear and Tear, Stubborn Denial. There's a lot of stuff here.
I mean, you could make a case for basically everything besides Rough and Tumble, I feel.
Yeah.
Wow.
Stubborn Denial, huge. Again, applying pressure. The thing is, though, like, in the absence of Ragavan, a lot of the threats here cost 2.
Yes.
You know, so the Stubborn Denial is not going to come online until turn 3. So there is a kind of a window for May to kind of navigate and so on and so forth. You know, being on the play here is big for Nick. But it's not. It's a fast deck in the sense that it will kill you very quickly.
Yeah.
It's not a fast deck in that it deploys very quickly.
Very true. Very, very true. And then from May's side, what's she bringing in?
We got a couple of Fire Spout. You know, you would think Fire Spout would be good against a Zoo deck, right?
Yeah.
But everything here is far too big for that.
This is not your granddad's Zoo deck.
Right. So of course May's got to answer these sideboard cards. A lot of enchantments, artifacts coming in. So Nature's Claim is a big deal. Beseiju, Haywire Might handles a lot of the permanent based hate pieces, and then it's hard to fight against that and the counter spells too. You know, there's the one Swan Song there which can fight against that, but kind of picking your spots too. So there's a lot of. Not only a lot of hate cards, but a lot of different hate cards to navigate through as you play against the Stony Silence different than you play against Counterspell.
Yeah. I wonder if we'll see Nick take out any of, the very powerful territorial Kavu just being afraid of dress down. Like, that's a blowout.
That's true, too.
That is such a blowout if it ever actually connects. But as a one-of, a little tough to predict here. So, if you want to get rid of some cards and buy some other spicy stuff. Maybe if you're afraid of some of your Breach cards maybe going away, sell your cards here. Go to sellyourcards.com/StarCityGames.com to sell your cards, get in some store credit, and then, well, just rebuy some cards. That's what I do.
Yeah, I mean, 30% bonus on store credit is huge. You know you're going to buy new cards anyway, so it's just like getting 30% more on your money, which is great. So bank it up, have it all ready to go on the website or in person. If you're at an event, you just say, hey, put it on my tab.
There you go. Yep, absolutely. And you get the same great prices if you're at one of these conventions, going up to their booths as you do from mailing in your cards, going to the on-site spot in Roanoke, Virginia, any of those kind of things. All right, so getting back to the match here, do have May up a game.
Well, we got the ley line. That's step one.
Okay.
I think step 2 is Ragavan. Would love to see Eternal Ragavan here. Ragavan would allow for 3 mana on turn 2 to deploy a 2 mana threat and have that interaction up as well.
I feel like that's what you need sometimes. I mean, if it's anything like, the last game. So Leyline is deployed. But, man, I'm just looking at, Nick's list and how many hate cards. I am just very curious. What is Nick taking out? If you're leaving in the ley lines, that was kind of the card I thought maybe you would take out, but maybe it's just too good and you have to leave those in.
It seems too important to the whole deck.
Yeah.
For sure. And I think it facilitates your best possible draws, which you're going to want here.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I suppose you just take out some burn spells. Tribal Flames, definitely getting those out of there. But it's not easy. It's not easy what you have to take out because you got to take out a lot of cards.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the issues, too, in these matchups where, like, you run into the problem of if you board in 10 cards, does your deck cease to function in the post-board games.
Exactly.
In which case, Tamiyo, Urza Saga, Emery all eat you alive.
100%. So here we go. We got Tamiyo attacking, getting a clue, going unchecked once again, which is just always brutal. You cannot leave Tamiyo and Emery unchecked. And, sometimes when your opponent has so much hate for the combo, you just have these little creatures that just go ham. So here is the Doorkeeper Thrall, though, the card that is kind of the anti-breach card, and will prevent Emery from milling the 4 cards, but you can still activate it.
Yeah, so a little mill stopped here, but Emery is still there and very real.
Yeah.
This does turn on possible scam draws for Nick with Flage and possibly the Eldrazi, but the problem here is you also lose out on the Flage Helix as well.
Yes.
Which you'd almost rather have given this board of creatures.
It is a bit of a nombo.
Yeah.
But when it is such a good card at preventing you from dying on the spot.
Yep.
I think I like it. All right, so gets in there for 1. Misty Rainforest gets cracked.
Interesting to see there's just a lot of 2-mana cards in Nick's deck.
Yeah.
Both threats and hate pieces. You know, so there's obviously an amount of interaction, but like a card like Stubborn Denial isn't doing much with out of 4 power creature in play.
Yeah.
So kind of curious to see the pacing here.
And just, yeah, I just can't get over how hard I think it is to sideboard with this deck. As like, it's just got to be a fine balance. You got to draw these cards in the right configuration. You draw a bunch of Stubborn Denials, but no 4-power creatures. And it feels quite bad. And oh, that feels quite good. Hedge Maze milling over a Bauble. I think that's a needed thing. Getting that Bolt on the Emery, not allowing this Bauble shenanigans to get going.
Yeah, whenever a Survival ends in Entomb, it's just, oh my god. It's so
yeah.
nice.
Yeah, absolutely. But 1 card advantage creature may have fallen. The second one is still hanging around. We get an attack in. And if May does have land number 4, she has the ability to just flip this Tameo if she so chooses.
All right, well, there you go.
Okay. Double flip. Let's see if Nick has any need or the ability to kill the Tameo. Now the Doorkeeper Thrall is attacking for 0 as well, so no pressure at all.
This is a really good example of the power of this deck.
Yeah.
You know, where like, this is not a combo-y game so far, but
Yeah.
Emery and Tameo have just done so much in these early turns, created so much card advantage, created so much action, and just setting May up wonderfully for this mid-game.
Yep, totally agree. And you just eventually will find a Flame of Anor. You'll find a Fire Sprout if you brought him in, Grape Shot, Lightning Bolts. You know, there's a plethora of removal that can deal with this eventually. And this just really shows the power of a Breach deck. You know, you do not have to be an all-in combo deck like we saw her do for Game 1. You get to play the long game as well.
And being able to do both is just the dream
Yeah.
in any competitive setting. Like,
Yeah.
that is the mark of a truly wonderful deck. Splitter
Yeah.
Twin comes to mind for more Boomer Modern players. Same idea.
Yeah. And when she gets to tilt off all the Boomer Magic players with the whiteboarded Urza Saga, she's really doing it all.
Really.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. Attacking all of us on all axes.
Yep.
So there is Scion of Draco. That is the combination. That's the Splinter Twin of this Domain Zoo deck. Now, everything has all the keywords. You know, it is going to be extremely difficult to kill anything. Hexproof, lifelink, first strike, trample to every single creature. A nightmare for all aggro decks for sure.
Yeah, still not the fastest clock, though. You know, it's still only
Yeah.
a 4/4. Lifelink, not too important here, you know. So
Yeah.
still a lot of turns to be played.
But the one thing I'm seeing is it is a impossible to kill Doorkeeper Throw, which just prevents the combo and seems really tricky. Like, first you have to deal with the ley line, then you have to deal with the Thrall. So I think it is quite a big problem here for me.
May has picked up, you know, a good amount of resources in the mid game, so
Yeah,
has some time.
definitely. One way to always kind of figure out how to get some answers is Ultimate Tameo. I mean, if you ever get that, I mean, just draw 17 cards, no big deal. Okay, there's problem number 1.
Yep, that's step 1.
Uncounterable way to deal with a ley line.
Yeah, with Leyline out of here, this board is much more manageable. Now each have a
Definitely.
4/4, doesn't matter too much.
Yeah.
And of course, the lifelink for the white creature is irrelevant. Just that Doorkeeper Thrall kind of being the Doorkeeper, you know, saying, hey,
Yeah.
all right, I'm the last line of defense. Can you get,
Yes.
through me?
Now Scion can attack and pressure Tameo a little bit. It'll attack for 3, of course, which is a big deal.
Yeah, I think pressure on Nick to add some more hate to the mix here.
Yeah.
You know, be it one of the multitude of hate cards available. Rest
Yes.
in peace, Stony Silence, Sphere, which is so many cards.
Yes.
Can't even remember them all.
Exactly. No, I mean, Nick is ready to go against Breach, to say the least. I'd be curious to see how many times Nick has played against Breach. I've played against Nick as well before. He's a very, very good player. Oh.
Oh, wow.
So
You shall not pass.
Yes. Okay, I guess you can pass. Stubborn Denial
Okay.
comes down.
Sorry.
Gets it going, and I mean that would have been insane. You could destroy the artifact of the Scion and get the Doorkeeper, or draw a couple of cards.
Yeah, game-altering play.
Yes, yes.
I don't recall the part in the movie where the Balrog stubborn denial the you shall not pass. But
Yes. Oh,
help me out, Corey.
I was hoping for help from you. I am not sure what that one is.
I think it's rest in peace.
With the graveyard going away, I think you might be right.
Yep.
I think you might be right. And wow, the combination of hate cards is looking to be too much. Because if May was able to bring back Flame of Anor and just do that again, great. The one counterspell, cool. But the fact that there is no using Tamiyo, using the backside of Tamiyo to get any value, May is definitely up against it.
Yeah, this is what we were saying. You need this. You need this kind of cascade of like a thing into a thing into a thing into a thing. And it's working very well for Nick.
Yeah.
But I mean, Breach plays on.
Yep.
Continues
to go. Haywire Might able to deal with the rest in peace at any point.
Important to note, it cannot hit the Scion.
Cannot,
that non-creature clause is
a big deal.
Very easy one to get.
Yeah. Breach was just too good. Had to nerf something from the deck, and
Funny enough, that card's actually buffed in Alchemy on Arena.
Oh, is it?
It's a 1/2 that gains 3 life.
Oh yeah, Orcish Bowmaster, eat your heart out, huh?
Yep.
So there's Nature's Claim on the Scion. That one will work. And a Haywire Might for the rest in peace at any point.
Interesting. So could have killed the rest in peace first.
Yeah.
To have access to the Nature's Claim to a Tamiyo later.
Looks like she is valuing destroying that at end step just in case there's another bigger problem, or let's say a second rest in peace. Maybe, you just don't even worry about it. But, yeah, and I did get a look at Nick's hand, and I believe we did see the one of Damping Sphere, a land, and maybe a Tribal Flame. So the pressure is gone from Nick, which is usually bad news bears. All right, let's hope Tribal Flames can go at Tamiyo.
I think it's not in English, so can't even confirm, but almost positive it can.
Yeah. I would just read the card and be like, this isn't one of the things, but of course, most of these cards have been errated to include Planeswalkers because when Tribal Flames was originally printed, they were not Planeswalkers.
That is correct.
Yeah. Cannot deal damage to battles, though. I don't know if that's true.
I believe they can.
Okay, all right.
It's like Bolt. It just 3 damage
just
to
any target.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cover all your bases.
All right, I was testing you. You passed.
Sweet.
Okay. There is Damping Sphere, making every single game a little interesting, as you got to make sure you remember that annoying tax.
Yeah, so every additional spell costs 1 more.
Yep.
Although now we come to the problem of that's a lot of hate, but 16 life is also a lot of life.
Yep. But you're out of hate, and this Tamiyo has, been a Ancestral Recall and then some. Looks like there was a ley line off the top of the Guild Pack, plus a land in hand from Nick, so no pressure whatsoever. May's drawn 2 cards a turn. She has the Haywire Might for one of these hate pieces. Whenever she draws a second one, we can be off to the races already.
Yeah, and this is just like, if you said, oh, I'm playing Breach, and I played against someone who cast Stubborn Denial, Rest in Peace, Stamping Sphere, Doorkeeper's Thrall, like whatever, you would think, well, you obviously lost, right?
Yeah. Like, no, I actually had to win on turn 8 instead of turn 3.
Yeah, not so fast.
Yeah, it's an incredible deck, that's for sure. Here's the second Surveil land, being able to do some late game deck manipulating, and this is one of those games where, like, if I'm in May's seat, I am all about never flipping this Tamiyo. I want to draw 2 cards every turn. The flip side of me not being able to bring anything back, sure you can get to the ultimate, but I'm more interested in drawing 2 cards a turn, even though the Planeswalker is still good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, nothing's really happening, and Nick's deck for the most part will present threats one at a time if they do even come.
Yeah.
And there isn't even one yet, so just keep sitting back and drawing cards, plenty of mana.
Yep. Get a clue, sack a clue. Draw a card. Let's see if she values flipping this or not. And one surefire way to flip it. If you ever got a second one.
Yep.
Oh, baby. There's a flip Tamiyo ticking up. I would imagine here comes Tamiyo number 2. That looks like 1 blue.
Let's take a peek. very important to manage the rest in peace, like what you've actually used. There are
Yes.
so many one-ups in this deck. Knowing what you have access to, what you will not have access to is a big deal.
100%. Oh, what do you know?
Called it.
Tameo 2, Electric Boogaloo coming down.
Have you cast Tameo before? Is that a card you've played?
You know, I haven't yet. It looks interesting, though. Like,
Looks
yeah.
fun. Yeah,
No,
looks
it
fun.
seems like a decent addition to this deck.
Yeah, and this is a spot where, like, you know, Nick's deck has a bunch of interaction, but it's kind of lacking the forward progress
Yeah.
that May is doing right now. Just drawing cards, doing things where you draw a land, you play it, you just say go. It feels like you're playing a draft game almost. You know?
100%. And I mean, that's why this deck is so awesome. And that's why, you know, the Boros energy matchup, why it was so lopsided. Like, they brought in all these hate and they're like, oh, it should be no problem. But they lost the pressure.
Right.
And then you're able to, you know, kind of do this dance, turn into a Tameo control deck, as I always like to call it, and just deal with hate cards when you can, draw 2 cards. And in this case, you know, maybe drawing a lot more here in a couple turns with that flip Tameo.
Ooh, I like that.
Ooh, we haven't seen that, an ultimate of that yet on camera, I don't think.
I will say I do approve of Nick's choice of a basic land there, but it's one of my favorite planes.
Oh, yeah? That's a
the-
nice one.
It's the Zebra planes from Mirage, I believe.
Yeah. See, me, I'm a big fan of white-bordered planes.
So you like white border planes, but not white border boxing?
All right, I'm just kidding. I don't like anything white-bordered. I'm not a fan.
Got.
But, to be fair, May totally redeemed herself. She has the retro-bordered other cards. Those are my favorite.
Yeah.
Retro-bordered Moxes, the Emerys and stuff. That's what I have in my individual Breach deck as well.
See,
Gorgeous.
I have that too, but I have a weird quirk.
Yeah.
I don't like the retro shocklands.
Really?
I feel like shocklands are just meant to be in the new frame to me.
Okay.
For me, fetch lands are old border, shocklands are new border.
Okay.
That's what I have in my head. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, but look at those Misties. Those are just gorgeous.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And then we can all collectively vomit with that white-bordered Mox Opal coming down.
Yeah, and this is we're May's just running away.
Yeah, just not close. And
Yep.
Nick drew another hate card. Drew a Wear and Tear. Who cares?
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, you know, game actions wise, May is taking 6 a turn,
Yeah.
and Nick just draws a card, looks at it, and either plays it or doesn't. That's
Yep.
it.
And another thrall off the top. Thumbs up. You know, like.
Can't even attack it if it's Tameo. You
Yeah.
know, the -1 power triggers. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
May has played this fantastically. Just a master class, going really fast when she knows she needed to game 1, and now just this long game. We're about to see Tameo flip. Ironically, when you ultimate Tameo, flips the other one by a lot. You have significantly drawn your 3rd card. So that was maybe the one misstep, to not attack with Tameo first and then flip it. But I think she's all right.
May's gonna really regret not having that extra clue in play.
Exactly.
You know, it's,
Yeah.
The things keep you up at night, you know. Yeah, Tameo Ultimate's awesome here, and yeah, you can see how May's played the last like 5 or 6 turns. May knows exactly what this game was going to look like when it ended.
100%.
You know, which is one of the most important things. You know, knowing that this is going to be the scenario, unless Nick draws, you know, threat, stubborn now or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, like this is what it looks like, and here we are.
0 panic from May whatsoever. Just cool, calm, collected, dealing with these hate cards whenever she can. And I mean, at some point, we're just going to hard cast an Oracle. You know, I guess the Thrall is there, and she doesn't have the Jace. So to win the game, May will need to either be doing some Saga things or deal with the hate cards eventually. But even one Saga here, okay, maybe 2 since Nick has a Wear and Tear, but still looks pretty good. Now, this Tameo should be forced to flip, though.
Yes.
Yeah, so that is something that should be happening. But, of course, this is kind of our time-shifted match, so we can't give any feedback. Can't get that flipped, but hopefully the players see it.
We should have a Tameo in play on 2 loyalty.
Yeah, essentially 4, because it would tick up.
Sure.
But, you know, I think it's just going to be the case of, does anything matter?
All right.
Here's another Mox Opal, floating some mana. Now all the hate cards are gone. This looks like a Breach turn to me. The amount of times when I ultimate a Tameo that I don't win on the spot is so low. Like here, there's another Thrall. Sure, there's a Wear Tear. No big deal.
Yeah, you draw, you know, an absolute handful of cards, double-digit cards here. You know, it's weird. She just has it all.
Yeah,
That's
crazy.
It's so lucky to have it all.
Because she has most
in
of
this
her
scenario.
deck in her hand.
Yeah.
All right, so it does look like Nick has Thrall and Wear Tear. So get to do some fusing, splicing. I can't remember what's the term for putting those together.
I think it's fuse.
Yeah, I think you're right. So looked to get rid of the Opal and the Breach.
So the problem here is that say this works out perfectly. Say all of Nick's plans for this turn work out perfectly, right?
Yeah.
This Wear Tear resolves, breaks up the combo, play a Thrall. Then what? You know?
You lose to the second Breach?
Right. You know, Nick's just back down to having a 1/3 flyer and play no cards in hand.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. But you know what? When you draw 14 cards, you're going to have an answer to some of these. Here's the Swan Song to deal with this. And now, if this Thrall comes down, I spy a lightning bolt in the graveyard. You know, that doesn't really shut down anything here because, well, this Swan Song is going to counter, and then Bolt comes right to deal with the Thrall.
Yeah, I mean, we had to get this Tameo flipped, I guess, but...
Yeah, there's that. Now, oh, that shouldn't untap. Yep, there we go. Got that fixed. But now we have the Lightning Bolt to deal with the Thrall. And as long as there's a way to get one more artifact into play, which there's an Opal and 3 cards, and that's going to do it. May French puts on a masterclass here of how to play around every single hate card in the metagame.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important display, too, you know, where you
Yeah.
can't just play a million hate cards and go, oh, yeah, I beat Breach.
Yeah.
I have this smorgasbord of hate cards where it's not just like
Yeah.
4, like it's 8 or 9, and they're all different, which is what you want to do.
Yeah.
That is how you want to spread your hate cards
Diversifying
out.
threats is the way to do it.
Right,
Yeah.
but you just can't only do that. You know,
Yep.
you can't play like Prison against a deck like this.
Yeah.
There's just too many angles of attack.
Yeah, absolutely. And the initial Tameo maybe drew 5 cards off clues,
Yep.
and then of course the knockout punch of drawing 14 cards, 16 cards, whatever the official number was. And from that point, you just have so many outs. Even if that Underworld Breach got destroyed, like you were saying,
Right.
where does the pressure come from? And I'm sure May just had a backup Underworld Breach to do it again. So, yeah, really impressive stuff. May advancing to 5-0, absolutely crushing it. So, we are going to take our time to listen to a deck tech of another player who's crushing it. We got Jake Beardsley talking with Nick Miller with this really sweet mill deck. I'm excited for this.
Hello, welcome to the Sideboard here at the Regional Championship, part of SCGCON Charlotte. I'm Nick Miller alongside Pro Tour Lord of the Rings champion Jake Beardsley. How are we doing?
I'm doing good. I'm having a good time.
We are playing Mill today, and I want you to school us on Mill and what everyone is doing wrong and what you're doing right playing this deck.
Okay. So a big part of do you want me to just give a overview of the
Yeah.
deck? Okay, great. So some of the big pieces of the way that the mill deck functions, you're almost a burn deck, but instead of targeting your opponent's life total, you're targeting their library. And while that means they start at essentially 53 life, you get to deal damage in much larger chunks. Archive Trap Mills for 13, which makes it closer to a Lava Axe for potentially 0 mana if they crack a fetch land. Tasha's Hideous Laughter can hit against something like an Underworld Breach deck that has a pretty low mana curve. It can mill as many as 20 or 25 cards, so that's 3 mana for 10 damage essentially, which is a lot. The Crab, Ruin Crab and Hedron Crab in conjunction with fetch lands and Field of Ruin help kind of are your goblin guides of sorts. But really the big reason that I decided to play this deck, at least from a competitive standpoint, I also just really think it's a lot of fun to play, is you get to main deck 4 copies of Surgical Extraction. And the vast majority of the modern metagame right now is built around decks that really care about specific cards. So the Big Boogeyman Underworld Breach combo, if you surgical their Underworld Breaches, it can become really tricky for them to win the game, especially when you're milling all of their other cards and they have a pretty finite number of things that can actually kill you. The Ketramos control deck, the new black-white blink version, they don't really clock you very well. And while Ketramos is really good against a traditional burn deck because it has lifelink, it's just a 4/4 against mill because they can't really replenish the cards back in their deck.
Yeah, it seems like any deck that's named after a card,
Yep.
you like to have
Yeah,
surgical
exactly.
as a way to kind of disrupt what they're doing.
Yep.
And you play this deck almost like a control deck as opposed to
Sort of.
a burn deck in certain matchups. I
Yeah,
would
yeah.
guess.
So against a lot of decks, you're
just looking, you're using your mill spells to find their key pieces so that you can cast a Surgical Extraction or an Extirpate to just get rid of them, and then it doesn't really matter what happens after that because so many decks are built around pretty key pieces. You do have a decent amount of interaction. You've got Fatal Pushes, you got Drown in the Lock, which is a nice counter spell or murder, like a split card essentially. To go with like an Ottawara and some Field of Ruins for a little bit of mana disruption, especially since you can mill a lot of their, if you mill the 1 or 2 basics most modern decks play, it just becomes a Wasteland or a Strip Mine.
Not to mention it has a nice synergy with the crabs, as you mentioned.
And it can force them to search, which turns on Archive Trap so you can play it for 0 mana.
Yeah. And is that the all-star of the deck? What would you kind of label as like the real home run in this deck?
I would say it's Surgical Extraction.
Surgical?
I don't think that, I think Mill is a very specific like meta call in this instance. Underworld Breach is 23-25% of the metagame. That deck is very vulnerable to lots of Surgical Extractions. The Ketramos deck is not all that vulnerable to Surgical Extraction, but they're just not very good into Mill. For instance, if this was like a year ago, I would never even think to play this deck because you're not actually very good against decks that just play a creature, attack you, play another creature, attack you. Like this deck has a really hard time beating something like Rakdos Scam. I obviously was going to have to bring that up in this interview.
And what about Energy is on the way down? Is that one of those decks you would kind of categorize
Energy and Domain Zoo, I would say, are probably the 2 decks that I'm most afraid of for that reason. They just play a creature, attack you, play another creature, attack you. Energy is a little more manageable because sort of like with the Underworld Breach deck, they have a really low mana curve, so they can be pretty vulnerable to Atasha's Hideous Laughter. But mostly, I would like to dodge Boros and Domain Zoo and play against lots of Breach and Black White.
Take us through some of the tricks of the trade, something that a novice player wouldn't see when looking at this deck list.
Sure. So I think the biggest thing that a lot of people who play Mill don't do enough is mulligan. It feels bad to mulligan away, especially in an open deck list situation where you know you're playing against Underworld Breach, say. You should try your best to not keep hands that don't have a Surgical Extraction. The big problem is with the way that the card Underworld Breach works, if you mill them and then don't get rid of their key pieces, you're actually helping them because they just want to mill themselves and fill their graveyard and escape things with Underworld Breach. So with Hedron Crab, which can target either player, unless I have a Surgical Extraction, I will target myself with the Hedron Crab triggers just because I don't want to help them unless I have a way to interact with their graveyard.
Right, so you'll kind of hold that, wait till you can hit a big chunk, and then try to go from there?
A lot of the time, I won't even try to hit a big chunk until I can start. I will just do everything I can to not mill them until I have a Surgical Extraction or an Extirpate, or sometimes I'm willing to lean on like a Drown in the Lock so that I can counter the Underworld Breach on its way down, but I try very hard not to mill a Breach opponent unless I can stop them from comboing in that time period.
Okay. And what else we got going on here? We have an Oboro hanging out, a Shelldock Isle, which is sweet.
Yeah, so your mana base is pretty robust. You're just a 2-color deck. You want to play a good number of fetch lands because they interact really favorably with Ruin Crab and Hedron Crab, but you've got some room for some fun-ofs. Oboro is really good with those crabs because you can just tap it, pick it back up, replay it, make sure you've always got a stream of land drops to trigger landfall. Shelldock Isle, a lot of the time, helps find that last key piece, right? You get them low, and then you can cast whatever you hit away under the Shelldock Isle for that last 10, 15, whatever cards. The other nice thing about like Shelldock Isle is a lot of time you don't want to play a crab on turn 1 before you can trigger its landfall ability, because you don't want to just, if I just go Island Crab go and like your Underworld Breach opponent just lightning bolts it or something, that's like you've wasted a very key card. So a lot of the time I'm pretty happy to play a Surveil land, I have 2 of those, or a Shelldock Isle on turn 1, and then on turn 2 I just play my crab and then play my fetch land to make sure I get some value out of it.
Right. Take us through the sideboard here. We have Consigned to Memory like almost everyone in the tournament has. But you have a different reason for this card other than just counter a colorless card.
Yeah, so it's still very good against Eldrazi, and the Eldrazi matchup is close enough that you want to have that little bit of extra interaction, but one of the most important things you can do with it, and it doesn't come up a lot, but it really matters when it does, is you can counter an Emrakul the Eon's Torn Shuffle trigger that, right, if you mill it over, then they get to reshuffle their whole graveyard, which just undoes everything you've done, but if you just Consign to Memory, counter the Emrakul trigger, then you just move on. And so a lot of time in post-board games, if I know they have an Emrakul, which is a big deal about this deck is that I don't know that I would play this unless it was open deck lists. That knowing exactly what my opponent has what I want a surgical, what hands I want to keep, whether I need to put consign to memory under Shelldock Isle. Those sorts of things are really important.
Yeah, and we've seen on Twitter lately the deck list posting with Imricles in the sideboard, and everyone's like, yes, we have to come equipped.
Pay the mill tax
to beat this deck. And you have your own counterplay. Anything else to call out here in the sideboard of note?
I love Crypt Incursion. Crypt Incursion is awesome. It's mostly for your worst matchups. So it's your Haymaker against Energy. Exile in testing the other day, I got to exile 15 creatures from my opponent's graveyard and gain 45 life. I won that game, as hard as that is to believe.
I believe it.
But so it's sort of it's not the best card, but it serves a very specific role and it plays it really, really well.
Yeah, and this is a deck that feels like that is what it's looking for. It's looking for super niche cards that come in the exact matchups you want, not so much these broad cards that answer everything.
And I think that just is true of Modern right now. So many decks are asking very specific questions and require very specific answers.
All right, anything to wrap up here or call out in specific?
I want to shout out my girlfriend for being the one to tell me it would be really funny if you played Mill. I was like, you're right, it would be really funny if I played Mill. And now I'm playing Mill and I'm 3-0. So hopefully we can keep that train rolling and get back to the PT. That'd be really sick.
Awesome, Jake. Well, thanks for joining me here in the sideboard.
Thanks so much.
Stay tuned to Star City Games all week long for the action here in Charlotte.
All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship here in Charlotte, North Carolina. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's Jim Davis. We're going to be bringing you coverage here of round number 6. And tournament's really starting to heat up here as we're getting really far into it. Let's take a look at the standings to see how many players we have left undefeated. There were 75 before we went into the last round. So we're down to a good chunk of players. Who do we got here, Jim?
Yeah, a lot of variety here. We got Jesse Robkin, number 1 of his standings, grinding Breach. As you were saying, Jesse has been playing this deck for a long time.
And she LCQ'd in to go 5-0 yesterday.
Love that.
So a good old 10-0, no problem, easy mode.
Love a good story like that, too.
Yes.
LCQs are so awesome. Demir Mill, we saw Jake Beardsley play that on camera. He's crushing as well. Austin Clark here in second place.
Yep.
We got some interesting ones here. We got Domain Zoo, David, we got some Storm, more Breach, but Ramp. Azorius Control, Victor Riviera. I'm looking forward to seeing some of that. Amulet Titan, Blink Energy, mostly what you expect, honestly. I think that this is a pretty good spread. Less Breach than the last time we saw this slide, which is good.
The world is healing.
But
or maybe they're just 16 through 30, but
they're still out there for sure. We saw them that last match, with May. This Breach deck is just so resilient. So it's still Breach versus the world, and I'm rooting for the world personally.
Yep. Hey, me too. I want to play this deck. April 1st.
So we're rooting for different reasons. For sure.
Yeah. And of course, in 4th place, we have good old Young Dingo. Young Dingo, being, I would say, the most popular streamer, maybe next to you. We got that title for you as well, but of course, a fan favorite as well. Playing Storm, he ended up playing in Portland, playing the Orzhov Blink deck. Didn't quote unquote love the vibes, so decided to play a combo deck here and is crushing it here with Storm so far.
Yeah, Storm is obviously kind of a throwback, but it's a deck that can try and sidestep the things that people are trying to beat Reach. So I'm going to do this other combo deck right now, and try and get away from the artifacty stuff.
And I think it is a bit of a rough matchup for Breach. They can combo just as fast, and it's really hard to interact with them. If you can hyper speed out a Haywire Might to blow up the Ruby, or if you can somehow get Delirium fast enough to deal with Rawl. Not easy things to do, though,
For sure.
Yeah. And then we see one of our first companions in a while with Kahira there in 8th place with Victor playing the Azorius Control. So
there's still companions that are legal in Modern?
They're taking away all of them slowly but surely.
They're an endangered species for sure.
Exactly. Elks and birds are no mores, but some cats are still hanging around. So, going to be getting ready here for our feature matches here in a second. But before we get too far into that, I want to let you know our next event that we are going to be having here, and that is the Spotlight Series. It's continuing in Denver, Colorado. Jim, walk us through this.
This is very, very exciting. Big open field limited event.
Yes.
We're talking about Dragon's sealed deck on day 1, draft on day 2. There's nothing like a call draft on day 2, all right? And, of course, 8 Pro Tour slots up top. This is one of the events where you can actually walk in the door, you pay your entry fee, and you can walk out on Sunday going to the Pro Tour. So that's April 11th to the 13th, SCG Denver. Check it out, StarCityGames.com/SCGCON. I will most likely be there. Will you be there as well?
We'll see. I have to have an ACL repaired, so it's
excuses.
I know. I'm not going to let that hold me back, though, if I can help it. If I can crutch my way onto a plane, I'm going to Denver to play some Limited.
We playing football or we playing Magic here? I mean, come on, let's go.
Come on. All right, let's take a look at our next event here from Star City Games. And this is Minneapolis, May 2nd through the 4th. Now, this is going to be our next regional championship. This will be the next season, of course. We've had our 2 modern ones so far. This next RC season will be standard. And we'll be qualifying you for that next Pro Tour in Atlanta, I believe. Yeah, we'll be qualifying you for it in Atlanta. So go to StarCityGames.com/SCGCON to get more information on that. You can be qualifying for it right now. Qualifiers are standard, and this regional championship is standard as well, which we're both big fans of.
Yeah, I adore Standard. I'm so happy to see Standard back in the spotlight. It's been a few years. Standard kind of had a little rough spot there for a bit, but it's back in a big way, and I just love seeing it ready to go.
I love it as well. And our next regional championship after that is Hartford. That is our second. We get 2 a season here in the United States, so another opportunity to get some more qualifications to the World Championship as well as the Pro Tour. This will be May 16th through the 18th. Jim, the one thing I absolutely love about just RCs being on different weekends, I am just a sucker for minor metagame shifts. Are you a fan? Like, I love breaking down, like, okay, this did well, so players are going to do X. I want to try to do Y. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a absolute Magic nerd, but that's, like, my favorite stuff.
It's me also. I'm also a Magic nerd. Yeah, I mean, watching, it's so cool when you see a weekend where, like, a deck is perfect for that one weekend, and then a week later it's like not even really viable anymore. But that's the, Magic tournaments are living entities, and from the time deck submission is over till the end of a tournament is this kind of period where it's like isolated in time, and then once it's over, you reevaluate. And you re-examine, look at the results, and then what's the next one going to look like, too. So seeing event to event is so fun.
I mean, even the modern season we've seen so far, we've seen Boros start at the top, it's decline, Breach's incline, Is there a way to hate out the deck? If not, like we're seeing all those shifts happening in real time. So really cool stuff. Let's take a look at our next event, which will be the third Spotlight Series. Spotlight Series Secret Lair? What's going on here?
I don't know. It's a secret.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can't talk about this.
We can't.
The slide should not be up.
Why
is
this
now.
even on the screen? Too secretive.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be modern, I believe, right?
It is modern. Yep,
so,
absolutely.
Playing some modern. Indianapolis, one of my favorite cities to travel to. I've been to Indy probably a dozen times in my life. SG Tour events and Grand Prix. Love Indianapolis. It's a fantastic city. And the important thing here is it's in the end of May, early June.
Yes.
Not in the dead of winter where it does get pretty cold up there. But Indy's fantastic. It's a great city. Go to StarCityGames.com/SCGCON. Check all the info on that one. That's a little bit down the line, but definitely a good thing to plan for that now.
You played the SCG Tour?
Once or twice, yeah.
Did you ever get a top 8? Maybe an interview with Nick or anything, or didn't quite get that far?
I always really wanted to get one.
Yeah.
I always wanted to hang out with Nick in the sideboard, and
Hey, now we're doing it. He's right over there. We get to hang out. Yeah, there we go. Absolutely. So those are the next couple events that you can be signing up for or qualifying for. Spotlight Series, of course, our open invite events, and, of course, the RCs. You do got to qualify for. And, man, these RCs are still gigantic. Even though that we have, split them into two, they're still gigantic.
Yeah, you can qualify for both, which is really cool. Because, like, one of the downsides of a system previously was that you would win your RCQ, and you just want to play more Magic.
Yeah.
But you're in for the season. So having two is really cool. I'll be able to qualify for both. Just more Magic, more chances to play Magic. That's what I want.
Yep, that is exactly what it's all about. So absolutely love it. So let's pull up our metagame here one more time as these players get ready to go, kind of talk about what we're seeing at the top, Jim, and any big surprises. We're a little further than half the way through day one. Breach looks okay at the top, still doing quite good. Any other decks that are really surprising you so far?
I mean, the mill deck has popped out, obviously, as the foil to Breach, and then if it can be good in other spots as well, that's a great spot to be in. But really, we're looking at this top 5 here, right? The top 5 of a tournament are the big bunch. Breach, Blink, Ramp, Energy, Titan. That's the big chunk, and you really got to make sure you are beating those decks. And if you're not in that space, it's a non-starter. But Mill, the various control strategies here in Azorius and Jeskai is pretty exciting. A variety of Oculus decks, Dimir decks, kind of mid-range decks. You saw a Dimir deck on earlier. It was not an Oculus deck, but still in that similar space of mid-range, interactive, trying to make sure you're picking the right interactive elements to deal with these top 5 decks.
Yeah, absolutely. And you kind of said the magic words here. Oculus, we're going to be seeing a little bit of that here in our next round. We're going to be seeing from 2 undefeated players. We're going to be seeing Dylan Klett up against Chris Vega. And it's going to be a Teamer Breach mirror. All right, no, just kidding. Just kidding. Just quit kidding, chat. We are not doing that to you. This is going to be Esper Oculus up against Eldrazi Ramp. Going to be a really spicy one. 2 decks that we really don't see line up too often. What do you think of this matchup?
I mean, this is what you want if you're an Eldrazi player, right? You are here to beat up on the fair decks. Very similar to just it's about that forever, honestly. Whether you're a Tron deck, whether you're a Ramp deck in Standard, these big decks are there with their cast triggers and their mana advantage to kind of say, hey, you want to play a fair game, let me show you the 7-drop. And another 7-drop, maybe a 13-drop also. So
yeah, why not? Let's pull up those deck lists and we'll get a little visual here of the 2 decks that we're going to be seeing. But this is first Chris Vega's deck. Like you were saying, this is the Eldrazi deck. There's a lot of 7-drops, and there is the number 7 15 times in one of the cards. Sire of the 7 Des? Let's go.
7 keywords, 7/7.
Yeah. I know Carmen had a heavy hand, or she just fully soloed designing this card and was super excited about it. Just give it so many keywords. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's art, honestly. I'm a big fan of this card.
Yeah.
You know, when you take the aesthetics into the functionality, and the card's great, too. It's obviously very, very powerful. It can be very, very difficult to deal with. That ward pay 7. 7's a lot.
Yeah,
You know, it has a lot of light to pay to have to kill this thing.
I looked over to confirm it, Carmen, and she's like, oh, yeah. Definitely put some work into that. So, yeah, really cool card. Something we don't see a lot of. You know, it is still something that can die, but it doesn't die to Unholy Heat, kind of the go-to removal spell. And, yeah, let's take a look at the other deck here. This is Dylan's Esper Oculus list. You think this is a pretty good matchup for the Eldrazi deck?
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Now,
It does look pretty good, yeah.
one interesting thing is that there are actually 0 copies of Cavern of Souls in this Eldrazi deck. You know,
Yeah.
usually we'll see 1 copy to search up. Singleton lands are huge in a deck with Selling Mycospawn because you have effectively 5 copies of the card or more. And realistically, the card Counterspell has not been particularly prevalent in this metagame we saw. So no Cavern of Soul is a risk for Chris to take.
Yeah.
And we see this deck from Dylan here. 4 Counterspell, the full set.
Oh, baby, we're back. Counterspell, full force. I mean, there's the 4 Consign as well. And you got to think as an Eldrazi player that every deck basically has 4 Consign. I wouldn't be shocked. Maybe we'll get Nick to give us the full numbers, but I wouldn't be shocked if Consign was the most played deck in this event.
I agree strongly,
Yeah.
I think that's the card that's keeping Eldrazi from really getting out of hand. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
The Eldrazi deck is extremely powerful.
It's
it has
so good.
So many powerful draws, so many
Yeah.
powerful cards, and that card being able to mitigate that is very, very huge. But yeah, the one thing here with this Esper deck is that a lot of his removal spells are going to be a little awkward. You know, Prismatic Ending,
Not going to Fatal Push anything?
Pest Control, Fatal Push, yeah. Not so great against all the 7 drops. So, you know, these are cards that are super hyper efficient in a lot of matchups, but the cost and efficiency is the lack of flexibility.
Yeah. So does this feel like a auto lose game 1 and then hope to win the post boards with the Consign, or is it not that bad, but it looks pretty bad?
Psychic Frog's really good.
Yeah,
You know, there are some elements there, but for sure, this is going to be an uphill battle. And then once the Consigns come in, now the Esper deck has the ability to kind of fight on the same axis and have a little more of a, okay, I can deal with this thing on a 1-for-1 basis, which is what I want to be doing, and kind of go on from there.
Psychic Frog's really good until your opponent controls your hand. And then it's just like, where did your graveyard and your hand go?
Oops, I dropped them. They're gone.
Yeah, but hey, I mean, the Psychic Frog, it's so big, you know, it might get up to like being an 8-9. You gotta put those counters on it.
Yep.
Then if only there's an Emrakul to block it immediately.
13's a lot. You know, matching up to an Emrakul with a Psychic Frog is possible.
Yes.
Which is kind of insane to say, but pretty difficult.
So one last thing before we jump into this match. As far as like the Karn hits from Eldrazi, is there going to be a certain thing that we're for sure going to be trying to bring in, or is it just kind of the liquid metal coating to get it going right away?
Yeah, nothing super exciting. I mean, Tormod's stuff could come into effect with the Unearths and the Oculus or whatever. But for the most part, you know, Karn it's almost like not super impactful with these Eldrazi decks, except against Breach. You know, where it's so good there and so necessary there. And then you can see it in the way the deck is built, like there aren't a ton of Karn sideboard cards. You know, a lot of Karn boards are just 15 Karn boards. Cards. And this is one only has 5, and then the Stonebrain, I suppose, also. So Karn shouldn't be too relevant here. Unless that landlock happens.
Yeah, that's fair. And I mean, honestly, I always thought when we had those full Karn sideboards of just 15 different corner cases, it's like, it's not happening. You know, you're not bringing in this random weird card. Like, I like a more streamlined sideboard that you can also fetch out 5 or 6 cards. So,
I would not be surprised to see the Karns come out and the Chrysalis come in. I'm going to be more of this big ramp deck. It's another way to do that.
Mythic Common, you know, I mean, you ever draft that card? I mean, you had to first pick it, otherwise you're not getting one.
Yeah, it's so funny seeing a card that is one of the best limited cards ever and good enough to play in literal Modern.
Yeah.
You know how good a card is to be to play in Modern? Apparently that good.
Has to be really good. So, sounds like our players are ready. Let's jump on down to round number 6 here at the U.S. Regional Championship. All right, sounds like Chris is on the full 7, and Dylan has mulled to 5 with the Esper Oculus. But, you know, like you were saying, there's a lot of dead cards, so mulliganing, maybe not the worst. You get to put a lot of fatal pushes on the bottom, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think you got to be aggressive.
I think you do too.
Really want to have a good hand here and then hope Chris stumbles a little bit.
How's this stumble for turn 1? Build your own ancient tomb here.
Is it a stumble?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it looks pretty good to me.
Looks quite good. So, all right, Utopia Sprawl, naming green. Here is the Thoughtseize, and no lands.
Well, that's a stumble you're looking for. So typically Sprawl looking to go from 1 to 4 mana on turn 2 with a double land, but there is no land.
Yeah, that's when you just you auto top deck your Eldrazi Temple or something, and you're off to the races.
Eldrazi is very good at doing that.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts here? I mean, if you could stop the land from getting Stirrings or Rumble, great. But the fact that you have both, that makes it a little bit worse.
Yeah, I think the Rumble here is an extra mana with the Scion as well.
Yeah.
It's probably got to be the Rumble, So yeah. Stirrings is good and we'll probably find a land, but at least we'll delay for another turn.
Yeah, I like it. So we'll see what Chris is going to draw. And, wow, look at this die roll, how important this was. I don't think Chris maybe could have kept the hand. I think you still keep it, because if you get Thoughtseized, they take the Sprawl or the Stirrings, you just play the other one. But still, the die roll pretty important here.
Yeah, and we see the command here, too. The Eldrazi command is Cosmos command is so good.
Yeah,
It's the card that really has taken these Eldrazi decks from just being kind of one-trick, stompy decks to having this insane amount of flexibility and interaction and removal. So a Psychic Frog here on turn 2 could be a good follow-up, but the command can just deal with that.
God, K command. Culligan's command is just so sad right now. Just so swept under the rug.
Yeah, it's the new K command in town, folks.
Exactly. No, it's incredible. And even being able to just cycle the card, like the fact that you can just pay 2, cycle it, draw a card. Of course, you do need the colorless mana, so not possible for Vega yet. But here is the Stirring. See if we can find land number 2. To be able to get everything going. And there's a forest. Definitely not the ideal land.
Yeah, that is almost at the bottom of lands we would want.
Yeah.
We need colorless sources here. The Scion will be able to do that to an extent. I'm sorry, the Scion, never mind. I lied.
Yeah, Scion taken from the Rumble, but the draw for the turn was Utopia Sprawl. So we have the ability to have 4 mana next turn, but there's no third color here. You need colorless to cast some of your spells.
Yeah, I can't name colorless on Sprawl, but the Sorry Michael Spawn's going to help out a lot here.
Yeah, exactly. And you can still play Karn, but a little farther away on other things.
That's a big part of this, too, is that, counter spells up for Dylan. You can counter the Michael Spawn, but that land slow goes off, which is the reason why these Eldrazi cards are just so good against these counter spells.
Yeah, and maybe that's why you don't even need Cavern, because the half of these cards you need to resolve can't be countered except by consigns and stuff. So, yeah, I'm all about it. Here is the colorless. Get the Eldrazi Temple. Get that online.
Nice one-lander, right?
Yeah.
Just 6 mana on turn 3.
Easy. Here goes a Flooded Strand sacrifice, presumably getting a Surveil land. I mean, the one thing you really want to be doing if you are the Oculus deck is if you can ever Surveil an Oculus to the yard, be able to bring it back. I guess. I don't know. Yeah, we do still have the Unearths. We still have that beautiful combo here. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, I mean, free Entomb. Entomb's
Yeah.
a pretty powerful Magic card.
Pretty good, yeah. Reanimator and Legacy. It has survived the test of time, believe it or not. Pretty good in Modern as well. Also, if you can ever unearth Oculus and get a Ketramos underneath it, flip that up, come on, we're cooking.
That is nice, yes. A lot of big high roll hits in a deck
Yeah.
that usually you wouldn't expect it in. A very kind of a fair looking deck, but having that potential, again, like we were saying earlier, is very important in Modern. Your deck, even your fair deck needs to be able to do some pretty unfair stuff to compete.
Yeah, absolutely. And were you a part of the Jeskai Oculus decks at this last Pro Tour with your team? Did you end up playing that for Standard, or?
Yep, yeah, there were 6 of us playing the deck.
Okay.
We didn't do super great.
Yeah, it didn't do amazing, but still, you know your way around the giant floating eye, huh?
Yeah, the card's very, very powerful.
Yeah,
Get that thing in play, and if it's in play for a turn or 2, things just really snowball out. And then, like you're saying, if you hit another copy of it.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry about that, Whammy. I got 2 eyes now. Yeah.
Yes. All right, so we get a Relic surveilled to the yard with a Sewer. Crack on in for 3, and let's see what the follow-up is here. I know we had the command. We had the Karn, so this could be one of the turns where, you just jam a Karn and hope for the best.
Oh,
never mind. I was going to say this felt like a turn where you'd pass the turn, command on their end step, and then play something meaningful to really tax the counter spells and the disruption of your opponent. But when you have another spawn here to be able to destroy a land, get yourself another one, this is just a masterpiece.
Yeah, the spawn draw is so good.
It's so good.
And this LD element really exacerbates what this deck is already doing well, right?
Yeah.
We already saw a huge mana advantage from the Eldrazi deck here in the first few turns, but then not only are you plussing your mana, you're minusing their mana.
Yeah.
Most of these fair decks just can't compete on 2 lands versus, even just 3/3s and 11 mana in play or whatever it's going to be.
Yeah, and Chris doesn't really have any of the really sweet lands. Here is Ghost Quarter. That's kind of the one bit of, some utility lands, but doesn't have the Sanctum. You know, Sanctum of Ugin ends up being awesome. You can kind of channel that into getting your Emrakul, but does have Bojuka Bog. You know, so that is the main one. Being able to have more game against Breach and having a little bit of less action against other decks is a real choice that Chris made, but so far serving him quite well being 5-0.
For sure, yeah. These are choices you got to make, like we were saying earlier, in the metagame thing, where metagames shift, and maybe it's right to play Bojuka Bog this weekend and not right next weekend. You know, maybe next weekend's a Cavern of Souls weekend, but here we are bogging and doing pretty well. Absolutely.
Passes the turn. So far, Dylan just hasn't gotten anything going, and now this is a 2-turn clock here with the Sowing Mycospawn. Dylan's got to find something. But whenever you find something, we know Chris still has the command, still has the Karn, and you got to think this is going to be a very tough one here for Dylan to come back from.
Yeah, this is the power of the Eldrazi Temple and the mana acceleration, where Sowing Mycospawn is a hill giant. It's a 4-mana 3/3, and you think that's like not going to affect the board that much. But we were casting it on turn 2 or turn 3, and like you're creating this cascading advantage, like a 3/3 adds up. That is not small, you know. And 2 of these in play, attacks for 6. That ends the game in just a few turns or whatever. So,
absolutely.
And then the thing is that your opponent is kind of floundering dealing with this, and if they do deal with it, then the big boys come out.
Yeah, and if you deal with it, well, it's still a 3-for-1. You dealt with an opponent's land, you got a land, and you had to deal with the creature itself. So, yeah, a phenomenal card here.
And if you want to count Temple as 2 lands, because it kind of is, you know, it's a 4-for-1. So.
All right. We're getting in the weeds. I like it. And here is the command. We'll see how much you want to go for. X equals about $1 million right now.
Yeah, imagine we're drawing in, drawing Scions, Graveyards kind of spicy. Mostly just drawing the exciting part here. Spawn tokens are fine too.
Yep. I mean, basically if you go draw, I mean, here you kind of have the ability to. You don't care about your opponent's graveyard. You know, if there was an Oculus, sure, you have the ability to exile that. But whenever my opponent is going draw and make Scions, you know you're behind.
Right, yeah.
You know, like it's the 2 push-ahead modes. It is basically find an Emrakul and cast an Emrakul, all wrapped up into one card.
Yeah, the hope is that, well, maybe you have nothing to do or no mana to do it, and this is both.
Absolutely. Looks like this is for 7. Is that good?
Yeah, and the thing is here is, like, that was cast end step in the spot where, like, you can go ahead and counter this if you want to.
Yeah.
Because I have 2 3/3s attacking also, and more threats to do too. You can't beat everything here.
Yeah, we still know the Karn is there, and even Karn on liquid metal coating. That's just the first thing that comes to my mind, and that looks good enough. You can Karn and Stonebrain as well, get rid of all the eyes. All kinds of great options available here. But how about this? A lethal attack coming in. Ouch. Ouch.
Oh, wow. That if there's a play that exemplifies last-second desperation, it is Odowaring your opponent's Mycospawn when they have 1,000 mana in play.
Yeah, go to 1. But, hey, I like what Dylan's doing. I like the Reed Duke train of thought here. Play the game until you're done.
My thought goes to Captain America with the broken shield, staring down Thanos' entire army, you know, just like, okay, I can do this all day, but a Sign of 7 Deaths says maybe you can't.
Yeah, here's 7. What's in the box? Coming in for a Karn as well, I imagine here. No, why not? Get some lands out of there. Go search up a land, maybe Bojuka Bog. Do whatever you want, really.
Yeah, no damnations in this list. Pest control. These are pests in the metaphorical sense.
Yeah.
Not in the size sense.
Yes. Pests are controlled on Dylan's side of the board for sure. We're going to see 1 draw step. We're going to pack it up here. And Chris Vega, 1-0 here and 5-0. With this really awesome Eldrazi ramp deck. You know, this has got to be one of the few decks where we see Sire of 7 Deaths, but, I mean, it looks sweet.
Yeah, I mean, I played Eldrazi at the Nadu Pro Tour.
Okay.
That was through the Breach version, but big fan of his deck. The cards are just so powerful, and the draws are just so powerful. You know?
Yeah.
The ability to have 4 mana on turn 2 with a pretty amount a good amount of regularity is excellent.
Yeah.
The command is so versatile. The threats are so good. It's just a lot of really powerful cards.
And, I mean, you know, Nadu, a 3/4. Sire of 7 Deaths, a 7/7. I bet you crushed that card.
Yeah, tiny, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, let's get back to the sideboarding here. And,
yeah. What are we doing from Dylan's side?
Consign to Memory. Consign to Memory is, you know, by far and away the card that matters the most. You know, the ability to counter any Eldrazi or colorless card for 1 mana, but also get the trigger too. That's the important part. We saw in that game where you can counter an Eldrazi, but they still get the land or whatever else it might be. So Consign is huge. I think Thoughtseize is also huge in that respect. Where if you're able to take one of the big things, you're kind of work on the cast trigger. You know, there isn't a lot of like raw card draw or card advantage in the Eldrazi deck. You know, there's search, there's stirrings and rumbles and ways to kind of find things, but like as far as raw cards go, that's an axis you can attack them on.
Okay, I love it. And then from Chris's side, what are we changing now? Of course, this is a Karn matchup, or it is a Karn deck, so you know you don't want to sideboard too much. What do you like?
I think the Karn's coming out here. You know, I think that
the
way this deck is built, I think the Karn is mostly for the Breach matchup with only 3 copies and then a small Wishboard. I think the deck was kind of agrees. So get those out of here. Get these Writhing Chrysalis in, and just keep doing your thing. Don't got to change much. The main plan of this deck works very, very well. Need to be a little bit careful around the consigns. You know, you're not just free to kind of go nuts and cast things or whatever. You need to be a little more careful with your spells. But overall, as long as Chris's plan is working, it's going to work out very well for him.
Yeah. Are you talking Writhing Chris or Chris Vega?
Both of them.
Both. Okay, as long as they're both
Chris's.
working. Absolutely. So if you want to pick up some of these really sweet Eldrazi's or maybe some of these awesome Oculuses, whatever you want, we got a flash sale going on right now. You can pick up any kind of singles as long as your purchase is over $50 of individual Magic cards. You'll get some free shipping anywhere in the U.S. So you got to love that. Got to take advantage of that. Go to StarCityGames.com if you want to take advantage of this deal. Now, this sale does end Monday, so make sure to get your orders in over the weekend if you want to get some of these really awesome cards. So far, Jim, what kind of cards do you want to be picking up from singles from what you've watched so far?
It's funny, you know, I made the missing out joke in relevance to the flash sale, but I actually bought a Fear of Missing Out from a Star City booth on Friday.
Did you?
For my cube. Yeah, it's a really awesome cube card. You know, the flexibility of being a discard out for Reanimator and stuff like that. So a really fun card as well. So I already bought some cards this weekend, and you of course can too, whether it's for your cube, constructed, or whatever else it might be.
You should have got those sent to your house. Even though you need them here and you have your cube here, you still should have got them sent to your house and took advantage of that free shipping.
Yeah, mail it to my hotel.
You know, or if anything, if we can pick them up, you know, in person. I can pick them up for you. I can take your cards.
Those are my cards.
But, you know, I mean, just hold on to them for you. And then you can come over and we can cube.
You know what? That last part sold me.
All right, there we go. There we go. All right, so these players getting ready to go here. And 5-0, I mean, you don't want to be thinking about it, but it's kind of impossible to keep these thoughts out of your head. This is a winning in for day 2.
Absolutely, yeah. 6 minutes is the cutoff. You know, so many rounds to go, but like there is a certain amount of satisfaction of knowing that you cannot bomb out of day 2. You are in, you are locked up. The converse to that, though, is you can be a little comfortable too, where you feel like, oh, I made day 2. And it's a very dangerous thing in Magic where you see it often when players make their first competitive achievement, whether it's a day 2 or a top 8 or a pro tour, where they feel like they've accomplished the thing they're supposed to do, and they kind of relax a little bit.
Yes.
You can't do that either.
Yeah, 100%, especially the kind of happy to be there. Like, you make it to day 2 of maybe your first big event, and some people are like, I don't even care how I do the next day. Like, I made it to day 2. That was my goal. You know, you've been a player who has dominated these SCG tours. You know, you've done great at these pro tours, that kind of thing. How do you manage that kind of stuff? Because, you know, we joke about it, you know, and we talk like, hey, you don't want to unravel, but it is not an easy thing to do. Do you have any tips for anybody that may be making it to their first big event?
It's honestly all experience.
Yeah.
You know, when I made my first top 8 at PTQ, I was very nervous. I lost.
Yeah.
The next time, I was a little more comfortable. You know, and as you kind of go through it, it kind of sucks to say, well, you just got to go through it. But that's it. You know, it's experience. Experience is the best teacher by far. You know, and once you have a spot, you kind of like, okay, all right, cool. And then you're there for the next time. Oh, I've been here before. I can do this. You know, so just making sure you're tempering yourself. And I think also it's important not to have expectations. You know, Magic's a tough game where things can swing wildly at any point. You could have a 90-10 matchup and still
lose.
Still 10%, you know. So just understanding that, you know, there's more opportunities to have and there's more things to, more places to be. It's not your last chance. It's not your last day 2. It's not your last top 8. You'll be there again.
Yeah, absolutely. My first big top 8 was a state championship in North Dakota, and I was so nervous making it to the finals. I mean, I was shaking nervous, okay? I was 14. And I'm playing in the finals, and I asked my opponent, I was like, can we, you know, just like have the spectators go someplace else? And he's just like, all right, man, you're going to have to get used to the spectators at some point. No, absolutely not. And, you know, happy that they said that lesson. All right, so here we go. Starting the game off, Dylan goes with the Thoughtseize on turn number 1. 6-card hand from Chris. Got a couple talismans, Utopia Sprawl, and the powerful Eldrazi, the Sowing Myco Spawn. What do you like?
It's got to be Myco Spawn here. I mean, this is a classic problem where, you know, the Eldrazi deck is, in essence, a ramp deck. You know, and ramp decks have the problem of they're an A+B thing, where you need lands, obviously, but you want to have your ramp and then your payoff. And if you only have one and not the other, things start to get pretty ugly, you know? So we see a hand here, you know, the mulligan to 6 is rough against the Thoughtseize as well, but a couple lands, couple talismans, but nothing to really do just yet. So pressure on Chris to find something to do. And then Dylan, of course, you know, after sideboard has these consigned memories and other answers too. So as far as the one-for-one game goes, this start certainly favors Dylan.
Yep, absolutely. Take the thing that is really unique to the hand and hope your opponent doesn't draw the things they need on curve.
Correct.
That's usually the thing you want to be doing. Now, that being said, Chris will have quite the turn. You know, being able to just next turn go Talisman into Talisman, you're ready to go whenever you start drawing some of these gigantic threats. But, yeah, I totally agree with you. I'd still be taking that for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of big stuff in the deck, too. Like, you know, and this is why it's important for on Dylan's side where there's some good interaction here, but Dylan has to establish a clock. And Game 1 was not able to do that. But there has to be a fast Oculus or a Frog of some kind. So Dylan can punish the stumble here. You know, Thoughts is the card that's meant to make your opponent stumble. You know, you're never going to get all of their cards, but they stumble, take a piece apart, and you can kind of keep going and do your thing.
All right, so an exercise on the Utopia Sprawl. Get that exiled. Very relevant. Actually kind of relevant with Emrakul. But, yeah, once again, no Frog, no pressure, nothing too exciting. That will slow down Chris's turn a bit. Here is a Talisman and a pass back to Dylan.
All's fair in love and Stone Rains.
I believe that is how it goes.
And Chris Stone Rain Dylan. Dylan gets Stone Rain right back with an exercise.
Yep, makes sense. Makes sense. No land from Dylan.
Okay, yeah, so this game is getting a little ugly, right? Note there from Dylan. We see an unimprinted Ugin Labyrinth on Chris's side.
Yeah.
We're getting into sloppy territory. Which I think is good for Chris, honestly. You know, unless there's a lot of consigns on Dylan's side, Chris, as long as he has time to draw into these big threats, the big threats are really, really good and very, very impactful.
Hear me out, Jim. I think Dylan is trying to discard the hand size. Get that eye into the graveyard the old-fashioned way.
I've got some work to do.
Yeah, hey. One card at a time.
I'm sorry. Are we playing Modern Horizons 3 Draft right now?
Well, if we are, Chris just won the game. Writhing Chrysalis coming down, the mythic common from Modern Horizons 3. Yeah, you know, I mean, that was such a weird Pro Tour. It was kind of Pro Tour Nadu, but I think it was Pro Tour Chris.
Yeah. According to the data on 17 lands, Writhing Chrysalis has the highest win rate of a common in the last 5 years by like 5%.
Wow.
It is so far and away above every other common. It is unbelievable. And here we see it on the modern stage being played in the most powerful formats in Magic.
I mean, it's incredible. Being able to get a body that's 4 mana, 4/5 reach, great, and ramps you. I mean, and that ability is basically uncounterable. I mean, it does so much. And you think like, oh, the body doesn't matter that much, but like, you know, I've seen a lot of Tamios attack into this. You know, I've seen a lot of people forget about the secret reach of this card.
Yeah, it's hidden down there under the void and under the cast trigger is how the templating works.
Exactly,
so it's very sneaky reach.
It really is. So there is drawing a couple cards, discarding, got that Ketramos into the yard. And, I mean, Ketramos can brick pretty much any mid-range style of attacker pretty easily.
For sure, yeah. The card draw is important. The life gain important once the graveyard gets exiled. One cool thing about Crystals in this deck, though, is the Splinter Twin kind of kill. Yeah. Where you can use your K command, make a bunch of Scions, sacrifice them all, go draw some more cards, find another command, and kind of just kill out of nowhere, which is really cool, too.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen that too often. That would be spicy.
Round 2 of the Pro Tour. Christian Calcano killed me with that in limited.
Really?
Cast Crystals on turn 3, killed me on turn like 4 or 5.
Had you considered playing around it?
No.
Okay.
I did not.
Gotcha. You know, I haven't played a non-breach deck in Modern in a while, you know, besides getting the reps down with a couple different decks. Chrysalis comes out in that matchup quite often.
That's fair.
All right, bringing back a god, Unearth on Ketramos. It's got to be feeling great here from Dylan. And, you know, if Dylan does have the consign open plus replicate, which it kind of seems like it. I wouldn't say it's fully face up, but it seems pretty face up.
For sure, know? Yeah. Dylan's definitely saying that, okay, here's my threat, and I have the backup, and this is what he wants to be doing for sure.
Yeah. And I think the thing that kind of made it face up is when Dylan missed a land drop, had the Tainted Indulgence, could have went for it right away if you didn't have anything. If you're not going to play that, you probably have something that you're interacting with and Consign would stand at the forefront of my brain.
This is why Soya Myco Spawn is so good.
Yeah.
Myco Spawn is not the main course. Myco Spawn is the card that sets the table for you and gets you going to all your big spells.
Yeah.
But it's also, in this point, how can you not counter this? You know, like, can you afford to let the land go? But it's, all right, well, I guess here we go.
Yeah.
So the advantage gained by this Myco Spawn is huge.
Yeah, it is a rough one to counter, you know? Like, it's the appetizer, as you were saying. But, you know, it is not an Emrakul. So if you have one Consign, it is kind of brutal, you know, to just fire a counter spell here and get Emrakuled in a couple of turns.
Yeah, we also are a ways from Ketchamos being a creature, barring an Oculus next turn, which would be huge.
Oh, yeah.
And because of that, there's 7 power in play.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, Oculus with Ketchamos. Man, if it was each individual card, that would be a little broken.
Yeah, be Gristlebrand style.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so Cycles on Earth at end step. Now only the one card exiled from Ketchamos.
This is the turn, I feel like.
Yeah.
You know, if it's an Oculus this turn, the game swings pretty heavily in Dylan's favor. Without that kind of push where getting Ketchamos to being a creature, drawing some cards with Ketchamos, the board is lethal right now.
Can you even do it, though? Like, can you tap 3 of your 4 lands to play an Oculus and only be able to consign and not replicate it? Like, that's a cost.
I mean, Chris is down low on cards, you know, and
Yeah.
realistically, you're at 7 life. What else are you going to do, you know?
Yeah.
So,
And well, you're right. Dylan agrees. So I don't think we have any known information because when we saw the hand, it was the 2 talismans. So I think that is a 1 mystery card. And even if, you know, it is something big, you have the 1 consign, not so bad.
Right.
You know, if Emrakul comes down, you got to decide, is it okay to let Chris control the turn, or if a 13-13 is okay.
how about a Thoughtseize?
Okay. All right. So can you Thoughtseize the top of the deck, though?
I have heard that you cannot.
Okay. Well, let's see if it's a good one.
Important to note, though, that Chris doesn't have a ton of mana here. We have an Eldrazi Temple,
Yeah.
a couple Talismans, a couple lands, but we're not in, like, big mana territory.
Yeah, probably no Emrakul here, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, not even close. 5 short. So what's even our best draw?
So you got 2, 8, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 mana. 7 is the magic number, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, a Devourer or Sire 7 that's some sort of 7 mana play. Probably not Talisman of Impulse.
Woo! Yeah, Talisman. Not looking great. And now Dylan gets to untap. Shoulders down. You know, exhale a little bit here. Now Dylan gets to kind of pop off here with quite the combination of Ketchamos and the Eye together. Really nice.
Yeah, advantage bar with that turn cycle being completed, now heavily favoring Dylan.
Yep, absolutely. 4, 5, not big enough to step in front of the Eye. And yeah, if Ketchamos, if you step in front and double block that, who cares? Indestructible.
Now 12 life, you know, 12 life and 8 mana. 12 life on the other side, 8 mana in play for Chris. Not even sure what the draw is here.
Yeah, yeah.
That's also assuming that Dylan has no other interaction as well.
Yeah. Man, Ketchamos is tough to deal with. So tough. I guess a command is just like always your best draw.
Typically.
Exile, Ketchamos, you know, draw some cards. Sure, that looks fine, but
Also, because Scions can come into play, grow the Chrysalis, which
Yep.
can help block the Oculus.
Yep.
So
I feel like we're at the spot in the game where there is a consign. You know, like
Yeah.
there's gotta be.
it's also, if either one of these manifests is a relevant creature, that would wildly swing things as well. So a
Yeah.
lot of things need to go right. Yeah, that's not going to do it. Yeah, Menace on the Ketchamos alongside Lifelink, pretty threatening.
Able to get it done. Okay, so just like we were saying, maybe a really nice matchup here for Chris. You got to play the games, that's
Yep.
for sure.
Yep, you know,
Yeah.
on the mulligan, getting Thoughtseize, and then just not finding the threats.
Yep. So what are we going to have to do from the Oculus side when we're on the draw against Eldrazi, against a player that presumably, you know, isn't going to mulligan?
Threats. You know, Thoughtseize, cheap interaction, play a threat, and then untap and protect it. You know, the cheap interaction is really, really important. Don't let this game go long. You know,
Yes.
don't let it get to a point where there's enough mana in play and a few cards in hand that these big haymakers come in.
Yeah.
So get a threat. Obviously, Unearth is great. You know,
Yeah.
if you can get the Unearth going, get the early Oculus. Oculus is a fantastically fast clock, and the buys it makes it relevant too.
Yeah.
Because Eldrazi often leaves behind these creatures in play where you have like a 3/3 and then a random Chrysalis or whatever, and those 2/2s add up for trump blocks or other attackers as well.
Definitely.
So that's a big game.
And if they're ever, a sneaky 3-drop underneath for those 2/2s, you can really be doing something. As well as, Dylan has the draw that we haven't really seen at all, and it's the frogs. Like,
Yep.
We haven't seen them yet. You can't take those out, though, right? I feel like that's a sacred goat in this deck that you almost never want to take out.
Both never want to take out, and then it just seems awesome here.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's a card that it's early pressure, it's hacks well, it must be answered. It sizes up too. It's expensive to discard cards out of your hand to pump the frog up to deal with Eldrazi's, but it can do that. It can rumble if it needs to.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so if you want to be, in the know of any kind of future events, any pre-orders, all that kind of stuff, Jim, where are we going?
The newsletter, Star City Games.
Oh,
all
yeah.
right. There's a lot of stuff happening in Magic these days, from new releases, events, and then, of course, sales on the website. As you can see here, Talk Your Dragonstorm pre-orders. We got Denver coming up. We got flash sales. And you don't have to do anything. Just put in your email, hit sign up, and then you get an email, once, twice a week, letting you know all the important things that are going on so you don't miss anything.
You'd be a fool to not be subscribed to this newsletter.
I'm subscribed.
Yep, me too. Absolutely. So go ahead and follow that URL, get subscribed, and get notified of these events. So, all right, these players are getting ready to go. A win-and-in game for day 2 here.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Dylan. I think that game worked out pretty well. Obviously, a mulligan to a Thoughtseize. There's nothing more classic in Magic than that.
Always frustrating.
But able to expose a little bit of the weaknesses of the ramp deck. We saw a lot of mana. We didn't see a lot of payoffs. And then able to get that all-important threat in play and get things going.
Yep, absolutely. So here we go, ready to start up this game 3. Now, I see that dice usually indicates mulligan counts here. I don't know if both players are down to 5. That would be wild.
Yeah, that would be a scrappy game.
We're going to find out. That, of course, can just be hanging around. But we'll see how many cards these players put back, if any.
I think we're on 7-7 here.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Looks like it. Okay, well, all right. We were at
all right,
7 and
all
7.
right, all right. Dylan and Chris, why you got to make a fool of me?
Exactly.
Yeah. Try and keep things orderly and try and, let everyone know what's going on. And they're both like, wait, what was that Jim said?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sixes.
They both had perfect hands, and they're like,
Yeah.
you know what?
Yeah.
We want to mess up Jim Davis here in the booth for sure.
Yep.
All right, players mulliganing here. With both players mulliganing, who does this favor?
I think it favors Chris a little more.
Yeah.
I think it's important for Dylan to have like a really good mix of disruption and then an early threat. And with less cards, it's harder to do that. Dylan does have a Thoughtseize, so like Thoughtseize, 1-for-1 interaction does seem kind of nice on a mulligan. But if Chris is able to produce one of those powerful hands, and on the play too. I mean, the hands this Eldrazi deck can produce on the play. 4 mana on turn 2 in the play. You're playing, an Eldrazi setup or whatever. You probably got 1 land in play.
Yeah.
So that's a big game, and things get out of control wildly, like we saw in Game 1, where there was 7 mana versus 2 mana advantage, and it's very hard to overcome that.
Yeah, that's definitely the ideal thing. That not many decks in Modern can produce that kind of mana advantage so early. So we'll see if the players like their hand here.
A lot of paths too, the sprawl, adding the sprawls with the signets or whatever, and then or the talismans. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And then of course the multiple soul lands. We have the Eldrazi land and we have the Ugin land. So there are many different paths. There are many combinations of Legos you can put together to get yourself 4 mana on turn 2.
Yeah.
And that's your best draw, but you could still have 4 or 5 mana on turn 3. That's pretty good too.
Oh yeah, or just the easy mode of just Rumble on 2. 4 mana for turn 3. That is like the easiest thing that these Eldrazi decks can be doing. And Rumble, one of the unsung heroes of Modern.
Yeah,
that card is unbelievable.
Yeah, the green ponder, really powerful. It's so cool seeing it in different elements too. In Breach, it's there as kind of like a ponder effect. It also fills your graveyard. In the Eldrazi deck, it's a little more like an Ancient Stirrings, where the graveyard doesn't matter that much, but the Scion matters a lot more. Where it has synergy with so on and so forth. It's also ramping. I feel like in Breach, getting the mana back is more important. Whereas it's kind of like a 1 mana a ponder. In the Eldrazi deck, you're actually using the ramp.
Yeah.
So like you're saying, even on a bad draw, if I have Forest, Rumble, I still have 4 mana on turn 3.
100%. And colorless, which is important for these Eldrazi decks. But, God, Dylan, down to 5 again here.
Yeah, this is tough.
Yikes. I guess that dice was foreshadowing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Dylan cursed himself there.
Get the thing off the table,
No kidding. Throw that dice across the room.
It's gonna hit us over here.
Yeah. I'll take it if we can get 2 players keeping some opening hands.
Yeah, so Dylan under a lot of pressure here. Really got to find the threat and then really untap and start, pushing it to victory.
Yep, absolutely. And the bread and butter start, Utopia Sprawl for Chris. Heading over to Dylan. Seeing what's up.
You got red on the sprawl as usual.
Yep. Wish you could go for colorless half the time for sure.
I know, right? That'll be MH4.
Oh, okay. Double Utopia Sprawl. Either add 1 color or 2 colorless. Double round. All right, so there is Talisman into Rumble on turn 2. And, yeah, just going wild. And Dylan with that tapped Watery Grave signifying, I just don't have anything. And we got a Rumble with an Emrakul or Writhing Chrysalis.
Yeah, and again, this is like we were saying with the upper range of draws. This is like a middle range of a draw, right? Elaborate with no imprint, a Talisman, a Rumble. Nothing too threatening yet. But what a setup turn.
Yeah.
There's a ton of mana available. Card parity as well. Looks great.
Yep, absolutely. Haven't seen any Devourers as well. I'd be curious if Chris actually just sided them out. They're good at, they can kill Oculus, but that's really the only thing they can kill. But also just having that in your opener, having that card manipulation is probably too important.
Yeah.
Just haven't drawn them.
I think it's a big part of how the deck functions for sure.
Yeah. All right, there is what looks to be a Ghost Quarter. Not the best land right now. You wish it was an Eldrazi Temple for sure.
Yeah, but 6 mana.
Yeah.
6/6 against 2,
Yep. If Chris had a Myco Spawn, you'd be slamming that. But there is Consign, best card, being able to hit the come into play or the cast trigger, as well as the Chrysalis itself. And here's Rumble number 2.
That's what I was saying, where these mid-range Eldrazi, the Chrysalis and the Myco Spawn, you really can't afford to not counter them.
Yeah.
They're just really, really powerful. But then now we see another Rumble, we see more setting up, and now the coast is getting more and more clear for the big guns to come out.
Yeah, this is going to be a 6/7 after you sacked all these spawns that you're creating here. You can't really beat that from Dylan's side. Sure, if you left in Fatal Push against the Eldrazi deck, but Dylan doesn't want to do that, or more than likely isn't doing that.
Yep. And then new Chrysalis in the hand, ready to do it again next turn.
Yep. All right, there's a Frog with 1 mana left over. So not so bad, and kind of doing a little bit of a basic check here. We might be in rough territory. Jim, there's 1 island, 1 swamp. That Ghost Quarter is a strip mine.
Oh, wow. So we got a little Dismember on the Frog and a strip mine coming up.
Oh, God. And you can Ghost Quarter, main phase 1, and then go to post board so you can't even get consigned if you want to.
Yeah, those basics are both naturally drawn, too, right?
Yeah.
That's painful.
That's always the worst.
Yep.
It's like, why me? So doesn't go for that play. Chris recognizing or really valuing his own mana, with no land drop from Chris. That makes sense. But it's got to be pretty tempting.
That is true. The cards in Dylan's deck are relatively cheap. And, when you strip mine someone, you are also strip mining yourself. It's a 1-for-1 land exchange. And Chris, of course, is the big mana deck.
Okay, so Frog number 2. And a beautiful foil Frog, too. That's nice.
Old borders are pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I prefer white bordered Psychic Frogs.
Corey.
Yeah?
Is that an audience check? So you've been watching for a long time?
I think so, yes,
Yep.
yes.
Okay.
This is what we call getting engagement,
There we go.
Yes. And I'm trying to get you riled up, Is it working?
You can't rile me up.
Okay.
As I love seeing Twitch chat riled up. Also,
Okay. Who doesn't? So, Myco Spawn here.
Got some graveyard counting over here. Some graveyard checking. Maybe a little Emrakul check.
Yeah, I was going to be like, what would you be thinking if you are Dylan on the other side? It's got to be one thing, right?
It's a powerful move. So even if you don't have Emrakul, look at the graveyard, count your types, and bring the fear of Big Mama Emrakul coming out of the moon.
Just leave a dice over there, too, just to really get in your opponent's head.
Yep. Yeah, we have a Crystals in hand for Chris. This strip mine, too, this Ghost Quarter, open deck lists,
Yeah.
It's kind of thing also that, it's not an easy thing to remember in the heat of battle, though.
Yeah.
We have our lists here in front of us. We can just look right at them. But when you're in the game, you can't look at the deck lists.
Definitely. You get to look, in between games, but that's it. You got to put it away after that.
Right. And usually you're looking at what sideboard cards they have.
Yeah.
What's going to be coming out here, And when Ghost Quarter, if it was a 4 of, sure, you think about that. But only a 1 of here.
Yeah, if you're like, the Jake Beardsley, Demir Mill deck where you got 4 Field of Ruins, you look for those immediately.
Right.
All right, so did not Emrakul. Maybe we'll do a count as well. What do we got? Sorcery, creature, artifact, instant, land. Emrakul's an Eldrazi as well, I imagine, right? So
Yep.
that would count for 6 types. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I count 13, so it was there. If, Chris had it.
Ooh, I love this.
Yes, call.
Yeah, I love I love challenging Psychic Frog to a fight. Like, how
Yeah.
many cards are you willing to discard?
Exactly. And also, my favorite thing to do, just in general in Magic, is make a block, and then you already have a removal spell, force your opponent to
Yep.
commit more resources, and then get the creature. I mean, those are just some of the best blowout scenarios, in Magic.
It's a fun game of chicken, too, because Chris has the Scions.
Yeah.
Chris can also play the Make My Chrysalis bigger game, so it's a real.
Yeah.
I grow my thing, you grow your thing.
Yeah. So looks like we might have just – okay, this still looks like this is still within combat. Maybe they already bounced off each other. There's an eye to the yard. Now we'll see if we're still in combat. This could easily be a Ghost Quarter activation on that Watery Grave within combat.
That would be very heads up.
Yeah.
And then risky, too. The reason you would cast a card like that in combat is you want to be able to make your decision on Psychic Frog with more information, right?
Yeah.
So you want to know, I want to have the most information possible, decide if I want to go all in on this Frog or not, and so on and so forth. But exposing yourself to the possibility of this Ghost Quarter kind of, it seems like it's not really in the forefront of either player's mind right now.
Yeah.
But is a very relevant interaction.
Definitely. All right, so we are still within combat, it looks like. So discard some more cards. Here is forcing Chris to do something. Both Writhing Chris and Chris Vega.
Like you're saying, too, we could see a command here.
Yeah.
Make your opponent make the effects and then go for the kill. We got a lot of options here. We got sacrifices.
But Dylan, of course, can have the consign for the command. There's going to be levels here, and both players, clearly with the block and with the attack, both think they're right.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, the game of chicken continues. Now Christmas is a little bigger.
Yeah.
Frog, what do you say?
Looks at your opponent.
Yep.
What do you say, Frog? Right now, they would just bounce off each other.
And bouncing isn't like a terrible result,
Yeah.
But it's also not very good either for Dylan, who really wants to be applying some pressure and getting ahead here.
It looks like Dylan passed priority. I think Chris did the same. And that did shrink 1 mana from Chris. All right, and there is land 2. And see if there is a command, anything like that on Chris's end step.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. You got 5 spare cards there, Dylan?
So that's really cool, using the combat damage on top of the Dismember.
Yes.
Not doing any combat. Let's let the damage happen. Let's let the damage already stack onto the Frog, and now Dismember more of enough to kill it.
Yeah, and you got a couple of cards to get discarded. Plus, you only lost a Scion in that exchange. Got to think that was a pretty big exchange for Chris.
Yeah, in the game of chicken, Chris is the winner.
Yep.
Chrysalis and Chris.
Yes, yes. All right, here comes the 3/4 coming in.
This is interesting.
And a Stirring's
Okay.
floating a mana.
Thought we were tapping mana in combat. I was like, ooh, what's going on
Yeah,
here?
spicy. All right, we have the Stirrings. I saw a Myco Spawn no matter what. That looks pretty strong.
Yeah, almost any Eldrazi is good here.
Yeah, kind of strange to not do this main phase 1, right?
Yeah, if you're planning on sacrificing the Scion, which you
Yeah,
don't really
yeah,
know
yeah.
yet, same idea we were saying earlier, where you want to make your plays with the most information possible. So if you're going to look at cards, do it first.
Yeah, that is fair. But at the same time, Chris is trying to prevent some of the information from Dylan knowing here. And, okay, a Spawn was sacrificed. And, you can miss that Writhing Chrysalis trigger, right?
Yeah, it could still be on the stack because the land search is also a trigger. So Myco Spawn's on the stack, and the Crystal will still be on the stack also. But the window is closing rapidly here to put that counter on.
And I think that is Chris looking over, be like, I should have a counter here too. Did I miss it? And they're kind of explaining exactly what you are. Like, the triggers should still be on the stack, and you get to order them however you want, right? With the Myco Spawn, you can
Correct.
put the Chrysalis behind all the triggers.
Correct. So until we're clearly at a point where we are in the main phase with an empty stack, it could still be there.
So we'll see. Of course, you have the judges. You know, they're your friends. They can let you know how things work. But you can also miss anything in competitive IRL.
That is true. That is true. It is not your opponent's responsibility to chime in and say, hey, you missed that. And it looks like, yeah, I guess we're going to battle on. Oh, we're counting types here.
Yeah, counting types, but yeah, it does look like that counter is not being added to the Chrysalis. Kind of surprising.
Yeah, it's hard, like, at that spot in the game, you know, if it's still on the stack, you know, if it was an enters the battlefield trigger on the micro spawn, it's too late.
Yeah.
Because it's already in play. But because they're all happening on the stack, the spell itself, the Eldrazi trigger, and then the Chrysalis trigger, I don't know, but.
Good thing it's not our job to figure it out, huh?
Yep.
And looks like while they're figuring that out, Dylan is going to check the types. We can do a count along. Well, we got Eldrazi creature, sorcery instant, land artifact. 6 for sure. No Karn. Nothing like that to be able to boost it any further, I would imagine. Separate it off there for us. That helps a lot.
I see Bajuka Bog was the get to with the Myco spawn.
Yep.
You know? So hitting that graveyard.
There was an eye in there, so that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, didn't see that.
Yep, get that eye out of there.
Didn't see the eye.
Open your eye, man.
I know.
Open your one eye.
Open both of them.
Yeah. That was, of course, discarded to the frog. And, man, I just want to go back to that exchange. You know, Dylan kind of had that free discard with discarding the Oculus. You know, that was kind of free.
Right.
But it wasn't really free now that Bajuka Bog happened and had to discard another card. And then the Dismember. You know, I mean, that Dismember was some pretty nice value.
Yeah, very well played.
Yeah.
Very, very patient. You know, let's let this exchange happen. It's the kind of thing where, like, this thing is happening. It isn't that bad for me yet. So I'm not gonna do anything yet. This is fine. I'm okay with this. It's not great, but it's fine.
Yeah.
You know, and then this member comes in, mops things up, which is great. And you know, the attack was a little bold.
It was bold.
A little frisky.
Yeah. And, you know, maybe I kind of think what happened there, and, of course, we're just coming back to the booth while they get this judge call figured out. Then we'll jump right back down. You're not going to miss any of the game. But I think what it really was Dylan had the command figured out with the consign.
Right.
That would be the information that I'm trying to gather if, you know, I'm unpacking that turn. If I was the Eldrazi player, I'd be like, well, they probably had a consign to beat a command, but the Dismember didn't have an answer for that. Probably sided out a lot of actual counter spells and stuff like that because, you know, the cast triggers on all these Eldrazi's. So I would assume my opponent has a consign there.
Yeah, very, very reasonable for sure.
Yeah.
And then Dismember's a great juke in that spot because obviously it's the kind of card that doesn't play around that. Kind of having these 1 or 2 of them sideboard's a big deal.
Yeah.
You can be getting spots like that where the main card that you play around is not present.
All right. An extra counter on Rising Chrysalis. We got there.
All right.
Chris is able to be a good old 4-5. And we have a Ketramos here landed in play here from Dylan. That's going to be nice against basically all the mid-range style things. But if there's any unfair thing, let's say, you know, a 13-mana spaghetti monster, that could be brutal.
Yeah, we're now hitting the midpoint of the mid game here, and then Chris is ready to move into the late game. You know, got a few extra lands in play. Getting that bog was a cost. You know, not getting an Eldrazi Temple for the double land is it's tough. That's across the land you usually want to get. You can keep your mana going here and getting up into those really stratospheric numbers.
Yep, and the math still works out that we can count up to 13 with Delirium. So if it was there, we'd cast it. So you got to think Chris is in a lot of trouble, and now Dylan gets to attack, gain some life, and have mana left over. I mean, just like we were saying the entire match, like, this matchup's really good for the Esper Oculus deck.
Yeah, Chris has some work to do here for sure.
Yeah.
Now, the block here isn't too bad. You know, it has menace. You can double block it.
Yeah.
You're kind of jump block with a Myco spawn. Chris is at 6. You know, Dismember and friends add up reasonably quickly.
They really do. So an attack from Ketramos, a pass. We're not getting any draw going from Ketramos, from the powerful god. But we are still, you know, able to get that life going. And it really comes down to, can we find an Emrakul, and is there a consign? Like, if there's a consign, like, I don't know if there's much that Chris can really do.
Yeah. Fetching out of 5s. Still would have one more turn in theory. Oh, what? Okay.
There we go. It's Emrakul.
I'm glad there are big letters on that card telling me it's an Emrakul.
Yes. Otherwise, what is that, a rock poster or
it's something.
A music festival lineup maybe? Who knows?
It's a big question mark, consign or not, and the answer is yes, consign.
Exactly. It is countered. No Emrakul shenanigans. Replicate it 15 times. Why not?
Now the question is...
Ooh, surveil the eye.
Oh, we hit an eye too?
We hit an eye.
Wow.
Okay, Ketchermouse gets in there, puts Chris down to 1. One more turn for Chris to find something.
Now, is there another Emrakul?
Yeah, and is there another consign? One final draw step. We're going to slam it. No!
Talisman Impulse.
Dylan Klett advances to 6-0 and is one of our first players into day number 2, no matter what, with the 6-0 record. But, of course, you got 3 rounds left. You want to make sure and end your day strong and try to pick up maybe 3 more wins. Why not?
It feels really good as a player playing a fair interactive deck to beat one of the big ramp decks.
Yes.
You know? And it happens. You know, obviously it's a good matchup for the ramp deck, but, you know, you got to play the games, and there's a lot of good tools, and Consign being the big one. I think if Consign in memory is not in the format, we might be in Eldrazi Winter right now.
Yeah.
You know,
I think for sure.
The Eldrazi deck is so unbelievably powerful, and Consign, like you're saying, I would agree if I had to guess, it is the most played deck in the tournament, counting main decks and sideboards.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got to say, you know, all of that, Dylan mulled to 5 that game.
Yeah.
Mulled to 5 game 1 as well. So. Yeah. Really impressive stuff. We do not have much time left in our round here, but we're going to jump into our backup match just to kind of get a feel for what happened here. We're going to be joining very deep into the match here. Looks like we have Grinding Breach on the bottom up against Azorius Control up top, and whoa, a lot of stuff going on here.
There's a lot in play. Is that a Thunder Trap Trainer?
It sure is.
Ooh, training.
Yeah. Utterly busted in this deck sometimes, you know?
And a fish. Get a fishy game over here.
I don't have a fish pun, though, so can we keep it as an otter?
Sure. Otter sounds good.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. So it looks like we have some stuff going on, but Victor does seem to be kind of controlling the battlefield a bit here. And, wow, is this just straight blue-red? I think are these just all steam vents?
There's a lot of blue-red lands.
There's a lot of blue-red lands.
You might have seen some maybe fielding or something like that, or some sort of some land destruction elements, but we're in the thick of it. This is late in the game. You see,
absolutely.
Control players got a lot of lands in play,
and if we're this late in the game, you usually do got to be putting the advantage to the control decks. You know, if you make it to this point late in the game, that's where control decks definitely want to be. Looks like we are in game 3, so that clock is active for these players. So, you know, not much time left. And you got to give props to Victor already. Playing a control deck with no buys, no draws, you got to be feeling pretty good about that.
Oh, of course, yeah. We got control beat down here, right? Dollars at 4.
Oh, yeah.
Usually these light totals will be switched right now, you know?
Let's go. Here's one of the toughest cards for Breach to deal with. RIP, rest in peace, coming into play. Let's see. Looks like this might be one counterspell from Del Rey. It looks like a
flare?
Strict Serenade, maybe?
I got a flare
here.
Oh,
it is a flare. Okay, I have seen these style of blue-red decks before. You know, just valuing having a lot more blue creatures and playing Flare of Denial, sacrificing these otter-type things.
Pretty cool, too, putting the Oracle back into the graveyard where it's now usable again.
Also risky.
That is true.
Because if there was a counterspell again from Victor, that Oracle's gone for good. Not sure if there's extra win cons here in this kind of spicy version of Breach. And here comes the Solitude coming in for a large chunk of life.
Trainer.
Trainer goes to the yard. Hellbent here from Del Rey, but if I see a Breach, I think we're all ready to go. That's a Breach. Oh, boy. Oh, baby. Is that a good one to draw in this particular stage? Victor didn't have a counterspell for the Rest in Peace. You think you would have backed it up because that counters the Breach as well.
For sure, yeah. I mean, maybe it's sort of like disenchant effect, but all right.
Yeah, and depend on what's in the yard. I mean, disenchant doesn't do anything. You have a counterspell you just played.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah. There's Into the Flood Maw I see at the top there. So if you have a disenchant, you can Into the Flood Maw back your own Breach, I believe.
I can't flood maul your own stuff.
Oh, you can't.
unfortunately.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
that's a downside of that card.
What if you give your opponent a gift? Then is it okay?
They'll have a second fish.
Okay.
They still can't bounce
Still
your own
can
stuff.
do it.
Yep.
Okay. Looks like Spell Snare was there.
There you
that
go.
checks out.
Yep.
That makes a lot of sense.
That's the counter spell you're looking for.
And I see a Hall. Hall, Fish, Solitude, all of this leads to 4 damage here. I don't think there is anything that can be done. Del Rey is hellbent.
It's not a control player's nature to just go for the immediate aggressive win the game line.
You need to draw some cards
Yeah,
first.
draw some cards.
Yes.
Fiddle around a little bit. Cast a Teferi.
Yeah.
Also lethal here.
Yeah, every control player wants to win with a Teferi as well. And Victor Riviera goes to 6-0 with Azorius control with Kahira.
I love seeing Spell Snare back to being a relevant card in this format.
Yes.
You know, Spell Snare has a lot of excellent targets, and
Yeah.
it's a kind of card where it is narrow.
Yeah.
But when it is good, it is excellent. You're always up
Absolutely.
on mana. It's cheap. One of the fears of playing counter spells too is that you're at a spot where you're on the draw,
Yeah.
and you just don't have enough mana to leave up to counter things. And Spell Snare is always there for you. So
Yeah, always able to break serve. And, you know, Spell Snare was a little less exciting when these black-white blink decks were playing Aether Vials, so Spell Snare is not reliable. It's always been great against Breach.
Yep.
Always great. Hits the main things you really want. But now that these black-white decks are going away from Vial, most of their deck is 2-drops, so Spell Snare hits them. You know, against the big 3, it's just not that great against Eldrazi, but whatever, you still get Rumble, you still get Talisman.
it's castable, you know.
Yeah.
And again, it helps break serve. If
Yeah.
I'm on the draw and they cast Talisman, being able to counter that, not fall
Yeah.
super far behind in mana, and then also make an exchange is great.
Absolutely. So that is going to do it here for the end of round 6. And that's going to do it for Jim and I for the day. But we'll be, of course, be back right in the morning to start it off. You're going to be in the hands of Carmen and Mason here following this. So don't go anywhere. The U.S. Regional Championship coverage will be right back after this.
Howdy, gamers, and welcome back to the Regional Championships in Charlotte at SCGCON. I'm Carmen Clemperens. That's Mason Clark. We're in the thick of the event, brother.
Yep, round 7 is about to start. We're here for the back 3.
Yes.
And this is the moment where people start punching their ticket for day 2 for sure. We had a couple people already locked up at 6-0. Not many, though. We got a lot of players who are about to play some matches for their life.
Yeah, I loved watching Victor Rivera on that really innovative take on blue-white control. You know, I'm kind of a Kihira Seko at heart, so I was even hanging out in the feature match area in the background of that, just going, yeah.
Yeah, I was on the floor. You know, I love Yawgmoth. I got to see some of that happening. So I know it'd be like one
Yeah.
Yawgmoth 5-1, so that's cool. Some great matches being played out there right now.
Yeah, I really love how it feels like coming into the event. It almost felt like a sort of one-deck story in a lot of ways. But we are still seeing a lot of diversity at the top tables at this point. And we're seeing a bunch of those players convert into day 2 as well, which is something that I don't think very many people had much confidence we were going to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I don't think there's ever been a tournament where a deck 100% converts, right?
Yeah,
and
right.
like, players love to be hyperbolic, but still, even, you know, like, it'll be interesting to see what the conversion rate is. It's never really 50-something%. But speaking of where things are convert, let's look at our standings here after 6 rounds of Swiss.
All right, so, well, grinding breach up top, a little tough for what we were just saying, but we do see 15 people at 6-0. Smattering of grinding breach, but there's also a bunch of other cool stuff going on. We see Orzhov Blink, Azorius Control, like we were just talking about. Amulet Titan has looked so great against breach. Both of these regional championships that we've covered too.
Yep, it's been doing really well. And, you know, we're seeing a little Esper Oculus here in 12th place, something that has been sort of panned by a lot of people. And I have to imagine Logan here on Dimir midrange is a similar style of deck. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's the kind of deck that I've actually been a little bullish on, where I kind of like, ultimately, like what it's fundamentally trying to do is something that I think players have been successful with historically in Modern. You know, reasonable card advantage engine or clock backed up by some disruption has looked pretty good, but there is that sort of cocktail of very specific kinds of interaction that you do need, which can be tough in a field as wide open as Modern is. But as we see the format start to kind of condense into a bunch of Blink, a bunch of Breach, players are able actually to target their reactive spells in a way that's going to line up in their favor more frequently.
Definitely, yeah. And while not on our main event today, I know that Jerry Thompson, for example, was 4-0 playing a deck like what we're seeing here.
Didn't he drop at 4-0?
Well,
I need you to...
Jerry will drop at any rank. You know, he'd be 7-0 and drop. So I'm not. I believe that might be the case, but also I would believe he was 2-0 and drop.
I
so,
know.
it's more just to say people who do this stuff a lot, they're doing great right now in Modern.
We ran into him in the hallway. He went, guess my record. I just dropped, and you said 2-2. He said... No. And I said 1-3, and he got offended.
An understandable reason to be offended. But, you know, we are seeing these sort of Dimir decks do well and sort of, you know, when they have a clear target on the metagame, they can sort of attack it.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that I think we're going to actually see as the tournament progresses is what versions of Grinding Breach end up being better. I know last round we actually saw just a straight blue-red version, right, using Thunder Trap Trainer in order to find Flare of Denial. I don't think all Grinding Breaches are exactly the same.
Yeah, there's a lot of small variations, too. I mean, even, you know, one of the people we saw in 3rd place there, Jessie Ropkin, one of the originators of the deck, she's playing Brain Surge over Stock Up, for example. So, like, that's, like, a pretty big different, like, delineation from that list to the others. And, like, there's lots of other small things. You know, we're seeing some players with main deck Nature's Claim.
How did you not tell me she was playing Brain Surge? You know that card's my baby.
Yeah, well, here we are on coverage talking about it.
Oh, right there. Love that card. And Ropkin's on a tear. On the weekend, right? So this is someone, she kind of taken a bit of a step back from Magic for a few months now. LCQ'd in yesterday, 5-0'd, is 6-0 in the event right now. 11-0 on the weekend, you know, we talk about decks not having 100% conversion rate. She has 100% win rate.
Yeah, well, she's 12-1 too in games as well. She's lost one game.
She did walk up to me as we were walking up, and she went, oh, Carmen, I can't believe I finally lost a game last round.
Yeah. Oh, woe is her.
I know. She'll have to power through this incredibly trying time.
We'll send our hearts and prayers out for her. But, yeah, I mean, we are seeing the small delineations. I think that's one of the interesting things when formats get to spots like this, right? Like, you know, Breach is the best deck, whatever. At least that's our common consensus as players. And you can innovate on those little things and do small deviations that have huge implications. I mean, Brain Surge compared to the Stock Up is a really big. Like,
Yeah.
I get to hold my counter magic up, you don't.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
I see one less card, but I never lower my shields. That's a big difference in how games play, and small things have massive implications.
Yeah, and so something that I think a lot of people are talking about, sort of the backbone of the strength of these breach decks, is the fact that it gets to play a bunch of different kinds of Moxen. And we have another one coming up.
That's right. With the release of Dragonstorm of Tarkir, Mox Jasper is being released. So the Dragon Mox.
Right. This is something that it's already been previewed officially. So this is from Tarkir Dragonstorm. It's a Mox that lets you, it helps you, it's good in dragon decks, more or less. And I'm really interested to see if this maybe ends up playing well with the Storm Dragon as well.
Yeah, that is a very humble and noble goal. My goal is modern. I'm playing the Changeling deck. And all of my things are going to turn on my Mox Jasper. And my Grist is going to mill, and it's going to hit a Changeling, which will make my Grist go again. And I'm going to get to it turn 2. But no kidding, I think this thing actually has a home in Modern. Now, will the Changeling deck be good enough? I don't know, but I know that I have a free Mox in that deck. All my creatures are Changelings. And with cards like a Johnny and Grist, you know, this is a very desirable card to me. I mean, you know, internally when we were working on MH3.
I was literally waiting. I was just like, he's bringing up the Changeling deck again. He's bringing up the Changeling deck
so
again.
So a little inside baseball work on MH3. There's this Changeling deck that you maybe know from Modern. It's like a French deck. It plays Grist and like Pyre of Heroes.
It's really cool.
It's really cool. It actually does some really close to strong things. And when we were working on specifically a Johnny, it just isn't quite there. I think that's true.
No, it is. That's totally fair. It's just a funny way to put it.
Yeah, working on a Johnny, I was like, this is a big get for the Changeling deck. And everyone kind of laughed, like I was joking. And then, like, understandable. And so then I put the Changeling deck together, and I just, like, you know, won a couple of games. And I was like, yeah, so anyways, a Johnny's quite good.
Right, you're just dismantling Murktide left and right.
Exactly.
You know, Rhinos was still a playable deck at the time. You were
Exactly.
beating up on that. It was really impressive.
Yeah, the deck's pretty close, and this is a huge get for that. So, like, while the, you know, the Dragon thing is really cool, and, like, definitely having a 0-mana spell that's playable is great for my Storm deck or whatever. That's obviously amazing. I think this might just be like a really good mana rock in these decks, and sort of just, you know, that want to play a lot of different 1s and 3s. Well, your Mox is really good at both those things.
Right, and something that it does is it just gives those decks basically a new dimension of attack, right? I think something that we see that the Breach deck gets a lot of points out of is people kind of being a little bit confused about what part of the deck they should be attacking. So whenever you talk about this Changeling deck, my brain initially goes, oh, that must be a creature deck. Right, that's the important thing going on. But all of a sudden, you're talking about Grist and Ajani, which is technically a creature if you Google it or something like that.
Yeah.
But in practice, it isn't really. And Mox Jasper is something that can also kind of contribute to the diversification of threats, the different kinds of strong draws you can have, and really just change the way the entire deck plays.
Yeah, I mean, and also just, like, it makes you think about so much more, right? Like, one of the interesting thing with this Mox, and not all Moxes do this. Obviously, the ones we're playing today, this weekend, some of them make any color, some only make a legendary color, right? But this does open up to, like, even more, like, okay, maybe this card was a little hard to cast in my deck. My mana had to be a little bit worse, right? I had to play, like, more Cavernous Souls type cards, hurt my mana base for my sideboard, high impact things you need in Modern. This helps smooth that a little bit while accelerating you, which is big. You know, the deck had trouble casting sideboard cards. So, you know, that's enough about the Changeling deck in Modern.
No, I was so ready to talk more about the. I don't know. I want to know, is basically Grist the combo in the deck? What else is going on here, man? Give me the scoop.
I mean, so Grist was a big part of it. Pyre of Heroes was a big thing where you would have different Changelings, and there's a Changeling from MH1 whose name eludes me. But basically, it costs
Unsettled Mariner?
No, that one's in there too, but it costs a bunch of mana, and it's reduced for, you name a creature type.
Changeling Hero?
Something like
that. Right.
Basically, though, you have the Pyre, which is like Birthing Pod for a like creature type. And so you jump into like a big dragon or a Grizzlebrand.
A dragon?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so they would play like Brood-Scale Dragon or something like that. So they're just like big things that take over the game. And, you know, that stuff's really cool. I also always thought, like, oh, like, Craterhoof is something that's, like, potentially worth exploring in this same space.
Sure, you just kill them.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, too, and something, you know, we were talking a little bit about earlier in coverage and off the air, is, like, Modern is underexplored.
Yes.
I think we know a lot of the really, like, the top-tier-ish things, but look at Black-White, for example, you know? If Theo decided to go out and have a fun down the town in Chicago instead of, you know, play the challenge and
right,
win.
Theo Jung just said, you know what, if I do well in this Go challenge, I'll play Black-White Blink at the RC, I guess, just for fun, and then ends up just accidentally winning the Modern Challenge on Magic on, like, 2 days in a row.
Yeah, and it really led players to, like, start exploring this deck, despite saying, I don't think this deck's quite good.
Right.
Players innovated a little smooth, and then Catch and Rush release, obviously, a kind of jumpstart us in a way, right? Imagine if we hadn't found that deck, maybe we find Ketramos, but maybe it's not number 2 in our deck representation for today. In that same vein, there are lots of things in Modern that go underexplored. I mean, if you look at like streamers like Aspiring Spike, for example, sometimes, finds a deck that is completely under the radar, sometimes innovates on big things, has lots of misses, but is trying. And
every so often, right? Exactly.
And that is the thing to me that says, like, well, clearly there's still stuff going on, right? And with the Changeling, this is all to say, with the Changeling deck, people aren't really looking at it. And one of the things that we've noticed in Magic is when the community gets their hands on something, we refine and optimize to like do a thing. So maybe that ends up being a little worse because we get like the wrong idea, but people aren't thinking about it, right? And that's sort of like the call to action here. It's like, well, think about it a little bit, like you're going to just waste your time thinking about your 15th Breach card again or whatever. Think about the stupid Changeling deck a bit, have fun.
Right.
Try and figure it out. And people just don't try to figure things out because they're like, oh, there's nothing to figure out. Maybe, I don't know. Sometimes you're wrong, right? Like, look at Yogg. No one talked about Dredger's Insight before, the releasing that with Yogg. At least not, anyone I saw. Maybe I'm sure there was somebody, someone in their group chat's clipping this and like that Mason guy doesn't respect me. No, but jokes aside, it's like Dredger's Insight, a huge addition to Yogg. When your smoothing card enables your fair game card works your combo game.
Yes.
That's massive. We see that with Breach all the time. And now the deck has unlocked more combos because of just Walking Ballista being able to now gain infinite life. And also sort of being a situation of like, okay, I smooth and my thing that makes me go off is harder to interact with. That's massive. And if people, just didn't really try whatever with Yogg, we might not find that, and that has massive implications on the format. So.
Right, and especially, I want to circle back a second to just talking about this Orzhov Blink deck, right?
Yep.
Ketramos, in a lot of ways, kind of helped a lot of players consolidate on tuning the same version of the deck, where there are even points where we saw some people with Aether Vial and Recruiter of the Guard, some people without those things, it just, a month ago or something like that, and these players had very disparate plans for the ways that they were actually trying to approach matchups, which means that the iterative process is just going to be so much slower because players aren't thinking about things in similar ways, tackling the same problems, and so on. Whereas Relic of Progenitus and Ketramos has been pretty widely adopted by a lot of those decks now, and so you're starting to see the win rate and the play rate just of the deck tick up over time.
Yep, and that has just huge implications on how quickly we figure out how to actually play matchups, right? Think about this. Every time, there's been something that seems solved, and then we have a Pro Tour or an RC or an RCQ season, and the deck that was the best deck going into it changes. We look at Standard from the first time coming back about a year ago, since like kind of the pandemic-y era of not being able to play Magic and Paper, and everyone's like, oh, Domain's the best deck. It wins all the Magic Online challenges, blah, blah, blah. And then like we come around, and it's like a fine deck. It does super well. It top 8's a Pro Tour, but it wasn't just unstoppable the way it was before. And when we try and work together, we can really push and innovate things. So just try.
Right.
What's the worst that happens? You end up playing stock Domain. Okay, everyone else is doing about
Okay, well, you can probably find a list for that pretty quick.
Yeah, just explore a little bit and try some stuff. And speaking of trying some stuff, we're trying to put some people on coverage right now.
We have lists coming any second now. I've heard players are resolving mulligans. We've got lists, and, they're in pink.
Wow.
Thank you, gentlemen. Oh, I love it. I love the style. All right, so we actually have Kate Shelberg, somebody that I know recently came to the States from Australia on Mardu Hollow One. This is just kind of, at first you might go, oh, this is a standard Hollow One deck. It's got your baby in it.
Yeah, Flayed China Fire Fury is a 3-of. You pointed Nihil Spellbomb in the main deck when you said that, so I'm going to bring that up as well. One fear of missing out in the main as well. I mean, it's a pretty interesting look. The Hollow One deck is one that I played a little bit of back when it was sort of like one of the top dogs in Modern as well. So I have a bit of fondness for this deck, and I think it's a lot better than people give it credit for. Sometimes I watch people who haven't played before, and they just like turn one Burning Inquiries and throw away their cards, and then you watch, like a Martin used to play this deck, and he's like, turn one, go. Do that. So Hollow One, really awesome here. Kate's deck looks really innovative and doing really well in this tournament. I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, and I believe on the other side we have Ryan Selden on Grinding Breach. This is the third time that Kate will have played against this matchup. But look at this. We have Jace, Wielder of Mysteries, and Thassa's Oracle in the main deck. That's loud to me.
We talked about Ketramos a lot and main deck Relic. That is why.
Oh,
players are starting to, you're seeing a lot of Jace with Oracle, and then typically Grape Shot. I like that Ryan is trying to actually win the game and not have the Grape Shot awkwardness pop up. So.
All right, well, let's go ahead and head on down to the feature match because I cannot wait to see how this plays out. Halloween, I know I was talking about it in Portland. I just want to see Faithless Looting, baby.
All right, well, let's take a look at it then.
All right, welcome everybody to round 7 of the regional championships here in Charlotte. I'm Carmen Klimperens, joined by Mason Clark. This is brought to you by Star City Games, and we have Kate Schelberg on Mardu Hollow One kicking us off with an untapped Blood Crypt and a Ragavan.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that Ragavan has been a great way to sort of, start to snowball games, and the Hollow One deck does take advantage of, that mana jumping ahead with treasures quite well compared to a lot of decks.
And look at this. This is almost in some ways the MH3 Ragavan, right? This is Fetch, Shock Breeding Pool, Tamio over on Ryan's side.
Yeah, I mean, Tamio has been a big player and, supplanted Ragavan in these Breach decks. In MH2 metagame, it was Ragavan that was playing with Breach, sort of read for your ambers, right, and then allowed you to have a bit of a fair game plan in sort of the tempo-y side. Well, Tamio's, replaced that now and sort of plays the controlling role and blocks Ragavan quite nice as we see that happen live.
Oh, okay, and look at this. Bowmasters finishes off Tamio.
Yeah, great play there from Kate. Sort of looks like I'm chump checking you.
It's so funny. It's just like, first you go, all right, I'll send a message, and then you go, okay, well, I guess I'll make the block I'm supposed to. Oh, wait.
Get got.
Doink.
Yeah, and I think Bowmasters is a big part of what is really nice about this Hollow One deck. One, Burning Inquiries, we're going to see bop, bop, bop upstairs, and we're going to have a big army. It's going to get out of control really quickly. And two, Bowmasters is just a card that is strong, and there's a decent amount of card draw going on in this format.
It's pretty nice.
And imagine Ketramos, now your cards cost 2 life per thing. That's pretty big.
2 life and some sizing on your opponent's creature. It's not like the amass is nothing.
Definitely.
Speaking of, here is that Orc army that Kate has begun to amass. Fetch land from Ryan. Hits the graveyard pretty quickly. Looks like it's going to be a fetch shock angle.
Yeah, you typically want to get like your first red, like you want to get your teamer mana set up,
right?
And then you sort of start doing whatever you need to do.
We've seen players already this weekend struggle whenever they couldn't find, say, their red source to cast Breach, where they have the combo rolled up, except for the most important part of putting Underworld Breach on the table.
Yeah, gotta file that paperwork first before you can go through it.
Everyone's favorite thing.
Speaking of which, Trigger, Grinding Station enters.
You can't scoop yourself when you say it. That's...
Why, whatever do you mean?
Wow. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. This is like skipping directly to Triple Dog Dare or something. The social etiquette of daring. All right,
I know
fine.
exactly what you mean.
Mox Opal, back over to Kate.
I'm listening. I'm trying to do better. I was listening and not talking. And I was like sitting with it and like, yeah, you know what I did do wrong. But you know who didn't do wrong? This Nihil Spellbomb in the main deck. As we've seen a lot of players do things like this weekend to have, an advantage. And here's Burning Inquiries.
Oh.
I love this.
And you can see Ryan runs his hands through his hair and goes, oh, wait, and realizes what is about to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, Ryan, if doesn't have interactions, currently about to be at 3-ish life. And if there's like a land bolt, well, that's game.
This is, by my math, a ton of damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's just occurring to me, too, that if we Burning Inquiry and we find it, we might even have another one, but if there's an Inquiry Mountain left over at the end, then we do another 6. Yeah, that'll be game.
Right.
All right, now these players are going to roll a dice in order to determine randomly here. Looks like Kate has 5 and Ryan has 6. Thank goodness there wasn't a 7th.
All right. Big rolls, big rolls. We got a 4.
All right.
4, 1 through 5. Got a 3, got a 3. Do I hear a 4? We hear a 5. That's a re-roll. Got a 2.
All right. Now, looks like Pithing Needle, Underworld Breach, and Sink into Super were the hits.
And discarding the Breach. I mean, obviously there's a Nihil Spellbomb on the table, but if you're casting Grinding Station on 2, you obviously were planning on breaching pretty quick.
Yeah, and I was going to say, losing it might even be a situation where maybe Ryan has another one, right? But you got to play your bait copy first.
All right, and...
Ryan trying to use the dice to kill the Orcish Bowmaster. Knows he's going to kill him if he doesn't.
So close.
There we go.
Too many re-rolls. All right, finally rolls the 2. Knocks out the second one.
Another Inquiry hit the graveyard.
And a land. Oh, and Flage.
Okay, all right.
And Flage. That's not a threat. That's a promise.
Yeah, as we do see 3 go upstairs with Kate's Bowmaster trigger. And yeah, no land, no follow-up, it seems, at least in the main phase. We will have a treasure, but yeah, down to 5.
All right, and Ragavan hits Flame of Anor. Fine to get it out.
Yeah, and it seems like we're just going to be a passing of the turn. Does have a bolt in hand.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay. The draw from Ryan did not look so promising. It was an Odawara, which is a pain-free land. Not very many of those, actually.
Yeah, it's surprisingly few in this Breach deck. But this hand is like Soul Guide Lantern, Boseiju.
Malevolent Rumble finds another Underworld Breach.
It's a good card, but Spellbomb checks it in play, let alone the mana issues.
Right, it's so tough because on one hand, it feels like you're just kind of sprinting towards a cliff, but on the other hand, you're probably not winning a fair game against a Bowmaster as a Ragavan and a 4/4. All right, so the spawn comes out to play.
Yeah, and
Ryan rearranging some artifacts. I have a feeling a Bauble or a Mox Amber might be coming down to turn on Opal soon.
yeah, it looks like Ryan thinks that there's maybe something, but obviously the Spellbomb's in the way.
Right.
So Ryan's like, okay, I think I could get this, but there's a Spellbomb. Is there any way to get rid of the Spellbomb? I have this Boseiju in hand, but no real way to make the green mana and the red mana. This Mox has to do a lot of duty here.
Okay, Soul Guide Lantern goes after Flage. We know that that's not quite enough, but...
Yeah. It's something, though, you know.
All right.
So
All right.
It is a little interesting. We can play Underworld Breach, and then Kate has to pop the Spellbomb in response. Otherwise, we could cast something if we had, like, mana. Maybe we float something with, like, a Mox or whatever. But I just don't think we have more mana. And I think that's the problem because we also don't have a card in the yard. Because if you had one extra, we could actually still combo through the Spellbomb.
Okay, sure.
But
that's
we don't have the one in the yard. Is the
oh
problem.
my gosh.
So like, yeah, but I guess if it's a fetch turn, we die to the bolt. So Ryan's in. Yeah, I think this is part of the reason too. I think Ryan's like, I'm really close to killing, and I could pop this Soul Guide Lantern. But if I pop the Soul Guide Lantern, I don't have my Mox Opal on.
Well, okay. Soul Guide Lantern also would draw a card.
Well, you have to spend the mana for that one.
Oh, I now understand what you're saying. Okay, okay,
yeah,
okay.
so
That's on me. That's on me.
Yeah, so if you're trying to get the one card to start the combo, because we need one in order to cleanly do it here.
Okay. All right, so we see the spawn hit the bin. Opal gets tapped. Breach hits the stack. And Kate cannot reach for Ryan's graveyard fast enough.
Yeah, I think Kate's also checking because I don't think Ryan has a Mox. So I think Kate knows I can maybe just, like, let this go and save the Spellbomb in case somehow there's a way to stop it maybe.
Sure.
I don't think that matters too much. One of the things is that there's like a Bauble. That could make things a little awkward.
All right, so we see the station get tapped. Sack. Opal to the bin.
I like
Kate fetching.
So with what's happening here is it looks like Kate's going to get a black mana. So that Kate gets a card. Never going to pass the card up.
Love a card.
Love a card.
Love a card.
And then we're going to have no cards in the yard because we're going to pop the Spellbomb. Then we'll mill 3. And with 3 cards in yard, we can't escape anything because there's no other spell.
Right, right. This is sort of what you were talking about when sacking the Soul Guide Lantern was to the grinding station. That's what I misinterpreted.
Oh,
because
I see,
that keeps the Opal in play.
Correct, yes. But yeah, then you're still just not going anywhere fast. Yeah.
All right, the 3 cards. We see Thassa's Oracle, Mox. Oh, so close, yet so far.
Yeah, and now Ryan, I believe last card in hand's Boseiju. Could be an alternate card that I missaw, but I'm pretty sure it's Boseiju. And we're just facing down lethal on board, and no real way to get anything. You can pop this Soul Guide Lantern's own ability.
Okay.
And then escape the Amber. And I think, but the problem is you don't have
doesn't get you very. You lose your Thassa's, or you just break even the whole time, right? You don't have a way to go up mana.
Well, Ryan has the Jace, but yeah, it doesn't have a mana. So if there was another artifact in play, we could maybe get to a Mox Opal and maybe high roll variance our way into a victory, right? And sort of have like the last card be this and get there. We know that's not the case here, and yeah, Ryan's come to that conclusion as well, as we're gonna go on to game number 2.
That was fast.
It was very, I mean, basically a turn 4 kill from Kate, right?
Yeah.
And had there been a fetch land, it would have been a turn 3.
And something we're seeing a lot in Modern right now is people sort of splashing white for a bunch of sideboard hate against Breach specifically. I'm seeing 2 Stony Silences in Kate's sideboard. And that looked good game 1, but we also saw how close Ryan was to winning anyway.
Yeah, you need a lot of hate or a lot of pressure, and that is one of the good things about Kate's deck is provides a lot of pressure and has a lot of looks to find the hate. Obviously, sometimes you might discard it on accident, but you do have a lot of ways to move through your deck very quickly, and that's something that's very nice about this. So going to this, I imagine Kate's going to want her Nihil Spell Bombs, going to want the Stony Silence, going to want the Thought Seize potentially. Wear Tear's a great one. Thraben Charm's another good one. Sort of catches both halves of it, And I think we're going to want to see those things come in for her here. And the real question is, what is she going to trim off in the main deck to make room for it, But we'll have to see how she wants to play it. Something like Flage jumps out to me as probably a little small ball for what you're wanting.
Yeah, it's so funny to call Flage small ball, but really you're not trying to interact with creatures in a normal sense.
Yeah, we're trying to kill. Maybe we leave like 1 in our deck because we can move through it. Fair games occur, right? But I'm going to be interested.
Bunch of Arena of Glories in Kate's deck. So hitting the first one in your graveyard is so huge.
It's huge, too. But Arena of Glory also great with Hollow One. You're looting, get the Hollow One left behind.
Wait, it's a non-bow if your Hollow One costs 0, right?
It is a non-bow if they cost 0,
wow.
but to be so lucky to have a 0-cost Hollow One. Yeah. Meanwhile, Ryan, who's probably played this matchup a ton and tested a lot for it, has Flame of Anor, Nature's Claim, Aether Spellbomb, Boseiju, and Strict Serenade as cards that jumps out to me that are pretty good. I can even see Swan Song, honestly. I mean, he gets Artifacts, which hits the Hollow One and hits the Enablers. All things that can make a lot of sense.
All right, well, if you're feeling pumped about wanting to play some Magic after watching games like that one, you're going to want to join us at Spotlight Series Dragons in Denver.
That's right. It's going to be April 11th through the 13th. It's going to be sealed. It's going to be awesome. You can get all that information at starcitygames.com/SCGCON.
This is a return of competitive limited.
That's
right.
This
is something where even if you don't necessarily have like a huge collection or something like that, if you just want to play competitive Magic, here's where you go.
And it's going to be great. I mean, this set is, sort of the sequel to widely considered one of the greatest limited formats of all time. And, tons of her here.
I misunderstood. I thought you were saying that the unreleased set was widely considered one of the greatest sets of all time. Which, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Let's not call it yet. But
sure.
It's going to be sweet.
Yeah, and so I can't wait to see what happens there, and we'll have to check that out. I know the coverage team for that's going to be awesome. Patrick Sullivan, Maria Bartholi is two of the names.
God, those are so 2 people on my coverage Mount Rushmore.
Yep. And we're going to have all that coming to you live here as well, wherever you're watching, so make sure to follow along.
All right, and looking at the sideboard, I do like Flame of Anor here, I think. It's something where it can check Hollow One, right, as well as take out another threat at the same time. Yeah,
you double Hollow One, I destroy an artifact, deal 5,
Right.
So definitely a really strong card here for that sort of thing. Also just sort of good at, like, popping a Nihil Spellbomb. Being able to maybe kill that there, and if you had a wizard, also maybe kill the army token. Could have been massive. So it's a really strong card. I think, Ryan's going to want to play a game that interacts a little bit, but also threatens the kill out of nowhere.
Right, and in a lot of ways, it feels like Game 1 is the one that Breach is really trying to get by being a hyperlinear combo deck most of the time before pivoting into something that's sort of playing both sides of being a grindy artifact engine deck and having that combo kill. But did not pick up Game 1, which makes this feel a little dicey.
Yeah, it's kind of like classic Affinity, honestly, in some ways, for people who used to play back then, where it's like you're kind of expected to win Game 1, and post-board, you fight through the hate.
Right. Like, anytime I play Dredge and lose Game 1, I'm just like, oh my god, I'm climbing up a cliff here.
Exactly. But, these players are finishing up their sideboarding here, and we're going to be very soon starting game number 2. This is round 7 for these players. Still 2 more to go.
You joked about it before on how much players have had a chance to prep for this. I believe this is Kate's 3rd time playing against Breach this event, and It really shows. Deck was presented immediately.
Had a
Just said,
plan.
all right, I know what cards to take out. Bad ones out, good ones in. Here you go, bud. Whereas Ryan's having to think a little bit harder. This isn't just Hollow One. I know we saw that earlier in the day, a more, say, Rakdos kind of traditional version of it. But this has a bunch of white cards in it. It is pretty different. This is something where if you're in Ryan's seat, you're kind of going, okay, well, normally my plan for this kind of went one way, but all of a sudden I have to have a bunch of, say, enchantment removal in my deck because I have to respect Stony Silence more.
Yeah, and that changes the dynamic a lot and what you might expect from coming out of something. So we have to see how Ryan adapts. So it looks like Ryan maybe took a mulligan. I was a little unclear on that. Maybe hadn't quite presented to cut yet. We'll see how this all goes here. But going into game number 2, Ryan on the play.
Can spot Matt Dragon Shields a mile away. I love that purple.
Proud sponsor.
Helping bring tabletop magic to you.
You love to see it. As it looks like kind of a nice-ish hand.
You don't throw it back. Well, Kate throws hers back, but Ryan's pretty happy with his.
Yeah, and it looks like we have maybe the turn 2, definitely the turn 3. I see a station. I see a breach. I see some lands. I see a mox.
I see an opal.
Yeah.
That's basically the turn 2, right?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on how many enablers we have. If we could turn 1 the station into turn 2 breach, with a fetch, you're gonna be good to go. We'll have to see here, but with the Urza Saga on 1 as well, that's gonna search something up on turn 3, and that's gonna put a lot of pressure on Kate to have a card that matters or pressure.
And this is something that you've said a few different times, largely when we were covering Amulet Titan, but it is also very true about Grinding Breach. How bad can your matchup be if sometimes you just win on the second turn?
Yeah, if I can kill you on turn 2, let alone turn 3, I can only have such a bad matchup. As this looks like, Bauble is one of those, and Mox Amber. Okay, I thought that was maybe a Soul Guide Lantern. So here are those into turn 2 Grinding Station with Breach in hand. Ryan is sort of saying, go. Have it.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. And trigger.
Gonna mill and then untap it here.
That was slick. I think that's actually pretty slick because we saw how important it was to just have a raw quantity of cards in the graveyard.
And Kate is dead.
Uh-oh. All right. Well, Elegant Parlor surveils away a Nile Spellbomb. Urza Saga up to 2.
I'm double checking. There's no surgicals. And, yep, you see Kate pick it up, and this is why. And you see a smirk there from Ryan.
Oh.
This is why Breach is so good. We can play the long games. We can play these very fast games. I can play the controlling game. I do it all.
Right. We've seen both halves of it throughout the day, right? We saw earlier where we saw players threaten to kill on turn 3. It gets stopped. We see a bunch of, say, all the grinding stations in their deck get surgicaled. And then they go on to win with 7/7 constructs.
Yeah. It's just a very common thing. And the deck used to be able to do this with Ragavan. It used to be turn 1 Ragavan. Kate plays a tap land. You connect, get a treasure, play your Amber. Boom, you've got the combo. Make it happen. But Opal really sped the deck up.
Okay, well, if you want to play kind of a more open field of Modern, you're going to want to join us for Magic Spotlight Secret Lair in Indianapolis.
Yep, May 30th through June 1st. You can check out all those details at StarCityGames.com/SCGCON. But it's going to be a blast. This is an open event, like we were saying. And that means you don't have to have qualified. Today's event, you need to play some qualifying stuff to come out here in game. This one, come on out. Have a good time. We'd love to see you there.
Right, there's all kinds of stuff that's viable in Modern right now. Kate's deck, her making a great run so far, is shining proof that you can do a lot of different stuff in Modern these days.
Yeah, and worth mentioning, Ryan had basically the best draw. You could turn 1, but it's really hard to turn 1.
Sure. Yeah, you need 3 Mox Opals or something like that.
Exactly. So if we're talking about realistic draws, that's Ryan's best draw.
Yep. All right. Well, here is the Shock and Ragavan from Kate, which was a pretty good recipe for success round 1. Game 1, rather.
Yes, yeah, and Ragavan's really nice in these spots too because not less at the card, it's about the treasure so we can develop another threat and interact. As it looks like Ryan's double checking what we want to search up.
Oh, okay, there we go. I said, what are those 3 cards doing? Did he mulligan to 4?
I
fast?
I think we grabbed the fetchables and we were like, what do we need here?
Yep, that makes sense. All right, so Steam Vents is the get. Makes sense.
I am sensing something that will interact with Ragavan. Could be a Tameo, could be a Bolt.
Oh, Tamio and Ragavan interacted game 1, I'll tell you that.
That's true. As it looks like Ryan does have Breach Grinding Station in hand with with a Mishra's Bauble, but no Opal this time.
Ooh, I see a Nature's Claim as well. That can fight through some stuff.
Yeah, the Stony Silence is going to be a lot less effective there. Also, we keep talking about the hollow ones. We haven't seen them yet. If that hollow one gets turboed out, that's a great way to sort of clean it up and buy you a little time.
All right, so here's Bauble from Ryan, where now I feel like he has to choose, am I respecting Orcish Bowmasters or am I just getting my card now?
Yep. Also, does Ryan maybe want to try and set up a flip Tameo?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, ends up just getting his card, looks at the top of Kate's library.
By the way, I love this play from Ryan. Got game 1 with the Bowmaster, but knows it's right just to block here. Cannot afford to let the opponent get too much mana.
Oh, Marauding Mako. I got to talk about this between rounds all the time, talking about Aether-Drift pre-orders in Portland. Now it's on the battlefield in Hollow One. Oh, my love.
Yeah, Marauding Mako has been a big get for this deck. If you used to play back in the day, you know, we had some other 1-drops. That
Flame Bladed Up was fine.
Yeah, it was fine. But keeping the counters is a huge difference, along with, you know, honestly, the cycling too. Being able to sort of, you know, redraw in the mid-game when you're sort of, you know, maybe medium-ish creature isn't very good anymore. It's a great way to maybe find your Stony or Wear Tear.
Yeah, one of the worst things was when you cast, say, like a turn 4 Burning Inquiry, and Burning Inquiry decides that you're keeping Flame Blade Adept.
Yeah, not where you want to be. Speaking of not where you want to be, if Kate doesn't have some interaction, this is kind of a precarious spot.
Yeah, Mox Amber hits the battlefield with an Urza Saga and a Grinding Station. Trigger.
And Ryan, you know, threatening the kill next turn, has a Soul Guide Lantern as well in hand. Will have to target one of his own cards. This enters.
Trigger. Yep, Soul Guide Lantern exiles Misty Rainforest from their own graveyard. Pass. Crack of a Tarn from Kate. Feeling like an elegant parlor. Yep, there it is.
Yep.
A little bit of surveil action.
Smooth our draw out.
It feels so good post-board, too, whenever you have the hate pieces. You're just, like, rubbing your hands together, going Stony Silence, Stony Silence, Stony Silence.
Bid my Detective Phoenix, draw Stony Silence.
Ooh, whew, whew.
As it looks like Kate likes what's on top, which is bad news for... Yeah, I see Ryan bit his lip a little there.
Yeah.
I love to watch the players when they're playing here. As we see a Faithless Looting.
Okay, cool. Oh, I love the Brothers War Commander deck version. That one looks so good.
Yeah, the greatest thief in the multiverse, Dak Faden. Hoping to help Kate steal this game. As it looks like double land discarded.
Okay, Mako gets bigger, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty great. You know, one of the big strengths of Faithless Looting in the past was sort of, you know, when you start to flood out in the mid-game, you turn your lands. Obviously, we'd rather hope to have more in the early game here. But Kate does have a Wear Tear in hand. So we have that up and a lot of pressure now as another Faithless Looting.
Okay, I really like this, actually. I just love the emphasis on pressure.
Yep.
Couple lands hit the bin, couple counters hit the Mako. Now, who's the Mako hitting? Oh, Street Wraith. Oh, hollow one, hollow one, hollow one, hollow one. Come on, all right.
Post-combat hollow one, that's the best hollow one.
It's still on the menu. 6 damage upstairs, Ryan to 11.
Yeah, this is, you know, Ryan here really wanted to make sure that there's not a Stony Silence or something coming down. Ryan feels like I maybe have this one here, but we know Wear Tear is in the hand for Kate. So the question is, can Ryan battle through that and still win this turn?
Right, this is the spot where whenever your opponent bins a bunch of lands with Faithless Looting, you kind of have this moment of, oh, maybe their hand's just awful.
Yeah, I mean, they had, you know, 4 lands or whatever. They could easily have 4 more.
All right. Ryan's drawn, and now this is the part that feels kind of the worst when you're sitting across from a combo player where you're going, well, I hope that thinking ain't because I'm dead.
Yeah, and here comes Underworld Breach. But of note, there's nothing to escape right away.
Sure. Okay.
Ryan, interesting. Moving to combat, gets the clue, can then sack the clue to the station with a trigger to untap.
Trigger.
as we do have Amber up. So it's possibly like a Swan Song.
Mhm.
You know, that's what we talked about, very reasonable to bring in here. So we're going to sack our Soul Guide Lantern. And then in response, Wear Tear.
Nice, nice. All right, so Tear goes after Underworld Breach, and this is mid-combat with the grinding station tapped.
Ryan's thinking. The real question to me is Ryan thinking, do I still have this if I counter this, or uh-oh?
Yeah, right. If you counter this, you got to be positive.
Yeah, and this is often, too, why you'll see players try and, use their station beforehand so they can at least get the value from the breach. Even if it's just, maybe casting the bauble again, you at least have a little something.
Yep. All right, so station untaps, bends 3 lands for Ryan's trouble. And now all of a sudden, Ryan's facing down some real pressure, and Tomio is tapped.
Yeah, I mean, there's, 8 on the board right now. We're 1 Burning Inquiries away from victory.
There's 8 on the board, couple lootings in yards, so in some ways there's 10 on the board.
Oh, true, yeah, flashback to looting.
Right, and if you hit a Street Wraith or anything, that's it.
Street Wraith Bolt, yeah, lots of good draws here.
These games are so condensed.
Yeah, they
so much has happened, and Kate's untapping.
All right. You see head in hand here for Ryan as it looks like Faithless Looting is the start.
Oh.
All right, that's the 1-mana one. We thought we might have to commit 3 for the flashback, so that's good for Kate. And Ryan's picking up. Yeah, I think Kate maybe said, I have something. And
at that point you see Ryan going, hey, do you have, I got nothing. Do you have, a ham sandwich?
Yep, I am dead. And
that's Kate punching her ticket into day 2. Mardu Hollow One. That is the 3rd time she has beat that deck on the day.
Yeah, undefeated on the day.
It looks like the deck has legs.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm really impressed.
Definitely, same. I think the thing that Breach struggles against is clock plus disruption.
Yes.
And she's doing a good job of having both of that in her deck in sort of an untraditional way.
Right.
And sort of also making it a little harder for people as they're not used to all of these sort of cards coming at them. So definitely plays on a different axis. It's great to see. We're going to see her tomorrow here in day 2.
Yeah, and something that I really like, just looking at her list a little bit more, it feels like the core of what's going on in Hollow 1 is still there. You still see Burning Inquiry, you see Faithless Looting, you see the namesake in Hollow 1. But other than that, it feels like nothing was sacred. She was really willing to change a lot of different kinds of cards, try out cards like Flage that are pretty atypical, and was rewarded accordingly.
Definitely. And you see that happen a lot. And speaking of rewarded appropriately,
whoa, the Teamer Breach progenitor herself.
Yes, Jessie Robkin in our feature match with the Teamer Breach deck, a deck that she helped sort of put on the map originally. It was a deck that didn't really have much name to it. She top 8 at 10K SCG, and then it sort of started, a lot of players like Corey as well picked up the deck because of her.
Yep.
And she sort of started all, and, like we mentioned earlier in between rounds, sort of took a little break from Magic, moved out, been focusing on sort of art a lot more recently as an artist, and is coming back sort of as like, hey, my deck's great. I own these cards still. I love it. It's my favorite deck in Magic. I'm going to play it, and she is 6-0, 12-1 in games on the weekend so far.
And there are a lot of cool innovations in the list itself that I love. I see this Brain Search out of the sideboard, after mine own heart. Main deck Swan Song, very loud. Grape Shot, Jace, Wielder of Mysteries, both in the main board, no Thassa's Oracle.
Yeah, Jesse's using Jace as sort of, like we talked about at the beginning of this round, the Relic of Progenitus hate card. And so the theory is, all right, if I have Thassa's Oracle, Grape Shot, that is fine. Like, we talked about this before, Oracle can block Ocelot Pride type stuff.
Yep.
Energy's on the down tick, though.
Yep.
The Mirror and sort of interacting decks are up, so I want to play Jace as there. And I'm having less Galvanic Discharges kill my Jace and make it a bit of a liability. And I still have Grape Shot. And really, this is for matchups like this, the Ketchamosi type stuff, where they have main deck Relic. That's where you want this most. She's often siding down on these win conditions.
Oh, that's interesting. And on the other side, we see Dylan Klett, who's brought Esper Oculus. This is something that we've been talking about for a couple of events now with that Ketchamos that I know you've been really high on in main deck Relic of Progenitus. So in some ways, there's a lot of push and pull in this matchup.
Yeah, and this is the version that people thought when they first saw Ketramos might be the one, right? People are like, ooh, Psychic Frog plus Ketramos. I can sort of move through my whole deck with Dark Blast. I can take over the game. But no longer the case, sort of more to like a goods cardy type stuff, right?
Yeah.
And this is
Why would I spend a draw step on Dark Blast?
Exactly. I mean, to be fair, I think Dark Blast is so close right now.
It's really good against energy when energy is good. You're totally right about that.
It has a little bit of temptation to it, so I understand the siren's call as it was. I can win the game and kill Ocelot Pride, but let's see if Dylan can take down Jesse Robkin.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this matchup plays out. So we're heading down to the match right now. This is round 7. Both of these players are undefeated. I believe we just saw Dylan Klepp playing in the feature match area. Jesse, no slouch herself.
Yeah, been doing really great. Has a lot of success sort of on the other circuits around the country right now, and has done it all basically with this deck. I mean, she was playing back when this deck wasn't like the best deck in the format. It was Yorion days, and then the format changed a little, and she was still playing it. This is just sort of her baby, and it's finally her time for her baby to be the best deck as Psychic Frog comes down.
Yeah, slower start from both of these players after the kind of balls to the wall, just as fast as things can go, racing that we saw in the first half of this round.
Yeah, and I think, once again, we talk about this a lot with the Breach deck. It's a strength.
Yeah.
I can go fast. I can also play these long games, and it's not like, oh, no, Jessie didn't have 5 things turn 1. She's done for, like some combo decks might be.
And it's so funny because both players are surveilling, leaving top. So I think we've got a great game on our hands. You can see Jessie already in the tank on turn 2 and just saying go.
Yeah, had a Malevolent Rumble up, didn't want to cast it.
And I think it speaks to the sort of reactive slant that she has in her list. We see a lot more playing at instant speed, her just basically wanting to choose the spot to commit rather than playing to the battlefield every single game from the beginning of the game. As Psychic Frog goes ahead, serves for a point. Jessie takes one from a fetch first.
Surveilling here with old Thundering Falls. Psychic Frog's so good at these Delver-y, protect the queen strategies.
Just, it's card advantage and pressure.
Yep. Sort of the textbook thing we keep talking about with Breach, right?
Right. It has its own form of inevitability with it. And that's something that I know you've been really excited about with Ketramos as well, is it kind of gets to do that all-in-one role. All right, so Thundering Falls looks at a card on the top. Glancing at the life totals, it looks like the Psychic Frog is in the middle of connecting.
Yeah, I wonder, maybe Jessie has some sort of interaction spell and think about maybe forcing them to burn a couple of cards in hand so the frog lives.
I'm just going to be 100% honest. I think we maybe missed the card draw.
That's definitely possible. Into turn makes sense. Maybe our spotter missed as well as the life total.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, we're seeing an untap from Robkin, leaving the card on top again.
Another wasted surveil. Down some card advantage.
It's always so funny where it's like if my opponent casts Consider and leaves it on top, I kind of go, was that even good for me?
Yeah, I'm up a card.
Yeah, okay. All right, you're just Scalding Tarn from Jessie.
Does have main deck Sink into Stupor, and I believe has it in hand. So that is a way to answer the frog if it resolves, but this is what people originally thought about the OG, like, blue-black frog deck. Good against Breach because you can stick stuff like Frog or an early Oculus, protect it with all your counter magic, and kill them before they can take over. And Dylan sort of, putting Robkin to the test right now.
And I think that's why we saw a lot of those Psychic Frog-born Oculus shells really popular at the beginning of the format, because it obviously weren't able to convert as time went on and their popularity fell off as a result. But without seeing that failure to convert, the games that you win just feel like absolute runaways.
They really, really do. Now, Frog has had some issues converting against the rest of the field. That has been the problem.
You understand. And look at this. Another wasted surveil.
Another way. So much card disadvantage for these players as Psychic Frog is coming in.
Which advantage?
Card advantage.
Virtual card advantage, but we'll get you up to speed soon, sport.
Yep, as it looks like Jessie is going to try and sink into Stupor this frog and maybe make the game about this and hope that, Dylan doesn't have a land to go like land, frog, hold up counterspell.
There's a point where on Jessie's side, I understand wanting to stay in position. and play this reactive game, you actually have to react at some point, and this is what that looks like.
Yeah, she's been very patient, not wanting to play in a counterspell and sort of, waste Dylan's mana here.
And I think what's going on here is she's paved the way to hopefully tax Dylan's mana and make it so she could play her 4th land and play Station Breach and just win from there. Or maybe Dylan just lets it resolve.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Frog bounces back to hand.
Yeah, and it looks like this might be a situation where Dylan, has mana up and has the ability to, like, interact some more and doesn't really mind. It's like, oh, it gets bounced. I'll replay it and hold my counterspell for a spell that matters.
And there is a lot of counter magic in Dylan's deck. We see spell snares, force of negations, counter spells. Not messing around.
Yeah. And even some interesting choices as well. We haven't seen, Tainted Indulgence is one that every now and again pops up.
I love Tainted Indulgence. Oh my gosh, I love that card.
Yeah, it's sort of doing a mixed role here of enabling, these sort of cheeky Abhorrent Oculus, get out here, super early draws, but also just draw 2 in the mid game.
It also is something that does that without forcing you to commit mana on your turn, which can be a core difference between this and a lot of other things in that space.
And it looks like just a little bit of thinking, double checking before. It is important in these sort of spots, like, hey, I had this idea, maybe it stopped. And the main deck Relic coming down, immediately getting activated, going to catch the Scalding Tarn.
Okay. Relic, one of those cards that's just OG modern. This thing has been around for well over a decade now.
Just a really good graveyard hate spell that's easy to main deck. It's just, we saw this with Tron decks back in, 2014, 2015. They would play a couple of these and it would help with their, miscellaneous matchups and just smooth their deck out a little bit. And now with Ketramos, it's doing that same thing just in the year 2025.
True. Okay, so here's Misty Rainforest. That's that 4th land. Jesse thinking about it, and it's real clear Dylan is at least thinking about being able to crack this Relic of Progenitus, but this also represents Spell Snare.
Yeah, a lot of things that Jesse has to navigate, and this is part of the trouble, right? And where someone who maybe hasn't played the deck as much, the matchup as much, will struggle is Spell Snare versus Relic, that pinch. Which one do I play around? Also, Force of Negation is a card you sometimes think about too, right? So a lot going on, and having to navigate those turns can be very, very challenging for some players, and maybe they play around it a bit too much and they lose the game, or they don't respect it enough and they could have, and that can be a real strength to these sort of Frog decks.
All right, so we see the fetch, we see the shock for a breeding pool. Down to 12. Thinking about what to do next. And this is the spot where whenever you're on the combo side against a wall of counterspells, it really does feel like you have to be very deliberate with all your choices, because if you make one wrong move, you're down 3 cards and the game is so far out of reach.
Yeah, you have to be locked in spots like this. And it looks like Jesse might even be trying to get something like a Malevolent Rumble to try and work through the counter magic. And then, Malevolent Rumble gives your mana back, maybe pick up a Mox, something like that can work through. It looks like she is going to play a Bauble.
And this is pretty reasonable. I'm immediately looking down because I feel like I've seen more Orcish Bowmasters today than in the last month.
Yeah, Orcish Bowmaster, Ketramos, right? Sort of the One Ring at home.
Yep. All right, and there are not Bowmasters, at least in Dylan's main deck. I'm not seeing any in the sideboard either, so this is safe. And Grinding Station hits the battlefield. Trigger.
Trigger. Mox Opal coming down. Now it's going to turn on the mana.
Trigger.
And it's interesting. It looks like, Jesse is responding to the trigger, floating some mana, and then milling herself. Or is this Saga hitting the graveyard? That's one of the primo cards in this sort of matchup. You play it, put your opponent on an awkward spot with all those counter spells. You make a big army and put them on the back foot.
All right, and it looks like Jesse's picking her spot. Breach-in time. Spell Snare from Dylan.
And then Jesse plays the Tameo.
Okay. That's not bad.
Yeah, it's something to get the game going. And you have to work through these counter spells and, Relic pops eventually, right? So.
And 3 copies of Fatal Push and a Dismember are the only real answers to this that Dylan has in the main deck. This Tamio, that is. Well, there's one of them. Tamio, fatally pushed.
Yeah, Psychic Frog really done a good job this game of sort of being a nuisance, moving through the deck, and maybe undoing something like drawing a Fatal Push, which isn't typically great in this spot, and sort of allowing it to be a fine draw. As Dylan is really feeling good about the cards in hand, doesn't want to trade any of them for a clock.
Right, right.
Really loud.
Okay, so and that's all. That honestly feels even worse if you're in Jesse's seat. You go, what do you mean all of them are good?
Yeah.
You don't have one land back there?
Consider cast, and it looks like we immediately maybe bend an Oculus.
Ooh, okay. Shocks in a Godless Shrine, taps Relic. That's just going to exile another fetch land for Jesse. All right, untap, draw. Malevolent Rumble. Not bad.
Yeah, I mean, Malevolent, hard for it to be bad.
Right. Okay, Imri is the kind of card that could force action on this Relic.
Yeah.
Or do you take Tamio?
Yeah, I wonder if you're supposed to take Haywire Might as well. That's also something.
It could force through your Underworld Breach. You're so right.
Yeah, there's just kind of 3 good choices there. Really hard spot to navigate. As we do have the Scion, we have the Tamio coming down.
Okay.
Scion going to be nice for sort of forcing the Frog to get jumped.
Right, there is ultimately a point where forcing Dylan to commit that sort of stuff sooner before there's a Ketramos on the battlefield is going to equate to real percentage points as Dismember takes down Tamio.
Yeah, and Dylan was, like you mentioned, so few removal spells in the main deck to actually clean it up. Has had 2 of them.
All right, so tap of the Relic. Going to go ahead and exile another fetch land. All right, Psychic Frog coming in. The Eldrazi spawn gets in front of it. And is this a hard cast Abhorrent Oculus?
It is, and this explains a lot as to why Dylan did not jump the Frog.
Sure,
I was thinking, oh, wow, super much wants to fight over the mana more than anything. Maybe a sign we're low on counter spells. No, just had better plans for the mana.
It's fine.
Yeah.
2 lands available, 3 cards in hand from the looks of things. Robkin going ahead and using Mishra's Bauble.
Yeah, and now Oculus is going to
Manifest Dread.
Yes, Manifest Dread, one of them. Prismatic Ending hits the yard.
I think that was the card that Jesse saw before. All right, Preordain from Jesse. Sees a Preordain, and that looked like Soul God Lantern?
I think so. You could easily see us just running back to Preordain.
It's so tough from this spot with the Relic on the battlefield.
Yeah, the Relic was really kind of putting us in this awkward position. This is what I was mentioning, too, about, like, maybe you're supposed to take the Haywire Might to force its hand.
Just force action, yeah.
And, you know, it makes sense. Tamio is a card that can play the fair game so much better. Your opponent seems to be wanting to play the fair game, and you can't quite force through in that world. But now the Oculus is really putting us on the back foot. 2 lands immediately to the bottom.
Okay, not bad. Got to feel pretty good about keeping the Preordain in that world.
Yeah, Rumble was the draw. Saga.
Ooh, okay, Urza's Saga is not bad. It looks like it might be a tad late. All right, so here's that Malevolent Rumble you've been talking about.
It looks like
Counterspell. Oh, 7th edition foil counterspell. All right, Dylan. I see your game.
Yeah, and sort of a sign of strength, too. Dylan willing to sort of fighting over the Rumble we talked about earlier is very good, especially in the early game, stops the development. Here, you know, your counterspell, if that's your only one, you might not want to throw it away like that, right? So Dylan may be saying, I have something like a force, maybe another counterspell, maybe a spell snare. I just want to make sure you don't get to fight through it all here.
This is really the spot where it feels like that's Dylan's way of signaling that we're reaching the part of the game where they just want to trade resources and shrink the game in their favor.
Jesse's going to take. Oh, it looks like, this might be lethal with the Frog, thanks to the Relic pop. I was unsure how many cards are in hand from Dylan.
Okay, so 4 8, 10. Whoa.
Yeah, and it looks like lethal is being assigned here, so Jesse's picking up her cards.
All right. Holy. All right. All right.
Yeah, Dylan's showing, like, hey, this is the kind of matchup I want to run into, and working out so far.
Yeah, and that justifies the counterspell even harder, where you just kind of think to yourself, okay, this is basically a solved game. I just need to make it to my untap step. Anything that deletes the blocker in that spot is just going to feel so good as we move to the sideboard. Looking at Jesse's side, are you leaning more into the control game, or are you pivoting into a fair game here? Or excuse me, are you leaning more into the fair control game or pivoting more into your combo deck?
So I think typically in these spots, and there's just different ways you can play it, where I'm normally at is my opponent is going to be really good at stopping my combo, right? Let alone just the sideboard cards. Their main deck built to do that. So I want to be Urza Saga control deck with Tamio and Emery and threaten the combo the rest of the game. And sort of be like, hey, you have all those cards. I still got a couple stations, still got a couple things. But I think that's how Jesse's going to probably approach this matchup. And so from our sideboard, I'm expecting things like the Flame of Endor, the Brain Surge, the Lightning Bolt, the Unholy Heat, things that allow us to play that normal fair game. Hope Dylan brings too many cards in for the unfair part of my deck, and then Urza Saga and friends carry me to victory.
Sure, that makes a lot of sense. And over on Dylan's side, I think the things that they're planning to bring in, bit more face-up, Drannith Magistrate, Thoughtseize, that sort of anti-control sort of thing. Are you bringing in Consign to Memory here just to have more counterspells?
Consign, it can stop things, but not really, especially without the Thought's Oracle.
Sure.
And that can typically be recast anyways. I think that, the thing that I'm more interested in personally is, what about a card like Teferi? We see our opponent has some amount of counterspells, some amount of reactivity, Do I want to have that kind of card? Do I want to have an exercise to fight over some stuff? So I'm going to be interested to see exactly what's coming in. But I agree with everything that you're saying there at the start. And it's really also a matter of how many dead cards does Dylan have in the main deck that we want to cut.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And based on the way that Jesse navigated that first game, if I'm sitting in Dylan's seat, I'm sensing that Jesse is very comfortable playing a reactive game and is trying to slow things down a little bit and play for inevitability rather than necessarily trying to just, I don't think chump check is the right way to phrase it, but just kind of check you on turn 2 or turn 3 with the Underworld Breach combo.
Yeah, very comfortable just playing a normal game of Magic with this deck. Grinding Station, not the greatest card in the world, but we'll make it work.
And something that is really cool about Dylan's deck is that it's been able to pivot into Ketramos, which is out of Aether Drift, but we've got another set on the horizon, friend.
Yeah, Dragonstorm of Tarkir is coming out very soon, and we're already starting to do pre-orders for it.
Right. You can head over to starcitygames.com/MTG/TDM for more information.
Yep, I cannot wait to see more of this. We've been talking a little bit about between the round, and it's been a banger so far.
It's hard to be cagey. It is a really cool set.
It really is.
Okay, I think, is this a one-lander from Robkin? Oh, nope. Sink into Stupor coming down tapped.
Yeah, as I say, I think this thing's tricking us again. Jesse does play it where, the spell's facing her.
Yes,
I appreciate,
Yeah, if you're not playing something like Belcher, you're generally going to have the spell facing you because you're hoping to hit your land drops and cast the spell.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, just a couple lands from each player, fetches and passes. And since this is our backup match, we're going to speed it up just a little bit to make sure we get to see as much of this match as possible before we head into round 8. But for now, Dylan, doing some of that in-step surveilling.
Yeah.
Is this going to be the, 8th consecutive surveil where it stays on top?
Yeah, post-board, Dylan's going to have a lot of things that are good. Dylan left in some of the dismembers, doesn't want it now. Kind of probably a card maybe planning here to play that Urza Saga fair game a bit more. So
it makes sense to me, especially when you're on the draw against a deck with Tamio. Having a way to check it's pretty important.
Agreed. And Emery, too, I think is a big thing. People might be like, oh, maybe I should have Fatal Push for that reason. But Emery on turn 1 off some baubles is a great way for Jesse to sort of punk you in a fair game.
Sure. All right, so Thundering Falls from Jesse. Doing a little bit of surveilling of her own.
Leaves on top again.
Listen, she didn't register all the cards in her deck to bend them.
Yeah.
They're all good. Why wouldn't you draw them?
Exactly. Especially post board. Should have
Right.
fixed it if it was.
All right, here is Breeding Pool. Shocked Den. Flame of Anor, maybe?
Yeah, holding it up. Also, Brain Surge. Could be the thing here.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice, these things come around a lot, right? Brain Surge sort of previewed during MH3. Players hoping that this is a card they could really get to play. One Ring sort of outclassed it for a bit, but now we're seeing Stock Up get people to start looking backwards at some of these other cards and be like, I like Stock Up. Maybe I like Brain Surge more, though.
Mm-hmm. And here's Tainted Indulgence.
This is going to be having to discard, as we don't even have 5 cards in the graveyard yet. Relic coming down.
All right, here is Flame of Anor, drawing 2.
And we speak to, like Jessie wanting to play the slower, grindier game. You saying she's really comfortable. Relic obviously stops her from comboing. Flame obviously destroys artifacts.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like she doesn't know this. She's just like, yeah, whatever, draw 2.
Mm-hmm.
But we need to get something like an Urza Saga going soon if you're going to play this fair game. So, yeah, and we're going to see here Robkin pass the turn. Dylan, activate Relic of Progenitus. Jessie plays Steam Vents. Passes back, just draw going here. Dylan, play and consider. Trying to find something to put pressure on Jessie. Bins of Relic Progenitus, doesn't want an extra one of those. Maybe even knows the jig is up on that sort of thing being great outside of something like Ketramos. Jessie's going to untap and draw. Land drop missed there from Dylan. Big in these sort of interactive games. Jessie still, though, Urza Saga is the land she wants. She has every other land in her deck but Urza Saga. Flame of Anor is going to get exiled. And now you see the players even chit-chatting a little bit. Dylan. Gonna deploy a Psychic Frog finally. Still holding up that 2 mana. Deathly afraid of getting comboed. Rob can just draw going, draw going. As it looks like, I'm trying to figure this out. All right, and it looks like Jessie has a full hand here. She's going to try and figure out what exactly she wants to play this turn, heads in hand. If you've watched a lot of Jessie Robkin and the other areas of Magic, that is the classic when she goes in the tank to figure it out. Thinks about what she wants to do and then acts. And she's just going to keep land going and try and set up for a big turn. A stack battle, as it were, because Jessie does have a handful of spells. We see an island very quickly there from Dylan. As it looks like an Otawara channeled. Get that frog back in your hand. Frog is bounced. Dylan, not much you can really do in that spot. Stop it from happening. We are going to see a Porn Oculus, though, come down. Oculus going to start manifesting Dread, and this is where things get awkward quick, as it's going to apply a lot of pressure very quickly here. And Jessie's been draw going, and not much time once the eyeball and friends start coming.
Hello, Mason. I'm Nick Miller, filling in here for Carmen. She had to step away momentarily.
Great to have you here for a second, Nick. Yeah, to catch you up to speed, Jessie is in a draw-go situation versus this Esper Oculus deck. These players have spent the last 7 turns, unironically, playing land saying go. And so we've been setting up for a big battle, and looks like it's finally coming.
Yeah, it looks like the Relic is keeping Jessie in check, so we have to just build until we get some fireworks.
Yep. And now, manifesting Dread. And I'll tell you what manifests the most dread in me would be the idea of Nick Miller hanging out with me. Carmen, thanks for getting back in the booth. He's too handsome for me.
Listen,
it's the problem.
literally the GOAT. Nothing but respect for Nick Miller.
All right, I caught the people up. I caught Nick up. I'll catch you up. What you missed while you were gone for a second, 7 land drops, go. we played a frog. We Odawared the frog. We played the Oculus. You're caught up.
This is a real. We kind of knew the kind of game that we were signing up for going into this match. This is a little ridiculous.
Yeah, it's very, very awkward. And I mean, part of this too is just Jessie has hit a lot of lands, and she has kind of like the combo stuff, but can't fight through it. Finally draws Urza Saga. That is the land she had wanted. If we had saw that 3-4 turns ago, we might be seeing Jessie Robkin shuffling up for game number 3 up a game here. But this Urza Saga really putting her in a position to grind if she can handle this abhorrent Oculus.
And something that sticks out to me, she literally is out of fetchables, I think.
Yes, I think that she has no more lands in her deck that are searchable. I did a quick little search of that. So we're also just on maximum mana for the game.
Okay, well, 6 more to Jessie. Down to 10.
Jessie has Flame of Anors in her deck, has Grapeshot in hand, has Swan Song, but in an awkward position. Triple Mox Amber.
A bunch of Mox Amber, bunch of Underworld Breach in hand. This Relic has been, when given this much time, it's just going to do a bunch of work by itself.
All right. Manifesting Dread.
For everyone involved. Really?
Just me when I wake up in the morning. All right,
That's tough, buddy.
Too real.
That's tough, buddy.
No, that's yeah, I gotta go.
No, but like in a good way, in a good way.
In a good way. As Urza Saga is going to tick up, Jessie responding to her own trigger. I think you see the players joking about, hey, that's on the stack, and just be like, yeah, no, it's going up, don't worry.
So true, bestie. So true.
And this is telling. Jessie's starting this turn, tapping her Saga with all this mana in play. She thinks this game is ending this turn.
Right, this is the spot where this is not a game about constructs. This is a game about Underworld Breach, and for now, it's about Dylan responding with a Spell Snare.
Yeah, we're going to try and knock that one out.
And it's so funny, the respect you have to pay to Underworld Breach. Jessie has no spells in her discard pile.
Yeah, just the Scolding Tart. I mean, she's only cast a couple things. Relic ate them all, and the rest have been, like, surveilled away. Mox Amber coming down. Those Mox Ambers battled a lot with Jessie.
All right, well, what's one more mana-ish?
Yeah.
Someday.
Somewhere. As Underworld Breach number 2 coming down, and you had to expect that this was going to happen when the Saga got tapped at the beginning of it all.
That's how you know Underworld Breach 1 was really good.
Yeah, they'd made a sequel.
Yeah, right.
You see Jessie looking up at Dylan, trying to be like, hey, is this going to resolve? I really need it to. Counterspell.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Maybe a Swan Song situation?
Yep, Swan Song situation on Counterspell. And now you're reaching the point where Jessie has so few cards back, Dylan's just saying, maybe I'm just supposed to let it resolve?
Yeah, I mean, currently, Dylan's not dead. Now, obviously, Grinding Station is, you typically want to fight over the breach, but Jessie doesn't have much mana left, and we know, you know, the only real lands that she can play are like Urza Saga and Boseiju type things.
And this Relic is just still face up on the battlefield.
Yeah, and we don't even have the cards to escape anything. Now, Jessie does have a couple Ambers, so we can Legend Rule, but that won't really get us anywhere. We have Breach and Ambers in that world.
Right, exactly. Cast some Ambers to recast Ambers or get another Underworld Breach or something?
Yeah, like, you know, Legend Ruling ahead of time so you could, like, play a Breach off your Breach is very strong against a card like Nature's Claim, but that's not the kind of card we're fighting right now.
Oh, so it looks like we're getting a play 8 out. Is that maybe a Storm Count angle to just make Grape Shot good?
Oh, yeah, maybe Jessie's, that's actually a great line here. Jessie is trying to kill the Oculus via a Grape Shot, but Dylan just has to respect, also, I could die.
Right.
So,
okay, yeah, Counterspell and Underworld Breach. Not bad.
yeah, Dylan fetched shocked a lot this game because normally that sort of thing it matters a little bit with the constructs, but like the constructs, if they're beating you, they are bigger than fetch shocking matters.
Yep. Oh, the play aid's the bird token.
Oh, sure. Okay. It might still be tracking. I'll say the storm is high right now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And Jessie in particular is someone who really likes the not Oracle kill condition. She does have the grape shot.
Yeah.
Here's an amber. Here's a bobble.
I think storm's 9.
Oh, yeah. You can see the counting.
Yeah.
Grape shot. Point.
She's killing all of them. And you're seeing Dalen be like, let me double check this. And Jesse's like, no, I entered a counter war with you with the hopes of this happening.
Are you serious?
And Dylan nodded the head like, harsh but fair, as it looks like there was just some land in the cache underneath there.
Okay. Well.
The Swan's still around, and it's not the best in the world, but it's something.
Oh, okay. And Robkin's down to 9.
So 5-turn clock here. We have the Relic to stop future breaches. Jessie does have the Urza Saga, plenty of mana. She's almost assuredly. Oh, Ketramos finally makes an appearance in our feature match area.
Oh, I know you have been waiting a month for this.
We have not commented a Ketramos match yet somehow. As it comes down, draws a card immediately for Dylan.
Yep, the combo is just, it's very real. There's a reason these players are successful with it. This isn't, it sounds a little bit like a meme where you go, oh yeah, Relic, of course, that does literally work, I guess. But this is huge.
Yeah, it is a very, very potent combo. And, Dylan is 6-0, not because of everything else, right? I mean, this plays a big role in it.
Right. This is something where we've talked a little bit about how these Oculus decks needed to find a way to basically tune their threats for the metagame that they think is going to be prevalent. This is what that looks like when it's successful.
We're going to see Psychic Frog.
I can't croak.
I can do a bird call.
Prove it.
I can, but the mic's right here.
Well, there's a bird on the battlefield. It's canon. It's a canon event.
I swear I can do it. I'm just not going to get Twitch clipped.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No. I got it. My older brother's in the military, and so I
goes to a different school.
Yeah.
Psychic Frog is jumping itself here to draw some cards with Ketramos, and this is one of the combinations, We exile these cards, we're moving through our deck here.
Yeah.
And now, we only have 1 mana up, but with Force Negation, a totally reasonable thing to have something that, that plus this Relic, that's 2 line of defenses against Jessie's top decks.
And all of a sudden as well, Dylan gets to be a little bit more loosey-goosey with their life total. Previously, the sort of threat of Grape Shot forces you to not go down to, say, 7, 8 life, but Relic is probably going to make sure that card stays gone forever.
Yeah. Now, saving grace for Jessie is the Bobble. So, got a card there, going to get a redraw.
The way that it feels like Jessie is just gassed up almost immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the good things about this deck, right? We talk about, like, that Bobble plus Emery draw being really hard to beat. Just a lot of your pieces turning themselves into a redraw.
Yes.
Is so, so potent.
All right, so we see Searching off Urza's Saga. And we got Construct.
All right. Jessie.
All of a sudden, it's a Construct game again.
Yeah, and, I mean, the thing that I'm noticing here is if Jessie's going to win Game 3, we need to win soon.
Oh, my God.
We have 9 minutes on the clock, and we have got to we want to get match points.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Aether Spellbomb?
Huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unsummoning the Ketramos or the Frog, great way to buy you some time.
Resetting the Frog is nice, too.
Yeah. Really like that play there from Dylan as well. It was really close to this, having to maybe be in sort of an awkward spot where some cards in hand that weren't great. Just discarding the Frog so we can redraw later if we need to. So.
Okay, Tamio.
Yeah.
That blocks the bird.
Definitely, and we're seeing the Spellbomb actually redraw here for Jessie. That's.
Oh, it transforms Tamio.
Yeah, because the Bobble was earlier, and you're seeing Dylan be like, yeah, that's fine. It flips. This takes up. That's going to relieve some of the pressure. If you give a Malevolent Rumble somewhere here that could rebuild.
All right, immediately rolls up. Ah, the sequel to Tamio what?
Tamio 2. And one card left in hand still for Jesse. And now Dylan gonna fatal push that construct token.
Oh, wow. A lot of discipline in that, not going after the Tamio that was going to transform.
Yeah, I think Dylan trying to set up lethal here. Be like, okay, that was going to actually block more damage than it reduces. Because 4 instead of 3. Really smart play there when you're trying to push lethal. As it looks like we might be hard casting a Dismember.
And Dylan's had a lot of really good combat math this match, too. Really, really fast stuff, too.
And yeah, I think Dismember on that Tamio.
Which member?
Dismember down to 4 for Dylan. And this looks to be lethal to me, even with the Tamio minus. It seems to be Xaxes. And that's 3-3-1. That's more than enough, plus the Frog can grow. And yeah.
Dylan Klett is going to advance to 7-0 over one of the original creators of the Teamer Breach deck. Really impressive stuff there.
Yeah, really showing that this deck can adapt. And I think the Ketchamo stuff adding a lot to the Frog list.
Yes.
Giving it that extra. I mean, we saw low resource gamers reach. Jesse did the thing that, a month ago would have been probably good enough. And then Ketchamos came down and was like, draw 4.
Yeah.
And it was just like, tough.
And we saw how strong Relica Progenitus was both games. Game 1, most importantly. That's not something you're going to see a ton.
Definitely. Really impressive.
Right. So I hope you enjoyed that because we've got even more Modern coming to you just in a minute. Don't go anywhere. Howdy, gamers, and welcome back to the Regional Championships in Charlotte at SCGCON. Carmen Clemparens, Mason Clark, Team of Breach may be dropping like flies.
Yeah, had a lot of L's in the feature match area, and if you're at home, probably liking that.
Yeah, we just got done watching Hollow One and Esper Oculus. Basically every color in Magic almost, I guess not green. Beating up on kind of the deck 2 beat on the weekend. Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah, Team of Breach really putting up a lot of good results here, and kind of falling in the later rounds. Obviously not indicative of like power level, but it does show other decks can beat it. Right?
Yeah.
It's not some monolith. It does lose 40% of its games.
Right, and these are two different. We're basically seeing a lot of different adaptations over the last few weeks, and showing that really there's a lot you can do in Modern. There's still a lot of space to explore, and let's take a look at our standings to see who it is that's doing the most winning at the moment. Up at the top, look at this. So many Grinding Breach not up in the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole block of them, we got here from like 9th to 13th, but, a little cohort in the middle at 7-0, but Orzhov Blink doing well, Amulet Tie, and the Esper Oculus player Dylan we just saw, all doing very well and sort of, having great weekends here.
And relevantly, all of these players have punched their ticket into day 2. And look at this, Gavin, who we watched earlier in the weekend, or earlier in the day with Domain Zoo, coming back to play tomorrow for a Pro Tour invite or maybe even a Worlds invite.
Very true. 6-1's a great record.
Okay, so we have 2 not Breach decks in our feature match area this time. Going to give you all a little bit of a break from seeing if decks can beat out. We've seen they can. So this time we're going to be looking at Amulet Titan in the hands of Victor Cochran against Josh Willis, Orzhov Blink. Talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, so this is sort of the thing we've been talking about a bunch heading into this weekend, right? Ketramos in these black-white decks. We saw it in Esper last round. It did well, looked good, don't get us wrong. But this is the one that a lot of people brought. This is our second most played deck. And with you and I in the booth, haven't really had a chance to talk about it. I think Corey and Jim got a match of it. But it's our turn, and it's a really powerful interactive deck. This is just going to try and grind things out. Now, Amulet Titan. Really good historically versus this sort of thing.
Say the line. Say the line.
It's been tier 1 throughout all of Modern.
That's not even the one I meant, but that's true too.
Yeah, and Titan used to be, you could like kind of get them with Solitude. It could be sort of good enough. You still kind of can now, but they're much better.
It's risky to go for the Mirror Pool line.
Yeah, it is not free.
Right.
And so these Titan players can navigate around it. They can, do some Aftermath Analyst stuff as well that can get through all this, but it is not free for like these Solitude decks. They can't just like kind of, all right, kill your Titans over.
Yeah, right. So taking a look at the list now, I think Amulet Titan is actually starting to kind of coalesce around a fairly consistent 75, or maybe not 75, but the 60 at least. The plans are fairly fleshed out and consistent these days.
Yeah, people have really sort of like, okay, we're going to have the Aftermath loops. We're going to have some Scape Shift to the Lotus Field stuff. We're going to have Titans. We're going to play a Dryad. These sort of things. Pretty stockish.
All right. Well, looking over at the Blink side of things, those Ketramoses mean that all of the White Orchid Phantoms are in the sideboard this time.
Yeah, we saw those in the main deck last time. Aether Vial really sort of helping out with that, making it a little unfair game. Also probably expecting more Eldrazi. Things have changed now. Ketramos main, we're going to board into these along with Blood Baron of Escopa. We'll get there later.
Woo! All right. Well, the man in the chair is telling me we got 2 players in chairs ready to battle it out. Let's head on down to the feature match area and see who it is that's going to win round 8. We have Jake Beardsley on Demir Mill against Larry Coleman on Eldrazi Ramp.
Yeah, I think we maybe went to the wrong camera, but that's okay. We can fix that. Maybe a little sneak peek of what's to come in your backup here is, Pro Tour champion Jake Beardsley did bring Demir Mill this weekend.
And, all right, so we are back to what we previously talked about. I'm excited to see how Demir Mill ends up doing. Between you and me, I've always been such a big fan as Amulet of Vigor on Victor's side meets Thoughtseize on turn 1 for Josh.
Yeah, and Titan, Arboreal Grazer, and Spelunking all in hand as things you can take here for Joshua. Joshua you might recognize as one of our RC winners about 2 years ago in Standard, but coming here trying to run it back.
Now this is an interesting hand. Talk me through the keep here.
Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes you're on a mold of 6 or whatever.
This is 6. You're right.
Yeah,
you're right. That's totally fair.
Things can go a little sideways, and you have a lot of it. You know, you have some resiliency in the form of like, you know, well, if they thought Seize my Titan, I at least can redraw a little bit. I've got the amulet. It's not the end of the world. I need things to go well, but I sort of doing a mold of 5 anyways, so what am I going to do? Plus, maybe some expectation this match can go longer, as it definitely can for the Blink deck. It can have those fast draws, but typically you're probably going to live to turn 5 or 6 pretty reasonably.
All right, and just echoing Deeps, entering on tap, not copying anything. And on the mulligan front, especially when you are playing a grindy matchup like you're saying, it's funny to say it this way, it sounds a bit reductive, but 6 is more than 5.
Yeah.
That's just
it matters a lot, you know. And you're going to know Joshua 7-0. Maybe you don't even know Joshua, right? Reasonable, whatever.
Right.
You're living your life. You can't know every RC winner. But Joshua 7-0, you can
I'm
assume
going to
the rest.
respect the 7-0 player.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, well, you know, their Thought Seize is like one of the ways they can break me up or whatever. And I don't want to go all in on a hand that just folds to that. So I've got this amulet. Let's hope things work out here as Victor is trying to figure out exactly how we want to play this turn.
And if you're in Josh's seat, there's got to be part of you that's going, oh, come on, you have to think about something. Come on. All right, Green Sun for 0.
All right, well, Joshua's Fatal Push in hand that was looking a little meek might have a premium target now.
You know what a pirate's favorite land is?
Are you ready to tell me?
Dryad Arbor.
That's a good one.
What?
I was so close in the Arbor, I
Oh,
couldn't figure out
thank
the
you.
Arbor.
Yeah, no, that's nice. That's nice. We're on the same track. God, I love Dryad Arbor.
It's great, and I mean, you know, Green Sun Zenith recently unbanned in Modern. This is one of the decks where it's getting a huge upgrade for, along with the Yawgmoth deck. That's sort of the other deck that really uses Green Sun well.
All right, so here's a Fetch Shock from Josh. Instep Philia, not bad.
Yep, when to develop your threat makes a ton of sense.
All right. Shock in a Witch Enchanter, then a Flicker Wisp, targeting the Witch Enchanter. Be still, my beating heart.
Yeah, and then Flicker Wisping on the Felia, so it's going to come back into turn as well.
Oh, and that means Flicker Wisp gets to do its sort of temporary strip mine impression.
Yes, and it is going to be tough here for Victor, who we know is sort of just on Titan and Arboreal Grazer in hand. And this is a lot of pressure coming down. Flicker was hitting some of these MDFCs, some of the better ways to sort of interact in that regard.
Okay, so Witch Enchanter comes back. Disenchanter on the Amulet of Vigor, and Flicker Wisp looking like it's going after the Beseiju on Victor's side.
Interesting.
Okay, Dryad Arbor and Echoing Deep teaming up to play a Simic Growth Chamber. Oh, it looks like there might have just been a confusion about land drops.
Yeah, I think Victor maybe thought I've cast my Grazer already.
Yep,
and put
here's
it
the
in
Grazer.
and had not.
Yep, that makes sense. Okay, here's Echoing Deep. Would guess it's not copying much. Beseiju comes back past the turn. The Sloth really just on blocking duty at this point, but it's not that good of a blocker.
Yeah, there's luckily a 2-2, but Felia can also flicker it away, which could be a bit of an issue. You might also see Felia flicker the Flicker Wisp. Flicker Wisps hit the Bounce Land.
Oh.
Bounce Land gone for the turn and making us pick it up. And if we combine that with a Fatal Push here for Joshua, it's just Stone Rains all over the place.
Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, here comes the Philia. Blinks the Flicker Wisp. Stop me if you've heard this one before.
Yeah, Joshua tying the game up. Gonna get a little surveilling going on.
So what's wrong with Shadowy Backstreet?
Orcish Bowmasters was picked up. The one of fun of coming in a clutch here. Which also means we have to save our Fatal Push for this Grazer in the later turn.
Why settle for White Orchid Phantom doing land destruction when you have all of this?
Yeah, as you see now, both Urza Saga and Dry the Elysian Grove, end of turn, the bounce land's going to re-enter. Now we need to bounce one of them. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, Victor actually bouncing the bounce land to prevent
I
the
gotta
chain.
get out from under this.
Yeah, but now we could Flicker Wisp the Witch Enchanter to blow up the Saga or the Dry of the Elysian Grove.
Should that Philia have one more counter on it, I think?
I think we maybe missed the trigger on that.
Well, the Flicker Wisp returned.
Yeah, I don't know exactly the ruling on that, you know.
Sure.
Yeah, I think it is supposed to be bigger, such as life. But also, I don't know, maybe Joshua just feels bad. I've stone ranged you like 5 times. I don't know.
All right. Fetch up Shadowy Backstreet at sorcery speed. What's going on here?
Got to revolt it. Got to get this fatal push. That Dryad's got to go. I must kill more things. And this is how these sort of games versus, you know, the black-whiting controlling decks look when they beat Titan. You kind of need something to go a little wrong for them, and you sort of pick them apart.
Okay, so Ketramos hits the bin. There's that fatal push.
Not quite lethal on board here. And yeah, we can flicker a lot of different things. Looks like we're going to flicker the Flicker Wisp. It is pretty tempting to get this Disenchanter off the board. Looks like the players maybe are talking to Judge about the Felia thing that we missed.
I am not strong enough to not blink the Witch Enchanter.
My opponent's on 2 lands if I do that. I get that Flicker Wisp does it as well, but Flicker Wisp is also a 3/3.
Right.
Or 3/1, excuse me, bigger than a 2/2.
That's
math.
Yeah. Sorry, I held my fingers. I wanted to double check.
As we now are figuring out, I think, what the game state was supposed to be.
Okay.
We're working out from there. Looks like players have agreed to what's going on, so it looks like everything's taken care of. We're all good.
All right, so it looks like it is Flicker Wisp that's going to get exiled for a second. Witch Enchanter gets blocked by Arboreal Grazer.
And then,
March of Otherworldly Light. And Victor just says, get me out of here. Game 2.
Yeah, and this makes a lot of sense to why the Flicker Wisp was targeted.
Yeah,
he was going to get another land off the board. And yeah, Victor did not get to really do much that game, but that's what Joshua wants.
Right, so much of the way that this Orzhov Blink deck that Joshua has brought is going to win games is just incremental advantage you turn after turn after turn. And we saw it there. Victor felt like he was basically one free untapped step away from being able to play Titan and do everything that we know Amulet Titan can do, but was never able to do it. As we look at the sideboards, there are 2 Elishnorn Mother of Machines.
Yeah.
Hello.
Those are very good in the mirror. Very good here. Pretty good versus Breach, too. Elishnorn Mother Machine, kind of an all-star right now in Modern. And packing double.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Besides that, you know, we have some cards like 6 that can help us maybe rebuild and play that sort of longer, grindier game. Dismember, a great way to relieve that pressure and
it's
answer
pretty
Ketramos.
Nice. Yeah.
Ketramos indestructible, but still targetable. So we can lower its power to, so pretty nice there. And then on the other side here for Joshua, you know, I got to mention, even if we're not bringing in Blood Baron of Viscopa, brought it here for the weekend, seemingly for the mirror, not for this one, but kind of a spicy one.
I've definitely seen people kind of debating online Blood Baron of Viscopa versus Stillmoon Cavalier.
Yeah, a debate as old as time.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah, sure, okay, sure.
Yeah, and so White Orchid Phantom, I think that's going to be the one we're going to grab immediately. These Aven Interrupters can actually be pretty good as well. Vindicate, pretty reasonable card. March of Otherworldly Light, we saw breaks up the untap.
Nice.
Yeah, hitting the Saga also great. And then Dothy, you actually kind of want this pressure, but also if you catch a Titan, sneaking in your own Titan, or something like an Elishnorn. If you take Victor's Elishnorn and put it into play for you, that's going to turn off basically the entire deck.
That makes some sense. So if you're enjoying watching the regional championships and you want to throw your hat in the ring, you're going to want to join us at the next series of regional championships at SCGCON Minneapolis.
It's going to be May 2nd through the 4th. It's going to be a blast. We're going to stream it here as well, and you can get all those details at starcitygames.com/SCGCon. Even if you don't have your invite, come on out and LCQ. Maybe get in.
Yeah, we saw Jessie Robkin last round. She LCQ'd into this event, sitting pretty at 6-1.
Yeah, great place to be.
And these are going to be standard.
Yes.
Too.
Yeah, it's going to be standard. It's going to be awesome. Dragonstorm's coming out very soon. Going to be a big player in that format, ideally, and we'll see how it goes.
This matchup just has to be so bad for Amulet Titan, right? I know. Okay, you know what? Actually, you can say the line. Say the line.
How bad can a matchup be if you can kill them on turn 2? I actually just don't know. I mean, traditionally, the controlling decks struggle
Yeah.
with Titan. But these Flicker Wispy type draws do change things up. You know, obviously we're a bit of a mulligan, right? Like these sort of things happen, obviously. But I do think, you know, I'd rather probably be in the Amulet side than the Blink side, just given what I know right now. Also, there might just be, you know, some tricks to the trade when it comes to the Blink deck here. Not unreasonable for Joshua to have fought this matchup already, Titan, a very popular deck this weekend. But also, you know, Blink's second most played deck, Victor 7-0. I feel really confident he's probably slaying a couple of these on the way.
Right, it's really hard to say. We're in some, you know, there's obviously the whole you kill them on turn 2 sometimes. That's very strong. Orzhov Blink is uniquely good at attacking land specifically, which I feel is what separates it from, say, the old Jund decks, the old mid-range decks that were what Amulet Titan would eat for breakfast.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, we'll have to see how this plays out in the coming games. But yeah, I mean, Flicker Wisping the White Orchid Phantom could definitely be huge. This deck does play a lot of basics, but if you hit the bounce lands, then that doesn't really matter, right? You're still going down a land.
Right, and that's something that we saw Flicker was doing with Philia there, just basically saying, okay, you have to bounce a land every single turn. Good luck.
As these players are shuffling up and just double-checking some stuff here before we head into game number 2.
And these are the spots where, in a lot of ways, the most human elements of Magic really start to set in. These are the points where you have been playing all day. You're playing for 8-0. No one enters a tournament planning to lose any matches anyway, but you've actually been playing at a high enough caliber all day to be 7-0. You've got to start feeling the exhaustion.
It just comes back to you, right? This is so much Magic. I mean, think of it this way too, right? Like, you hit the end of the day normally, you start to get a little tired either way, right? Let alone, you know, you're just hanging out with your friends, you know, whatever, let alone playing this high-intensity Magic, probably traveled here, right? Just not everyone can be from Charlotte, and you just are going to play some high-level games that you care a lot about. You're going to have a lot of sweater moments where it's just like, oh, I got to figure this out exactly, or high-intensity moments. You get drained.
All right, and both players happy with their 7s. Victor happy with the turn 1 Amulet of Vigoroth Echoing Deep. Josh Willis starting off with a Verge and a Thoughtseize.
Yeah, Verge is making their way into Modern here as it looks like Titan Scape Shift and some lands.
Not the kind of thing you're ever really trying to throw back. This is one of those spots where you're happy to keep 7. This has all the pieces, and as long as you don't die too fast, this has play to it.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking pretty good, and especially, you know, we talked about in game 1, Joshua kind of needs to keep a hand that has Thoughtseize or something kind of like that that can interact a lot. Post-board, there's a wider range of things Joshua could have, so this hand actually gets even better. As it looks like Joshua's trying to figure out what exactly we want to take. Of note, Dauthi is in hand, so Joshua prioritized actually breaking things up in, you know, instead of
I was kind of thinking that. I mean, when they lead on turn 1 Amulet, they can sometimes kill you on 2 and usually kill you on turn 3. So if you're going to have to just say Dauthi go next turn, that just sounds so unrealistic. All right, prime time is the get there.
Yeah, leaving Scape Shift. Scape Shift does have some kills on just about 4 lands, so maybe we're going to fight over that. Now, Dauthi Voidwalker makes those Scape Shift kills very hard to do, so that is going to cause, you know, a real wrinkle in that plan.
And that's something that we didn't get to touch on in the sideboarding portion, but the fact that Dauthi Voidwalker even kind of sneaks in with a real disruptive element and not just the sort of cheese you thing is huge.
Yeah, the fact that the Amulet deck now actually uses its graveyard a good bit really has changed things up.
Yeah, that's something where looking at the hand with Thoughtseize before, seeing Scape Shift Primeval Titan, there's a moment of going, wow, if you're playing against Amulet Titan, you actually sort of need to know how the deck works too, which is not an easy ask. But Joshua Willis up to the task.
Yeah, and Dauthi Voidwalker coming down, putting on real pressure.
Do 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 do.
Forest, pass the turn.
That's how it goes. Yeah.
Yeah. And it looks
All right, Ketravos off the top.
It's a strong one.
It's something.
Yeah.
It looked like Joshua had just drawn a bunch of ephemerates, and this is not the draw for those.
Yeah, not Ephemerate Dauthi, not really a combo outside of dodging removal, but not a bad one. As Relic's coming down, super not a combo with Dauthi.
Oh, interesting pick. Interesting to cast that instead of Ketramos this turn.
Is there something he's representing?
I think he's representing stuff, but really what I think he's doing is holding up his ephemerates in case one of those sideboard dismembers comes down for the Dothy.
Yeah, this is the only pressure that Joshua has here.
Yeah. And, you know, ideally our Ketchamos will start attacking. It won't be anytime soon.
Sure, sure. I mean, there is the point where Victor can just start casting 6/6s with Trample, even if all the combo stuff is turned off.
Yeah.
Primeval Titan is large.
Very large. As we're seeing Victor float a green.
All right, Simic Growth Chamber, green in the pool. How is it going to get used?
Dryad of the Elysian Grove.
All right, Crumbling Vestige. Another floating mana. Another untap off the amulet. Scape Shift time.
Yeah, and I think this is a moment of getting Valakuts.
Oh.
Even though we can't really do anything that's going to, like, kill this turn, we just have the Dryad, and I think that is what Victor's trying to set up here.
Sure,
And
sure.
those are all exiled with the Void counters on them. So Joshua could cast his own Scape Shift next turn. Of note, too, for Ketchamos, I talked about not being able to attack for a little bit due to the cards in exile. We just got a lot of cards in exile.
That's true. This is really huge, and that might even be another reason that Joshua didn't want to deploy it, is you know that Scape Shift's over there. Victor might not be interested in just slamming it if you know it's going to turn on a pretty sizable attacker.
Yeah. And it looks like Victor is trying to figure out, okay, what exactly do I want? Looks like Joshua maybe has a bit of a dirty sleeve and is like, hey, I'm trying to fix my sleeve real quick. As now, I mean, we're going to see Victor. I mean, I assume we're going to see Victor grab a Valakut. That is the thing that makes a ton of sense with the Dryad, because then the Dryad can start, you know, shooting things down. Looks like maybe a bounce lane getting eyed here. It's possible Victor's trying to set up just having mana for an Elishnorn.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, so Lotus Field. There are some Teleria West lines from here where if you just say, I'm never going to cast another spell, but I don't think you can beat the stuff I'm getting.
Yeah. And Lotus Field implies to me that we think this game is ending.
Right.
I thought we were out here just having a good old time, going to get a Valakut, pass the turn.
This is the funny thing about Amulet Titan is, for me, it almost just feels like watching Houdini or something where you're just like, okay, I vaguely understand the mechanics of what's going on. I couldn't do that. But it's just a magic trick. It's so cool.
Magic tricks are dope. Mirror Pool coming down. No, Urza's Cave. Okay. That's going to let us search for more lands. I like lands.
From the creators of Searching for 4 Lands comes Searching for a 5th land.
All right, here's Otawara. Maybe, no.
Maybe they're just mana sources, and these are the ones that Victor's trying to get out of his deck.
Maybe. Okay, Teleria West. Okay, we have a plan now.
Okay.
That's the way to find Summoner's Pact. That's very good from this spot. Because it lets you search your deck more.
Well,
I know.
yeah, so this is another, it feels like Victor's softly, politely declaring that the game is about to end.
Yeah, I guess my real question is, what are we doing with all this mana?
3 of these lands are about to evaporate.
Well, yeah, we're going to lose 3 of them. We can float some mana, right? So the Teleria West, it's going to pay for 1 on its own transmute. The Growth Chamber pays for the rest. You have Vestige for 1. And then now we have the Lotus Field up. Now we're going to transmute for Teleria West.
Okay.
I believe. All right, there's Summoner's Pact. So normally at this point we would be getting like Aftermath Analyst, and I'd be telling you about, you know, the 7 stages that we're going to go through in order to come out a victor. But this Dothy Voidwalker is causing some issues.
I'm feeling like Victor just passed the turn.
Sure, okay, just developing the 3 lands off Lotus Field. It's possible. Joshua's fetching. with the Surveil, implying the turn's over.
All right, cutting each other's stacks. This is why I could never play Amulet.
Yeah, this is a real Yahoo Yippee moment if you're Joshua. Your opponent casts Scape Shift. You thought what's going to happen? They seem to think something's going to. Oh, I like this. Does it get around Lotus Field? This little check.
Just double check if White Orchid Phantom can target Lotus Field. That's the card on top for Joshua.
Yeah, Krinko Buzz Crusher can because it's worded in a way that makes it work. But White Orchid Phantom, not worded in a way where it works.
All right, gets flipped over by Joshua. Probably going to try and find something else on the draw step. And he finds...
You see that Victor gave a little smile there when he hit the graveyard?
Yeah. Not today.
Do you think Victor's been Krinko Buzz Crushered in Modern?
Honestly,
Probably has.
yeah, I have.
Probably
It's
has.
got to happen at least once.
Thank you, production, for pulling it up on screen. And look how big it is.
It's got 4 power, 4 toughness, all the trimmings.
It has trample too, in case you need to get beaten down too. And once you blow up their land, you got to give them a little oomph.
Classic Flample situation.
Yeah, and just elegant in its wording. As we were gonna see shuffling of the hand here. As it looks like Overlord of the Bailmerk was the pick up of the turn. That's a great one.
That's not bad. Okay, and look at this. Here it is. Looks like it's about to be impending.
Yeah, I think the thing for Joshua here is Joshua doesn't have the 4th land. Oh, no, there's a Boggart Trawler. I see. Okay. All right. I was going to say, I think we're not going to play Ketramos because we don't want to lower the shield on the Dothia Ephemerate. But now we have Ketramos. We can start cooking.
Yeah, it's if you do something like impend the Overlord, it kind of asks, what are you looking for? Maybe Solitude is something that he would love to find to just try and check this Dryad of the Elysian Grove.
Finds another Dothi Voidwalker.
Oh, I thought that was Emperor of Bones.
Maybe it was. I'm pretty sure it's Dothi.
We'll find out soon.
Yeah, we will. There's 2 Dothis. Why would I not draw both of them?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's just a pretty reasonable question. Okay, so Exile's Relic.
Yeah.
Gonna draw an indeterminate number of cards off Ketramos.
Yeah, I think there's a question on where does this Titan go? Does it go to the Shadowverse, as it were, with the Dothi? I don't think it is. I think they're just double checking.
I think it's separate. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, it's a replacement effect on when it would go to the graveyard, not when it leaves.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
A good question to ask. You want to make sure. I think Joshua wanted to draw 3 more than anything.
Right. So basically, the way that worked that way is because 1 trigger is from the relic exiling itself. 1 is from a card getting exiled from Victor's graveyard, and then the other one is from Joshua's graveyard getting exiled.
Production, can I get Ancestral Recall on the screen? 'Cause I think I just saw that happen there. It was looking pretty good to me. Is that Power Crypt Ancestral Recall hitting the graveyard as well? Oh, wow. It really makes you think.
That's great. This is actually kind of a picture of probably how Victor was feeling on the inside watching that happen.
You see, I imagine that little person is how you feel when I'm saying production pull up Ancestral Recall.
That's actually true. That's actually true. I did exactly that and looked over to Jeremy.
Speaking of doing exactly that, Lotus Field coming down. Then it looks like we're Summoner's Pacting. And yeah, we have a bunch of floating mana.
It's go time.
Yeah, so I think while we were joking around, we played Forest, we played Lotus Field, we floated 4 green. We cast Summoner's Pact, we're going into our deck, we're going to try and find something to take over the game here. Probably Primeval Titan. It could be a Cultivator Colossus type card. We'll have to see which one we go for.
If you're in Victor's seat, this has got to be the spot where you're going, okay, my opponent just drew a bunch of cards. This is the shields down moment. It is now or it is never.
Definitely. And Colossus can make a lot of things happen. I remember one time I was just in the same spot Joshua is, where it's they basically have nothing, and Colossus drew 15 lands, and they just moved through the deck, and I was like, that's so big. It makes the impossible happen. Basically turns every land in your hand into a spell, because you just keep going. And Joshua has Solitude, though, so if you're going to do it, now's typically the best time.
Bojuka Bog, Vesuva, copy Lotus Field.
All right, we hit a spell. I'm not sure which one it is.
Not a land. That's really what matters in this spot. So Vesuva copied the Lotus Field, sacked the real Lotus Field in the bog, untapped, casts another Amulet of Vigor.
All right, okay.
This Cultivator Colossus is a 1/1, man. Like
It could have been so much bigger.
This is not, I don't think we can call it a Colossus. This is just
A cultivator.
a Cultivator.
Well, it has room to grow. It's kind of like when you get a puppy.
It is exactly like that. Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
I've never had a puppy, but you sound confident.
Why would I lie?
I mean, yeah, no,
It's
exactly.
just-
Why would you lie about something
Yeah.
like that? It's such a strange spot to lie over nothing.
Yeah. Well, that's because it's an apt comparison, as we do seem to have Solitude now.
Okay.
It looks like we are going to sort of go, and that's going to trigger our Ketchamos to get some redraws. We also have this Ephemerate.
All right, so Solitude gains the 1,
Then Joshua loses the 1.
draws the card. Ephemerate, gonna go after the Dryad of the Elysian Grove. How you feeling about that advantage meter?
As it looks like there is no cards in hand for Victor. And Joshua is moving quickly. It looks like Joshua is trying to count, like, okay, what can I do here? Drew March for the Worldly Light. Great way to actually stop with these amulets, which is one of the few ways you could lose this game. We have Lethal and 2 set up here, so I would not be surprised if Joshua does something along those lines. Might also play Relic, pop Relic.
Right, Joshua is so firmly in the spot of, okay, I have basically won this game, but how do I make sure I don't lose a game I have effectively won? So we see the swing for 7, Victor down to 10. Joshua with a full grip at this point.
Yeah, and here's Overlord the Bale Merc.
Yep.
Looking for more.
Oh, yeah.
Victor's
Dead
gonna-
to Summoner's Pack. Victor saying, man, listen, stop.
Yeah.
Blood, it's yours.
Yeah,
it's yours.
I-
It's yours.
Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah, and then Joshua's, you can see Joshua's like, I didn't even realize. I was just in the zone, you know, having a good time. And I love that from Victor here. He let him have his fun, but he's like, hey, I'm dead. So be it.
All right, that is Joshua Willis moving on to 8-0 with Orzhov Blink.
Very
Kind of
impressive.
a deck that was developing a lot in Portland and now really making a name for itself.
Ketchamos is, I think, the difference maker. We saw in that game just draw so many cards. Just really locked us up. And speaking of lock it up, we're going to take a quick little break before we lock ourselves in for more Magic.
All right, don't go anywhere. See you soon. Howdy, gamers. Welcome back to the regional championships here in Portland at SCGCON. Mason, Carmen, switching it up, saying it the other way, but we've still got Modern for you.
Yep, and we have some really awesome stuff. Just so you know, we're still in round 8. We took a small little break there. We set up our backup feature match area, and we've had a cool one for you.
Yeah, this is one we even got a little bit of a sneak peek of at the top of the round here. We have Demir Mill in the feature match area. We've already gotten to see a glimpse of what Jake Beardsley's doing, and I had to beg him for more. I've loved Demir Mill for an embarrassing amount of time.
Yeah, and, you know, it's really well positioned against Breach. I mean, when you cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter, the deck's average CMC is like 1.5. And that means Tasha's hits the deck, basically.
Right, it hits so much. All of those Moxen are ultimately 0 mana spells.
Yeah, and then, you know, the deck plays a decent number of lands, too, so it is not unrealistic for the Tashas to, like, hit 20 to 30 cards.
Yeah, and this deck also is able to sort of play a prison-y role that Jake was actually talking to us between rounds about, where Surgical Extraction is able to basically look at a deck that might be low on a raw number of threats and take all of them out of the opponent's library.
Yeah, it's really impressive stuff here, and it goes back to like people thought of Demir Mill, as a like aggro deck for a long time.
Yes.
Jake really saying, no, I can play these different kinds of games. Very impressive stuff here versus Larry Coleman on Eldrazi Ramp, which you and I haven't got to see much of this weekend. We saw a ton in Portland, but kind of an awkward matchup here.
It's so funny, right? There are a lot of things going on. There's a bunch of push and pull where a lot of times, historically, you would go, oh, Eldrazi, don't they just shuffle back into their deck over and over and over? Not these Eldrazi.
Yeah, but there are World Breakers and Emrakul the Promise End for that wrinkle you're talking about, where the Promise End will be easier to cast, and World Breaker you can buy back if you start to flood out. Now, I'd rather be on the Beardsley side of things, I think, you know, than the Coleman, but it's definitely not free.
Right, this is when I think there's a surprising amount of play to this deck, or this matchup rather, despite both decks appearing linear on the deck list sheet.
Yeah, definitely. There's just a lot of play to all the modern decks. I'm really excited to see it.
All right, let's get down to the match. It's round 8. Both of these players sitting at 6-1 as Larry Coleman kicks us off with an Eldrazi Temple to Beardsley's Undercity Sewers, surveilling.
Yeah, you've seen Jake's Beardsley, your Pro Tour Lord of the Rings champion, was scamming people with Grief, now doing it with mill cards, as we do see a Kozilek's Command for 0, Coleman wanting to get land drops most likely there.
Love the cycle, and Beardsley flipping over a Drown in the Lock, knowing really hard to counter spells with that one here.
Yeah, they're going to be big.
Crab, Pinchy.
Ruinous, some would even say.
Some, plural?
Yeah, people would call it a ruinous crab.
Okay. Well, Mr. Rainforest comes down, puts 3 cards into Coleman's graveyard.
Yeah, Kozilek's Return, one of the awkward ones. It's not the greatest in the world, but there's a bunch of crabs that are going to be nice here. Kozilek's Command actually catching the crab there with a Scry 1, Draw 1 attached as well when Jake goes to fetch, preventing the mill.
Kind of the greatest in the world. The Electrolyze mode on that has always been really impressive to me.
It is so strong to sort of kill something and just draw a card, just like at rate. Very good.
All right, so here's a fetch shock from Beardsley.
Yeah, it signals to me maybe something like another crab.
Definitely.
And this one's Hedron.
Ooh, okay, so this is the prequel to the sequel.
Yeah, and this one notably dies the Kozilek's Return on the front half. You know, the other crab does not, so I think Jake maybe was trying to sequence in a way to have that happen, but ends up getting cleaned up by the Kozilek's Command.
Okay, pretty good. Also, Field of Ruin, not bad against Eldrazi Temple.
Yeah, really good here. Both players going to grab a basic from their deck. These Eldrazi decks play a lot of basics, so we're not going to see a strip mining for a second.
I almost wonder if that color fixed Coleman.
It honestly might have. We didn't reveal any green lands.
Or red.
Yeah. Now, these players are playing very quickly, partly because we spent up a little bit.
Well, I was about to say, with a little bit of help from our dear friend and producer in the chair.
Yeah, I think this is something that Jake is thinking about. You know, it's like, okay, I am happy with sort of giving them the green, right? You don't win Pro Tours without thinking about stuff like that. As the preordained comes down, Jay's the Perfected Mind, a great big mill spell.
Nice way to just have something that lets you play both roles, right? You do just have this 4 mana 15 you. It isn't life in the same sense, but basically delete 15 life from the relevant life total, or let you have a card advantage engine for your slower games.
Yeah, it's kind of like Lava Axe. That's how I always see it in these center decks, right? It's like,
sure,
take 5, mill 15. Very similar.
All right, here's sowing Myco Spawn, getting an Eldrazi Temple.
Coleman, don't get the land from your deck. You need the cards in your deck.
And this is the spot, too, if you're in Coleman's seat, you know that Beardsley does not have the Archive Trap.
Yeah, that would have been a spot to mill the 13, and it would have been pretty huge. Coleman has about 12 cards in graveyard with 5 on the board, plus a couple in hand, about 40 left in deck. And Tasha's Hideous Laughter, which we sort of said a marquee card from milling, both Energy and Breach out. Not going to be good against the ramp deck here.
We did not touch on Tasha's Hideous Laughter against this deck. That's one where the cards in Coleman's deck cost so much mana. I almost wonder if Jake has to exile cards or something.
Yeah, it's just so tough. Yeah, I think Jake's asking sort of, I think Jake wants to, so Jake, very good at math, very smart Magic player. I would not be surprised if he also is keeping track of like the total mana value of Coleman's deck.
That is definitely the type of thing he's looking at here.
Yeah, and so I think that's why he's like, hey, I get Delirium's probably bad. I'm seeing if my Hideous Laughter, like how many cards can I actually expect? As there goes an Emrakul.
All right, and that's with the sequel to the prequel to the sequel. This joke's getting away from me, but there are 2 crabs on the table. Fetchland going to trigger both of them twice, taking a bunch more cards out of Coleman's deck, basically doubling how many cards have been milled this game.
Yeah, and I think that puts Coleman, you know, down to somewhere like 28-ish, 32-ish cards. It's hard to know exactly. I'm not sure if we mulliganed, etc. But
oh, it's the draw 3 mode. Okay.
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 Yeah, so now Jake is going to draw 3 because there's more than 20 cards in the yard.
Yep.
And that's a great way to find, you know, the next big mill spell.
I mean, that's one of the ways that you can try and fight through an Emrakul the Promised End. It's just by saying, okay, fine, where are you pointing the first of my 5 mill cards?
Yeah, and I think some of these crabs, too, specify opponent. You know, Hedron Crab notably targets either player. Players using the Vengevine deck, but Ruinous Crab doesn't.
Each opponent.
Yeah, y'all hate fun at Wizards of the Coast. So.
Hey, they're different kinds of fun. One of them's better at self-enabling graveyard decks. One of them a little better in Commander.
Commander? What's that? As we are going to see our players looking through the graveyard here, trying to figure out exactly what they have in their deck.
All right. You know Beardsley here is probably card counting some amount, and Coleman is saying, okay, I need to actually get the cards out of my hand. Ooh, okay, so we're seeing kicked sowing Myco Spawn.
Okay.
This is something that we've seen a few times in this matchup. We actually called a match for this came up in Portland. Knocking the mill player off of black can matter a ton.
It really can. And these sowing micro spawns are pretty good. Yeah, we're seeing Jake here in the middle of shuffling, just double checking, make it easier on everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just going, you know, while I've got you here, Jace down.
And Jake has another crab in hand.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh!
Mil
Crabs, 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 and it's time for game 2. That's going to be 24 cards milled.
I mean, I think all the milling was the crabs that game.
Yeah.
Right? And it's
well,
just
3 from Jace, but...
Yeah, Jace did 3. That's fair, but I mean, like...
But 48 cards were milled by crabs that game.
Yeah,
so,
really showing the
no
Goblin
joke.
Guide as comparison we talked about before.
All right, so looking to the sideboard, this is the spot where if you're in Beardsley's seat, you definitely are bringing in these consigned memories. Those are so important in this matchup.
Yeah, basically just here to stop the Eldrazi decks. Obviously comes in other spots, but this is sort of the matchup you're really thinking about with Consign. That's definitely going to come in here. Extirpate, more surgical type stuff when there's
that
so
one's
few.
not bad, right? Yeah, it's hitting Emrakul the Promised End and Worldbreaker just can actually make it pretty hard for Coleman to win.
Yeah, I mean, there's only like 3 or 4 cards, like Writhing Chrysalis and Karn the Great Creator, the other 2 you didn't mention, that can maybe realistically win a game. If you hit 2 of those and you mill, you have 3 copies of one, it's basically done. So I could easily imagine us bringing that card in as well. And maybe, you know, we might see something like a Nile Spell Bomb in order to stop Emrakul. I'm going to be interested to see how Jake does that. Meanwhile, on Coleman's side, I think we might see a little going up. Not bringing in and out, just going up to a multiple above 3.
It's so funny that you can do that these days where you just goes, you know what, I'll bring in 2 Causal X returns. Why not?
Yeah, and it's a totally reasonable thing. I mean, these Dismembers, we just saw how punishing these crabs can be. I could see some of those coming in as the extra card. You know, you want to keep some of these things in your wish board, but a very tight wish board here. I don't imagine we want to Stone Brain for any of these sort of mill cards.
I'm not really sure what you would be naming, unless you are really afraid of something like Surgical Extraction, but even that seems pretty thin.
Yeah, I think we're just probably going to see, a couple cards being brought in with the idea being, if you get your deck to above a multiple of 3 after you draw 7 cards, you get 1 extra mill out of it. That's sort of the idea most players do.
I could see Stone Rain on the play.
Yeah, I think it's totally reasonable.
Stone Rain, not the Stone Brain.
Yeah, Stone Rain, totally fair. I mean, that's, that was a joke we were having behind the scenes in Portland, is we would watch the Eldrazi deck multiple times, and I would be like, yeah, I don't really have anything, but I'm on the play, and I'll Stone Rain you, I guess.
Yeah,
that's
you can just
good
Stone
enough.
Rain people on 2 a shocking amount of the time.
Yeah, and that is just good enough if someone mulligans. You go to 6, lose a land, might lose the game.
And if you want to get involved in the regional championships, you can join us at SCGCON Hartford. This is going to be the next round of regional championships where it is specifically going to be standard. That's from May 16th to May 18th. To get more information, you can head out to starcitygames.com/SCGCon.
We hope to see you all there.
All right, players, at it already. Windswept Teeth in a pass. Beardsley kicking things off with a preordain.
Glimpse the Unthinkable on top, a little mill 8. Has another one in hand.
Glimpse the Unthinkable's 10, right? Breaking and entering's 8.
You're right. 8. Good games. Good luck in the rest.
Thanks. Looked like Beardsley liked at least one of his cards. Passes back. Coleman fetching. Probably a commercial district.
Probably.
So if you're playing mill, do you ask your opponent starting cards in library as you're shuffling up?
I do. I think
you almost have to.
I think Beardsley does.
All right.
Oh, we left the card on top, and then boom. Which, interesting. So all his dust was left on top might mean we have an Uggin's Labyrinth in hand with no enabler. Or the enabler we have is the thing we want to cast.
Sure. Okay, and we see Stone Rain did come in.
Yep. Which might also be what's in hand, too.
And shout out Coleman for the Champions of Kamigawa Stone Rain. Very tasteful. Talisman of Impulse the play.
Drown the Lock in hand for Jake.
All right, Glimpse the Unthinkable. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10.
Good job.
Thanks. I've been practicing that one for years.
Wow. Years?
Months.
More
Sorry,
acceptable.
confession time.
Yeah.
All right, here's that Stone Rain. Goes after the blue source on Beardsley's side. Okay, Coleman, I see your game.
Yeah, it's trying to keep Tasha's Hideous Laughter maybe at bay or something like that, or Fractured Sanity.
And I'm just going to double-check the deck list really quick. This Ghost Quarter is getting close to Strip Mine.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
2 more islands in Beardsley's deck? Okay, maybe not as close as I thought.
Yeah, but I mean, if one more gets played, it could definitely be a thing. Also, keeping off black mana is a totally reasonable thing. There's only one swap.
And this is maybe the world where Beardsley has to start thinking about going after sowing Myco Spawn.
Yeah, just
with something like Surgical Extraction.
That makes a ton of sense. I mean, hitting the land here was huge on the Stone Rain for Coleman. Made it so we couldn't just see something like develop a crab, mill you with my land for turn, hold up drown, stop the body that you could be playing, buy a little bit of time.
I'm actually going to guess that it's Extirpate and not Surgical Extraction. I think if you're thinking this much, it's because you're trying to figure out if you want to cast a 2-drop or your Extirpate.
That makes sense to me.
All right, so we've seen the draw. Okay, and just pass. Utopia Sprawl from Coleman.
On the forest, playing around Field of Ruin. Oh, and we're seeing the double land here, Imprint.
Oh, interesting, and just plays it out. All that rifling through the graveyard, it does kind of feel like Coleman maybe just wanted to hide it for a second.
Yeah, that's a great play there from Coleman. Fractured Sanity, milling 4 and drawing a card.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I think we're a land away from being able to bounce the Devourer to the hand and cast it.
Well, I guess the awkward thing here is if you bounce it to your hand, you have to immediately cast it from there, or else Beardsley just has full information and gets that window to extirpate.
Yep.
All right, goes quarter on the swamp.
Yeah, I mean...
That's not strip mine, but it's not far off.
Yeah, I mean, trying to keep Beardsley off the multiple black, like we talked about before, can definitely come up. Looks like he is going to use an extirpate here. No responses, even if you could.
Do not, if you think about responding, we will call a judge.
Yeah, I think Jake here is looking at, okay, World Breaker is like kind of the quote-unquote obvious one. That one comes back. But is there something that's maybe the second best that there's more copies in deck of, double checking?
And this is definitely the game where if you're in Beardsley's seat, you can feel that Coleman is on the land destruction plan. So it makes a lot of sense to just go after a World Breaker here.
Yep, and we're seeing World Breaker.
6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. Okay, I think there are about 26 cards left in deck.
Okay, all right. So a couple big mill spells away. Jake does still have that island like you talked about, so not quite Stone Rain. Also note, Larry, another land away. Now we do have a lot of double lands that can help a lot with getting Devour in play, but we do need to work towards winning.
A Sowing Microspawn would be a great draw for Coleman here.
Yeah, keep Beardsley down. Don't let a double mill situation happen.
Okay, Windswept Heath, that plays.
Yeah, it's something.
All right, Beardsley's going to have the end step. Scalding Tarn, fetch. Gets the Undercity Sewers.
Looking for something like Fractured Sanity just to mill 14.
All right, the cut, the surveil.
What do we got?
The leave it.
Yeah, quickly, and Consign Memory flash there from Jake in hand. Makes sense, sort of this slow approach we're taking this game.
Right, this is a spot where when your opponent's hellbent and you just have a ton of cards, you're going to see the game slow down a bunch, where Beardsley is getting that sort of feeling of, okay, every turn extra this takes, my opponent sort of loses a quote-unquote life.
Yeah. I mean, currently, if nothing changes, Jake easily wins. He has more cards in deck.
Yep.
So, maintain the status quo. And that's where the idea of this becoming like a controlling deck really starts to shine, right? Like, that's where the Emrakul the Promised in with Consigned Memory, so we're going to answer that immediately.
Could not slam that Consign faster.
All right, Jake has a Glimpse the Unthinkable in hand. That means we're pseudo 10 less cards in deck and might not be pseudo for much longer.
Okay, and it looks like the other card in hand is basically just a copy of Drown in the Loch, which is why it wasn't cast last turn.
All right, given what you said before, we're in the 12 to 13-ish spot, and we have Odawara in our hand. And it looks like
Field of Ruin on Ugin's Labyrinth is so brutal.
Yeah, and I think Jake is out of basics due to all those things, but getting rid of that getting rid of that Devour Destiny was huge. And yeah, I mean, Coleman's going to want to get a land, but Jake's okay with that.
Right, what's he going to do? Not take a land?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you had a threat, maybe. Yeah, it looks like Jake's going to a quick little count. I mean, if you can do it that quickly.
I trust.
Yeah.
I trust.
That's 9.
All right, Coleman takes a draw.
I'm just saying if you're doing it that quickly, that means it's small.
Ooh! Ooh! Sowing Microspawn.
Okay, blow up the black land.
Big, big. Okay, what if he bogs himself?
Okay, so play around. But if you bog yourself, you can't Emrakul.
Oh, wait. Fail to find.
Yeah, I wonder if that's on purpose.
Sure.
Play around like a Hedron Crab plus a land.
Yeah, it's at the point where Coleman has successfully answered almost every black source in Beardsley's deck.
Yeah. We see a Misty go, but
3 of them.
Yeah, and we know Jake does have an Odawara that could unsummon this, but that would mean we get to destroy the land again, so we can buy a turn.
Okay, crack the Misty. Get the Undercity Sewers.
There's 6 cards in deck. Jake is on a 6-turn clock.
All right, Surveil. Don't need Polluted Delta. Do need to find a Fractured Sanity off the top. Jake Beardsley, 7-1 with Demir Mill.
Yeah, I mean, this is a deck that people often joke about, right? They're like, oh, mill, whatever, blah, blah. It's really well positioned right now. You can hit some matchups that you truly can't, like, that are, I shouldn't say can't beat, but are truly hard to beat. But when you play against only the top decks, which you can expect more of at a regional championship, especially if you start off winning a lot, that's how you walk into the Pro Tour.
And I think you're going to see that from a lot of players who basically only a top finish is the relevant thing to them, right? I think to a lot of players, something like a day 2, cash, etc., can feel like a great feather in your cap. To someone who has won a Pro Tour already, eyes are on the World's Invite.
Definitely.
Right? That's the thing where you want to put yourself in a position to win the whole event and bet on yourself to win.
Yep. I can't wait to see what's going to happen in our last round. And we're going to take a quick break before our last round of Magic. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Howdy, gamers, and welcome back to the final round of day 1 of the regional championships here at SCGCON in Charlotte. I'm Carmen Clemperns, that's Mason Clark, and we're winding down on a pretty long day, and we've got the matchup of the tournament in the feature match area right now.
Our two of our undefeateds, Breach.
5 total. We'll get there in a second.
Yeah,
Don't go anywhere.
Breach and Orzhov Blink are in our feature match. That's what we're going to be watching. We saw Joshua last round, an already RC champion, looking for the 2-timer. I think would be the first 2-timer, at least here in the States.
That would be so sick.
Yeah, it would be very awesome.
Yeah, that was the first thing. We opened with Pete Husisian in round 1.
Yeah.
On Amulet Titan going, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. And, I think Pete's still in the running. I'm not exactly sure on the last status update here. Not one of our undefeateds,
no.
But don't need to be in order to win. That's the nice thing with the RC. You
right.
can be X3 and still make day 2. So a lot of matches going on right now that really matter. I know I got a couple friends here who are, X1-1 right now, and they're battling it out, hoping that little bit better breaker for day 2 tomorrow. And that's what matters, these things. You can, be X2-1 today, win out tomorrow, make the Pro Tour, make top 8, make Worlds.
Right, I think for a lot of these players, especially the ones we're going to be talking about in this round, are players who they've already punched their ticket for day 2, but you don't come to this sort of event going, I sure hope to day 2, right?
Yeah, you want to get the at least Pro Tour invite, if not the Worlds invite. And for some of our players, like we saw Jake Beardsley earlier, the Worlds invite is more what's on the eyes.
Yep. All right, so let's have a look at the players at the top of our standings going into this round. We have 5 undefeated players, last I heard. That with Orzhov Blink, Grinding Breach, Boros Energy, a block of Grinding Breach. We don't have to focus too hard on that. We kind of know the story of what's going on. We see Jesse Robkin, one of the progenitors of the deck, sitting at 7-1. But then we have Amulet Titan, which we just saw pick up its first loss on camera. Esper Oculus still sitting at 7-1. Orzhov Blink, Amulet Titan, Colorless Eldrazi. A lot of stuff at the top of the standings here.
Definitely.
I understand there's a lot of Grinding Breach, but it's not like these players have dodged Grinding Breach all day.
Yeah, there's been a lot of mirrors. I mean, it was the most played deck in our event. 23% of the room was playing Grinding Breach this weekend. And you're just going to see that sort of decks populating to the top. And, once again, I'm just trying to keep it a buck. It's the best deck in the format.
Yeah, right.
It's so good. You're going to see a lot of it.
We are having to hand wave a lot here to just say, okay, there are a bunch of decks, which is true.
Yeah.
But also, there are only, 2 repeat decks here or something like that? 3 repeat decks. But one of those repeat decks is repeated 7 times.
Yeah.
It's half the screen.
Yep, and this is just the top 15 as well. Colorless Eldrazi, by the way, a deck that used to be very good versus Breach back in the day. Not surprised to see it doing well here. Let's take a look at our feature match deck list for this round, though.
Yeah, really excited to see this. We're going to have Orzhov Blink. This is sort of the new kid on the block in Modern. This deck's really only, 6 weeks old or something like that?
Yes, I mean, especially this version with Ketramos. I mean, it is since the release of Aether
That's
Drift.
even newer.
Yeah, exactly. And then in general, probably 2.5 months, I think, is about when the black-white deck first popped up. So, I mean, it is, like you're saying, a very small, barely double-digit weeks into the Modern metagame. Still, second most played deck on this weekend. Players really like it. And Joshua, we saw last round, doing really well with it. Moving on at 8-0 so far, trying to be 9-0.
Right, these main deck Relic of Progenitus paired with Ketramos, which is a card I know you were really excited about out of Aether Drift, has just really added a new dimension to this deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been so good. We saw on camera last round how, you pop the Relic, you draw 3 cards as long as your opponent's got something, right? It's just very, very good. And you get to break it up over multiple turns. One of our best decks of the format, which we're going to look at in a second, uses its graveyard as a combo kill. So, I mean, as we take a look over here, that's very impressive. Now, Carmen, take a look here. Karn, the great creator in the main deck here. This is something that I know some of the people from the Northeast were really high on. They tried to keep it a little close to the chest, was basically main deck Karn.
Okay, there's Mirror of Fate down there, too.
You're going to need to tell the people about Mirror of Fate. I'm going to tell the people about Karn, the great creator.
Okay, I cannot stress enough, this is not a joke. This is not just for the camera. We heard about the Mirror of Fate tech last night.
Yeah.
And I launch into how I say, okay, well, if that actually comes up, I can tell people about the brilliant Ultimatum combo deck. I played with it in Standard. Please do not make me do that.
Well, we're going to have to maybe if this match goes long enough, we have to kill enough time. But it's true, one of the people we got dinner with last night actually switched off this at the last second, got a little cold feet, and I am sure is going to bring it up to us at dinner tonight.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is actually really impressive, right? So, we're joking around a lot, but this speaks to something that we've seen a lot on the weekend is a lot of players have figured out what the actual core of grinding Breach is, the cards that you actually need from game to game, and that's kind of solved. We see everyone is on 3 grinding stations now, when that oscillated between 1 and 3 previously, for example. But a lot of the other slots in the main deck are seasoning to taste, a lot of them pointing towards how they specifically, as a player, want to navigate the mirror matches. Karn the Great Creator sticks out to me as something that is awesome when you're able to also do a sort of Eldrazi-esque impression and crank it out on the second turn on the back of all of these Moxen.
Yeah, and we've talked about this from the Eldrazi deck a lot. One of the big things about Karn is it presents 2 problems. It presents the Stony Silence effect on the passive, but also the Tormont Crypt immediately getting grabbed and played, meaning you need to clear the Karn and the Crypt in order to win. And Crypt, notably, is a combo enabler. We don't talk about this a lot. It happens with Mishra's Bauble a fair amount, but you can just sack a 0 till you get to the Opal if you have the kill. So actually, it even makes it a thing where it's kind of like, okay, I'm also saying check, right? Like,
yes.
I'm a little bit away from killing you. That matters a ton, along with just, just the raw power of that card is very high. We'll go into the mirror stuff if we need to, but let's look on the future match area and see what round number 9 has in store for us.
All right, heading down. Let's go. Welcome to round number 9. 2 undefeated players. Matchup of the tournament, Orzhov Blink, Grinding Breach. Joshua Willis, Michael DiBenedetto Plummer. Kicks us off with a Mishra's Bauble. And a Mishra's Bauble. I was so ready to say and a Mishra's Bauble again. Just a tap stomping ground, though.
Yeah, unfortunately for Michael, didn't have the Emery to follow up here, which is one of the, more powerful starts available. Joshua, what are the Thoughtseize on 1?
All right, and Thoughtseize flips over a couple of card advantage creatures in 2 Emerys, a Breach, and a Tomio.
Yes.
No blue mana.
Yeah, so it looks like I was wrong. There was an Emery. It's just the blue mana was the problem more than anything. And this is an interesting spot. I mean, realistically, it's Breach and Tamio are the 2 choices. Obviously, you could take an Emery. You might have some other things that can interact. But I imagine we'll see the Breach go here because Joshua's much more down to play a fair creature game.
Right, this is something that we've seen a couple of times from the Orzhov Blink deck on the day where obviously the Ketramos is nice because it gives you this individual card that's a very powerful engine by itself, but the actual game that Orzhov Blink is frequently trying to play is defined by a bunch of incremental advantages backed up by power and toughness. As we see an in-step Bauble, couple cards picked up by DiBenedetto Plummer.
Yeah, and I would think one of the things that we just saw there was we were checking the top of our deck to see if maybe we had a blue land, and then if we were going to pop the second Bauble or not. And we see this fetch land. That way we can deploy the Emery.
That's so nice. Mishra's Bauble is one of the cards that it looks so simple, but there are so many different ways you can play it.
Yeah, it just actually gives you a lot of agency and sort of what you're going to do and the amount of plays you have, despite looking so innocuous.
Okay, so we got that fetch shock you were talking about. Here's the Emery. 4 cards getting milled, including the station. Breach did get taken by Thoughtseize. Joshua patting himself on the back over that one.
Yeah, heads up. Took it. Now, Joshua here has some things that can interact, but not a ton of pressure, it seems. And you really need to get the pressure going sooner than later with a deck like this.
And this is one of the spots where this Emery actually is just going to get to do the card advantage engine thing at a glance.
Yeah, as we see Joshua pass.
That is a resigned, drop my land, go.
Yep. As the Verges, making their way into Modern as well here.
All right. Couple cards picked up. One from the Bauble, one from the normal draw step kind of way. The organic draw, if you will. Homegrown.
Yes. And you're seeing Michael sort of deliberating here.
Oh, are those all black sources on Joshua's side? Hold
yeah,
on.
The Verge starts on the black side. Yeah. So there's no white mana currently. We're not even representing Ophelia. or anything like that, which is typically what you would like in a spot like this. We've passed the Bowmaster's check.
All right, Imri, recurring Mishra's Bobble. Michael happy to just sit here and draw cards if Josh isn't going to do anything.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen the Imri plus Bobble just be a very good engine in Modern at multiple points in history. Really showing us here again. Okay, I'm just going to draw a couple extra cards.
Here's the build your own opt.
Yep. I don't like that one. Search.
Yep, Mishra's Bobble, look at your own card. Stinky.
No. Grab a very cool island, though.
Oof. Just a classic. Signed by Pool and everything.
I was going to say
Come
Mercool.
on. Very, very tasteful set of cards from Michael. Draws off the Bobble.
Fetch land to pick up here for Joshua. Not the greatest in the world, but will turn on that Fatal Push in hand along with giving us white mana.
Yeah, that's something that I imagine is going to be pretty happy to find. Is there a world where you start trying? I think there's another Boggart Trawler in hand.
Yeah, I mean, you could.
Maybe you just go after the graveyard?
You definitely could. I mean, it's an interesting spot. I can't quite make out all the cards. They're pretty close together. But if you could maybe, like, kill off these creatures, Michael maybe spends the turn deploying the Imri again, right, trying to set up, and then you spend your turn Boggart Trawling. That's a great way to sort of leave Michael with nothing.
Yep.
So, obviously, Boggart Trawler here can also just catch the baubles, and if there's not one in hand, we're in a great spot.
Yep.
But I'm interested to see how we want to play this here. It does look like we picked up Felia as well.
Okay, so it looks like Solitude getting pitch cast. Witch Enchanter off to exile.
Yeah. Looks like going after the Imri here.
There's the Ephemerate. Goodbye, Tomio.
This is a pretty interesting thing, too, now, where developing the Imri, all it does is mill, right? Because the Solitude will check it immediately.
All right, so here's a draw from Michael. An untap. Oh, and you can see the sigh. I have 5 cards in my hand. I'm 8-0 at the regional championship. Bobble myself.
Yeah, another bobble. It would have played around the Boggart
Yeah.
Trawler. Yeah.
Yeah.
Boseiju coming down.
Ooh, and if you're in Joshua's seat, that says that hand has spells.
Yeah, and a lot of them.
Whoa. Cast Imri into the face-up Solitude Ephemerate?
Yeah, I think
I have questions,
I think-
anecdotally.
I think Michael's just trying to move to the graveyard here. Maybe also could be a situation. Yeah, we're going to draw from our bobble.
Okay,
On
Bobble.
the upkeep.
Yep, we got an app-nap situation where the Bobble trigger is going to resolve before the Ephemerate trigger. So Ephemerate's targeting Solitude. And the Imri does just get exiled.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a spot where maybe Michael was hoping to draw a bolt or something like that. I guess we left up Breeding Pool, so maybe that wasn't the line.
So there is Strict Serenade and Swan Song in Michael's main board.
Okay. No Into the Flood Maw here. Some of the players this weekend opting for that as sort of a way to have a flexible answer to a lot of problems for a turn, which is all you need sometimes when you're comboing.
Okay, and here's Boggart Trawler taking out Michael's graveyard. Solitude gets exiled by Felia. Just resetting it, putting a counter on the puppy.
And now Michael seemed to have a lot going on very well here, but Joshua has just picked it apart a little bit, had a little bit of time.
In a lot of ways, this speaks to what the Orzhov deck is so good at, is just finding a dimension to keep the opponent on the back foot a little bit and then just push that button.
Definitely. And we're seeing here an attack for 9. No flickering, just getting the damage. I love this from Joshua.
Oh, yeah.
You could have saw a flicker, you know, maybe like, yeah, that way if this thing happens, the Boggart catches it. Nah, just hit him for 3.
Oh, yeah, no. Joshua is very firmly communicating, this is the business end of my deck. Let's get this game over with.
Yep.
As we see a Hedge Maze come out from Michael and in step. This is the do or die moment.
And let's see here.
All right, we see a cut. Scry top. Not what you ever want to see from a combo deck. Malevolent Rumble, though,
All right.
just slightly better than a random card, right?
Just a bit. Now, notably, Ephemerate is in hand here for Joshua, so we can flicker this Boggart Trawler in order to grow a little. Now, there's Karn, the great creator. This wasn't an open deck list moment. Joshua's eyes would have got big.
Definitely the type of thing where you go, hold on, is that your opponents from the last round?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a moment if you're playing on Magic Online testing for the event. You're like, all right, screenshot that. Tell my friends, but talk about that one later.
Guess what I ran into in the leagues. Okay, so Mishra's Bauble comes down, an Eldrazi spawn on the way. Joshua just untapping. Philia can get the Eldrazi out of the way.
Yeah, we can get that out of the way. We can Solitude at 2. This is lethal if we don't have something. And yeah, I mean, Michael basically said, all I can hope is that you forget your Philia trigger. And Joshua won an RC, not going to forget those kind of things.
Yeah, and you know, I do respect it, right? This is the last round of the day. You got nothing but time. Just make all of the correct plays. It's possible Joshua gets in his head and plays around something that isn't that realistic, but buys you that extra draw step.
Really, really true. Speaking of buying us some draw steps, hopefully there's some cards on our sideboard that can help out here to buy a couple draw steps.
Ooh, lot of sideboard stuff going on in the Orzhov Blink deck to make sure that you don't lose the post-board games. I love how Aven Interrupter plays in this matchup.
Aven Interrupter is a house and a half. It was one of the best things about the deck we saw in Portland. Left the main deck, but people are like, I still just really want this in the sideboard, stopping breach in multiple ways. Dauthi Voidwalker, similar with a clock. It isn't as powerful, I think, as Aven Interrupter, but annoying. Drannith Magistrate, similar vein. And then Vindicate, March for the Whirly Light. These are fine things, like minor upgrade situations where they can interact and somewhat favorable, a little clunky.
They're good at checking a lot of the backup plans, right? A bunch of these cards are things that pay respect to the card Urza Saga.
Yep, really, really great point there. Meanwhile, from Michael's side, you know, we have kind of the things we've expected so far, minus all the weirdness, which is the Karn package, right? So we have like Tormod's Crypt, which is a card we used to play, but now we sort of just have it for the Karn board. And then we have this Mirror of Fate, which at one point we will eventually talk about, and Kappa Cannoneer. And I think this is a Kappa matchup. I think this is a spot where it's going to shine.
Yeah, and we also see things like Dress Down, which is something that can turn off some of the hate bears if you need a turn to get around a Drannith Magistrate. This is a great way to do that.
Yep, I imagine that's going to come in along with the Nature's Claims and these Flame of Anors. And, you know, maybe we'll see like a consign. Some players like them as a way to stop the Felia, Flicker Wispy stuff. It's cute. It works. You get the job done.
Yeah, and, you know, a couple of times we complimented Michael's cards, sleeves, and style. Huge shout out to our sponsors. I believe those are the Picture Dragon Shields, which, you know, we laugh about it. I personally love them as well, but these are the people helping keep tabletop Magic and make it possible. Huge shout out to our sponsors, Dragon Shield and Beckett.
Yep, it's so amazing. Love to use their products. What a great pair of sleeves they provide. Pack of sleeves is what I meant to say. I said a pair. You get more than a pair. That's
you get
value.
like 50-ish pairs of sleeves per
You
pack.
get like 51 because they give you those extras.
Oh, yeah, no. Sometimes you do have like the couple extras. It's really nice.
Okay, pull Mirror of Fate up on screen. Let's talk about it.
No.
They took too long to sideboard. What is Mirror of Fate doing in this deck, Carmen?
You know, honestly, I really hope it gets up on the screen soon. So it's 5 mana artifact. Tap, sacrifice it. You choose up to 7 of your face-up exiled cards that you own. You exile all the cards from your deck, and then you put the chosen cards on top. It's sort of like Doomsday in a lot of ways, where you just get to stack your own deck in the face of graveyard hate, which Karn the Great Creator, with that Tormod's Crypt, can even let you set up on your own if you end up needing to recur your threats. So this is another expression of something we've seen on the weekend where people might diversify their kill conditions, right? So we've seen previously out of Jesse Robkin, for example, Jace Wielder of Mysteries and Grape Shot, both in the deck. Here, we're mostly just seeing Thassa's Oracle as the only way to really kill an opponent out of Michael's deck, but Mirror of Fate means that even if it gets exiled by something like Relic of Progenitus, for example, you're going to have a way to get it back out of your exile zone.
Yep. And that is just some really smart and deep tech going on there. What a great find there from Team Legion. And I mean, this is what we're talking earlier about Modern. Underexplored, right? Like, this is a thing a lot of people have been doing. And I'm just going to take a guess. A lot of people, I bet, didn't find to think about this sort of stuff and make the decision. It's fine if you disagree that this is good or not. That's whatever. But so many people didn't probably take the time to do this kind of search. And look at Michael here, 8-0, rewarded for the hard work.
Right, and the thing that I think I might have messed up comparing it to Doomsday, because what you actually do here, you don't choose 5 or 7, you choose up to 7.
Yeah.
So they exile your Thassa's Oracle. All of a sudden, you don't even need to breach your opponent. You cast a Karn the Great Creator, you put Mirror of Fate in your hand, then you put just Thassa's Oracle in your deck and say, all right, kill me right now or you lose the game.
Yep. And it's very impressive. You know, I think it's fair to compare to Doomsday for players, but you're right, it plays meaningfully different than Doomsday.
Right, all right. So, speaking of meaningfully different than Doomsday, turn 1 Steam Vents, turn 2 Tamiyo.
I feel like Doomsday probably plays Tamiyo.
Yeah, you do.
All right, Dauthi Voidwalker in hand here for Joshua. Looks like also Bogart Charlie maybe figuring out, you know, do I want to play this Surveil land? What do I want to do? And looks like just immediately wants to fatal push this Tamiyo.
All right. Probably a fetch shock or just a fetch. Paying a lot of respect to Kappa Cannoneer out of the sideboard as something that can actually apply a lot of pressure.
Kappa Cannoneer is really good at killing really quickly. I think that's also one of the huge innovations recently, by the way, in these Breach decks. It used to be Breach always had a backup killed creature.
Yes.
And a lot of people, like, you know, I remember Claire Reinhardt was talking about Kappa Cannoneer is going to be that here for this deck. And ultimately ended up not working out. People sort of use it only as a sideboard thing. But I think that actually made the deck so much better.
Right.
It became more streamlined. And the backup kill became a little less consistent, but just became more powerful cards.
And it also means that people are less prepared to handle this sort of thing because you go, well, are they one of the players who actually have this in their deck?
Yep.
So, Bauble, Imri, the follow-up to the Tamiyo, this is the strength of the Grinding Breach deck. Michael's just able to present threat that you have to answer. Next turn, threat that you have to answer.
Yeah, and Joshua here, man, a little awkward, drew another basic. So, yeah, has the Bogart Trawler into Dauthi in order to turn off these sort of things, and tie play here for Michael in response.
Okay, gonna take a little look at Joshua's top card. All right, draws 2, 1 from Bauble, 1 the old-fashioned way. Imri.
Yeah, it looks like we're maybe just developing a Mox.
Or not.
Forget about it.
Just give it a... About what?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, yay.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, okay. Bauble, actually. That's pronounced, right? That's got to be a sign of weakness from Michael to just say, okay, I need to find something immediately.
Yeah, looking at the deck, I thought, you know, like, okay, we're getting this Amber. We're sort of setting up maybe for a bigger turn. It looks like, you know, Michael just maybe wants to try and find one of the few ways we have to actually kill this Dauthi Voidwalker. Likes the top card of the deck, though.
Picks it up on Joshua's upkeep, who's now going to get to play a third land. Unfortunately, tapped Shadowy Backstreet.
Yeah, and I think that's another one in hand, too, for Joshua. The mana is so awkward this game.
All right, 3 of them. Michael's already down to 12.
Yeah, I mean, Dauthi Voidwalker kills incredibly quickly as it maybe an end-of-turn dress down here.
Oh, wait. Is this a combo threat?
It might be.
Okay.
That's going to turn off the Dauthi. That means you'll be able to put cards in the yard, and Joshua just has black up with no surgically type effects in the deck.
All right, so there's a card drawn off dress down, then a fetch with Hedge Maze. All right, top card, giving it a little look. Sometimes you like what you see.
Sometimes it's good enough.
All right, draws for turn. Looks like the Bauble draw was an island. Or excuse me, the dress down draw was an island. All right, there she is. Malevolent Rumble.
All right. You hit a Tamiyo. Yeah, it looks like Michael is taking it and doing it.
And leading on lands like this really just speaks to Michael playing differently because he doesn't have Urza's Saga in his deck.
Yeah, we didn't mention this before. we saw players like Alan Wu go down to 2. Michael has 0.
Stone 0. Those are not the backup plan.
Yeah. Very, very pronounced in what we're trying to do and what we're trying to avoid.
All right, Malevolent Rumble resolves. Did not get a good look at what it picked up. Oh, you can't sack the spawn because Dress Down's in play.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Okay. Just Judge checking it out real quick.
Yep, just making sure. Got a little warning, a little oopsie. It happens.
Yep. Long day.
Long day.
Dress Down, weird card.
Very weird.
All right. While they're resolving that, I'm really interested to see how the rest of that turn ends up playing out, because I think it is pretty unlikely. It looks like Michael had planned to use that mana to actually kill that turn, and instead I'm going to just guess, end up being a mana short. That might not end up being the case, of course, but it looks like from this point, Joshua is finally going to untap with 3 mana and maybe start to use stuff like Aven Interrupter.
Yeah, and that sort of thing is when it gets really bad for Michael really quickly. Those are the cards that we're really playing that kind of lock us out. Of note, though, the mana was very awkward in hand. We still have Plains, which we can play. We also have another Shadowy Backstreet as one of our other lands. So it's going to be awkward for us to double spell and still kind of curve out and do what we want to as the games progress. But you're right. This is going to be a pretty big turn here, and it's going to matter a lot for Joshua to have something like Aven Interrupter to stop these future turns, because I think we're going to end up with this turn sort of being like, I got some cards, I play a Tameo, I pass, and this Dothy's back to putting me on the back foot.
Right. This is a spot where you can tell by playing the Dress Down, whenever Michael didn't have the combo rolled up, that was him kind of identifying, okay, that's a tapped Shadowy Backstreet. I realize my opponent is missing some component, some piece of the puzzle, in this case, white mana. So this may just be the one window that I get to go off. And I think for a lot of strong combo players, that, well, maybe I buried the lead a bit, but that's how you become a strong combo player, is just identifying when it might not be perfect, but this is the window that you're going to get that's going to be the closest.
Yeah, you got to be able to sniff out the blood and jump on it, right? There's an opportunity. The hunt's on. Let's see if it works. I have this Malevolent Rumble. It's going to get me a lot of cards. Didn't work out this turn, but that's okay. Right? We still got through it, and there's lots of words we're talking about how Michael's won this game, and we're moving on to game number 3.
Right, exactly. All of the things we're saying right now are just saying, well, he doesn't immediately win right now this instant. There's still a lot of game left on the table. That's why the judges are making sure everything's above board, wants to make sure that this game doesn't have fall apart somehow, or the game state doesn't become unfixable.
Yep, and speaking of unfixable, let's talk a bit about that mana base with the Saga.
Yes.
Because, we didn't talk about it much before. We sort of decided to highlight other things like Karn instead. And one thing to note here, 16
cards that are there are so much cooler than cards that aren't, right?
That's true, yeah. And
oh, wait, there are Urza Sagas. They're just under the enchantment section.
They hid them from us on the deck list. So that makes a lot of sense.
And you know what? That's our fault.
That's on us.
We just got to hold this out.
I should have checked. And you know what? That happens.
Oh, yeah, it's totally fine. But the Karn the Great Creator stuff is one of the most interesting developments here for me, because I think in a lot of cases, it feels like that is almost entirely what makes the Eldrazi matchup feel like something that can let you justify playing the Eldrazi side of things right now. Is just how strong Karn the Great Creator is.
Yeah, I mean, that's what drew a lot of players in, right? Turn 2 Karn. We talked about this a lot in Portland. How good is Turn 2 Karn in the format, right? Incredible against Breach, passable in other spots. And that was really the thing, right? We saw some players, like some Magic Online grinders, being like, well, I kind of just want like one. Maybe I want none, right? And we sort of saw that in Portland. Players, for the most part, are playing Karn this weekend. There's obviously some delineations in the deck there. But overall, it has proven to be a good thing, but not enough.
Right.
And we mentioned this a lot at Portland. We've sort of not talked about it a lot today. Breach, really good at being the first hate piece. Can still beat the second, and the third is often the thing that beats them.
Yep.
And sometimes the first one goes the distance. We saw this from Peter with the Collector Oof. Just kept a hand that was like, on a mulligan, to be fair, but just like, I got an Oof, and I hope it's enough go. The opponent couldn't answer it in time and died.
Yep,
right?
just took to ya.
Okay, I got to tie and hit you. All right, nice. So like, it sometimes can, but typically you need like 2 to 3 hate pieces to realistically beat it. And that was such the big appealing part of Karn was its Tormod's Crypt, which hits one aspect of the combo, and then Stony Silence effect with the passive hitting the other half, making it really hard because you need some sort of like lightning bolts to answer Karn. You can't be on Holy Heat because then Tormod's Crypt will get rid of the graveyard. That becomes this weird song and dance. Now, to be fair, lots of the Breach players are just playing bolts. To just have a 1/1 or have 2 bolts, and they're just paying the Karn tax. Also kills Tamio in the mirror, so it's definitely not awful. Such is life.
You can also just roll up Karn and start targeting your opponent's artifacts.
Yeah.
It's not like that's that bad.
Yeah, it's totally reasonable. It just happens. So it is what it is.
Right. It basically is able to play so many different roles because we've also seen players get trapped under opposing Relic of Progenitus's, where it can even sort of be a hate card for hate cards.
Yep. And it looks like we're getting back to our feature match area. It has all been resolved.
All right. So we're seeing the Eldrazi spawn. It looks like Dress Down on its way to the graveyard.
Yeah, it looks like maybe end of turn we're all just clarifying, okay.
Does Dorothy Voidwalker exile that? I don't think so.
It does not. No, it's one of the weird things. We're going to see Fatal Push. Get that Tamio.
That one does get exiled.
Yep, that's our Tamio. Is Relic of Progenitus the pickup?
Our Tamio, comrade.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of big that we drew this Relic because we didn't have an Aim and Interrupter thing.
Right.
You know, like we talked about how that could be a huge part of this turn. We just didn't have anything. And we're not going to have something, having this card that actually lets us pop the graveyard, you know, solve that half of things, but also turn on Revolt for Fatal Push for Emery.
Ooh, Strix Serenade.
Big draw there.
And this is exactly what you were talking about before, where it's the second hate piece that gets you. And Michael knows that too. So making sure that there's actually a check for that is just one of the things that he needs to answer to actually win this game with a combo kill.
Yeah. As now, Joshua just double checking, hey, is this one like Swan Song and hits enchantments? It doesn't, so we're going to get into the attack in where if that had been a Swan Song where something that could hit enchantments, we would have probably held it up as like, oh, nice, I have another layer of protection here. As we see this hand has Plains, Fatal Push in it.
All right, well, Shadowy Backstreet takes a look at the top card. Having a think, that's the think of someone where it's a mediocre spell.
Yeah.
Ketramos, gone.
Yeah, now it's about, you know, maybe in a different world, a different life it'd be there, but not here. We don't have the Relic.
All right, it looks like Malevolent Rumble is the face-up card in Michael's hand. Thinking about how to sequence from here.
And, you know, we mentioned it. Strix, sort of that second hate piece, right? Dothy being the first. I'm sorry, the Strix fighting over the second hate piece with Relic, and then Dothy sort of being the first means we're kind of, you know, obviously it's not deterministic, like, hey, number 3, bingo, you win. But it's when things start getting super tough. So Rumble here going to get another Scion and get looking.
All right. Stomping Ground, Beseiju, Grinding Station, and Tamio. 3 of these are going to get exiled.
Yeah, and it looks like Boseiju is going to be the take. Maybe wanting to play around something like a Stony.
Interesting.
Maybe just wants the mana.
Starting to wonder if there's maybe a world where this is setting up for a big Karn play? We're just hitting land drops? Yeah, look, Beseiju's just getting played as a land.
How does Karn Mirror of Fate work with Dothy? They're just exiled with the counters.
I've played a lot of Magic in my day, and I'm going to tell you, I don't know.
I think it works out well for Michael.
Sure.
And so I think that might be, you're right, Michael's trying to work towards a big turn, something along those lines.
I mean, this is a spot where all of a sudden, Karn the Great Creator can now grab this Grinding Station.
Yeah, that's huge. And we have the ability to play Karn. Now, Michael doesn't know that, you know, Joshua's on nothing.
Right.
Right? We know Joshua's on
nothing.
Nothing.
Hey, that Fatal Push is trying its best, okay?
Yeah, and if it can get rid of the Emery, you know, would have been nice.
2 mana. Is it go time?
Might be.
Breach. Go time.
All right, let's see what we can do.
Okay, so Underworld Breach has resolved. Michael's looking at his graveyard. Looks like 3 cards are about to get exiled pretty quickly. And these are not with void counters on them. So 3 lands hit exiled, Mox Opal, hopping out of the graveyard to the battlefield.
Oh, dress down.
Yup. Yup.
Okay.
Oh,
No,
grinding
station.
station from hand.
Okay, this explains a lot.
And this is the 3rd artifact.
Yeah.
Oh, and trigger on the stack, you then flash back the dress down in instant speed.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Great play here from
Wow. Holy.
And, I mean, this will be the kill.
Okay, so all of a sudden,
It's over.
yeah, Joshua's basically just saying, okay, what is the card that gets your dress down off the table to cast the Thassa's Oracle? That's
Yeah.
the only thing that isn't solved at this point. Michael's probably just telling him, says, hey, you can look through my deck if you want.
I have a nature's claim.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's just,
So-
we live one life. Let's just move on from here.
Yeah, it looks like there was a Kappa Canyon in there as well. I wanted to take a look.
Oh,
so you get to see
okay.
your sideboard, which is kind of nice. Obviously, that could change here in a second. There's a Kappa. I think Joshua was saying there's no way to blow up the dress down. I don't know. He was looking through his deck a lot there. Okay, I guess he did find it. I guess he was just
Whoops.
okay. He was just looking and talking to his opponent while he was doing it, and I was like, "Uh-oh."
Well, the cards aren't on the table one way or another. You
Yeah.
can concede at any time. We're in game 3.
Yeah, we are in game 3.
And if you want to scratch your own competitive itch, you should join us at Magic Spotlight Dragons. That's going to be in Denver here in just about a month.
Yeah, April 11th through the 13th. It's going to be a great time. It's going to be sealed of the new set. It's going to be super, super fun. Come on out here, April 11th through the 13th. Check out StarCityGames.com/SCGCON for all the info.
Yeah, the return of competitive limited.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast.
Oh, Tarkir Dragonstorm, heater. Heater.
Top 5 set of the year.
That's nice. I
Yeah.
love that about it.
Yeah, I don't know how many sets there are this year, but I assumed 5 was a good number to encapsulate them all.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Well, listen, this
I
is
mean,
why I sign up for the Star City Games newsletter personally, because it gives me all the information I need. And you can head over to StarCityGames.com and go to the newsletter. That way you don't miss out on anything when it comes to our events, pre-orders, or flash sales.
Right, you basically just get the latest Magic and other TCG news sent directly to your inbox. This is something I've been on the mailing list for like a decade now.
I never miss an email.
Okay, now hold on.
What? I don't.
All right, well, seriously, head on over to StarCityGames.com/newsletter to sign up. It's seriously really cool.
Yeah, as we are going to head down for the signing game 3.
I do have to have an appreciation for the fact that this is 2 players at 8-0 playing for undefeated on day 1 with all 5 colors between them.
Yeah, we have the whole
That's
range.
pretty cool.
That's
like, come
pretty
on.
cool.
Come on. How can you not be romantic about Magic sometimes?
It's true, yeah. It's a beautiful game.
How much do you think is going to change whenever they're going into game 3? It's just play draw dynamics, I assume, are not going to really impact that much. I think Joshua's cards are good or they're not.
Yeah, I don't think Joshua was like, yeah, Blood Baron's time. You know, it's like it's not like I'm on the play. I can get down in this 5-drop. I think we are going to see, and you know, it's just a double checking. I saw this stuff. Okay, did I miss anything? Little ABC situation.
Yeah, there is part of me that can't help but wonder if something like White Orchid Phantom might be a more reliable plan whenever you're on the play.
Mhm.
That is the spot where I could imagine a world where you just blink White Orchid Phantom against a deck that only has 1 basic land over and over and over.
Yeah.
Maybe something to think about.
I know players think about that. I think it's totally reasonable. You know, like it's a good way to fight over it. And if you think you've got everything else covered, having a couple answers to just Saga even, you know, just, yeah, I don't blink it many times. I just kill your Saga once. Yeah, go get your island. That can be enough in these sort of like weirder games.
And it did feel like part of the problem in the last game was that Joshua obviously drew a couple too many lands, but was lacking real pressure and just had a bunch of reactive cards. So especially whenever Joshua's on the play, something that actually just starts attacking sooner really strikes me as something that could have flipped that game in his favor, as he keeps 7 and Michael does not.
Yeah, it's an interesting keep from Joshua. You're seeing him sort of maybe recentering here.
Ooh,
We have
couple Saito slaps.
Yep.
Ooh.
We got a Ketramos, we got a Dothy, we got a lot of lands.
I think I saw a Bowmaster.
I think there, yeah, as I say, there's one other spell, but we are sort of signing up for these are the cards. They're going to be good enough, and they're going to find the other things.
I'm looking over the deck list too. This is that fun of one of Orcish Bowmaster. So I don't even know if Michael plays around it.
Oh yeah, it's just going to get him. We do have Solitude in hand as well. That was the back card. I thought it was a Plains at first. So that's big.
Yeah,
that matters a lot with
that
Ketramos.
changes. Okay, so Arid Mesa pass, meet Scalding Tarn pass.
Play as old as time in Modern. Just normally not what Arid Mace is doing.
Getting Shadowy Backstreet.
Looking for the goods.
And it's so funny because I think Orzhov Blink is the kind of deck that everyone goes, it can't actually be good, right?
Yeah, I think that was, especially early on, a big narrative. I think Ketramos does a lot to change that.
Sure,
Just
sure.
draw a lot of cards, win the game. Very good.
Oh, and picks up another copy of Shadowy Backstreet. Not trying to develop Orcish Bowmaster at this point. This is the second black source.
Yeah, I think this is a big sign we're going to get Dothy down. I think Orcish Bowmaster is definitely in that, fillery camp.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of Preordains and Baubles, but they're not going to be mattering right now. And if they do come up, I'm going to be able to cast it in my upkeep if I really want to, maybe you go, Bauble something, you Emry, and I can shoot down your Emry.
Right, whenever Michael didn't play a turn 1 Mishra's Bauble, that does tell Josh that there's no way for Michael to draw a card with Mishra's Bauble without Joshua getting a chance for that Bowmaster to get its piece.
Yep.
All right, we're seeing the Instep Thundering Falls. Little Surveil, little Keep, little Draw. Mox Amber, Mox Opal, Emry, Bauble in Yard.
Big one.
It could happen.
It
could happen.
In a couple turns, it's very much online. And it looks like, is Michael dangerously close to winning?
Wait.
That's grind. Okay.
Okay.
I was like, Grinding Station plus another Opal would have been pretty good.
All right, so we see Stomping Ground get shocked in. Mox Amber teaming up with that Stomping Ground to cast Malevolent Rumble. Flips over the world. Oh, that's the back of Sink into Stupor, so that's not really an option. But Tamio, Odawara, Grinding Station, a nice set of options.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to take the Odawara maybe as an answer to something like a Dothy.
It is nice that Odawara... I know this is going to feel like it's in the vein of just reading the card, but getting to be a land that doesn't cost any life, as well as something that can interact with that first hate piece that you keep talking about, is really nice here, especially if the game goes long. There's a real premium to just try on hitting your land drops.
Yeah, Michael taking the Odawara and passing it back. Joshua drew Haven Interrupter.
All right, Haven Interrupter. Joshua really settling to play a flash roll.
Yeah.
It's cool. I love playing flash creature decks.
They are very nice. And this is a card, that I eyeballed and thought, wow, this is really strong. Probably going to see some standard play. It hasn't broken out that way, at least yet. It's been only around for a year.
Only in Modern, the very powerful format.
Yeah, and the second line of text on this was with from Exile and from Graveyard is huge.
Yes. Yep. Having that little bit of extra kind of hate-ish text is just the thing that really is the sprinkles on top that make this a real player in Modern.
Yes, we're going to see a passing back. Michael's, senses are tingling. Something's up over there. You kept 7 and didn't do nothing?
Okay, here's the draw. Reaching for the Emry. Is this going to be the go for the combo Emry by getting back Grinding Station?
Yeah, I mean, and sometimes just breaking up the mana, right? You don't have to spend all at once. Can be so big.
It also is a third artifact for Mox Opal.
Yep. Joshua's like, yeah, that happens.
All right, happens to get Aven interrupted.
Yeah, put that one on the plot.
Let me just stop you right there. Let me just stop you right there.
As now, Michael doesn't have the opal mana like you were saying before. Does have red, could interact here.
All right, here's that Otawara we've been talking about.
Yeah, just wants to develop the mana. This Breach deck is very mana hungry, but also incredibly efficient.
Yeah, right. It's so funny. It's like, it's very mana hungry because it's good at casting 10 1-mana spells a turn.
Yeah.
All right, Bolt takes down the Aven Interrupter. That's just Michael making sure that he's able to interact with the hate pieces as they come.
Joshua picking up the second Ketramos there.
Oof. Oof. Not really one you generally want a sequel to. The first one was kind of went out on a high note. Perfect ending.
Yeah, you're seeing Joshua shake his head a little bit. He knows it's getting away from him here. He has a Dothy. He has a Ketramos. But
ooh, just playing out the Ketramos. Solitude's the Emery. Okay, this is cards.
yeah, this is getting us cards. I like this a lot. This is like, hey, I can play this Dothy. It's probably not going to be good enough. I'm going to redraw, hope to hit something big like a Relic, which could also, keep us going.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Does Ketramos draw a card every time Michael escapes?
It's only on your turn.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
so here's that grinding station that Michael has been plotting.
Yeah, ready to go.
Opal online.
Trigger. Flow to mana. Mill some cards. Hit some cards. Hit a Bolt. Hit an Emery.
Uh-oh.
And there's Underworld
It's
Breach.
breaching time.
Yeah, and you're just seeing
And
some
there it is. Michael DiBenedetto Plummer advances to 9-0 with grinding breach.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Innovative list. Karn, the great creator, playing in big work here. Mirror Fate, undefeated at the regional championship.
I love it. I unironically think
It's
it
so
is
good.
so cool. I understand that there's a lot going on with grinding breach, best deck, kind of head and shoulders. But there's still a lot to be played in the games. There's still a lot to do on the deck list sheet. We're seeing new decks pop up. We're seeing decks adapt over time. And we're even seeing the best deck be built a bunch of different ways. This is sweet, man. Come on.
Yeah, and the interactive games are very fun. Obviously the turn 2, you're dead aren't super cool. But you know what? It was super cool is that we have more Magic tomorrow, Carmen. And that's the end of round number 9. That's the end of day number 1. We're going to take it down now. We're going to see you back tomorrow morning, bright and early. Corey Baumeister, Jim Davis, daylight savings for the United States, jumping ahead an hour. Have fun, guys. We'll see you then.
We'll see you later.